Chapter 801 Sister Yu's Efforts. Ex-husband has fallen in love with someone else. I dare not describe the love in detail. Although it is not hearty, it is also wonderful, and has a special taste. Even the queen can't do it, let alone two weak little girls. Moreover, he didn't dare to use his best skills. I'd better go to find my uncle when I have time. Watching the two little girls fall asleep tiredly, he did not leave his soul, and went out directly. Of course, before leaving, he still carefully observed the situation around him. Nothing unusual. The mansion was silent, and everyone seemed to have fallen asleep peacefully. Of course, some people are still working hard. In the small courtyard, Xiao Mantu, wearing a blue jacket, is still practicing flying knives hard. Judging from the fluctuations of his accuracy and breath, his internal strength has increased quite well. This makes him more relieved. He left directly from the underground. When he arrived at the shore of East Lake, he came out from the underground and stood on the broken bridge waiting. The night wind blew, bringing with it the chill of winter water. However, the chill only touched his skin for a moment before it was shattered by the protective wind and dissipated without a trace. While waiting, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. Sister Yu would not come. Would she? He immediately took out the communication treasure and found that it was a message from Xiaoya. Good brother. Do you miss me? I miss you so much. Can you go to me tonight? Luo Qingzhou paused for a while and replied, I have something tonight. Xiaoya, good brother. What do you have tonight? Are you going to date with my senior sister? Or do you want to stay at home with your wife? Luo Qingzhou, I want to practice. Xiaoya, good brother. I can practice with you. Last time I practiced with you, I benefited a lot. And I also have my spiritual fire. Don't you miss it? Luo Qingzhou had to say, wait until I have time. Xiaoya, humph. Luo Qingzhou was a little worried. In a few days. I'm really busy these days. Xiaoya, then brother can't lie to sister. Luo Qingzhou was about to reply I dare not. But after thinking about it, he replied, well, I won't. Xiaoya, good brother. Sister loves you. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to speak again. While he was thinking about it, Longer suddenly appeared from the water and said, Young master, come in quickly. Sister has been here for a long time. When Luo Qingzhou heard it, he quickly put away the communication treasure and went into the water. Hey, young master is here in person again today. Longer was surprised. Luo Qingzhou whispered, Longer, did sister you come last night and the night before? Longer said, no. Then he said, maybe she came. Longer doesn't know. Longer is practicing in the Dragon Palace. Luo Qingzhou didn't speak again. Could it be that he didn't reply? So sister you didn't come? The two quickly entered the Dragon Palace. Longer took him directly into the stone room, where he made the elixir last time. In the corner of the stone room, there was a red flame burning on the ground, and a pitch-black medicine cauldron was placed on the flame. A moon-white figure was standing there quietly, wrapped in a halo. It was hazy, and his face could not be seen clearly. Even his figure was blurred. Luo Qingzhou hurried over, and smelled a familiar breath. He felt a sense of intimacy in his heart and whispered, Sister Yu. The white figure still looked at the medicine cauldron in front of her quietly, ignoring him, and the emotions on her face could not be seen clearly. Luo Qingzhou had to apologize awkwardly again. I have been practicing in seclusion these days, so I didn't read the communication certificate. Sorry. After a long time, the cold voice of the white figure sounded, It's okay. I just remind you that it's time to learn alchemy. After a pause, he said coldly, Even if you don't want to learn, it has nothing to do with me. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Sister Yu, I don't mean to not learn, but I am really busy these days. The white figure turned her head and looked at him and said, What are you busy with? Even if you practice, you won't. She didn't say anything else, retracted her gaze, and continued to look at the medicine cauldron. Luo Qingzhou seemed to hear her snort faintly, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Sister Yu, I have been practicing in a place with rich vitality these days. The opportunity is rare. I dare not delay, so I don't have time to read the communication certificate. He didn't dare to say that place, even though the person standing in front of him was the one he trusted the most. He didn't dare to casually tell the matter of the heart of the spirit mine. After all, it was too much. The spirit mine was not only related to the future of all the sects and warriors in Diyin, but also to the inheritance of the next generation of Diyin. And the heart of the spirit mine was the heart of the spirit mine. He practiced under the heart of the spirit mine. which was to absorb the blood and vitality of the spirit mine. The speed of the depletion of the spirit mine will be faster and faster. If the previous spirit mine could still support the warriors of the yin for 3 generations, then after his continuous consumption, it is estimated that even this generation will be difficult. Otherwise, why didn't the queen dare to use such a good thing? Because she didn't dare to bet on herself. Once failed, the entire De Yin would be completely destroyed. She would also become the last emperor of De Yin, carrying the infamy of the ages, and even more ashamed of the royal ancestors. After a fierce ideological struggle, the queen placed the bet on him. First, the situation was critical. The threat of the Piao mortal sect was imminent. Second, his cultivation speed was indeed very fast. As long as he can break through quickly and resist the destruction of Piao Xianzong, then they will have time to continue to develop. Of course, if he is strong enough, he can even snatch the spirit mine heart from other places to prolong the life of the Yan spirit mine in future. This responsibility is heavy and has great implications. Until now, when he thinks about it, he still feels a little breathless. So at this moment, even in front of Sister Yu, he dare not say it clearly. After hearing this, Yuebai's deep eyes rippled like lake water. And then, he was silent for a moment, and said, "Do you have anything to ask me?" When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he felt relieved, and quickly took out the red round bead and said, "Sister Yu, look at this round bead. Isn't it very similar to the round bead you used to make fire? Is it the same thing?" The Yubai figure took a look and said, "The fiery bead can be used to refine pills and weapons, and can also be used for attacking. You just need to input soul power." Luo Qingzhou handed it to her and said, "Sister Yu, help me see if there is anyone else who has done anything with it. I'm afraid someone can track its location." The Yubai figure didn't take it, but just checked it with his divine sense and said, "No." Luo Qingzhou was relieved and was about to take it back. But suddenly he said, "Sister Yu, do you need it? Refining pills and tools is just right for Sister Yu." The white Yu figure said lightly, "No need." Seeing that she didn't take it, Luo Qingzhou put it away, and took out the fiery red feather fan and handed it to her. Before he could ask, the white Yu figure suddenly looked condensed, and then his mind moved, and the feather fan flew to her palm. She stared at it for a moment, then looked at him and said, "Where did you get it from?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It was from a female disciple of Piao Xianzong." The female disciple seemed to be just an outer disciple. Her surname was Gu, and she was sent by Lan Ling and was killed by me. Seeing that Sister Yu seemed to know the feather fan, he wondered, does Sister Yu know this treasure? She is just an outer disciple, and this treasure should not be much better. However, my treasure hunting rabbit. Wow! At this moment, a light flashed in the hand of the white Yu figure, and wrapped around the feather fan. Then, a cold and murderous voice suddenly came from the feather fan. "You killed my daughter, and stole my fire phoenix spiritual Luo fan. I will destroy all your 9 clans. Soon." The voice gradually faded away until it disappeared completely. At this time, Yu Bai's figure put away the white light. The fiery red feather fan in her hand looked even more colorful. Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly, and he said, "Sure enough, there is a mark. Sister Yu, will that person know it?" "No." The white moon figure looked at him and said, "You have a treasure hunting rabbit in your storage ring, which can block the other party's detection. Only when you take it out, the other party will know. But the time is too short. She can't detect it. I have erased her divine consciousness." Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, and said solemnly, from his tone, "He should be a very powerful figure in Piao Xianzong. Right?" The white moon figure looked at the fiery red feather fan in his hand, and said lightly, "Just an elder." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Then Sister Yu, can you beat him?" The white moon figure did not reply. "Answer. Return the feather fan in his hand to him, and say, 'This is a spiritual treasure, the fire phoenix spiritual Luo fan, which is made of feathers of animals, with the blood of the fire phoenix. The power of the flame is more than 10 times that of ordinary flames. It needs to be released with soul power, but it consumes soul power extremely. With your current cultivation, you can only release it 3 times at most.'" Luo Qingzhou did not take it, and said, "Sister Yu, you should keep such a powerful treasure. I mainly cultivate the body, and I have a lot of internal strength, but my soul power should not be enough." The white figure of the moon looked at him quietly, and repeated, "This is a spiritual treasure." Luo Qingzhou said, "I know, but I don't need it. So Sister Yu should take it." The white figure of the moon was silent for a moment. The feather fan in his hand suddenly flew up and inserted into his waist. Then turned around and continued to look at the medicine cauldron in front of him, saying in a light tone, "There is no need to curry favor with me." Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed and said, "Sister, you misunderstood. This is not currying favor. This is... Let's talk about cultivation." The white figure of the moon interrupted him coldly. Luo Qingzhou sorted out his thoughts and said, "My soul is still in the middle stage of the spiritual severing realm. With the help of the spiritual liquid, I feel that the speed of cultivation is much faster than before. As for my physical body, I have absorbed a lot of vitality there in the past 3 days, and it is very pure. I feel that the energy in my whole body has overflowed. But I always feel that the organs in my body are not tempered enough." The white figure stood in front of the medicine cauldron, listening quietly. Wait until Luo Qingzhou finished speaking. She was silent for a while, and then said lightly, "It is necessary to take the elixir." Luo Qingzhou said, "I think so too. However, I have a special physique. Sister Yu, do you know what elixir I should take?" The white figure said, "Huayuan pill." After a pause, he said, "It is a little different from Huayuan pill. 3 more spiritual medicines need to be added to refine it." Luo Qingzhou asked hurriedly, "Can the spiritual medicine for refining this kind of elixir be purchased in the pharmacy?" The white figure was silent for a while, and said, "Some can, and some can only be found in the Immortal Sect Medicine Garden." Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly. "Will there be any in the Yunwu Mountains?" The white figure shook his head slightly. "Even if there is, the age is not enough." Then he said, "Unless..." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Unless what?" The white figure said lightly, "Unless some uninhabited places, or ancient." The sight. Luo Qing's heart moved, and asked quickly, "Sister Yu, what elixir needed in total?" "You told me. I slowly collect. Others." "Sister Yu is there? You cultivate the soul first. The other 2 flavored medicinal materials. I will help you find it." Luo Qingzhou was silent. Luo Qingzhou said again, "Don't worry, Sister Yu. I just looked at her from a distance. I'm just a little curious what kind of person is lucky enough to marry Sister Yu." The white figure stood in front of the medicine cauldron, motionless, and the whole body was wrapped in the moon-white halo, and the expression on her face could not be seen clearly. Silence for a long time. She said in a light tone, "Tonight, I will refine the qi-gathering pill. I will only refine it once, and only say it once." After that, she opened the lid of the cauldron, and began to put in the first spiritual medicine. Luo Qingzhou immediately gathered his mind, waved away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and began to hold his breath and concentrate, watching and listening carefully. The room became quiet. Only the boiling of the medicine juice in the medicine cauldron could be vaguely heard. 1 night passed in a blink of an eye. That night, Luo Qingzhou was absent-minded and failed to refine the pill. When the sky was hazy, the white figure put away the medicine cauldron and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but muster up the courage to say, "Sister Yu, your ex-husband is because you practice that kind of martial arts, and you can't be with him." "No." The white figure of Yu interrupted him coldly, walked to the door, and then stopped at the door. After a moment of silence, he said, "It's because he has fallen in love with someone else." After that, he walked out of the stone room and disappeared outside the door. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and clenched his fists. Scumbag! After dawn, he returned to the Qin mansion, still indignant for Sister Yu. Miss Qin Air had already gotten up. After the 2 finished their meal, they went to the palace together. The journey was smooth. The news soon reached the queen. The queen was in the morning court, and after hearing the words, she ordered Yuewu, "Let them go, but they can't leave for the time being. After I leave the morning court, I will go to see them, especially Miss Qin Air and Meijiao. I will discuss with them how to revise the Dian etiquette law." Yuewu took the order and left. At the same time, Qin Mansion, Lingshan Palace. In a room, on a bed covered by curtains, a girl in a snow-white dress was sitting in the corner, practicing with her eyes closed. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. At this time, a girl in a pink dress came in and frowned, saying, "Miss, are you really going to that ancient forbidden land? It's very dangerous. I heard that people from the sects will also go there if you go in person. Ah, that bad guy is too heartless, he should be allowed to go alone." Chapter 802. The Queen invites the second lady and the third lady to revise the marriage law. Yaohua Palace. Backyard. Long corridor pavilion. Rockery and flowing water. waterside pavilions, lotus pond garden. Everything is available. The princess and her family live here. A maid named Xiaohe took Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Air into the courtyard. In the courtyard, Nandong Shui, wearing a plain white dress, was holding a vase and picking branches. At this time of year, winter plum blossoms are in full bloom. Sister Shui, Miss Qin Air called softly and walked over. When Nandong Shui saw the two of them, a smile immediately appeared on her face, just like the blooming snow plum in her hand. Beautiful and moving. Why are you here? She inserted the plum blossoms into the vase in her hand and greeted them with a smile. Miss Qin Air took her hand and said with a smile, I came to see you. By the way, I brought you the remaining stories from last time. Then she turned around and said softly, Brother Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou hurried over with a thick stack of rice paper in his hand. Nandong Shui looked at him and said in surprise, Wei Mo, you are so generous that you brought your brother Qingzhou here. In this case, I will not only read the story last time, but also keep him here for 3 days and 3 nights at least. Miss Qin Air smiled, as long as brother Qingzhou agrees. Wei Mo has no objection. Luo Qingzhou quickly handed over the rice paper in his hand and said, Princess, please read these first. After you finish reading, I will help you write other stories. Nandong Shui looked at him deeply, took the rice paper, was silent for a while, and said, Mei Jiao is practicing martial arts in the backyard. You go. Luo Qingzhou said, I will go to pay my respects to the princess first. Nandong Shui smiled and said, No. Let Wei Mo go. Mother is in bed. It's not convenient. Luo Qingzhou understood, nodded, and went to the back along the corridor. Nandong Shui took Miss Qin Air into the house. The maid made tea. Miss Qin Air asked with concern, How is my aunt's injury? Nandong Shui sighed softly. The injury is not serious. His Majesty came here to help with the treatment. It's just my mother is upset. Miss Qin Air was silent. Let's go in and talk to her. Nandong Shui put down the vase, took her hand, and went into the inner room. Luo Qingzhou went down the corridor, passing through a round door. A faint flower fragrance came to his nose. On the empty grass in the garden, a tall girl in a white shirt and black skirt, with a high ponytail, holding a long black whip, was practicing whip techniques. Under the orange-red morning sun, her beautiful cheeks were covered with shiny sweat, and a few strands of hair at the temples had long been soaked with sweat and stuck to her cheeks. As she moved lightly, the ponytail behind her danced happily, and the black ribbon knot fluttered around her slender waist, the peaks and ridges tightly wrapped by the snow-white clothes. The slender waist and the straight back formed a moving arc. When the pair of slender and straight legs were raised, the black skirt bloomed like petals. She was still so charming, but the beautiful face seemed to have lost its former ease and pride, but a sense of heaviness and determination. Luo Qingzhou stood under the tree and watched silently. Shua! After a moment, the whip shadows flying all over the sky suddenly condensed into one and flew towards him. Luo Qingzhou did not move. He just tilted his body slightly and dodged. Nandong Meijio held the long whip and stood in front of him, her towering chest heaving, her hair fluttering gently, and she looked at him expressionlessly. Luo Qingzhou also looked at her silently. After a while, Nandong Meijio snorted coldly and said, Why don't you say anything? Do you think I'm a dog that has lost its home? Luo Qingzhou approached her, stretched out his hand, and wanted to hold her little hand. But she suddenly avoided it, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Princess, if you are not used to living here, move to Qin's house. Everyone in Qin's house will welcome you. Nandong Meijio's eyes were full of tears, and she sneered, Everyone will welcome me. Do you pity me? Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. He knew her mood at the moment, so no matter what emotion she had, he let her vent. The tears in Nandong Meijio's eyes suddenly rolled down. Since your Qin family had a close relationship with the eldest princess, my father has told me many times that the palace cannot take sides even after the eldest princess ascended the throne. My father still said this. He originally hoped that we would be neutral like other palaces. After all, the eldest princess is a girl, but because of me, she shed tears and choked. Luo Qingzhou, do you know? Before the eldest princess got married, she called me to the palace and told me that I could marry her husband together. I didn't want to be a dowry, so I didn't agree. But I was very conflicted after she ascended the throne. She said this to me again, and she told me that she already knew your identity. I knew that if I hesitated any longer, I would never have another chance, so I made up my mind and told my father and mother that I liked you and wanted to marry you at this point. She squatted on the ground with tears on her face. My father discussed with my mother all night. And the next day, my father went to court. And then tried his best to help the princess, and went over other princes then. This happened, it was me. I killed him at the end. She cried bitterly. Luo Qingzhou squatted in front of her, and held her in his arms. Woo the crying lasted for a long time. Gradually, she lost her strength, leaned in his arms, and calmed down. After a long time, she then spoke softly. I don't blame you. Mother told me that father also thinks that the eldest princess is the most suitable candidate for the emperor. Except that she is a girl. Father recognizes the eldest princess in his heart. But he is afraid of being ashamed of the previous emperor and ancestors. So he has been hesitant. I am his daughter. And he made up his mind for me. Mother said that he is very proud. Mother also said that when he saw the strategies you gave to the eldest princess, father was very excited and told mother that the eldest princess would definitely win this time. Father also praised you and said that you are a genius at this point. She suddenly laughed again. It's a pity that father doesn't know that the genius he praised is actually Chu Feiyong, who I told him that I would marry him if father knew that the two geniuses are actually the same person. I don't know what his expression would be. He would definitely be proud and happy for me. She leaned in his arms, smiling and talking, but tears were flowing silently. Brother Qingzhou. Can I call you Brother Qingzhou now? If my father is in heaven, he will be very happy to see that His Majesty used your strategy to defeat the 7 princes without a fight. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly. Slowly, her voice became smaller and smaller. And finally, she fell asleep in his arms. Luo Qingzhou slowly picked her up. Turning around, he found that Miss Qin Er and Princess Yue were standing at the round door, looking at him quietly. Nandong Xue hurriedly whispered, "Follow me." Luo Qingzhou hugged the princess and followed her. After putting the princess in his room, he was about to leave. Nandong Xue whispered, "Don't go. Just sit here and wait for her to wake up. Wei Mo and I have to go to His Majesty again." Miss Qin Er whispered, "His Majesty summoned us. Brother Qingzhou, you stay here to accompany Sister Meiju for a while." Luo Qingzhou nodded. Nandong Xue led Miss Qin Er away and closed the door for him, listening to the footsteps gradually fading away. Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl sleeping on the bed with tears on her face. Thinking of the scene that night, he slowly clenched his fist in his sleeve. In his body, 3 lightning bolts flickered on the root of the thunder spirit. He went over to help her draw the curtain. Then, he sat down on the carpet in the corner of the room, took out the spirit liquid, and dripped it on his palm. Then, he entered the state of cultivation. Outside the window, the morning sun slowly rose to the sky. After Nandong Huiyue finished the morning court, he returned to the study room of Yahua Palace. Not long after, Yue's respectful voice rang out from outside, "Your Majesty, Princess Xue and Miss Qin are here." Nandong Huiyue put down the memorial in her hand and asked gently, "Where is he?" Yue said, "In the room of Princess Meiju at the back." Princess Meiju cried for a long time and fell asleep. And he stayed there. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment and said, "Let them in." After a while, the door opened, and Nandong Xue and Miss Qin said respectfully at the door, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Nandong Huiyue said gently, "Xue, Weima, come in." Miss Qin was slightly startled when she heard this address, and walked in with Princess Xue. "No need to be polite. Sit down." Nandong Huiyue's expression was gentle, and her tone became very soft, making people feel like spring breeze. While Miss Qin was still hesitating, Nandong Xue had already pulled her to sit down and said softly, "Wei Mo, this is not the main hall. Don't be restrained." Miss Qin said softly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Nandong Huiyue looked at her soft, weak, beautiful and lovely appearance, smiled slightly, and said, "Wei Mo, have you felt better since coming to Kyoto?" Miss Qin said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I feel much better." Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, "The master should love you very much. Right? I heard that in order to find medicine for you, he left many calligraphy works in Jinshan Temple and Qingyun Temple that are worthy of being passed down through the ages. Although Jinshan Temple and Qingyun Temple have been tightly sealed off, she still has a way to know." Miss Qin Er said softly, "Brother Qingzhou really loves Weima." Then, she sighed softly, glanced at the books Dian Etiquette and Marriage Law on the table, and said sadly, "Unfortunately, Weima is too weak to serve him well. Weima feels very guilty. I have been thinking about finding a good wife for Brother Qingzhou. After these words came out, the room suddenly became quiet. Nan Dongshui on the side suddenly said, Wei Mo. Don't say that. You are his legitimate wife. Even if he marries another one, she can only be a concubine. No matter how beautiful the other party is, no matter how good she is at serving others, she has to call you sister. Nan Donghuyue glanced at her and said, Wei Mo. Haven't you and Mr. had your wedding night yet? Miss Jean Eyre whispered, No. Wei Mo is ill and can't have a wedding night for the time being. So I'm anxious to find another wife for Brother Qingzhou. Wei Mo can't fulfill her responsibilities as a wife, and she feels guilty towards Brother Qingzhou. So even if she is a concubine, she is willing. Nan Dongshui frowned slightly and wanted to speak, but Nan Donghuyue suddenly said, That won't work. The Great Yin etiquette law and the marriage law both stipulate that the legal wife is the legal wife. Unless they are divorced or divorced, they will always be the legal wife. How can they change from a wife to a concubine? Wei Mo. Don't worry. You will definitely get better. As for finding another wife for you. After a pause, she picked up the De Yanli Fa from the table, frowned slightly and said, I called you here today to discuss with you to revise the regulations on marriage between men and women in the De Yanli Fa. Last time I was a guest in Qin's house, I heard your words, which were very inspiring. I felt that we should fight for some marriage freedom for women. Those things like parents' orders and matchmakers' words should indeed be revised. As for the regulations on wives and concubines, I also feel that they are a bit too harsh. If they really love each other, and both men and women are willing, I think that those regulations should not be set so rigidly. What about concubines like slaves? Concubines can be divorced at will, and even exchanged and given away with others, as well as one wife and multiple concubines. All need to be revised. As soon as these words came out, Nan Dongshui was the first to clap her hands, and said excitedly and angrily, Your Majesty, Shui has wanted to tell you this for a long time. We women are also human beings. How can we be so humble in marriage? Let those ridiculous rules that concubines are like slaves and can be given away and exchanged all go to H.L. Nan Donghuyue looked at Miss Jean Eyre. Miss Jean Eyre bowed her head slightly and said, Everything is up to your Majesty. Wei Mo also thinks that there are many rules in the etiquette, which are indeed a bit harsh and need to be revised. Nan Donghuyue smiled. However, the current etiquette is deeply rooted in people's hearts. So reforms cannot be rushed. When the time comes, let's start with the families in the inner city of Kyoto and see the effect first, she said again. Miss Jean Eyre couldn't help but look at her. Chapter 803 Two Wives. A son-in-law who kills without blinking an eye. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou met up with Miss Jean Eyre and left the palace together. He did not go to see Her Majesty the Queen. There was no conversation along the way. When they left the imperial city and walked on the stone bridge over the moat, Miss Jean Eyre whispered, Brother Qingzhou, guess why His Majesty summoned Wei Mo and Sister Shui Yi? Luo Qingzhou glanced behind him and said, What's the matter? Miss Jean Eyre whispered, Revise the Great Yin etiquette and the marriage law. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, Some of the regulations in it do need to be revised. However, this matter needs to wait until the rebellion is over. The demons are defeated, and the world is stable. And then we can do it slowly. And we can't rush it. Otherwise, it will cause unrest. Miss Jean Eyre glanced at him and said, His Majesty said the same thing. However, she said that we can try it out in the inner city first. And see first. Effect? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, This is indeed the safest way. Miss Jean Eyre said, Brother Qingzhou, aren't you curious about which regulations His Majesty is going to revise? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her expression and his expression moved slightly. Which ones? Miss Jean Eyre said, Parents' orders and matchmakers' words will be supplemented to give women the right to refuse. Concubines are like servants. They have no status in the family, and they can be expelled and sold at will. These regulations will be abolished. We revise it to make concubines also belong to the master, but their status is slightly lower than that of wives. They cannot be abandoned or sold at will, let alone given away. Luo Qingzhou listened quietly. Miss Jean Eyre paused and said, His Majesty said that as long as men and women truly love each other and do not violate morality, they should support each other. He also said that men who serve the country and work hard and make great contributions, excellent men can have two wives at the same time as long as they have the ability. Luo Qingzhou heard the words. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he looked into her eyes. Miss Jean Eyre couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother Qingzhou, you should understand the point of His Majesty summoning Wei Mo to the palace today." "Right?" Luo Qingzhou was a little speechless and said, "Who is older, and who is younger?" Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, "Of course, the one who entered the palace first is older. Even if His Majesty wants to change it, there is no reason to change it." Her eyes flashed, and she sighed softly. In fact, Wei Mo proposed to His Majesty that he hoped to increase the number of wives to 3. Unfortunately, His Majesty refused it outright, and said very seriously that increasing it to 2 is already the limit, which may cause dissatisfaction among many families. So increasing it to 3 is absolutely impossible. Impossible? Luo Qingzhou looked at her in confusion and said, "Why do you propose to add 3? If there are 3 wives, wouldn't the family be full of factions and palace fighting?" Miss Jean smiled and didn't answer directly, saying, "Your Majesty didn't agree anyway." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Even if it's just changing these regulations, it will probably cause dissatisfaction among many families. If there is one more wife, there will be more struggles in the backyard, especially in terms of the division of family property, inheritance of titles, etc. Your Majesty will try it out in the inner city first, and you have to wait until the world is stable before you talk about it." As they talked, they returned to the Qin mansion. Song Ryue took Miss Qin's second wife and asked about the situation of the princess's family in the palace. Miss Qin's second sister took the opportunity to say, "Mother, Sister Shui and Sister Meiju don't seem to be comfortable in the palace. Otherwise, let them move to the Qin mansion. Anyway, we still have so many empty houses here." When Song Ryue heard this, she was about to agree, but suddenly she remembered something and looked at someone next to her with vigilance. But she didn't say anything. "Brother Qingzhou, you go back first. Wei Mo will talk to Mother for a while," Miss Jean Eyre said hurriedly. Luo Qingzhou immediately said goodbye and returned to the courtyard. After dinner, he took a bath, while reading a book about spiritual medicine in the room. Chior said outside the door, "Son-in-law, the young lady will not come back tonight and sleep at the lady's place. The maidservant and Xiaodai will go to serve her, and Zhuer will stay to serve you. Do you think it's okay?" Zhuer heard it in the courtyard and opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but she didn't dare. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, "You all go, or you can let Xiaodai stay." Chior said, "How can that be? One of us must stay here." Xiaodai poked her head out of the door and said, "Sir, let Sister Zhuer stay." Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely and said, "Why? Don't you like the young master?" Xiaodai pouted her lips and looked at him timidly and said, "Sir, you are too powerful, Sister Chior, and I are afraid." Luo Qingzhou. Chior laughed at the side. "Sister Chior, let's go." After Xiaodai finished speaking, she immediately pulled Chior away, as if she was afraid that she would have to sleep with them again tonight. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. Zhuer said anxiously in the courtyard, "Chior, Xiaodai, don't leave." Before she finished speaking, the 2 little girls had already run out of the courtyard laughing and helped her close the courtyard door. Chior said with a smile outside, "Little bun, serve the master well." Zhuer's heart trembled and she looked into the house. In front of the window, Luo Qingzhou was also holding the sun and moon mirror and looking at her. Zhuer hurriedly fled into the kitchen. After a while, she had to come out of the kitchen again, entered the house, and said timidly at the door, "Master, do you want me to make tea or grind ink?" Luo Qingzhou dripped blood on the sun and moon mirror and said, "No." Zhuer said "Oh," and retreated to her room nervously. Chior told her that the master coveted her and wanted her to sleep with him. Of course she didn't believe it. She didn't look good and couldn't speak. The master was always fierce to her, so how could he want her to sleep with him? But now there was only her and the master in the room, and she couldn't help feeling nervous and scared. The son-in-law sleeps alone at night, and the quilt must be cold. Will he suddenly ask her to warm the quilt? And then, in fact, she also knows that she is the son-in-law's person. She can't refuse him whenever he wants her. But she is still very scared when she thinks of the horror of the son-in-law. She slept here last night, but she clearly heard the noise next door. Even Chior begged for mercy. What's more, Xiaodai was there last night. The son-in-law is a warrior, and he kills without blinking an eye. If I don't serve him well, will the son-in-law? The more she thinks about it, the more scared she becomes. She regrets not reading books with Chior and Xiaodai. Reading books? Suddenly, she thought of something and left the room immediately. After hesitating for a moment, She still went into Xiaodai and Chior's room. Sure enough, there were many books on the bedside. She immediately opened her eyes wide, held her breath, and read very seriously. Soon, his face turned red, and his breathing became rapid. So shameful. In the other room, after Luo Qingzhou watered the small tree in the storage ring with spiritual liquid, he sat cross-legged on the couch and practiced for half an hour. The master suddenly sent a message. Haven't you decided yet? Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, Disciple will go. When will you leave? Zixia, come tomorrow night. Leave in the early morning. Luo Qingzhou said, Okay. Disciple will go there tomorrow evening. Zixia, by the way, there is one more quota. Your uncle is going too. Are you happy? Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to reply. Zixia, you can tell the princess first. After all, this time you are going to the world outside of Dian, and it may take a longer time. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Is half a month enough? Zixia, enough. Luo Qingzhou was relieved. If he left for a long time, he would definitely be worried about his family. He thought about it and immediately sent a message to Nangong Huiyue, Your Majesty, I will go to an ancient forbidden place to look for opportunities tomorrow, which may take half a month. A moment later, the message came back. Who are you going with? Luo Qingzhou, Master. Master. Her Majesty, all right. Be careful on the road. Don't be bewitched by the witch. And don't dirty my body. Luo Qingzhou, yes. My family. Her Majesty, don't worry. Luo Qingzhou, thank you. Your Majesty. Her Majesty, practice hard. Don't slack off. I have given you everything I have, and the fate of the entire Great Yin. If you let me down, you know the consequences. Luo Qingzhou, well, I will work hard. Her Majesty, you don't need to go to the palace tonight. I am very busy. And the King of Thailand should be defeated soon. Luo Qingzhou, I wish Your Majesty a great victory. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure, took out the martial arts stone, input his internal force, and wanted to see his current data. Result? Crack. As soon as the internal force was input, the martial arts stone suddenly broke. It seems that this martial arts stone can no longer recognize the power after the master, and it can't bear it. I wonder if there are more advanced martial arts stones in the warrior shop. After thinking about it, he sent another message to his uncle. Uncle, congratulations on getting a place. Let me ask you something. Does the sect have more advanced martial arts stones? I want to know the data changes after each practice. The uncle seemed to be waiting for his message. As soon as the message was sent, the other party replied, Yes. You can come and get it now. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. I'll go tomorrow. The other party didn't reply again. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and looked at the sky outside. It's still early. Sister, you shouldn't go to East Lake so early. He got off the couch and left the room. Just as he was about to go to the backyard to practice some boxing, he suddenly heard a strange smell coming from Xiaoda's room. His expression changed, and he walked over quietly. The door was ajar. There were candles on the candlesticks, and the light was dim. Zhu, wearing a green dress, was lying on the bed with her hips raised, her eyes wide open, and she was reading a book seriously. The breath in her nose was particularly rapid. Under the light, her young face was also full of blush. Luo Qingzhou was curious, so he quietly pushed open the door and walked in. The little girl was so absorbed in reading that she didn't notice. Luo Qingzhou walked to the bedside and looked down at the book, which was full of beautiful illustrations, and it was in color. Zhu opened her eyes wide and read one page after another, just as she was staring at one of the pages and was stunned for a long time. A voice suddenly came from her ear. Turn the page. Zhu was shocked all over, turned her head, and looked at him with wide eyes. A moment later, the room was quiet again. Half an hour later, Luo Qingzhou left the room and saw that it was getting late. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he went to bed. Then, his soul left his body and went to East Lake. In addition to learning to make elixirs tonight, he also had to cultivate his soul. When he came to the Dragon Palace, Sister Yu had already lit a fire in the stone chamber and set up the stove. Last night, he was absent-minded and failed to make elixirs, wasting a lot of spiritual medicine. Tonight, he must succeed. Sister Yu. Let's start. Before he finished speaking, Yu Bai's figure turned around, left the stone room, and disappeared outside the door. Long Air whispered at the door, Young master, you concentrate on refining the elixir. After that, He helped him close the stone door. Luo Qingzhou was stunned in the cave for a while, and then walked to the medicine cauldron alone. Get rid of the distracting thoughts in your mind and concentrate your mind. Start refining the elixir. At the same time, Qin Mansion, Meixian Garden. Late at night? At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard wall. Zhu Er, who was squatting in the corridor washing clothes, heard the voice, hesitated for a moment, and ran over to open the courtyard door. Why don't you practice? I will practice later. Where is he? Sleeping in the room? Alone? Yeah. Why is your face red? No. Practice well. After that, the figure turned and left. Xue closed the door and stood at the door in a trance for a while. Fang hurried over to wash the clothes and hung them together with the freshly washed sheets. Swish. After a while, she took out the flying knife. A cold light flashed. The flying knife suddenly stabbed on the outer ring of the target, still far from the center of the target. Swish. 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 She threw a few more flying knives, but still missed. Forget it, let's go to sleep. She sighed, put away the flying knife, and went back to the room with a weak body and lay on the bed. Bad son-in-law. Dirty. Soon she closed her eyes and fell asleep, talking in her sleep. It was almost 5 o'clock. Luo Qingzhou slowly put away the flame on the fiery pearl, waited for a while, took a deep breath, and untied the lid of the medicine cauldron. A tempting medicinal fragrance suddenly came to his nose. I haven't seen it yet. Just smelling this fragrance, he was sure. The mist dissipated. He looked into the medicine cauldron. Sure enough, 3 round, smooth, and shiny pills were all successful. Sister, I succeeded. He ran out of the stone room. Soon, the pills and the medicine cauldron were collected. He began to cultivate his soul. The white figure cast a spell to help him gather the power of the moonlight at the bottom of the lake and on the lake. A transparent vortex slowly appeared above his head. After dawn, Luo Qingzhou woke up from his trance-like state of cultivation. Long Air told him, Sister has left. Luo Qingzhou felt the surging power in his soul, was silent for a while, and said, Long Air, I may have to go out for a while. Probably half a month. If Sister comes, tell her. Long Air begged. Sir, can you take Long Air with you? Long Air can fly, and can be your mount. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms and whispered, I am with people from other sects, all of whom are very powerful people. If someone covets your dragon blood, I am afraid I can't protect you. Long Air was reluctant to leave. Then when can Long Air be with you? Sir? Luo Qingzhou stroked her hair, his eyes full of determination. Don't worry. You can wait until you have practiced successfully. Long Air raised her charming little face. When the time comes, Long Air wants you to ride Long Air every day. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, kissed her little mouth, and said, Yeah. The two were affectionate for a while. Luo Qingzhou came out of the lake, left the underground directly, and returned to the Qin mansion. Not long after entering the room, Xior hurried back and said, Son-in-law, Miss Yuewu is here, and asked you to go to the palace immediately. It is said that the Tai King's army was defeated, and His Majesty wants to reward you for your merits. Chapter 804. The Queen's husband and master uncle is about to break through. Qin's house. Front hall. Yuewu, wearing a white snow-white dress, was standing in the corridor, talking softly to Song Ryue. Song Ryue's beautiful face was already smiling. Can my Qingzhou be directly appointed before he even participates in the spring examination? In this case, will other ministers disagree? Can Miss Yuewu reveal what official position His Majesty will appoint him? Song Ryue asked impatiently. Yuewu smiled and said, His Majesty is still discussing with the ministers, and Mr. Luo will know when he goes there. Song Ryue was in a good mood and quickly praised. Miss Yuewu is getting more and more beautiful. And this skirt is also beautiful to wear. Then he stared at the pure white stockings exposed on her calves and said in surprise, Miss Yuewu's stockings look so familiar. Didn't you buy them in our Yuifang? After they moved into the inner city, the shop reopened and named it Yuifang. Yuewu seemed a little embarrassed and said, All the clothes are made in the palace, so it shouldn't be. Song Ryue was not embarrassed at all, and approached her, whispering enthusiastically, Miss Yuewu, if you have time, you can go to our Yuifang to have a look. There are stockings, underwear, silk stockings, belly bands, and all kinds of styles. By the way, Miss Yuewu likes to wear stockings. We have all kinds of colors, and they are made of special materials. Very soft and smooth. And very elastic. There are leg-length ones. One-piece ones. There are cloth socks. Knee-length ones. Thigh-length ones. All kinds. Then he said, by the way, I have a few more sets at home. If Miss Yuewu is not in a hurry to leave, I will let Mayor go. Bring it to the room. Miss Yuewu can take it back and try it. It's free. Yuewu felt a little uncomfortable and smiled quickly. No. There are some in the palace. Song Ryua whispered, that's different. Ours is a new design. Miss Yuewu can touch the stockings on my legs. The touch is definitely different from other stores. As she said, she looked around and saw that there was no one else. She immediately lifted her skirt and revealed the flesh-colored stockings inside. She said proudly, our stockings are very comfortable to wear and touch. You can feel it when you touch it. If she can rely on Miss Yuewu to open up sales in the palace, maybe her Yuefang will become a royal merchant in the future. That's amazing. Yuewu showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. It was hard to refuse the kindness, so she had to reach out and touch it. Song Ryua smiled and said, is it soft? Is it slippery? As she said that, she pinched it with 2 fingers, pulled it and threw it, and it bounced with a snap sound, and said proudly, it's still very elastic. Yuewu. Miss Yuewu. Take a look at it again. Ahem. She hurriedly put down her skirt and stood up straight. Luo Qingzhou walked over from the corridor next to her, and after seeing the two of them, she bowed her hands and said, Mother-in-law. Miss Yuewu. Song Ryua hurriedly said with a smile on her face. Qingzhou. His Majesty summoned you to the palace. Yuewu looked at him with complicated eyes, bowed her head slightly, and said respectfully, Mr. Luo, His Majesty is waiting for you in Weiyang Palace. Luo Qingzhou bowed in return, paused, and said, Miss Yuewu, if it is a reward, please help me thank His Majesty, and say that I don't want to be an official for the time being. As soon as these words came out, Song Ryua's smile froze. Just as she was about to speak, Miss Jean Eyre came from the corridor and whispered, Mother, my sister is not feeling well. Let's go see her. Song Ryua wanted to say something else, but Miss Jean Eyre came over and held her hand, whispering, Mother, let Brother Qingzhou decide for himself. Song Ryua pouted and was pulled away by her aggrieved. When she reached the corner of the corridor, she couldn't help muttering, Mother, isn't it also for his sake? If he becomes an official, his mother's spirit in heaven will definitely be very happy and relieved. Luo Qingzhou listened to it, his face calm. Yuewu whispered, even if Mr. Luo wants to refuse, he should go to the palace and tell His Majesty in person. I dare not pass on the message like this. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, Let's go. The two left the mansion. Under the steps of the gate, there was a beautifully decorated carriage parked. Yuewu asked him to get in first, and then she got in too. The carriage drove out of the alley. There was silence in the carriage for a moment. Yuewu looked at him and said softly, Why doesn't Mr. Luo want to be an official? Scholars are trying their best to be officials to bring honor to their family. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, Too busy. No time. Yuewu was slightly startled, and then fell silent. Silence for a moment. She whispered with a complicated look, Indeed, Mr. Luo is both a scholar and a warrior. He not only has to study, but also has to practice martial arts. He really has no time to be an official. She believed that she would never forget the scene of beheading the emperor in Yongyan Palace that day. That scene appeared in her dreams for several consecutive nights. She could never have imagined that this gentle and talented scholar in front of her was actually such a powerful warrior, and even dared to enter the palace to assassinate the emperor. Of course, she could not have imagined that Mr. Luo in front of her was actually that Mr. Chu. By the way, Mr. Luo, who designed the clothes in the Qin family's shop. She looked at his handsome face and suddenly changed the subject. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this. He didn't expect her to suddenly bring up this matter. He paused and said, It seems that the maid at home designed it. Yuewu smiled, Really? The maid at Mr. Luo's house is really amazing. Has Mr. Luo seen those clothes? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, Of course I have. There is nothing to be ashamed of. He has been married for a long time, and he is not a little virgin who knows nothing. Yuewu glanced at him again, gently pulled up the white skirt on her legs, revealing a section of slender calves wrapped in white stockings, and whispered, Do you know this kind of stockings, Mr.? Luo Qingzhou glanced at it and said calmly, No. Yuewu put down the skirt with a smile and said, I often practice dancing, so I like to wear this kind of stockings. The first time I discovered this kind of stockings was on the legs of Princess Meijia. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he didn't speak. Yuewu smiled again and said, "It is indeed very comfortable to wear." Ying was very resistant to it before, but after wearing it once, she also liked it. However, Ying likes black. She has to practice martial arts every day, so it is more comfortable to wear this, especially when she wears soft armor. If she wears this kind of stockings, she will be much lighter and more sensitive than before. Luo Qingzhou listened silently without saying anything. The carriage went up the stone bridge, crossed the moat, and entered the city gate. Yuewu looked at him deeply and said softly, "Mr. Luo, what do you think of Yuewu?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Very good." Yuewu smiled and said, "What's good about her?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Looks, personality, all good." Yuewu's eyes flickered, and she said softly, "Then Yuewu thinks that you are also very good." In fact, before, Yuewu was. Luo Qingzhou changed the subject. Did the king of Thailand really lose? Yuewu's face dimmed, and she said softly, "Well, the army was defeated, but there are still some troops. General Yuqi and Ying are leading the army to pursue. And by the way, they are going to the border to resist the demons." Luo Qingzhou said, "What about the other princes?" Yuewu looked at him and said, "Your Majesty used the young master strategy, with a small number against a large number, and easily defeated the alliance of the 7 princes, the army, and the Thai king's army." The other princes were all convinced and immediately sent congratulatory letters, expressing their willingness to surrender. The princes and generals, who were hesitant before, also surrendered immediately. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "But it will take some time to completely stabilize the world. Those princes are probably just temporarily convinced. If your Majesty wants to sit firmly on the throne, you need to slowly take back their military power." Yuewu looked at him and said, "With the young master here, your Majesty will surely pacify the world and govern the country steadily." Luo Qingzhou said, "I am just talking about it on paper. Miss Yuewu is too kind." Yuewu smiled and said, "The young master is just talking about it on paper in Kyoto. But he can make the coalition of the 7 princes and the Thai king's hundreds of thousands of troops disappear into ashes. If you go to command in person, wouldn't it be even more powerful?" Luo Qingzhou said nothing more. Yuewu looked at him lovingly and couldn't help saying, "Young master, you are so young. Yet you have such amazing talent and achievements. But you are not proud at all. And you are even unwilling to take credit for it. And you don't want others to know about it. How many people in the world can compare to you? No wonder so many women throw themselves at you." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Which women are you referring to? Miss Yuewu?" Yuewu looked at him with her clear and bright eyes, and didn't avoid him. She smiled and said, "As long as they are women, I am willing." Luo Qingzhou had to change the subject again. "Miss Yuewu's skirt is really beautiful." Yuewu heard this, and suddenly stood up with a smile, twisting the hem of her skirt with her fingers, lowering her head, standing on tiptoes, and turning lightly in front of him, with a girlish and innocent smile on her face. "My skirt is not only beautiful. My name is Yuewu. And I dance beautifully too. If you want to see it, wait until you see His Majesty. I have something else to do." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "I will leave the palace after I see His Majesty." Yuewu smiled and didn't care. She sat down and pulled her skirt and said, "Then wait until you have time." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her slender feet wrapped in white stockings that she had just stood on tiptoes. Just now, this girl was in such a narrow carriage, supporting herself on her slender toes, and only lowered her head and turned lightly. And she was able to immediately show the kind of light and charming beauty that made people's hearts flutter. It can be seen that her dancing skills are indeed good. No wonder ancient kings all loved to watch beauties dance. The carriage entered the palace and stopped outside the Weiyang Palace. Yuewu got off the carriage first, then stretched out her jade hand and said, "Mr. Luo, Yuewu will help you." Luo Qingzhou jumped down directly from the other side. Yuewu. It seemed familiar. Just as the two were about to go in, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from the door. The Queen of Dian, wearing a crown and a fiery red dragon robe, walked out of the room with a majestic and cold look, surrounded by the crowd. When the two saw each other, they quickly stepped back from the door and stood aside. Yuewu said with a puzzled face, "Why are you here so early?" At this time, Nandong Huiyue walked out of the door with her skirt dragging, without even looking at the two of them, and got on the dragon chariot directly, saying coldly, "Return to the palace." Yuewu hurriedly whispered, "Mr. Follow me. The two followed behind and returned to the Yaohua palace in a mighty manner. The other eunuchs, etiquette officers, and palace maids all retreated. Yue took Luo Qingzhou into the palace and whispered, "Your Majesty seems to be a little angry. Maybe those ministers said something unpleasant. Young Master Luo, you should be careful when you speak later." Luo Qingzhou responded. The two entered the house and came to the door of the study. Yue respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, young Master Luo is here." Nandong Huiyue's majestic voice sounded inside. "Let him in." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and walked in. Her Majesty was behind the screen in the inner room, taking off the crown and headdress on her head with the help of two maids. Then, a maid helped her comb her long hair, and another maid helped her change her robes. After a while, the two maids lowered their heads and retreated from inside and left the room. Squeak, the door closed. The room suddenly became quiet. Nandong Huiyue came out of the inner room in a fiery red dress, with long black hair scattered behind her. Her snow-white and graceful collarbone was faintly visible. Her chest was towering and proudly standing. A red ribbon was tied around her slender waist. Below, there was a pair of slender and straight beautiful legs. And when she walked, her perfect outline was revealed under the red dress. Under the red dress, there was a pair of slender jade feet wearing pink stockings. "Sir, you are staring at me like this. What do you want to do?" While Luo Qingzhou was secretly observing, Nandong Huiyue suddenly stood in front of the table, sneered, and said, "I have a husband, and my husband has a bad temper and often kills people." Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Huiyue sat down at the table, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and said lightly, "Sit down. Sir, don't be afraid. This time you have made an unparalleled contribution to me. No one dares to hurt you." Luo Qingzhou walked to the table and sat down. Nandong Huiyue picked up the tea and handed it to him, staring at his handsome face with her majestic eyes. Luo Qingzhou took the tea and said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Nandong Huiyue suddenly sighed and said, "Yu Ying and General Yu Qi used your strategy to defeat the 7 rebel armies and King Tai's army without a fight. I wanted to reward you. In the morning court, I discussed with the ministers in the hall and planned to confer you a marquisate. But it was rejected. Even Uncle Duan Wang, who always obeyed my words, expressed opposition." Luo Qingzhou said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Actually, I don't want to be an official for the time being. Moreover, I just moved my lips and didn't even leave Kyoto. I didn't make any achievements in front of others. Now I am just a little-known scholar. It is indeed against etiquette to suddenly be made a marquis." Nandong Huiyue sighed again. "That's why I regret it. When I asked the master for advice, I shouldn't have been in the study, but in the hall, so that they could all listen. Humph. When I issued those orders, some people were still skeptical. Now, there are only praises. They don't know the merits of the master, but I remember them in my heart. Without the master, this rebellion would not be so easy and end so early. And the outcome is unpredictable. It's just a small marquee. I don't think it's too much." Without waiting for Luo Qingzhou to speak, she raised her eyebrows. "Of course, the master doesn't want to be an official for the time being, and I won't force it. Anyway, no one can shake the position of the master in my heart." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." Under the table, it seemed that something touched him lightly, just as he was about to lower his head to check. Her Majesty the Queen said again, "Sir, I heard that you went to the palace to see Meiji yesterday?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Such a big thing happened in the princess's family. My wife and the princess are sisters, so I wanted to come to the palace to see." Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, "Didn't you want to come and see it yourself?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said nothing. Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a while and said, "By the way, sir, yesterday I chatted with your second lady Qin for a while, and talked about the marriage law of Dian. After she went back, she should have told you, right?" Luo Qingzhou said. "Yes." Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, "What do you think, sir?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Your Majesty can make decisions for women all over the world. Qizhou admires it very much." Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said lightly, "What I'm asking is, what do you think of the policy of changing one wife to 2 wives?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Very good." Nandong Huiyue raised an eyebrow and said, "How is it good? I thought about it later and felt that it was still inappropriate, which might cause various struggles and unrest. One wife shocks all concubines. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. One country cannot tolerate two wives. 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 One wife cannot tolerate two wives. One country. If you have one more wife, the family will be overwhelming. Luo Qingzhou was silent and looked at her. Although they are two wives, they are divided into small. It should be divided by status and ability, and the contribution to the family. What do you think? Luo Qingzhou arched his hands and said, naturally. It is not a mess if it is said to be in the same time. I feel that the wife can be divided as status. After the wife is determined, she cannot change it anymore. No matter what the status of Xiaozhong's status, it can only be a small concubine. Luo Qingzhou solemnly said. Forgive Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou stood up and said, if your majesty has nothing else to say, I will take my leave. Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a moment, and suddenly smiled again. Sir, you are right. I listen to you. Let's divide them according to the entrance. In fact, being a sister or a younger sister makes no difference, as long as you have the ability. Even if you are a younger sister, the elder sister will bow her head and be respectful. What do you think? Sir? Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Nandong Huiyue looked at him again, suddenly stood up, bowed, and said solemnly, thank you for suppressing the rebellion this time. In the future, I will continue to trouble you to resist the monsters and foreigners, and govern the country for the people. Luo Qingzhou bowed in return, and then retreated respectfully. Nandong Huiyue looked at his back and narrowed his eyes. Then, he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to someone. I am in a bad mood. Come and serve me. The message came back quickly. Busy. Nandong Huiyue said angrily, can you come over? Luo Qingzhou stood outside the Yalhua Palace, sighed secretly, and replied, okay. Yuewu followed him and sent him out of the palace. There were many things she wanted to say to him along the way, but she saw that he seemed to be thinking about something, so she didn't dare to disturb him. After sending him out of the palace, Yuewu returned. When she returned to Yalhua Palace and walked into the study to say a few words to His Majesty, she suddenly found that a familiar figure was sitting strangely at the table opposite His Majesty, dressed in black, ordinary in appearance, with a strong aura. It was. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her helplessly. Yuewu. The air in the room suddenly became silent. Yuewu froze, dazed for a moment, and immediately lowered her head and retreated, closing the door for them. In the room, there were only men and women. Silent. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but say, why is His Majesty in a bad mood? Nandong Huiyue ignored him with a cold and majestic face. The teapot on the table has been replaced with a wine pot. She drank 2 glasses of wine in a row, then glanced at him and said, go. Lie on the bed and take off your clothes. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and said earnestly, Your Majesty, it is not the behavior of a wise king to indulge in lust in broad daylight. If those loyal ministers knew about this, they would definitely call me a beauty who brings disaster to your Majesty and the country. Puff. The great Yen Queen suddenly showed a true beauty who brings disaster smile for the first time, with bright eyes and white teeth, charming and lovely, and the towering figure in front of her couldn't help but tremble a few times. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Suddenly, a small foot in silk stockings stretched out from under the table. The great Yen Queen's eyes were watery and flowing, and she said charmingly, You also know that you are a beauty who brings disaster? Then she snorted seductively, and her voice became charming and seductive. You caused me to miss the morning court twice. You can indeed be called a beauty who brings disaster. Sooner or later, those loyal ministers will spit on you to death. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and did not dare to answer. The room was quiet. After a cup of tea, Nandong Huiyue suddenly put down the wine glass, with wet wine on her seductive red lips, and laughed coquettishly. Why don't you do it today? Then she snorted again. Sure enough, you have this habit. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said nothing. Let's go to the practice room to wash up. It's your turn to serve me. The Queen of Great Yen drank 2 pots of wine, stood up drunkenly, and then took off her 2 stockings, dragged her red skirt, and walked directly to the inner room with a pair of bare white jade feet. The wall of the inner room opened slowly with a bang. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and followed behind. A moment later, the study became quiet. Not long after, the door opened. Yuewu came in with 2 maids to clean up the room. Suddenly, Her eyes fell on the pink stockings on the ground, and she was stunned and picked them up. In the practice room, in the bathtub, petals fluttered, mist was lingering, and a pool of hot springs was rippling. It was not yet noon. Luo Qingzhou left the palace and returned to the Qin mansion. He had lunch with Miss Qin Air and told her about going out. I wanted to go to Lingshanyu Palace to see Chan Shan. But Bailing did not open the door, and still said the same thing, Mrs. Resting. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to go in again this time. Otherwise, he would have to sing Little Donkey 100 times before leaving, which would be too miserable. In the evening, he checked everything in the storage ring and put away the sun and moon mirror. Then he left from underground. After leaving the city, he came out from underground. When he arrived at Yunwu River, the sunset was about to set. On the river surface between Lishao Peak and Yunwu Mountain Range, the sunset hung there, shining on the river surface, reluctant to leave. At this time, Her Majesty suddenly sent a message, "You wait for me." Luo Qingzhou stood by the river, bathing in the last sunset, and replied, "Your Majesty, are you waking up now?" Her Majesty the Queen, "I will castrate you. Anyway, you are useless." Luo Qingzhou, "Your Majesty, calm down. I just have something to do, so I can't stay with you for long. When I come back, I will compensate your Majesty. Moreover, it's not that I am useless, but that your Majesty has not started yet." Her Majesty the Queen, "Shut up. I will cut off your tongue." Luo Qingzhou, "Her Majesty, traitor. You dare to flirt." Luo Qingzhou was speechless and did not reply. Shua, swishing with light steps, crossing the river with the wind. As soon as he reached the back mountain of Lingshao sect, a familiar sound of a flute suddenly came from the hillside. A slender figure in green stood under the big green pine, holding the flute in her jade hand, playing against the wind. "Uncle Master, it sounds good." After the sound of the flute fell, Luo Qingzhou walked up the hillside and praised. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him calmly, was silent for a while, and said softly, "Senior sister said that we will leave at dawn tonight." Luo Qingzhou said, "I know. What's wrong?" Linghu Qingzhou looked at him for a while, turned around, walked to the steps, and said lightly, "It's okay. Just telling you." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and followed behind him. Then he suddenly realized and said quickly, "Uncle Master, then let's not go into the cave. Let's go to the library to read some books." "How about that?" Linghu Qingzhou climbed the steps without replying. Luo Qingzhou followed behind and said, "If we practice now, once we enter the state of selflessness, we may miss the time, and we may be too tired to set off. It's not good to let Master and Uncle Master wait." There was another moment of silence. Linghu Qingzhou suddenly said, "I'm about to break through." Luo Qingzhou was shocked when he heard this, and said in disbelief, "Didn't Uncle Master just break through to the Grandmaster? Didn't the soul just break through to the spiritual division?" Linghu Qingzhou did not speak again. The two entered the sect from the back mountain and went directly to Jianfeng. Linghu Qingzhou led him to the cave. At this time, night had fallen. Luo Qingzhou could not help but say, "Uncle Master," or "Let's go find Master." Linghu Qingzhou stopped and finally spoke. With a serious face, "I have been practicing these days, and have gained a lot of insights. I have made some breakthroughs in the way of swordsmanship. So my soul should be close to the middle stage of the spirit separation realm, and I should be able to break through tonight." Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, "Is Uncle Master so powerful?" Linghu Qingzhou glanced at him, continued to walk forward, and said lightly, "You are powerful, Luo Qingzhou." The two entered the cave, and the stone door slowly closed. Yunwu Mountain Range, peaks and ridges. At the same time, a snow-white figure left Kyoto, flew into the sky, and disappeared. Chapter 805. The Master's uncle was in such a miserable state that the Master angrily scolded the evil disciple. The moon was bright like frost. In the flower garden at the main peak of Lingshao Peak, Fairy Xixia in a red dress was holding a flower basket and picking the newly bloomed flowers in the bushes. The mist on the peak wet the flowers and plants. On the pink petals, drops of dew condensed from the mist were crystal clear. Under the moonlight, green leaves, red skirt, beautiful pink flowers, and jade hands covered with dew, which was quite beautiful. At the hour of high, Fairy Xixia picked the last flower and asked, "Hasn't it come out yet?" A maid stood outside the flower garden and said respectfully, "Not yet." Ridiculous. Fairy Xixia straightened her slender waist and frowned slightly. Then, she walked out of the flower garden and said, I'll go and see. After that, she handed the flower basket to the maid. The white crane flapped its wings and flew away. The white crane landed, and Zixia just came down, and saw a figure coming out of the cave. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly bowed and said, Master. Fairy Zixia stared at him for a few seconds, and said, Where is your uncle? It's time to set off. Luo Qingzhou immediately stuttered, Uncle, she is at the critical moment of cultivation, and may not be able to go. Oh! Fairy Zixia looked at the closed cave door. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Uncle's soul is about to break through to the middle stage of the spirit separation realm. After a pause, he said, Uncle said it himself. Awesome. Fairy Zixia looked at him meaningfully. Then, she suddenly walked towards the cave and said, This is a critical time. I'll go and see. Don't make any mistakes. Master. Don't. Luo Qingzhou was about to stop her, but Fairy Zixia suddenly flashed and had already passed through the door. A moment later, Fairy Zixia came out, looked at him meaningfully, and said, It's really amazing. Then she said, It's horrible. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said nothing. Let's go. Fairy Zixia walked towards the white crane and asked, In front or behind? Luo Qingzhou decisively went up and sat in front. Fairy Zixia sat in the back, and when the white crane flew up, she couldn't help but sigh. Such a good opportunity. But it was wasted. She will regret it. Then she said to his ear, Evil disciple. The breath was like orchid, and the fragrance was fragrant. Luo Qingzhou's ears were itchy, and he said unconvincedly, How long has it been since Master's last breakthrough? Fairy Zixia remained silent. Luo Qingzhou said again, Master's soul first broke through to the level of distraction, and in just a few days, his physical body broke through to the level of Grandmaster. Now, the soul is about to break through again. Fairy Zixia continued to remain silent. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh, Master Uncle is really amazing. His breakthrough speed is faster than mine. Fairy Zixia was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Master Uncle wants to accept you as his last disciple. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and said, Did the master agree? Fairy Zixia said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look at her and said, Master, don't you feel reluctant at all? Fairy Zixia sneered, Master is secretly happy. Luo Qingzhou said, Master, I am very sad to hear this. Fairy Zixia said, Huh? Luo Qingzhou suddenly became excited again, Master. Master Uncle is several generations older than you. So won't you have to call me Little Master Uncle from now on? Fairy Zixia's eyebrows twitched, and she looked at him coldly and said, You wish. Let's talk about our own things in the future. You call me Sect Master, and I call you Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Flying crane landed on the back mountain. Zhuang Jian, the ancestor of Lingxiao sect, had already come out of the cave and was standing on the cliff, looking at the dark night in the distance, thinking about things. Master Uncle, Qingzhou is in retreat for the time being, so I won't go. Fairy Zixia walked over and said respectfully. Zhuang Jian was slightly startled when he heard this, and turned his head and said in surprise, Isn't that little girl going to break through again? Fairy Zixia said faintly, It seems so. Zhuang Jian smiled and said, My Lingxiao sect is indeed full of talents. Zixia, you have to work hard too. Fairy Zixia, hey. Zhuang Jian comforted, It's okay. Your bottleneck should be broken through in less than half a year. This trip to the ancient ruins may be a good opportunity. Fairy Zixia sighed and said, I hope so. Luo Qingzhou stepped forward and said respectfully, Fei Yang pays homage to the ancestor. Zhuang Jian nodded with a smile on his face and said, Fei Yang, you are the greatest hope of my Lingxiao sect. You must work hard to practice and don't slack off. Understand? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Disciple will remember. Fairy Zixia on the side pouted. There should be many treasures in this ancient site, and there may even be some inheritances left by ancient great powers. Although your cultivation is weak, you still have a chance. Of course, opportunities and dangers coexist, so you must not be careless. Zhuang Jian gave another earnest admonition. After a while, he pondered for a moment and said, Zixia, since there is still one vacant spot, let Xingqiu's disciple go. That little girl has a ground-level physique and good talent. As he said that, he looked at the boy in front of him meaningfully. When he checked his physique in the hall, he said that he was mediocre. But in fact, Fairy Zixia agreed, and immediately took out the communication treasure and sent a message. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and the ancestor didn't seem to want to accept him as a close disciple. Not long after, a petite girl with golden ponytails, a small leather skirt and stockings ran over like a gust of wind, and said excitedly, "Ancestor, sect master, uncle said that you are going to take disciples out for training." "Right," Fairy Zixia said, "an ancient forbidden area is about to be opened, and our Linxiao sect has 4 places. So I called you over. But I have to tell you in advance that there may be danger inside, and you can choose not to go." Yu immediately jumped up and said happily, "Sect master, disciple will go. Disciple will go." Zhuang Jian looked at her lovingly and said, Yu, I heard that you have made another breakthrough." Yu said proudly, "Well, the disciple has broken through to the late stage of the great martial master. As for the soul, it has also broken through to the middle stage of the refining spirit realm." Zhuang Jian nodded and said, "Not bad. Then have you decided what to major in the future?" Yu immediately said firmly, "The disciple will focus on the body." After that, she took out the mace that was bigger than her body, turned her head, and looked at Luo Qingzhou beside her, smiled sweetly, "Brother Chu, you broke my mace last time, and I refined another one, which is much harder than the previous one. If we have time, we can try again." Luo Qingzhou said perfunctorily, "Yeah." He didn't dare to try again. Last time he broke her mace, she cried in front of so many people, making him look like an unforgivable sinner who specifically bullied little girls. It was very embarrassing. "By the way, has senior brother Chu made another breakthrough recently?" Yu asked with innocent big eyes, looking harmless. Luo Qingzhou glanced at his master and ancestor. Only a limited number of people knew about this matter, and no one else in the sect knew about it yet. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, "Yu is not someone else. Just tell her." Luo Qingzhou then said to the little blonde girl in front of him, "I broke through by chance." Yu immediately asked, "Physical body or soul?" "What realm?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Physical body master. Soul and spirit realm middle stage." Yu. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her slightly open mouth and wide eyes, and added, "It's just a lucky breakthrough. Her physique is not as good as junior sister Yu's earth-level physique. Junior sister Yu should catch up soon." Yu then said faintly, "Senior brother Chu is so amazing. Okay. It's getting late. It's time to set off." Zhuang Jian looked at the sky and suddenly threw out a small boat the size of a palm. The boat floated to the ground and then quickly grew larger, turning into a flying boat that could carry more than 10 people. "Let's go!" Zhuang Jian boarded the boat first. Fairy Zixia also hurriedly took the 2 of them up and said, "This is a flying magic weapon. Only soul cultivators can use it. It consumes soul power very much. Of course, some flying magic weapons can also be activated by Yuanshi. But for us, Yuanshi is too expensive and not worth it." Then she looked at Luo Qingzhou and Yu and said, "When your soul breaks through to the late stage of the divine realm, you can use soul power to fly with the sword. But the soul consumes too quickly and cannot fly too far. After you advance to the divine realm, you can really fly with the sword, of course. If you focus on physical cultivation, you can fly with the wind at the Grandmaster level. But you can't get too far from the ground, and you can't last long. When you reach the Grandmaster level, you can fly higher and longer. But it still can't compare with the flying of the soul. With the sword body training and soul training have their own strengths and weaknesses. But at the same level, the strength of the body cultivator will be stronger, because the blood of the warrior naturally restrains the soul." Zhuang Jian urged the flying boat and slowly flew into the night sky. Fairy Zixia was teaching earnestly. Luo Qingzhou and Yu were both holding their breath and listening very carefully. In fact, Luo Qingzhou had heard all this knowledge from Sister Yu, and now he was still fascinated by it. Who doesn't want to fly on a sword and roam freely between heaven and earth? Who doesn't want to ride the wind and travel in the blue sky and white clouds? The flying boat shuttled between the white clouds, looking very slow. But in fact it was much faster than a galloping horse. When the sky was dawning, the flying boat stopped above the Xianyan Pavilion. Looking down, Xianyan Pavilion is located on the top of a towering mountain, with fairy mist lingering, white cranes flying, attics standing in rows, and the glow overflowing, as if it were a fairyland on earth. Fairy Zixia explained, "The pavilion master Luo Shan of Xianyan Pavilion sent me a message, asking us to wait for them together, and their ancestors should also go together." Zhuang Jian said with a smile on his face, "Fairy Luo will definitely go. This opportunity doesn't come every year." As he spoke, he looked down. Fairy Zixia glanced at him and said with a smile, Master, I heard that Fairy Luo was the most beautiful woman in the world back then. Did Master pursue her? Ahem. Zhuang Jian immediately said seriously, Zixia, don't ask about the privacy of the elders. Fairy Zixia smiled and said nothing more. At this time, a charming female voice suddenly came from below, Senior Zhuang. I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Please forgive me. As soon as the words fell, a young and beautiful woman in a purple skirt flew up gracefully. It was Luo Shang, the owner of Xianin Pavilion. Senior, please wait a moment. My master is giving a lecture to Liuli, and will be here soon. Luo Shang landed on the flying boat with an apologetic look on her face. Then, she glanced at the other people on the flying boat. With a charming smile on her face, oh, all the little geniuses of your clan are here. Zhuang Jian said lightly, it doesn't matter. We are not in a hurry. As he said that, he secretly glanced down again. Not long after, another snow-white flying boat that looked like a flying crane, carrying several people, flew up. Chapter 806 The Fairy of Xianin Pavilion. The fairy's ruthless skills. The clouds dispersed. The white flying boat rose into the sky and stopped parallel to the flying boat of Lingxiao's sect. There were 3 people standing on the boat. The 3 people were all dressed in flowing dresses and had outstanding temperaments. One of them was wearing a purple dress, graceful and elegant, with a veil on her face. Her temperament looked particularly cold and profound. Naturally, she was the ancestor of Xianyan Pavilion, Fairy Luo Ling. There were 2 people behind her. One was wearing a white dress, with a slender figure, and was elegant and refined. She was the saint of Xianyan Pavilion, Liuli. The other was wearing a pink dress, with a beautiful face, big breasts and a perky buttocks. She was Mingyi, a direct disciple of Xianyan Pavilion. The 2 sides looked at each other and introduced each other politely. Zhuang Jian couldn't help but sigh, I haven't seen you for 100 years. But Fairy Luo is still as charming as ever. She doesn't look old, but rather old. Luo Ling said in a cold voice, Brother Zhuang has a restrained divine light and a deep aura. It seems that his realm has improved a lot. No, you can't compare to Fairy Luo. Fairy Zixia and the 2 sect leaders Luo Shang also greeted each other and talked. Yu jumped onto the flying boat of Xianyan Pavilion in a familiar manner, looking around excitedly while talking to Liuli. Liuli smiled, still gentle and charming, looking as if anyone could bully her. After Luo Qingzhou greeted everyone on the other side, he stood behind Fairy Zixia and stopped talking. The woman named Mingyi smiled sweetly, talking to Yu beside her for a while, and then respectfully talking to Fairy Zixia for a while. The 2 sides exchanged greetings for a while. Luo Ling said in a cold tone, It's getting late. Let's go. Zhuang Jian said quickly, Fairy Luo, the journey is a bit far. Why don't we share a flying boat? This way we can save some energy. And if we encounter dangerous situations, we can also deal with them with all our strength. Before Luo Ling answered, Luo Shang beside him also said, Master Uncle, then let's take Senior Zhuang's flying boat first. I heard that after leaving the Yen, there is a wild land ahead, and there are many robbers who block the road and rob people. So it's better to be careful. Luo Ling thought for a while and nodded. Zhuang Jian hurriedly walked to the front of the cabin and said, Fairy Luo, please, I still have a pack of spiritual tea that I got from Piamu Xinzong that year. Fairy, come in and taste it. Luo Shang couldn't help laughing and said, Senior Zhuang, are we young people lucky enough to have a sip? Zhuang Jian laughed and said, all. After that, he entered the cabin first. Everyone in Xianyan Pavilion moved to the flying boat here. The white crane flying boat flashed with light and was put into Luo Ling's sleeve. Luo Qingzhou stood aside and watched silently, secretly yearning in his heart. When he had this magic weapon one day, he could take his family to fly into the sky and travel in the sea of clouds. The whole great Yin, coming and going freely. Just as he was daydreaming, he suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance in his nose. The saint of Xianyan Pavilion, wearing a white dress, came to him with a smile and said, Brother Chu, what are you thinking about? I guess you are thinking about the pretty lady at home? Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses and said frankly, Yes. Liuli couldn't help but smile, and then bowed and said, I haven't congratulated Brother Chu yet. Brother Chu is so lucky that he actually married the proud daughter of our great Yin. If it weren't for this rare opportunity, I'm afraid Brother Chu would be reluctant to go out. Right? Luo Qingzhou bowed in return and said, Yes. Liuli's eyes suddenly became dim. Brother Chu, Are you so perfunctory to me? Brother Chu was promoted because of me. Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed and whispered. Miss Liuli, don't talk to me. We are all looking at us. And when your ancestor glanced at me just now, there seemed to be a hint of coldness. Liuli turned her head to look. In the cabin, several people were talking and looking at them. Liuli couldn't help but smile and said calmly, What are you afraid of? We are just talking. My ancestor heard that you rejected me and married the eldest princess. So he was a little unhappy. It's okay. Luo Qingzhou didn't want to attract too much attention. So he said goodbye in a low voice, entered the cabin, and sat behind Fairy Zixia. Liuli stood outside alone, looked at the blue sky and white clouds for a while, and then walked in and sat in the corner behind Luo Ling. Zhuang Jian was talking about the past with a smile on his face. Luo Ling had a cold look and was silent. He occasionally answered a sentence, as if he didn't like to talk. Fairy Zixia and Luo Shang were chatting happily. Yu sat with Mengyi and whispered about girls' things. Sister Mengyi, your stockings are so thin. Will they break? Sister Mengyi, what do you eat every day? How can there be so much protrusion there? Luo Qingzhou could hear a few words occasionally, but he was not interested. The protrusion of the master's uncle was really protruding, and it was perfect. Thinking of the master's uncle, he suddenly felt a little guilty. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to the master's uncle. Master, are you awake? The message came back quickly. Zhu, yeah. Luo Qingzhou, Master, I think you may be deliberately not wanting to go. Zhu, why? Luo Qingzhou, since Master Uncle can advance by practicing comfortably in the cave, why bother to take risks? It's unnecessary. Isn't it? Zhu, Luo Qingzhou, more of mine. Zhu, I don't want to bother with you. Luo Qingzhou, by the way. Master Uncle, didn't you say that you are about to break through? Zhu, Luo Qingzhou, Master Uncle, can you please stop lying to me? If you want to do something, just say it directly. Why bother to be around the bush and lie? Zhu, practice. Luo Qingzhou, I, Lenghu Qingzhu, practice with all my heart. Right? Zhu, Luo Qingzhou, haha. Zhu, rolling eyes. Luo Qingzhou, Master Uncle is very cute when he rolls his eyes. The other party did not reply. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile and put away the communication treasure. After thinking about it, he took out a palm-sized jade and held it in his palm. Then, he inputted his internal force and soul power. This was what the Master Uncle had to give him last night when he reached the third burst of cultivation, hoping that he could change his target and rest for a while. But he was not tired, and he asked while cultivating. The Master Uncle's answer was intermittent, but it was clear. This jade stone is the highest inversion of the Jianwu stone, called the Jianyi stone, which requires the input of internal force and soul power at the same time to use. Without the strength of a grandmaster or the refining god realm, you can't even open the interface. Schwa. At the moment he input his internal force and soul power, the surface of the jade suddenly lit up. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 55. Several spirits in the middle stage, progress 82. There are only these two data. Simple and clear. When the progress reaches 100, it means that you can start sprinting and breaking through to the next realm. It seems that practicing in the heart of the spirit mind has made great progress. Otherwise, the progress of the Grandmaster realm is estimated to be only a dozen or a few. After all, he has only broken through the Grandmaster not long ago. Of course, if he continues to practice in the heart of the spirit mind now, it is estimated that the progress will not increase anymore, because the Grandmaster's future practice breakthroughs do not only rely on the vitality of heaven and earth. Not only do you need the assistance of elixirs, but you also need to stimulate the potential in your body. What is stimulating the potential in your body? Going out for training, life and death battles, external stimulation, great emotional fluctuations, etc. can all stimulate the potential in your body. It is impossible to break through by practicing alone in the cave. Unless you are about to break through, you can quietly retreat in the cave to sprint. Luo Qingzhou put away the body judgment stone, thinking of the fact that he still had to work hard to collect herbs and fight. He suddenly envied his uncle. His uncle's practice was much simpler and safer than his. A sword, a person. He could quietly advance in the cave. Of course, his uncle's practice was also thrilling. Just as he was thinking about the ups and downs on the road of practice, Luo Shang, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly smiled and asked, Fei Yong. I heard that you have been promoted to Grandmaster. Do you have any skills to guide your Liuli and Minnie's sisters? In the cabin, everyone looked over. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Junior is just lucky. If you must talk about some skills, then practice hard and don't slack off. Mingyi smiled charmingly and said in a delicate voice, Junior brother Chu. If you don't have good talent or no opportunities, it will be useless even if you practice hard. Junior brother Chu's practice speed is so fast. He just broke through the late stage and immediately broke through to the master. There must be some opportunity. Right? It seems a bit rude to ask such questions in front of so many people. Who doesn't have some opportunities for practitioners? Everyone's opportunities are their own secrets. Although others want to know, they can't ask. She asked directly in front of so many people, which is a dilemma and deliberately embarrassing. In addition, Luo Shang, as an elder, was sitting next to her with a smile on her face, and did not stop her. Before Luo Qingzhou answered, Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Fei Yong naturally has opportunities. Not only does he have opportunities, but my junior sisterling Hu Qingzhu also has opportunities. Qingzhu has not only broken through to the Grandmaster level in her physical body, but also to the spiritual severing level in her soul. And she is about to break through again. As soon as these words came out, not only did Mingyi's expression freeze, the smile on Luo Shang's face also froze slightly. Xianyan Pavilion Patriarch Luo Ling also looked over. Luo Shang couldn't help asking, Zixia, you actually just said this now. When a Grandmaster appears in a sect, a big banquet should be held. This is something worth celebrating. Why? Are you afraid that we will be jealous of your Lingxiao sect? Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Aunt Luo, you also know that our Lingxiao sect has been busy recently. We have been tossing around for a long time for Fei Yong's marriage. To be honest, I am also a little confused when two Grandmasters suddenly appear. I want to find out the truth and the whole story before inviting you. Luo Shang's eyes twitched a few times, and she said sourly, Yes. Two masters suddenly appeared, which is rare in 100 years. You, a young sect leader, are naturally overwhelmed with joy. Have you found out the reason? Why did they suddenly break through? Fairy Zixia smiled and said, I think I found out. As soon as she said this, even Luo Qingzhou looked at her. Luo Shang couldn't wait to say, Tell me quickly. Is it because of the elixir or other opportunities? Fairy Zixia smiled slightly and said, It should be because of luck. I guess my Lingxiao sect has had good luck in recent years. So there are so many talents. Luo Shang's mouth twitched. Luck. Fairy Zixia's eyes flashed, and she smiled. If Aunt Luo doesn't disbelieve, you can let Liuli and Mingyi enter my Lingxiao sect to practice. In half a year, the effect should be visible. As soon as she said this, Mingyi's eyes flickered, and she seemed to be a little moved. Luo Shang's face suddenly darkened. Zixia, are you trying to snatch my Xianyan Pavilion's disciples? Liuli and Mingyi are both the most talented disciples of my Xianyan Pavilion. Don't even think about it. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Don't be angry. Aunt Luo, I don't mean to let them join. I just suggest that they practice in Lingxiao sect for half a year. Luo Shang immediately refused, glancing at her and said, How can that be possible? Half a year is enough for you to train them well. Humph. I can hear your plan from thousands of miles away. Zixia smiled, said no more, and glanced at the disciple named Mingyi. Seeing that his master easily solved the problem for him and severely defeated the opponent, Luo Qingzhou secretly praised his master in his heart. When Luo Shang was about to speak, Zhuang Jian suddenly smiled and said, We have arrived at Balian Peak. Luo Shang came back to her senses and quickly stood up and said, Everyone wait a moment. I will be back soon. Just when the flying boat took off, she told Zhuang Jian that she hoped the flying boat could stop at Balian Peak at the border of Dian. She also had a disciple practicing here, and she wanted to take him with her this time. Luo Shang left the cabin and immediately flew down to the mountain below, which was surrounded by clouds and snow, and looked like a snow lotus. After she left, Liuli explained to everyone softly, Junior sister Bai has a special physique. She spends most of her time practicing here. Then she stood up and bowed her head and said, Senior Zhuang, Senior Zixia, Senior Brother Chu, and Junior Sister Yu. Liuli wants to apologize to you first. Junior Sister Bai practices a special method. She doesn't like to talk, or even doesn't talk. So, I hope you don't mind later. Even to Master and my ancestor, Junior Sister Bai is like this. Luo Ling, who was sitting next to him, said, Where is like this? Zhuang Jian smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I won't bother with a little girl. By the way, I'm a little curious. What kind of method is this?" Liu Li looked at his ancestor. Luo Ling was silent for a while, looked at him coldly, and said, "Don't ask about other people's affairs." Zhuang Jian smiled embarrassedly, but was not angry, and said, "I'm too nosy." Not long after, Luo Shang brought a girl in a white dress with a veil on her face and flew up. Wei Air, come and meet Senior Zhuang, Sect Master Zixia, and this Senior Brother Chu, Senior Sister Yu. Luo Shang's face was full of love, as if she was holding her own baby daughter, and she carefully led her in, introducing her with a smile on her face. The girl named by wire looked at the people in the cabin with cold eyes. Then, she walked to the corner and sat down coldly, without saying a word, and there seemed to be no emotion on her face and eyes. Luo Shang was a little embarrassed. Zhuang Jian hurriedly said, "It's okay. Liu Li has just told us about her situation." Fairy Zixia also nodded. Luo Shang sat down and glanced at the girl in the corner again, with a touch of heartache in her eyes. In order to avoid embarrassment, Zhuang Jian talked about some interesting things again. Fairy Zixia suddenly turned around, stretched out her finger, and poked Luo Qingzhou, who was sitting behind, and whispered, "Be serious. The things that the master uncle said happened in the outside world. Write it down. Maybe it will help you." Luo Qingzhou immediately listened carefully. After listening for a while, he stretched out his finger and poked her again, whispering, "Master, evil disciple, why are you poking my waist?" Before Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, Fairy Zixia glared at him and scolded him in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Master just poked my waist." Fairy Zixia said with a cold face, "I am the master. You are the disciple. I should poke you. You poked me as a great rebellion. Men and women should not be intimate. You and I are master and disciple. Please pay attention." Luo Qingzhou, "Oh." When the two were whispering, the girl in the white dress sitting in the corner glanced at them coldly, and there seemed to be a ray of cold moonlight in the depths of her dark and deep pupils. "Evil disciple, you are against the master." Knees. Chapter 807. Evil disciple, what are you staring at your master's legs for? 3 days later, Luo Ling drove the snow-white flying boat and came to a wild land. It was late at night. The moon was high in the sky, and the stars were everywhere. The night sky looked particularly clear. Looking down, the ground was lush and green, primitive jungle and continuous and majestic ancient mountains. Zhuang Jian opened his eyes from meditation, stood up, and walked out of the cabin. Luo Ling, wearing a purple dress, was standing alone at the side of the ship, vigilantly paying attention to the surroundings. Zhuang Jian walked to her side and glanced at the jungle below, his expression slightly solemn. "There are several robbery groups in this wild land. The last time I came here, I encountered 2 groups along the way. We are flying in the sky. Which is safe? If we walk on the ground, I am afraid we will not be able to move." Luo Ling glanced at the ground with cold eyes and said nothing. Zhuang Jian said, "Fairy Luo, you have been driving the flying boat for 2 days. It's time to take a break. Let me do it." Luo Ling said coldly, "No. Let's fly over this area quickly." Zhuang Jian nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, both of them looked at the clouds in front of them. Ahead, the sea of clouds was rolling. A black flying boat with a bright red skull flag slowly emerged from the sea of clouds and stopped in front. Standing at the bow was a tall, dark-skinned bald man. The bald man carried a hammer on his shoulder and said loudly, "Friends on the other side, we are wandering in the wilderness, with old and young at home, and we have no clothes to cover our bodies and no food to fill our stomachs. Today I am fortunate to meet you. Can you give us some money so that we can go back and buy some food and clothes?" The voice rolled in, like thunder, resounding through the night sky. Luo Qingzhou and others who were practicing in the flying boat were all shocked and left the cabin. Both flying boats stopped. Everyone on the boat looked at each other through the thin clouds. The bald man was bare-chested, with strong muscles and a strong body. Behind him, there were more than 10 strong men holding weapons, staring at them. These people looked strong and fierce, with bulging muscles. Some people had golden ornaments hanging around their waists and necks. They didn't look like they were naked and hungry. They were clearly highway robbers. Zhuang Jian bowed and said loudly, meeting his fate, "How much do you need? Friends? Tell me the amount. If we have extra money, we will help you." The bald man bowed in return and said, "Not much. 10 yuan sure." a magic weapon, and 5 magic tools are enough. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the younger generation on Zhuang Jian's side all changed. They all knew how precious yuancha was, let alone 10 pieces. They didn't even have 1 piece. There was only 1 spiritual mine in Dian. The yuancha produced each year was very limited, and only the best of the sects above the Grandmaster level were qualified to own it. Of course, only those who had cultivated to the Grandmaster level could cultivate yuanchi. There was a moment of silence here. Zhuang Jian smiled and said, "It's not much. I do have 10 yuancha. But as for the magic weapons, my friend, can you exchange the magic weapons for 10 magic tools? I just happen to have some extra magic tools here. But as for the magic weapons, I don't have any." The bald man said coldly, "Just because you don't have it doesn't mean others don't have it either." The green-haired man standing behind him suddenly laughed and said, "There are so many beauties standing behind you. If you really don't have a magic weapon, it doesn't matter. Let's pick one." "Sure Yi." The bald man suddenly turned around and shouted. The green-haired man laughed and didn't continue. The bald man looked at the other side again, paused, and bowed his hands and said, "Since the senior is so happy, we will not force you. Then the magic weapon will be replaced with 10 magic tools. 10 yuan stones, 15 magic tools. Senior, thank you very much." Zhuang Jian laughed loudly and said, "Meeting is fate. And fate is friendship. When a friend is in trouble, it is right to help him with all your heart. So you don't have to be polite." After that, he took out a cloth bag and said, "Here are 10 yuan stones. Do you want to take them yourself? Or do you want me to deliver them personally?" The bald man narrowed his eyes and bowed his hands and said, "Senior, just throw it over." "Okay." Zhuang Jian smiled, raised his hand, and gently threw a bag of yuan stones over. It just fell towards the bow. The bald man immediately put away the shield on the flying boat. And then with a clang, he pulled out the dagger from his waist and prepared to pick up the cloth bag with the dagger in his hand. Unexpectedly, the bag just flew in front of him, and suddenly exploded with a bang. A cloud of green smoke instantly swept all the robbers on the bow. "Poisonous. Old man, you are looking for death." Seeing this, the robbers hurriedly retreated and cursed. "Ha ha." Zhuang Jian suddenly flew over the robber's flying boat like a flying eagle, then held a palm-sized rockery in his hand and threw it down gently. The rockery suddenly became bigger. In a blink of an eye, it was more than twice as big as the flying boat. Boom! The rockery fell down with a bang. The light shield on the flying boat was instantly crushed to pieces. Then, the entire flying boat, as well as more than a dozen robbers on the flying boat, were instantly crushed under the huge rockery. The terrifying crushing force of the rockery collided violently with the airflow under the flying boat that carried the flying boat. The airflow was shattered. The flying boat also made a click sound and instantly broke into pieces. The dozen robbers also screamed and were crushed into meat paste by this terrifying force. Only the bald man holding the hammer ran out with a bloody head. "Senior, spare my life," he shouted in fear and fled downwards with a whoosh sound. Who knew that the rockery was faster, falling down quickly, and instantly hit him, and then fell like a meteorite, and with a loud bang, it hit the ground below heavily. Everyone looked down. A large area of forest on the ground was razed to the ground, and the bald man had already disappeared. "Get up." Zhuang Jian stood in the air with his robes fluttering, and raised his palm lightly. The rockery that fell on the ground immediately flew back in a rotation, and then quickly became smaller, fell into his palm, and disappeared. Humph! A few fledgling thieves dare to imitate others to rob people, and their appetite is not small. Zhuang Jian snorted coldly and flew back to the flying boat, with a calm face. However, Luo Ling just glanced at him indifferently, and did not speak. Luo Shang hurriedly smiled and said, "Senior Zhuang's move of pressing down the Iron Mountain is really powerful," which opened our eyes. I have long heard that the mysterious Iron Treasure Mountain of the senior is unpredictable. Today, I see that it is indeed well deserved. Zhuang Jian smiled indifferently and said, "Compared to your uncle's Fengming sword, it is far inferior." At this time, Luo Lingfang turned his head and looked at him, his eyes slightly fixed. Brother Zhuang has been in seclusion for 100 years, and he has indeed gained a lot. Judging from the breath just now, Brother Zhuang's current cultivation should be the middle stage of the Grandmaster. Right? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Grandmaster? Middle stage? Luo Qinzhou was shocked by the move of pressing down the Iron Mountain that the ancestor had just shown. When he heard this, he was shocked again. No wonder that, judging from his current strength, the ancestor still looks unfathomable. Zhuang Jian smiled and said, Fairy Luo's cultivation is definitely higher than mine. After all, Fairy Luo's physique is better than mine. Luo Ling couldn't help but sigh and said, Brother Zhuang is too modest. I mainly cultivate the soul, and have been stuck in the middle stage of the transformation realm for decades. It seems that it is difficult to make any progress. Otherwise, I would not have come out this time to look for opportunities in the ancient ruins. Zhuang Jian's expression was slightly condensed. It turns out that Fairy Luo has already broken through to the middle stage of the transformation realm. This cultivation speed is much stronger than that of people with the same physique. As for wanting to break through, it is not that easy. After the Grandmaster and the transformation realm, every breakthrough is extremely difficult if there is no other opportunity. I am afraid that I will be stuck here for the rest of my life. The two sighed for a while. Luo Ling suddenly asked again, Bai Shan from Dragon and Tiger Academy. I'm afraid he is now at the late stage of Grandmaster. Right? Zhuang Jian's eyes flashed. He looked at her deeply and said, Probably. Then he snorted coldly. He is so powerful. When the palace was attacked and the emperor was assassinated, he didn't do anything. This De Yin is in chaos. He still hasn't come out. I don't know what he is thinking. Luo Ling frowned slightly and said, He has his own plans. De Yin is still far from a real chaos. As long as Dragon and Tiger Academy does not fall, De Yin will not fall. His responsibility is Dragon and Tiger Academy, the inheritance of the entire De Yin warriors, and he will not come out for the struggle of the royal family. Zhuang Jian looked at her again and said sourly, Yes. Even if the demons and aliens come, even if De Yin is in chaos, it is our 5 major sects that rush to the front. His Dragon and Tiger Academy will always sit in the rear. Luo Ling saw that his tone was weird, glanced at him coldly, and ignored him. The younger generation listened to the conversation between the two and began to gossip about the past stories of the three. The next journey was peaceful, passing through this wild land. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the Qilin Mountains, where the ancient ruins were located. Looking down from the flying boat, the entire mountain range was like a huge running fire Qilin, and those towering ancient trees were like strands of hair on its body. And at its head was the famous Flame Mountain here. The mountain spewed fire all year round, destroying many creatures around it. But it also gave birth to many spiritual creatures. Many practitioners who needed fire attribute treasures would come here to try their luck. Even if you don't dare to go inside, you can occasionally find some fire-attributed spiritual herbs and spiritual objects in many places outside. It is said that hundreds of years ago, an elder from Pomlai Fairy Island saw a young fire unicorn while looking for spiritual medicine in this Flame Mountain. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it is true or not. The flying boat slowly descended. Zhuang Jian looked at the Flame Mountain in the distance and told everyone the stories circulating here. One of the guardian beasts of Piaomu Xianzong, the three-eyed flame wolf, was found here. I saw it once when I went there. At that time, a woman rode it and looked very majestic. The strength of the three-eyed flame wolf is comparable to that of a grandmaster. Everyone was fascinated by what they heard. Riding a flame wolf comparable to the strength of a grandmaster, let alone a woman. Even a pig would be majestic, enviable and daunting. The flying boat stopped on an open hillside. At this time, many people had come not far away. As soon as the flying boat landed, everyone looked over. It turns out to be Brother Zhuang from the great Yanli Shao sect. I haven't seen him for 100 years, but he still looks as good as ever. Someone immediately recognized Zhuang Jian. Hey, could this be the Fairy Luo from the great Yan Xianyan Pavilion? Someone also recognized Luo Ling. Those who arrived first were all well-known figures from other national sects. Zhuang Jian walked over with a smile on his face and greeted the people he knew. Luo Ling just stood there and nodded slightly. When the news of the discovery of the ancient Forbidden Land spread, many countries sent masters to get a piece of the pie. But to get in, the consent of the 3 major immortal sects must be obtained. So each country was allocated some quotas. Of course, there are also many people who think that with so many masters coming this time, and people from the 3 major immortal sects going in, they will definitely not get any benefits. So they are not willing to take risks. Most of those who come to take risks to find opportunities are practitioners who have encountered bottlenecks on the road of cultivation, or have been stuck in a certain realm for many years and have difficulty in advancing. The ancient Forbidden Land may be empty, or there may be many opportunities. Once they are lucky enough to catch the opportunity, They may break through immediately, or their cultivation will suddenly advance by leaps and bounds. After a while, several more flying boats landed. The elders were chatting and greeting each other. The younger ones were looking at each other's disciples from other sects. Everyone knows that once entering the ancient forbidden land, let alone people from other sects, even people from the same sect, or even brothers, may turn against each other and kill each other when they encounter some treasures. So at this time, in everyone's eyes, other people seem to be their enemies or prey. When Luo Qizhou was observing several pink-haired, blue-eyed women and the stockings on their legs, he suddenly heard the voice of Fairy Zixia, "Disciple, when you go in later, remember to protect your master." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to look at her and said, "Isn't it master who protects your disciple?" Fairy Zixia raised her eyebrows. "Does your disciple want to protect those female disciples wearing black and white silk stockings?" Luo Qingzhou. Fairy Zixia whispered, "They are disciples of the Shura sect, who like to seduce men, then create a Shura field, and finally practice with men's blood." Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, "Isn't that the demon sect?" Fairy Zixia sneered and said, "Here, there is no distinction between the righteous and the demon sect, only the distinction of strength. You have to be careful. If you really like to look at those black and white silks, when you go back, your master." At this point, she suddenly lowered her voice, and then suddenly glared at him and said, "Evil disciple, why are you staring at your master's legs? What your master means is that when you go back, your master will let your uncle wear it for you to see. What are you thinking about?" Luo Qingzhou, by wire, who was standing alone under a big tree not far away, stared at the two people with cold eyes. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in her eyes, and she looked up at the sky. At this time, someone looked up and said, "Look, the spaceship of Piamu Xinzong is coming." Chapter 808 Legend of the Immortal Saint. Sister Yu's real name. Piamu Immortal Sect. One of the three most famous immortal sects in Jiuzhou continent. Its power is unfathomable, because it occupies many spiritual minds. It has rich cultivation resources, and its small sects are countless. At this time, all the practitioners on the ground quieted down and looked up. The spaceship of Piamu Immortal Sect is dozens of feet long. It is wrapped in iron armor and engraved with formation runes. There are fangs exposed at the head and tail. Like a ferocious beast, the huge shadow of the spaceship slowly descended. It almost covered the practitioners on the entire hillside. Everyone felt a pressure coming, but did not dare to show any strange color. Boom! The spaceship landed on the open space in the front. At this time, a tall shadow in a green robe suddenly appeared above the spaceship, and he bowed and said, "Friends, I am Gong Sunyan, the leader of Lucian Peak of Piamu Xinzong. I am responsible for leading the members of my sect into the ancient forbidden land for trial. And I am also one of the persons in charge of opening the ancient forbidden land this time. If you have any questions about the ancient forbidden land, you can ask me, and I will tell you everything I know." The cultivators hurriedly returned the greeting. Some sects that were on good terms with Piamu Xinzong immediately led their disciples to greet them. The faces of those disciples all showed excitement and pride. The huge spaceship slowly shrank. The people on it had already come down, facing the curious and envious eyes of the cultivators. The disciples of Piamu Xinzong were all full of arrogance. There were more than 20 people from Piamu Xinzong this time, most of whom were young elite disciples in the sect. Compared with other small sects, they naturally have the capital to be proud. Whether it is cultivation resources or powerful background, they can crush the disciples of other sects here. The practitioners stood not far away and whispered, their faces full of envy. Zhuang Jian couldn't help but sigh. They are an ordinary outer disciple, and they can get a yuanshi, 2 juling pills every month, and occasionally other rewards. This is unimaginable in other sects. Meng Yi of Xianin Pavilion sighed, "Until now, I have never seen the appearance of yuanshi." Luo Shang glanced at her and said, "We only have a small spiritual mine in Dian, which can't be compared with this giant, with dozens of large and small spiritual mines." Meng Yi showed a trace of envy in her eyes, and said, "No wonder their disciples practice so fast, and they have so many treasures on them." Lioli on the side whispered, "It still depends on talent and opportunity." Meng Yi looked at her and said, "At least, they have more chances than us, don't they?" Lioli nodded, "That's true." Yu suddenly said, "I heard that the 3 major immortal sects will recruit new disciples every 3 years. No matter which country they are from, as long as they have good talent and good physique, they have a chance." Meng Yi's expression moved. And she glanced at the disciples of Piamu Immortal Sect, who were surrounded by practitioners, and said, I guess there will be some harsh conditions. Zhuang Jian smiled and said, the conditions are not too harsh. But the competition is very fierce. Not everyone in that kind of big sect is qualified to obtain good cultivation resources. The ordinary outer disciples I just mentioned are not necessarily ordinary. You at least need to stand out among hundreds or thousands of other outer disciples. Their cultivation resources are indeed rich. But not just any disciple will be given them. If you can't compete with others and can't make other achievements for the sect, you will be eliminated directly. Among thousands of disciples, only a few stand out every 3 years and are noticed by the top leaders. Can you imagine how difficult it is? Liu Li said, Senior Zhuang. I heard that the competition between their disciples, in addition to on the arena, also goes to various trial sites, and sometimes allows them to kill each other. Right? Zhuang Jian nodded and said, survival of the fittest. It's the same everywhere. For a large sect like Piamu Xianzong, they have their industries throughout the Jiuzhou continent, and every disciple has a mission almost every month. Many missions are very dangerous, and those with weak cultivation may never return. Fighting with the demon clan and fighting with other sects. Fighting with robbery cultivators. Fighting with sea monsters, etc. If you can't stand out in the sect and attract the attention and training of the top leaders, then you could only run around in these dangerous tasks every day and lose your life at any time. Liu Li smiled and said, in that case, our sect is better. At least, there won't be such dangerous tasks often. Zhuang Jian said, that can't be said. Some practitioners can only break through in battle. They are born to like fighting. And there are indeed more opportunities in the big sect than in our sects. Practitioners with good talents, confidence in themselves, and who want to go further will naturally choose these big sects with rich cultivation resources and more opportunities. While the two were talking, Luo Qingzhou's eyes had already observed the disciples of the Piamu Xianzong. The woman named Lan Ling did not come. The other party's soul was destroyed, and it is estimated that he needs to recuperate in the sect for a period of time, because only the other party's soul entered the Great Flame, and the main body did not enter. The distance was too far, and there were various formations of the Great Flame to cover it, so everything the other party's soul saw had not been transmitted back in time. Of course, although she didn't know who destroyed the soul, she would definitely blame it on Diyin, or directly blame it on Sister Yu or Queen Diyin. As everyone knows, he is the husband of Queen Diyin. If the other party comes, although he won't do anything on the surface, it's hard to say if he enters the ancient forbidden land. Now that he sees that the other party didn't come, although he is a little disappointed, he secretly breathes a sigh of relief. He still has time. As long as he breaks through to the realm of the Grandmaster, he is not afraid even if the other party's soul is completely restored. I hope that this time entering the ancient forbidden land will be rewarding. While he was thinking about things, a middle-aged man from the Piamu Immortal Sect suddenly came over with several disciples. Zhuang Jian took a look. His eyes condensed, and whispered, it's the outer sect elder Sikong Yun. In order to explore the ruins of the ancient demon clan's capital, he lived in our Diyin for a while. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly moved. The ruins of the ancient demon clan's capital? He suddenly remembered the broken spaces under the Qin mansion. Brother Zhuang. Fairy Luo. I haven't seen you for 100 years. And you two are still as charming as ever. Sikong Yun walked over with a smile on his face. Zhuang Jian also hurriedly went over, bowed and smiled, compared with Brother Sikong. I am already old and frail. Luo Ling also nodded slightly indifferently. Sikong Yun came closer and said with a smile, Brother Zhuang's current cultivation level. I'm afraid it has reached the Grandmaster level. Right? Zhuang Jian sighed and said, after more than 100 years of hard work, I was lucky enough to break through to the middle stage of the Grandmaster level. I can't compare with Brother Sikong. After saying this, Sikong Yun's eyes condensed, and then he smiled and said, congratulations. Congratulations. It seems that Dian is indeed a blessed land. Just a small spiritual mind can make Brother Zhuang progress so quickly. Wow. It's not simple. Then, he suddenly changed the subject. I heard that the demon race suddenly invaded your country's border and seized many cities on your border. And the momentum is very strong. In theory, with your country's cultivation resources, the demon race that has been silent for many years, shouldn't they suddenly mobilize so many troops? Could it be that they found something in your country? Zhuang Jian's eyes flashed, and he smiled. They just want to occupy some territory. Not only our great yin, but also the monsters in other countries have suddenly started to attack cities and seize territories. I think they have agreed to challenge our human race again. Sikongyan smiled and suddenly said, Brother Zhuang. 100 years ago, Senior Tianji deduced that the capital of the ancient monsters and the battlefield where the ancient human cultivators fought against the monsters may be in Great Yin, Dameng, and the territory of Beisong. After so many years, have you found any clues? Zhuang Jiyan sighed and said, how could it be possible? What clues? Just because of what Senior Tianji said. There have been thieves everywhere in Yin for more than 100 years. I have also looked up some information from that year. Geological changes. Changes in land and sea. Even if Senior Tianji is powerful, he can't know the real place. Maybe he just said it casually back then. Sikong Yun's eyes flashed, and he sighed and said, originally, I wanted to take a few disciples to Yin to play and see the scenery. Unfortunately, now that our 3 major immortal sects have signed a contract, we can't step into other countries casually. Of course at this point, he smiled and said, if Brother Zhuang and Fairy Lu invite us, please, we can go in legitimately. After saying this, Zhuang Jiyan's eyes condensed, and he laughed and said, I have not been concerned about worldly affairs for 100 years. If it weren't for a few juniors, I wouldn't want to come out this time. If Brother Sikong really likes the scenery of my great yin, you can ask Bai Yishan of the court. He is qualified to invite. Bai Yishan? Hearing this name, Sikong Yun's expression condensed slightly, and then laughed. Forget about Brother Bai's personality. Back then, he didn't even take my inner sect elder seriously, let alone me, an outer sect elder. Then he shifted the topic to the ancient battlefield between the demons and humans. I heard that after the war, many treasures of the demon clan disappeared, and even the sacred tree of the demon clan that could connect to the immortals of Judiangwen disappeared. I don't know if it was completely destroyed or just damaged and still hidden somewhere. At this time, Luo Ling, who had been silent, suddenly said, it should be completely destroyed. My sister met Senior Qin Yao of Jiutian Yaotai before. She said it herself. And there seems to be a book record on Jiutian Yaotai. Oh! Sikong Yun looked at her. His pupils shrank slightly, and smiled. It turns out that Fairy Luo also knows Senior Qin Yao of Jiutian Yaotai. Unfortunately, I have only heard of her name, but have never met her. Then he sighed and said, when the 3 major immortal sects held a grand event, I was just an insignificant person. At this moment, someone pointed to the sky and said, look! It seems to be the Phoenix Feather Cloud boat of Jiutian Yaotai. Everyone looked up immediately after hearing this. Jiutian Yaotai is the real and only super immortal sect in Jiuzhou continent. Its true strength cannot be compared even with Piamu Xianzong and Pengli Xiandao. The cloud boat, emitting rosy clouds, slowly landed. Only 5 people came down from it. The 5 people were all covered by layers of thin rosy clouds, and they could not be seen clearly if they stood a little further away. Gong Sun Yin, the leader of Piamu Xianzong, immediately led the sect disciples to greet them. Gong Sun Yin, who had just appeared in front of everyone with only a shadow of his soul, not only appeared in person at this moment, but also had a smile and respectful look on his face. Sikong Yun also hurried over with several disciples. Seeing this, Zhuang Jiyan couldn't help but sigh to the people around him. Did you see that? The Piamu Xianzong, which is so powerful and unattainable in front of us, can only bow its head and bend its waist when it sees a stronger one. Fei Yang, you can work hard to practice and strive to become a stronger practitioner. In this way, no matter who you meet in the future, you don't have to bow your head and bend your waist. Meng Yi on the side asked curiously, Senior Zhuang, I only heard that Jiutian Yaotai is the strongest sect on this continent. I wonder how strong they are. Zhuang Jiyan looked at the hillside flashing with rosy clouds in the distance, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He said, Jiutian Yaotai is the strongest sect on this continent. No one knows how strong it is, and I'm afraid even Piamu Xianzong doesn't know. But as far as I know, the most precious spiritual liquids and the highest quality elixirs, and even magic weapons used by Piamu Xianzong, from the peak masters and elders to the elite disciples, all come from Jiutian Yaotai. Even Mei Chongqing, the leader of Piamu Xianzong, was extremely respectful when he saw an ordinary elder from Jiutian Yaotai. Then he sighed. Master once said that Jiutian Yaotai is the real immortal sect. As he was talking, someone pointed to the sky and said, come quickly. People from Pengli Xiandao are here too. Everyone looked up. A huge spirit turtle appeared in the clouds. Then, it slowly landed. The person on the spirit turtle wanted to land on a higher hillside. But it seemed that he suddenly saw the glow of Jiutian Yaotai, and quickly landed below, landing on the same hillside as the people from Piamu Xianzong. Zhuang Jian said, Pulai Fairy Island is stronger than Piamu Fairy Sect, but not as strong as Jiutian Yaotai. Piamu Fairy Sect always likes to curry favor with Pulai Fairy Island. After all, Jiutian Yaotai is much stronger than them and looks down on them. At this time, Luo Ling on the side suddenly said, during the years when Brother Zhuang was in seclusion, Piamu Fairy Sect had tried many times to form a marriage alliance with Pulai Fairy Island, but all failed. Zhuang Jian looked at her and said, after I came out, I also heard from my friends. I heard that Piamu Fairy Sect is aiming for the other party's son, but the other party's son looks down on them. It is said that the most recent time, it seems to be 2 years ago, Piamu Fairy Sect suddenly appeared a brilliant and talented all-round female disciple, who was named a saint by Piamu Fairy Sect. This time, the other party's son did like her, but the female disciple was not happy, and it was directly yellow. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he immediately pricked up his ears to listen. Luo Ling looked at the hillside in the distance and said in a cold voice, I know something about this matter. The saint of Piamu Xianzong is not simple. Not only is her natural physique the best in the whole sect, but her cultivation, alchemy, and weapon refining are all extremely evil, and no one can match her. It is said that when she went out to do a mission, she happened to meet the saint of Pulai Xiandao. The saint took the initiative to talk to her, but she seemed to ignore him. After she went back, Pulai Xiandao actually took the initiative to propose marriage, of course. For the sake of Pulai Xiandao's face, Piamu Xianzong finally said that they took the initiative to find her and wanted to form a marriage at this point. She showed a complicated look on her face, unfortunately. What the two sects did not expect was that the female disciple did not agree, and her attitude was very firm. What is even more unexpected is that in the face of the sect's coercion, it is said that the female disciple actually what happened. Luo Qingzhou, who rarely spoke and never interrupted along the way, suddenly couldn't help but speak at this time. Everyone looked at him. Bai Wire, who was standing under a tree not far away, also looked at him with a slightly dazed look. Luo Ling paused and said, I just heard that the female disciple was extremely stubborn and strong-willed. In order to reject this marriage, she went out to do countless tasks for the sect in just half a year and made many contributions. Several times, she even risked her life to save the sect's industry and almost died. It is said that the eye of the sect's most proud protective formation, the divine bird with the blood of the sky phoenix, was brought back by her. She also seemed to have brought back several very powerful spiritual treasures for the Piamu immortal sect, all of which she had gone through hardships and suffered serious injuries in the ancient secret realm. Originally, she did so much, and the sect's top leaders were shocked. Even the ancestors of the Piamu immortal sect praised her and wanted to respect her opinion. But in the end, she said that she had already repaid the sect, so she wanted to redeem herself. In the end, she swore a blood oath that she would not need the Piamu immortal sect to redeem herself. She didn't know any of the sect's skills, cut off all human emotions, and cultivated a kind of at this point. She paused and said, anyway, it is said that in the end, she suddenly disappeared after that. She couldn't help but sigh, with a look of regret on her face. It is said that she is the only genius in the 3 major immortal sects in thousands of years who has the hope of reaching the Yang God realm. But unfortunately, Zhuang Jian whispered, I have heard some rumors that the female disciple did not voluntarily join the Piamu immortal sect. I guess she didn't want to in the first place, but she was forced to marry and used as a tool for marriage. So she felt. Luo Ling sighed. If this kind of genius is not happy, it is very likely that he will suddenly die. I don't know if the current Piamu immortal sect will regret it when they occasionally think of it. The two sighed in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou listened silently on the side, and his fists in his sleeves slowly clenched. He suddenly asked again, Ancestor, Senior Luo, do you know what her name is? Bai Wire under the big tree glanced at him again. Luo Ling did not answer. Zhuang Jian thought for a moment and said, it seems to be Yu Yao. Yu Yao? Luo Qingzhou silently remembered this name in his heart. At this time, Lioli, who had been silent just now, suddenly said, Grandmaster, Master, I feel that the sister who helped me to embark on the path of cultivation may be her. Luo Shan looked at her and said, that person is very secretive to Piamu Xianzong, so you'd better not mention it in front of them now. When you have the opportunity, you should be able to find her portrait and some real things in Piamu Xianzong. Lioli was silent for a while and said, if it is really her, I would rather not investigate. Just listening to the simple description of Senior Zhuang and the ancestor, I felt heartache and felt pity and unworthiness for her. If I find out that she is really the benefactor sister who helped me, I am afraid I can't accept her current situation. Luo Shang sighed and could not help but teach. Most geniuses are arrogant and stubborn. Lioli, you should take this as a warning. In order to go further and live forever, some frustrations and grievances can be completely endured if that person had compromised and married the holy son of Penglai Fairy Island. She would probably be a well-known figure in the world now, and her cultivation level would be unimaginable. Luo Ling suddenly looked at her and said, some ways, if compromised and wronged, may not work at all. You are not in that position, so you can't see it clearly. Luo Shang bowed his head and said, the disciple just said it casually. When several people were talking in a low voice, the disciples of various sects not far away suddenly quieted down. Gong Sun Yin of Piaomu Xianzong said loudly, friends, the ancient forbidden land is about to open. Now, we need to check your identity and cultivation. Please line up on this hillside. Every 3 sects form a team and accept the inspection in turn. It is agreed in advance that if someone deliberately conceals, this person and his sect will be immediately eliminated from all qualifications to enter the forbidden land in the future. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately whispered and walked over. Zhuang Jian and Luo Ling also followed the disciples of other sects and went up the hillside. When you are tested later, answer your identity and cultivation truthfully and don't hide it. However, for those who practice both soul and body, after the physical body reaches the master level, they only need to report the realm of the physical body. Zhuang Jian and Luo Ling both gave a serious reminder. Luo Qingzhou looked up and saw that there were about 100 people in line. Except for the Piaomu Xianzong, most of the other sects had 3 or 4 people, and it is estimated that they did not get many places. Of course, for an expedition involving the 3 major immortal sects, it would be useless for other sects to send more people. After everyone lined up, the test began. First, everyone took the initiative to tell their identity and cultivation. And then the people from Piaomu sect used Jade to test. Just use the internal force or soul power. Release some breath, and the cultivation will naturally come out. After a while, a familiar voice sounded, Dian Empire. Huashan sect's head Ma Chenzi. Cultivation is the middle stage of the master. Luo Qingzhou looked over. Zhuang Jian also took a look and asked in confusion. Huashan sect actually only came with 3 of them. Hasn't Yao Lauer come out of retreat yet? Luo Ling said coldly, he has been in retreat longer than you. At this time, Si Kong Yuan, the outer sect elder of Piaomu Immortal Sect, who was in charge of the test, suddenly said, the sects of the Great Yin Empire, come together. As soon as these words came out, Zhuang Jian and Luo Ling immediately walked over with their disciples behind them. No one came to Jinshan Temple and Qingyun Temple. There should be quotas for Lunghu Academy. But no one came. Luo Qingzhou thought secretly in his heart and felt a little regretful. He actually had to expose his true cultivation in front of so many people. Ever since he started practicing, he has been hiding his cultivation. Only when he really started killing people would he reveal his true cultivation. At this moment, with so many people and so many masters watching, it is inevitable that he is a little nervous and uncomfortable. But fortunately, he only needs to report the realm of his physical body. In fact, this is also good for him. Anyway, he should be promoted soon. Exposing his cultivation now may just paralyze the enemy. He glanced at the people of Piaomu Xianzong again. If nothing unexpected happens, the woman named Lan Ling should know his cultivation soon. Zhuang Jian of Lingshao sect, Great Yin Empire, has the cultivation of a mid-stage grandmaster. As soon as Zhuang Jian opened his mouth, a burst of discussion suddenly sounded around. The cultivation of a grandmaster, no matter where he is an existence that cannot be underestimated. Luo Qingzhou's eyes suddenly turned to his master. Until now, he still didn't know the real cultivation of his master. At this time, Fairy Zixia stepped forward and said, the Great Yin Empire, Lingshao sect Master Zixia, has the cultivation of the middle stage of the grandmaster. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched suddenly. The master's cultivation was obviously higher than his, but he still asked him to protect him. However, the master is worthy of being the sect master of Lingshao sect. He has quietly cultivated to the realm of the middle stage of the grandmaster. Fei Yang, hurry up. After the test, Fairy Zixia immediately urged him again. Luo Qingzhou hurried forward, urged the Yuanli in his body. released his own aura, and said, Chu Feiyang, a disciple of Lingxiao sect in the Great Yin Empire, has the cultivation level of an early master. Si Kongyun, who was in charge of the inspection, glanced at him and smiled. Chu Feiyang, husband of the Great Yin Queen. Not bad. Not bad. At such a young age, he has already broken through the Grandmaster realm. No wonder he was favored by that little girl. After that, he shook the jade in his hand at him and nodded, with no other emotions on his face. Luo Qingzhou glanced at his eyes, and then looked at the 5 disciples behind him. When he said his name, he clearly felt the aura of these 5 disciples, all of which fluctuated slightly, and their eyes looked at him meaningfully. Luo Qingzhou did not see anything in their pupils, but he suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Nan Donghuyu has said that some forces of Piaomu Xinzong coveted the spiritual minds and army of Great Yin, and Lan Ling was just one of their spokespersons. These disciples seemed to pay special attention to him. Could it be that they were also one of the forces that had been trying to find out his information? Otherwise, why did so many disciples from various sects come this time and only pay attention to him? Now it was time to test Yu, and the eyes of the 5 disciples seemed to be staring at him from behind. Luo Qingzhou walked forward calmly, but he could clearly feel the eyes behind him. He felt particularly heavy in his heart. It seemed that coming here this time was not a good decision. But since he was here, he would not back down. The cultivation of those disciples should also be around the Grandmaster level. When it was their turn to test later, he would remember it well. When he entered the ancient Forbidden Land, he decided to take the initiative to capture one person and interrogate him. While he was thinking secretly in his heart, several people from Xianyan Pavilion also began to test one by one. Luo Ling mainly cultivated the soul, and was in the middle stage of the transformation realm. Luo Shang was in the middle stage of the separation realm. Liuli was in the late stage of the great martial artist. Meng Yi was also in the late stage of the great martial artist. As for the girl named Bai Wire, she was also in the middle stage of the separation realm. When testing Bai Wire's breath, the jade in Si Kongyun's hand suddenly vibrated slightly. He checked it carefully and found nothing abnormal. He tested Bai Wire again and found that she was still in the middle stage of the separation realm. At such a young age, this cultivation has almost caught up with your clan leader. Not bad. Not bad. Si Kongyun looked at the girl in the white dress in front of him. His eyes flickered, and he smiled and praised. Then he said, next. There was still a queue behind him, so he didn't think much about it. She was just a young girl, and her identity badge was real. She was also brought by the ancestor of Xianyan Pavilion himself. What could be wrong? Of course, this cultivation talent was indeed a bit monstrous. It seems that De Yin really has hidden a lot of good things. Otherwise, it would not be possible to suddenly produce so many outstanding disciples. Soon, the disciples of other sects were all tested. The 5 people from Jiotian Yaotai did not test, and went directly into the ancient Forbidden Land. However, no one dared to raise any objections. This ancient Forbidden Land was originally discovered by others, and it was also opened by others. Besides, there were only 5 people this time, so it was reasonable for them to go in first. The disciples of Piaomu Xinzong lined up and started the test. Si Kongyun held the jade stone and said loudly. Luo Qingzhou immediately held his breath and looked at it with burning eyes. At this moment, a familiar warm breath suddenly came to my ears. Feiyang, although my cultivation is higher than yours, as a weak woman, I still need your protection. After entering, remember to walk with me and don't run around. There are not only terrifying ancient formations inside, but also some terrible monsters. I am afraid of them. Of course, there are also some seductive little goblins in stockings. Luo Qingzhou ignored the teasing of his master and continued to look ahead seriously. It was your uncle who told me to keep an eye on you. Fairy Zixia added another sentence, and her eyes followed his gaze and looked at the disciples of Piaomu Xinzong in front. Zixia, we will be together later. At this time, Luo Shang suddenly came over and took her hand affectionately. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, it's best to have Aunt Luo's protection. Luo Shang's eyes flashed, and she glanced at someone beside her, and whispered, I heard that your beloved disciple is very good at breaking formations. Even if it is an ancient formation, he can come and go freely? After these words came out, Zixia's eyes condensed, and her face still kept a smile. Aunt Luo, who told you that? Luo Shang smiled and said, it doesn't matter who told you. If it's true, it's incredible. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Fei Yang can only break some ordinary formations. The last formation of the sect was originally incomplete, and not very powerful. Fei Yang broke it by luck. Luo Shang smiled coquettishly. Her chest almost swallowed her arm, and she threw a coquettish eye at the boy beside her, whispering, "I don't care. Anyway, Aunt Luo is going to cling to him this time." Then she said in a coquettish voice, "Fei Yang, when you were about to advance, my Lioli helped you sprint. After that," she raised her eyebrows and whispered, "you are now a master. If you need it next time, my Lioli will definitely not be able to bear it. At that time, Aunt Luo can personally help you. You can do whatever you want. Luo Qingzhou, just practice. Why do you have to say it so misleadingly? It's like something shameful." Fairy Zixia hurriedly said, "Aunt Luo. The junior calls you Aunt Luo. Fei Yang can't call you Aunt Luo." Luo Shang laughed and said, "Then call me sister. We each have our own way. You call me aunt, and he calls me sister. It doesn't matter." Fairy Zixia. Chapter 809 calls sister. Sister Yu Shadow. As expected, the 5 disciples of Piamu Xinzong are all at the level of Grandmaster. 3 of them are at the early stage of Grandmaster. The only female disciple is at the late stage of Great Martial Master. The remaining short and plain-looking man is at the mid-stage of Grandmaster. The strength of this small group, anywhere in Diyin, they are terrifying. But here, they can only follow behind an outer sect elder. There are class divisions in any sect. A large sect like Piamu Xinzong is no exception. This time, more than 20 people from Piamu Xinzong came, and the remaining disciples were divided into 2 teams, following Gong Sun Yin and another old man. Soon, all the people were tested. Gong Sun Yin briefly explained the rules to everyone, in order to give everyone a chance. After entering the forbidden area, friends who are in the late Grandmaster stage and the late spiritual realm and above, please go to the right. The rest, go to the left. After 50 miles, you can freely choose the direction and place to go. Remember, everyone comes here for cultivation resources and opportunities, and no one wants to die in vain. There may be many dangers in it, so it's best for everyone to go together and take care of each other. High-level cultivators are forbidden to attack low-level cultivators. If my 3 major immortal sects find out, they will be severely punished." After he finished speaking, everyone couldn't wait and entered one by one. In the middle of the towering mountains in front, a gap opened up, and light flashed in the gap, and a light door appeared. As soon as people entered, they disappeared. When everyone from Ling Xiao's sect was waiting in line, Sikong Yun, the outer sect elder of Piamu Xinzong, suddenly came over with the 5 disciples and said with a smile, "Brother Zhuang, Fairy Luo, let's go together later. There may still be some ancient prohibitions and strange beasts left inside. If we go together, our skills can complement each other, which is safer than being alone." Before Zhuang Jian answered, Luo Ling on the side said coldly, "Sorry, I'm used to being alone." Zhuang Jian heard this and smiled, "Brother Sikong, I'm used to being alone. Brother Sikong should find someone else." Sikong Yun smiled and didn't care. At this time, the girl behind him, who was wearing a knee-length white skirt and stockings on her legs, suddenly smiled and said sweetly to Luo Qingzhou and the others, "Brothers and sisters, can we go with you?" The tall and thin man beside her also bowed and smiled. "It will be much safer if we form a team. If we encounter treasures, we can split them in half." The remaining 3 disciples also smiled and looked very kind. The pavilion master of Xianyan Pavilion, Luo Shang, suddenly smiled and said, "Sorry, brothers and sisters. Our Xianyan Pavilion and Ling Xiao sect have formed a team, and we have enough people. If there are too many people, we will definitely not be able to share the treasures. Why don't you ask other sections?" Fairy Zixia also smiled and said, "I'm really sorry." The scene was quiet for a while. The short male disciple with the cultivation level of a mid-level grandmaster bowed and said, "In that case, I won't bother you anymore." The sweet girl named Tang Xian, who was wearing a knee-length white skirt and white stockings, looked a little disappointed and said, "Okay, let's find someone else to form a team." Then she waved her hand again and said sweetly, "Sister Zixia, Sister Luo, brothers and sisters, we will leave first." Luo Shang and Fairy Zixia nodded slightly. Sikong Yin bowed and left with 5 disciples. After they left, Luo Shang said with a smile, "Zixia, did you hear that? People call me sister. You should call me sister in the future. Don't call me aunt. I don't look old." Zixia smiled and said, "Aunt Luo doesn't look old. At most 30. But you and my master are of the same generation. I dare not call you casually." Luo Shang rolled her eyes and said, "What do you mean at most 30? I am only 30. At this time." Luo Ling suddenly said, "Brother Zhuang, why do Sikong Yuan and his disciples seem a little too enthusiastic today?" Zhuang Jian narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm afraid he has some intentions. He was trying to find out about the ruins of the ancient demon clan capital before. I guess he got something recently." "What kind of news?" Luo Ling said coldly, "He is in the ferry and wants to enter my information." Zhuangzi's sneer, "Don't think about it, but always want to. The restrictions of Zong and the contract they signed at the beginning. Otherwise, there is still a way to live in this small country." Suddenly, a strangeness of a strangeness, with a strong vitality of the sky and the earth, suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the distance, there are rolling mountains. The ancient trees are soaring into the sky, which is shocking even at a long distance. When everyone was watching in a trance, an old voice suddenly came from the side, "Enter according to your own cultivation. Those in the late Grandmaster realm, and the late spiritual realm. And above. Go to the right. Leave immediately, and do not stay here to block the way. Gather here in 7 days. By then, this light gate will be closed. Those who have not come out can only go out by their own ability." Everyone's heart trembled. Zhuang Jian immediately gave a few instructions to Zixia and Luo Qingzhou, and then left to the right. Luo Ling also whispered a few words to Luo Shang, and then left. "Zixia, let's go too." Luo Shang immediately took the arm of Fairy Zixia and said with a smile, as if she was afraid that she would sneak away. Fairy Zixia looked at her beloved disciple beside her helplessly. Luo Qingzhou looked calm. He didn't care. There were many dangers inside, and it would be safer with more people. As for treasures, it will all depend on your ability. Luo Shang also turned her head and smiled coquettishly at him. I don't know if it was intentional, but the deep ravine swallowed up his master's arm again. She said in a delicate voice, "Fei Yang, if we encounter a powerful ancient formation later, Sister Luo and these sisters will have to rely on you." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said respectfully, "Junior can only break some formations by luck. If we encounter other dangers later, we still have to rely on seniors." Luo Shang said coquettishly, "What senior or not? Call me sister. If it doesn't work, you can call me Aunt Luo like your master." Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything. Fairy Zixia had to smile and said, "Fei Yang, then call me Aunt Luo. It's more intimate." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but look at her. If he also called her Aunt Luo, wouldn't he be of the same generation as the master? When the master came, he lied to him that the ancestor wanted to accept him as a disciple. In that case, she would not be his master. Now she wants to be of the same generation as him. What exactly does he want to do? I'm afraid there is something wrong with the master's mind. Could it be that the uncle master has bewitched something? Several people walked forward, talking in a low voice, while being alert to the slightest movement around. The ancient forbidden land hides all kinds of dangers. Even masters with cultivation above the Grandmaster level dare not fly or run here, let alone them. Any hidden space storm or broken formation may strangle them. Naturally, they have to be careful. Luo Qingzhou was looking for spiritual medicine and walking forward when his right heel was suddenly stepped on. He turned his head and saw that it was the girl in white dress named Bai Wire. The girl hardly said a word along the way. She was so cold that she didn't look like a person, but like an ice sculpture. At this time, she was still wearing a veil, and her eyes were looking at the mountains on the right. She didn't seem to know that she was stepping on someone. As soon as Luo Qingzhou stopped, she suddenly bumped into his back. The two looked at each other. Luo Qingzhou couldn't see any emotional changes in her pupils. "You just stepped on me." Facing her cold eyes, Luo Qingzhou spoke softly. It was not a blame, but an explanation. The girl didn't say anything or apologize. She walked past him and continued to move forward. Luo Qingzhou looked at her weak and cold back, and continued to walk forward without saying anything more. At this time, Lioli came over and whispered, "Senior brother Chu, I'm sorry. Junior sister Bai probably didn't mean it." Luo Qingzhou said, "It's okay. I just reminded her." Then he asked curiously, what kind of skills did she practice? In fact, he had a guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Lioli was silent for a moment, looked at the cold and lonely figure in front of him, and whispered, "It is a method to cut off lust. After practicing, you will not have any ordinary human emotions and desires. Practice with one heart, without distractions." Luo Qingzhou was shocked and said, "She looks so young. Why would she practice this method?" Lioli sighed softly and said, the ancestor once checked that junior sister Bai has a special physique. If she had not practiced that method, she would have died long ago. Luo Qingzhou asked again, who taught her? Your ancestor? Lioli shook her head and said, when the ancestor went out to travel 2 years ago and found her, she was already practicing. The ancestor said that it was because she practiced that method that she made such rapid progress. She is younger than me, but now she has broken through to the middle stage of the spiritual severing realm. That method seems to be born for her. The ancestor once asked her who taught her, but she didn't say. Luo Qingzhou's heart was in turmoil. Lioli glanced at him and said with a smile, Brother Chu, it seems that you are quite interested in junior sister Bai. Luo Qingzhou said frankly, I am indeed somewhat interested. In fact, I really want to know whether practicing the kind of technique that cuts off human emotions will allow her to go further than other practitioners in the future. I also want to know if she will regret it and not want to practice anymore. Will it be too late? Lioli pondered for a moment and said, if she regrets it and does not want to practice anymore, she will probably need to start over. But junior sister Bai may not have any chance to regret it if she does not continue to practice. I am afraid she will. Luo Qingzhou said softly, it is indeed pitiful. At this moment, the figure of Yu Bai appeared in his mind again. If sister Yu regrets it, is it too late? Even if she regrets it, she will not stop now if her life is not in danger. Right? After all, he is surrounded by powerful enemies, and he is not really strong yet. Once she disperses her cultivation and starts over, she may immediately become meat on the chopping board and be slaughtered at will. Unless Lan Ling died and Piaomu Xianzong was destroyed, no one would bother her anymore. Thinking of this, Luo Qingzhou slowly clenched his fists, and a determined light appeared in his eyes. He must help Sister Yu. Hey, there is a valley ahead. Let's go and have a look. Maybe there are good things. At this time, Luo Shang suddenly pointed to the front and said. Everyone immediately cheered up and quickened their pace. Not long after they left, the 5 disciples of Piaomu Xianzong suddenly appeared on the hillside. The short man with the cultivation of a mid-level grandmaster squatted down, looked at a small white bug crawling on the ground, and snorted coldly, have you been discovered? It seems that those people in the yin are not as simple as imagined. My spiritual bug, which was stuck on the sole of his shoe, was actually stepped on. The girl named Tang Xiner smiled and said, Brother Sure, don't worry. I have planted the set of purple spiritual flowers on the boy's body, and I won't lose him. Sher Tian looked at her and said, others can be killed directly, but the boy cannot be killed for the time being. Uncle will take him back and perform soul searching to explore some things. Tang Xiner smiled and said, little sister knows that he is the husband of the queen of the yin. Maybe he knows many secrets of the yin, including the spiritual mind heart of the spiritual mind. At this time, the burly young man said in a sinister voice, when the time comes, we will take him back, extract his soul and refine his spirit, search for all his memories, and then we will possess him with our spirit. In this way, we can enter Dian without anyone noticing, and even go to Dian Palace to talk to the queen and explore some secrets. Sher Tian glanced at him and said, don't underestimate any warrior, let alone the royal family of any country. The queen is not simple. She was an inner disciple of our Piaomu Xianzong, although she was accepted in order to control Dian. In addition, the masters of the Dragon and Tiger Academy are also not simple. Even Uncle Sikong was quite afraid of what he said just now. They may not care about the internal fighting in Dian, but if they find us in they will never show mercy. Let's go. They seem to have entered the valley in front. Another short and fat man urged, and then smiled obscenely, with lustful eyes, and laughed. Those little girls, the beautiful woman of Xianyan Pavilion, and the fairy Zixia, all look top-notch, each with their own style. It would be a pity to kill them. Why not? If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish now. Sher Tian's face suddenly darkened. His robes fluttered, and he said coldly, before coming here, Elder Gu and senior sister Lan personally explained it. And Uncle Sikong also reminded me just now. This matter is of great importance, and cannot afford any mistakes. If your lust ruins the big thing, you will die. The short and fat man immediately smiled and said, Brother Sure, calm down. I just want to talk nonsense. This is a big deal. I know the importance. Sher Tian snorted coldly. His eyes flashed, and said, Uncle Gongsun should. It should be more difficult than here. After all, one is a mid-stage grandmaster, and the other is a mid-stage spiritualization realm. It's a pity that only 3 masters from the sect came to the Yin this time. If they can be sent to the west together, the Yin will naturally be at your fingertips. Remember, this matter cannot be known to other people in the sect for the time being, especially the elders in the inner sect. Some people can't bear to see us lose in peak profit. Let's go. Follow them first. It's best to wait until they separate and then defeat them one by one. Junior Sister Tang. Just now when we were outside, when we were talking to them, the boys seemed to stare at the stockings on your legs for a few more glances. If there is a chance later, remember to lead him away and do it alone. Hee hee. I know. Leave that guy to me. I brought a lot of beautiful stockings today. Humph. Let him see enough later. Chapter 8:10 Brother. My stockings are torn. The valley is dry. The soil on the ground has many cracks. Looking around, there is no green vegetation anywhere. Perhaps because it is close to the Flame Mountain. The soil in some places has turned charred black. After walking in the valley for a while, several people felt disappointed. Not to mention treasures. There is not even a flower or grass. Crossing the valley, there are gradually more weeds on the ground in front. But the air is still dry. It's so hot. Luo Shan wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked into the distance. The mountains there are green and lush. It's really troublesome to not be able to walk fast. She fanned herself with a handkerchief in her hand and couldn't help saying, "This Flame Mountain is too terrible. There are several mountains between us, and the heat can blow over." She turned her head to look at the others and was surprised. "Aren't you afraid of the heat?" The others shook their heads. Luo Shan looked strange, stared at them again, and said, "Wei Er is not afraid of heat. That's normal. Why are you not afraid of heat?" Lioli whispered, "Master, are you wearing fire silkworm gold silk armor inside?" Luo Shan just remembered. For safety reasons, when she came, she did wear fire silkworm gold silk armor engraved with armor runes inside. This fire silkworm gold silk armor has extremely high defense. In normal weather, it is warm in winter and cool in summer. But if you encounter this abnormal hot breath, you may absorb these breaths, so you will get hot. Master, you can use the body wind to isolate the hot breath, Lioli suggested. Luo Shan thought for a moment and said, "That won't work. If that happens, it will also block a lot of useful things. There are dangers everywhere here. We must always pay attention to any disturbances and strange smells around us." As she spoke, she looked up and her eyes suddenly lit up. "There seems to be a stream ahead. I'm going to wash my face and find a place to take this thing off. It's mainly uncomfortable to wrap it. Look, my chest is almost deformed by it." Lioli coughed and looked back. Luo Qingzhou slowed down and looked away. Luo Shan didn't care and whispered, "Do you think I'm curious? My uncle's thing is not inferior to mine. And it may even be better." Lioli was surprised and said, "Senior Ling Hu? I saw it too." Luo Shan whispered, "I covered it on purpose." Lioli asked curiously, "How did Master know?" Luo Shan snorted, "I've known her for a long time. She was very fierce when she was 16 or 17 years old. She must have become more fierce in the past 2 years. Lioli." Luo Shan glanced at her again and whispered, "Your sister Jishia's is also very attractive. But you? I guess you will be mediocre in this life." Lioli. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. How could the master and disciple talk about this topic in public? And Miss Lioli's thing is not mediocre. Okay. Speaking of mediocre. He couldn't help but turn his head and glance at the girl named Bai Weier, who fell behind again. If you practice that kind of ruthless martial arts and eliminate all emotions and desires, will you not even need to develop that private part in the future? After all, it's useless. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Sister Yu in his mind. Sister Yu practiced later, so there was no problem. And that place had already developed perfectly. Well, very perfect. At this time, what was he thinking about? At this moment, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill coming from his back to his waist. And he shuddered all over. He quickly reached out and touched it. And a little frost condensed there. At the same time, the girl in the white dress behind him walked past him with a cold expression. There seemed to be a trace of frost on the fingertips of her slender jade fingers, which flashed away. Fei Yang. What's wrong? Fairy Zixia and others quickly turned around and looked around him vigilantly. Luo Qingzhou rubbed his back to remove the frost, and said awkwardly, "It's okay. I stepped on a bug." Yu immediately ran over, showing her sharp little fangs on both sides, and said, "Brother Chu, don't be afraid. What kind of bug is it? Let me bite it to death. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her little fangs and said, I have already cut it into pieces. Luo Shang reminded in a delicate voice, Fei Yang. Be careful of poisonous insects. The poisonous insects here are all ancient species. If you are bitten, it will be terrible. The light ones will be disabled, and the heavy ones may die. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Thank you Aunt Luo for your concern. I will be careful. He couldn't help but look at the cold white dress girl in front of him again, and muttered in his heart, This ordinary little girl looks quite fierce. As expected of a master in the middle stage of distraction. She was discovered by him after just a glance. He didn't guard against the back just now. Otherwise how could he be stabbed by her slender fingers? Of course. He was rude first. And he deserved to be stabbed. The main reason was that the technique this little girl practiced was very similar to Sister Yu's. And her cold temperament was also somewhat similar. So he couldn't help but pay more attention to it. Wow! There is really a stream ahead. And the water is so clear. At this moment, Luo Shang suddenly ran over in surprise. And the majestic breasts on her chest were also jumping happily. Fairy Zixia hurriedly said, Aunt Luo, be careful. I know. Luo Shang stopped by the stream, but did not squat down to use the water immediately. She stared at the water surface and observed it carefully for a while, then looked around. After seeing nothing unusual, she squatted down, and then took out a jade needle as thick as an index finger and probed it into the water. After a while, she put away the jade needle and said happily, It's okay. You can use it. After speaking, she bent down her slender waist, held the water in her jade hands, and began to wash her face happily, and couldn't help but uttered a voice that made people think, his. So comfortable. Liuli and Mini stood aside, both a little embarrassed. Liuli hurriedly stood behind her, blocking her beautiful buttocks when she bent over. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly walked upstream, and squatted down to wash his face to avoid suspicion. Who knew that at this time? Luo Shang suddenly shouted at him, Fei Yang, don't pee on it. Luo Qingzhou. Meng Yi, who had just squatted down to wash her face, stood up immediately and said with some displeasure, Junior brother Chu, can't you go downstream? Luo Qingzhou had to stand up and move away from the stream, saying, I won't wash it. Meng Yi waited for a while, and when she saw that the water seemed to have passed, she squatted down and washed her face. When Luo Qingzhou was looking at the other side of the stream, Fairy Zixia suddenly said, Disciple, come and help me wipe it. There is so much water. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her, and saw that she was squatting by the water with her slender waist bent, and her cheeks were full of water stains. When he was about to take out a handkerchief, he immediately remembered that he was a man. How could he take out a handkerchief? And that was Sister Yu's handkerchief. Master, men and women should not touch each other. Wipe it yourself. He decided to ignore this wrong master. She squatted there with her waist bent and her hips raised, with her hands empty, but asked her disciple to help her wipe her face. How could it be decent? Luo Shang, who was standing by, laughed and said, Zixia, you can't even command your disciples. Where is your prestige? Fairy Zixia took out her handkerchief, wiped her face, stood up, and sighed. Who made me not as fierce as Qingzhou? He just listens to Qingzhou. As the two were talking, Meng Yi suddenly pointed to the grass on the other side of the stream and said excitedly, Look! There seems to be a spirit deer there. Everyone looked up immediately after hearing this. On the grass not far away on the other side, there was indeed a little deer standing there, with round eyes, looking at them curiously. Animals born in the ancient space are not simple. Let's go! Let's go and have a look. Everyone immediately passed the stream. The little deer was startled and immediately turned around and ran at a very fast speed. Chase! Several people flashed and chased after it. At the same time, they did not dare to be careless, and were still alert to any disturbances around them. The deer jumped a few times, and suddenly jumped into a valley. Then its figure turned and disappeared at the corner in front. Everyone be careful! As soon as he entered the entrance of the valley, Luo Shang stopped immediately. This valley is different from the valley just now. Here, the grass is green. The flowers are all over the ground, colorful, and there is a strong fragrance of flowers floating in the air. It looks like a beautiful paradise. But the more such places, the more careful you should be. The valley is deep. The deeper it is, and the sky is almost invisible. The flowers and plants around are lush and green. Luo Shang observed around and said, there should be many spiritual medicines with a long age in this place. It's worth picking a few plants at random. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. He came here for spiritual medicine this time. 2 spiritual medicines. One is 1,000-year-old thunderwood flower, and the other is golden cicada grass. He has already checked the appearance and growth habits of these 2 spiritual medicines. As long as you encounter it, you will definitely recognize it. 1,000-year-old thunderwood flowers usually grow on tree trunks that have been burned by thunder, or next to tree roots, or under broken tree trunks. So it is more obvious. Golden cicada grass is more difficult to find. It usually grows in remote places such as valleys, cliff crevices, caves, etc. And it is very small. If it is mixed in dense grass, it is difficult to be found. The most obvious feature of golden cicada grass is that the stems are golden, and the roots are also golden. When it is broken, golden juice flows out. Only by finding these 2 spiritual medicines can he take the pill and break through to the next level faster. So this time, he could give up other treasures. But if he found these 2 spiritual medicines, he had to get them no matter what. Sister Yu had already prepared other spiritual medicines for him. If he couldn't even take these 2 spiritual medicines back, how could he have the face to let Sister Yu continue to help him practice? Hey, there seems to be a butterfly spiritual flower there. At this moment, Mingyi suddenly looked at the hillside on the right and said. Then the figure flashed and flew up. Luo Shang immediately reminded, be careful of poisonous snakes next to it. Mingyi immediately took out a sword and approached the yellow flower carefully. Seeing nothing unusual, she immediately took out the small medicine hoe that had been prepared long ago, carefully dug up the spiritual medicine, and put it in the wooden box. Luo Shang smiled and said, not bad. Mingyi has gained something just after coming here. We have to work hard too. Mingyi walked down with a smile, with a happy smile on her face, and her eyes continued to search around. Fairy Zixia said, everyone, please separate a little, so that the search range will be larger. But don't go too far, and shout immediately if there is anything. Everyone nodded. With so many people gathered together, it is easy to miss many places. And if we find better quality spiritual medicines, there may be conflicts. What should we do if everyone claims that they saw it first? Everyone ventured in for cultivation resources. It is impossible for them to give way just because they are friends. So, everyone looks for their own, and each gets it based on their own skills and luck. Even if someone is jealous, they will not say anything. Several people immediately separated and went in different directions. Luo Qingzhou continued to walk towards the innermost part of the valley. The spiritual medicines he was looking for were relatively rare, and they should not be on the periphery. After all, this place may have been plundered by others. Disciple, don't you follow me? Fairy Zixia suddenly shouted on the hillside on the left. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, no, I will go inside to find it myself. If the master has any instructions, just shout. Fairy Zixia warned. Don't go too deep. Be careful of danger. Luo Qingzhou agreed and left quickly. There are some sparse and short trees growing in the valley. If there is thunder, it is estimated that it will not hit here. But there is still some hope for the golden cicada grass. As he was walking forward and observing around, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked. The girl named Bai Wire also followed in. What spiritual medicine does Miss Bai need? Luo Qingzhou took the initiative to ask. If he finds the golden cicada grass later, he will definitely grab it. Even if the other party wants it, he will definitely not be polite. Of course, if the other party finds it first and picks it first, he hopes to exchange it with other spiritual medicines. There are many spiritual medicines growing in his storage ring medicine garden. Bai Wire walked past him coldly, as if she didn't hear what he said. As she passed by, Luo Qingzhou felt a chill. Perhaps it was because of Sister Yu. He actually had great sympathy for this girl. Sister Yu had no choice but to practice that kind of martial arts. This girl had no choice but to do so. If she didn't practice, she would die. What else could she do if she was born with a disability? The two walked into the depths of the valley, one in front and one behind. There was a fork in the road ahead. Luo Qingzhou saw the girl walking to the right, and he walked to the left. Hey, Nine Sun grass. After walking a distance, he suddenly found a small white grass growing under a rock. He recognized it immediately. Although Nine Sun grass is not a very rare spiritual medicine, it is also quite precious and can be used to refine various elixirs. He immediately took out the medicine hoe and prepared to pick it. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly came from the side, and with a whoosh, a medicine hoe tied with a red rope suddenly passed by him and accurately pierced into the root of the spiritual medicine. Luo Qingzhou's expression froze, and he turned his head to look. Tang Xian, a female disciple of Piamu Xianzong, wearing a knee-length white skirt and white stockings on her legs, stood on the hillside not far away and looked at him with a smile, and said sweetly, "Brother Chu, I just need the 9 yang grass. Can you give it to me?" "Idiot!" Luo Qingzhou cursed, walked over with the flower hoe, carefully dug up the 9 yang grass, and put it in the storage bag. Tang Xian frowned, walked over with her skirt swaying, and said with a puzzled face, "Brother Chu, what did you just say? What do you mean by idiot? Are you scolding me?" Luo Qingzhou put away the medicine hoe, looked at her and said, "Why should I scold you? This is our hometown dialect, which means that I need it too. Ouch." At this time, Tang Xian suddenly exclaimed. When she walked down the hillside, her feet suddenly slipped and she almost fell. She stood firm, then suddenly squatted on the ground, holding her right leg and frowning, saying, "It's over. My stockings are torn." Then she raised her head and said pitifully, "Brother Chu, can you Brother Chu?" The figure who was standing in front just now suddenly disappeared. At this time, Luo Qingzhou's voice came from another hillside in the distance. "Master, the disciple just picked a 9 yang grass and met a fool." Tang Xian froze and stood up. A figure walked out from the hillside behind him and whispered, "No hurry. Let's go with them later and explore their true strength before taking action. Now they are not far apart, and it may be a bit tricky if we act rashly. Or, wait until Uncle Sikong arrives. Don't be careless at any time. Let's go and meet up with Junior Brother Wu and the others." The two left together, and at this time, behind the rock just over 10 meters away from where they just spoke, a frail girl in a white dress and a veil stood there silently, watching their receding figures with cold eyes. "Idiot?" she suddenly murmured, with a hint of doubt and curiosity in her cold eyes. Chapter 811 Simple Master. Cruel Disciple. What is a fool? On the hillside, Fairy Zixia, who was bending over and digging ordinary herbs, looked puzzled. Luo Qingzhou did not answer. He looked at the hillside on the other side. Another disciple of Piamu Xianzong appeared. A short and fat man was talking to Mingyi from Xianyan Pavilion, with a smile on his face. Mingyi looked flattered and shy. It seemed that she was asking about the recruitment of disciples for Piamu Xianzong next year. "Fei Yang, there is a lot of mud. Help me pull my sleeves," Fairy Zixia suddenly said. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, looked down, hesitated for a moment, squatted down, stretched out his hand to help her gently pull up the wide red sleeves, revealing a section of snow-white and slender jade arms. Fairy Zixia dug up the herbs and put them into the storage bag. Then she turned her head and looked at him and said, "Don't be too nervous. You also heard the conversation between Elder Sikong and Master's uncle outside. They have been exploring the location of the ancient demon clan's capital. Recently, they've probably heard some news, so they want to go to our Dian to have a look. But according to the rules set by the 3 major immortal sects, they cannot enter other countries casually. So," Luo Qingzhou let go of her red sleeves and said, "So Master thinks that they came here on purpose to establish a good relationship with us? And then let us invite them?" Fairy Zixia nodded and said, "It should be." Then she said, "Did Qingyu tell you? You have another one. Master, called Gong Bing, has already entered the Xiangxianzong as a disciple." Zhou was silent and looked at her. "Master, how many years do you have been Ling Shusong's prince?" The Fairy of Zixia heard the words and said, "What are you asking?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her clear and gentle eyes, smiled, and said, "Nothing. Think about it. In the event, the queen did not need to tell the young master like Master. Judging from the conversation between the old ancestor and senior Luo of Xianyan Pavilion and Elder Sikong of Piamu Xianzong, they seem to have been on guard against each other for a long time. As for the younger generation, they probably don't know yet. And he just happened to know it from the Empress. Master is so naive," he said secretly in his heart, reaching out to help Master pat the grass debris on her red skirt. Fairy Zixia immediately raised her eyebrows. "Evil disciple, how can you touch my skirt casually? There is no rule." After that, she stretched out her snow-white slender jade hand and said weakly, "My legs are numb. Help me up." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and got up and left. At this moment, a familiar scream suddenly came from the valley not far away. "It's you." Fairy Zixia suddenly flashed and disappeared. At this time, others who were picking herbs not far away heard the sound, and their faces changed. and they rushed over immediately. Luo Qingzhou followed his master, and soon came to the valley. Yu Yu swung her golden ponytails and ran in panic, screaming, "Master! Bees! Such big bees!" Luo Qingzhou found that her right hand had been bitten and a big bag had bulged. Buzz! At this moment, a buzzing sound that made people's scalps numb came like thunder. Then, a dark cloud flew quickly from behind the hillside. What's going on? At this time, Luo Shan also ran over with his disciples. At the same time, the 5 disciples of Piamu Xinzong also appeared from all over. Run! It's the ancient demon bees. At this time, Shi Tian, the leading disciple of Piamu Xinzong, suddenly changed his face and recognized the group of terrible demon bees. The direction from which the black cloud of demon bees flew was the ancient entrance. Everyone had to run to the innermost part of the valley. There is another group. At this time, Luo Shan looked back and was shocked. Buzz! The dense sparrow-sized demon bees formed 2 black clouds and quickly enveloped everyone. Swish! 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 At the same time, those demon bees turned out to be like archers, with their fat tails swinging quickly, and they kept shooting out poisonous stingers with black mucus. The poisonous stingers fell like rain of arrows. Everyone had to fight and run. Some people punched out fists. Some people slashed out swords. And some people threw flying blades. The poisonous stingers were quickly cleared. Many of those demon bees died. But the remaining demon bees still rushed towards everyone fearlessly. Go to H.L. The man named Shi Tian suddenly swung his sword and slashed out a huge sword beam, instantly killing all the remaining demon bees. Meng Yi, who was standing by, immediately praised, "Brother Shi is indeed a master of the middle stage of the Grandmaster. This sword is so powerful." Shi Tian held a sword and said solemnly, "Everyone, go to the valley quickly. These demon bees may have accomplices." Everyone did not dare to stay and continued to rush into the valley. Any poison in the ancient space may be fatal. They are naturally extremely afraid of things they don't know. Everyone ran for a while, and when they saw that there was nothing unusual behind them, they stopped with lingering fear. Yu suddenly said, "It hurts." Everyone turned their heads and saw that the back of her right hand was swollen terribly. Fairy Zishio immediately took out the antidote ointment and prepared to apply it. Shi Tian said quickly, "We need to cut the wound open and squeeze out the poison first before applying the medicine." Luo Shan immediately took out a sharp knife, walked over, and said, "Yu, bear with it." Woo. Yu turned her head away immediately, not daring to look. Luo Shan did not hesitate, cut the wound open with a knife, and then used a little force with both hands to start pressing on both sides of the wound. Streams of black poison flowed out of the wound. Shi Tian walked over, took out a bottle of medicine powder, and said, "Use mine. I got it from the inner sect. It is the antidote made by Jiutian Yaotai. It is very effective." Fairy Zishio was about to take it, but suddenly smiled and said, "Thank you. Let's use our own. We bought this powder at a high price from the market below Jiutian Yaotai." After that, she took out her own powder and opened the bottle stopper. Shi Tian's eyes flashed, and he put it away, comforting him in a gentle voice, "For our cultivation level, as long as we are not stung by too many demon bees, as long as the venom is cleaned out in time, there should be no big problem." Meng Yi came over and said flatteringly, "Thank you, Senior Brother Shi. Senior Brother Shi knows more. We don't know those poisonous bees at all." At this time, Tang Xiner next to him suddenly said, "Brother Chu, what are you doing up there?" Everyone turned their heads to look when they heard it. Luo Qingzhou was standing alone on the hillside, throwing something. "Fei Yang, what are you throwing?" Luo Shan also asked curiously, as Luo Qingzhou was spreading the pollen. He said seriously, "I bought the pollen for repelling mosquitoes from a warrior shop." Snort. After saying this, Tang Xiner couldn't help laughing and said, "No wonder there is a fragrance. It turns out to be pollen." Meng Yi seemed to feel a little embarrassed and couldn't help sneering. "Junior Brother Chu, that is an ancient demon bee. What's the point of you spreading these things? Come down quickly." At this time, she realized how big the gap was between the talented disciples of the Great Yin sect and the disciples of the Piamu Immortal sect. At this moment, she was even a little ashamed to be with this young man. Luo Qingzhou threw another bottle and went down the hillside. Yu bandaged the wound and sat down to rest, with a pitiful expression on his face. Luo Shan suddenly scratched his back and said, "Lioli, come and help me. Is my back also stung by those poisonous insects?" Hearing this, Lioli hurried over to check. As soon as Luo Qingzhou walked behind Fairy Zixia, Fairy Zixia scratched her back, then turned to look at him and said, Fei Yang, I also feel something is wrong behind me. Come and help me. Luo Qingzhou. Lioli looked for a while and said, Master, you are wearing a golden armor inside. It shouldn't be, but I always feel uncomfortable. Take off the golden armor and help me. Luo Shan still felt uncomfortable all over. After all, there were too many poisonous bees just now, and the stingers were densely covered, so it was inevitable that some of them were not shot down, and they might fall on her body. When she said this, the others immediately felt uneasy all over, and couldn't help touching everywhere on their bodies. Lioli hurriedly looked at Shirtian and others, apologetically saying, Senior brothers, can you please step aside first? We want to check. Okay. Shirtian quickly agreed and left with the 3 men behind him. He glanced at Tang Xiner. Tang Xiner nodded slightly, and looked at the young men not far away. Luo Qingzhou also glanced at them, and suddenly walked in another direction, the deepest part of the valley. At this time, the direction that Shirtian and his companions left was the direction outside the valley. They were stunned for a moment, and it was difficult to change direction. So they all looked at Tang Xiner. Tang Xiner stood there for a while. When Luo Qingzhou entered the valley and disappeared, she walked to the other side of the hillside and said, I'm going to the bathroom. When she reached the other side of the hillside, she looked around and immediately rushed to the innermost direction of the valley. Luo Qingzhou walked carefully in the valley while searching for spiritual medicine everywhere. Soon, he found 2 ordinary spiritual medicines growing together. Although ordinary, they are also useful. He immediately walked over, took out a small hoe, carefully dug up both spiritual medicines, and put them into the storage bag. As soon as he stood up, there was a sudden awe behind him and a scream. Then, Tang Xiner's panicked voice sounded, Snake. What a big snake. Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked. Tang Xiner was bent over and standing in the grass not far away, holding her calf with one hand, with a frightened expression on her face. Not far in front of her, a large snake with a colorful body and as thick as an arm flicked its tail and quickly slipped away. Tang Xiner looked down at her calf and said in a trembling voice, Brother Chu, I seem to have been bitten by a poisonous snake. Then her legs softened and she sat on the ground, begging pitifully, Brother Chu, can you help me go back? Luo Qingzhou put away the hoe, walked over, and looked down. There were indeed 2 teeth marks of poisonous snakes on her slender calf wrapped in white stockings, and blood was flowing out of it. It hurts. Her calf trembled. She bit her lip, lifted her skirt, and slowly took off the white stockings on her legs. Just when she pulled her skirt down to her knees, she suddenly trembled again. Her face full of pain, raised her pretty little face, and begged with tears in her eyes, Brother Chu, can you help me take off my stockings? I am in so much pain that I have no strength. Luo Qingzhou showed a hint of hesitation on his face, and said, Men and women, Brother Chu, it's already this time. Tang Xiner wiped her tears, looked at him pitifully and said, There is no one else here, and I won't blame you. As she said that, she lifted the white skirt up again, revealing her snow-white thighs, and said in a trembling voice, Brother Chu, quickly help me take it off. Tie it at the thigh to prevent poison. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate anymore, and immediately grabbed her white stockings and helped her carefully take them off from her knees. Shoes too. Tang Xiner bit her pink lips and said shyly. Luo Qingzhou helped her take off her shoes, and then took off all the white stockings that had been pulled down to her ankles. Tang Xiner looked at him with watery eyes and said shyly, Brother Chu, thank you. As she said that, she pulled the white skirt and said shyly, Help Xiner tie it around the thigh. Tie it tighter. Wow! Luo Qingzhou suddenly lifted her white skirt and helped her take off the white stockings on the other leg. Tang Xiner's mouth twitched and said, Chu, Brother Chu, what are you doing? Luo Qingzhou ignored her and helped her take off the other shoe, and took off all the white stockings on the other leg. Brother Chu. Tang Xiner's mouth curled up, and suddenly she said coquettishly, stretched out her arms to hug him, and kissed his mouth with her little mouth. Luo Qingzhou pushed her away and frowned. What are you doing? Tang Xiner was stunned for a moment, and the small tongue that was about to be extended retracted again. She said with seductive eyes, Brother Chu. Xiner once. Bang! Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched her chest with his eyes wide open. Bitch! How dare you be so coquettish? This punch not only released the full strength of the master, but also brought the power of red lightning, instantly breaking the protective light shield on her body, and the protective light that was immediately condensed by the jade pendant on her chest, and directly smashed her towering chest into a dent. Tang Xian's seductive expression was instantly stiff. Her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was slightly open. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched her again, directly piercing her chest. Then he looked at her and said, "What do you want to do? Want to eat farts?" Tang Xian was shocked, and suddenly opened her mouth, as if she wanted to make a sound. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched her again, directly smashing her throat bone. Tang Xian opened her mouth and eyes wide, like a dried fish, opening and closing, but making no sound. But at this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stared at her fearful and desperate pupils and said, "I asked. You answer. If you answer well, you will die without a complete body, and your soul will be scattered. If you answer badly, I will chop off your 2 beautiful legs and take you back to be a stockings leg model." Tang Xian opened her mouth wide. Chapter 812, The Master Begged for Mercy. Scaring everyone. After a while, Luo Qingzhou punched her to death, and destroyed her soul. She answered very well. So Luo Qingzhou fulfilled her wish without hesitation. Corpse powder, fireball, the delicate beauty, and a pair of soft and silky white stockings quickly turned into nothing. Luo Qingzhou stood on a high place again, and scattered a few bags of pollen with the wind. Then he walked back slowly. When the other party's body, or soul, was severely injured, the body was weak, and the soul was weak and panicked. The mind-reading technique was always effective. There was a lot of useful information. This girl was from Lucian Peak of Piamu Xinzong, and she was indeed related to Lan Ling. This time they came in with a mission. In addition to taking him back, they also had to kill all the masters of Deyin. It was not just for Deyin's spiritual mind. They seemed to have heard some news from somewhere, and the ruins of the capital of the ancient demon clan seemed to be in Deyin. They want to clear all obstacles of Deyin and completely control Deyin. The girl has not thought about attacking him yet, but just wants to seduce him and wait for the Elder Sikong to come before attacking. So she has never been on guard against him. She probably never dreamed that he would suddenly destroy her. After all, before he came in, he deliberately showed his interest in her beautiful legs and stockings. Sikong Yun is a master of the Grandmaster level. If the other party comes, then they will definitely not be able to escape the poisonous hand. Thinking of this, Luo Qingzhou quickly returned to the place where everyone rested. At this time, Shi Tian had returned with the 3 male disciples, and was chatting happily with Meng Yi. When Luo Qingzhou came back, the male disciples looked at him with some doubts. Shi Tian looked behind him, frowned slightly, and suddenly said, "Junior brother Chu, have you seen my junior sister Tang?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes. She seemed to have found a spiritual medicine in the valley over there. I wanted to go over there, but she told me to get out of the way. She said she found it first." As soon as these words came out, Shi Tian was stunned for a moment, and then a little embarrassed. "Junior brother Chu, don't mind it. I'll talk to her when she comes later." He was a little confused. It is said that junior sister Tang went to seduce this boy. How could it be? Could it be that junior sister Tang found a spiritual medicine of higher quality, and in her excitement, she didn't suppress her true emotions? At this time, Meng Yi, who was standing next to him, quickly said flatteringly, "Brother Shi, don't scold Sister Tang. Sister Tang was the first to discover the spiritual medicine, and others shouldn't have gone over to cause her misunderstanding." Then he looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, "Brother Chu, although our great yin is poor, we can't covet other people's things." After this, Luo Shang and Liuli frowned slightly. Luo Shang was about to speak, and Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "I went over just to remind her that there is a poisonous snake hidden in the flowers next to the spiritual medicine." After this, Shi Tian and the 3 male disciples suddenly changed their faces. Shi Tian quickly asked, "Then what?" Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "I was afraid that she would misunderstand that I coveted her spiritual medicine. So she asked me to get out, and I rolled over immediately. But when I came over just now, I seemed to hear her scream." Shi Tian and the 3 male disciples hurried over when they heard it. Meng Yi also hurried over to help. As a result, Shi Tian just urged his internal force to fly up, but suddenly stopped in place. His face turned pale, and he said in a trembling voice, "This flower fragrance is poisonous." Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion, deafening. Before everyone could react, A golden fist with red lightning suddenly exploded in his chest. Boom! 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 In an instant, dozens of fists smashed out fiercely. The protective wind, protective light shield, and protective treasures on Chertion's body all cracked and shattered one after another. Then with a bang, his whole body was smashed out directly. Before he landed, a ghostly figure had chased him. And in an instant, hundreds of fists were smashed at him. A series of deafening explosions sounded. Lightning and thunder. The leading disciple of Pyamyu sect, who had the cultivation of a mid-level grandmaster, was smashed to the ground before he could even fight back. His chest was shattered. His head exploded. His whole body collapsed. And his flesh and blood were blurred. He died. When Luo Qingzhou grabbed his hair and dragged his body, which had turned into a pool of mud, over. Everyone reacted with horror. Yu, the other 3 male disciples of Pyamyu sect were all extremely shocked. Because at this moment, they found that they were also poisoned. Not only them. Luo Shang, Liuli, Mingyi, even Fairy Zixia and the injured Youyu were also poisoned. At this time, they all stood in place, unable to raise their internal strength. Their legs were weak, and they looked at the scene in front of them with shock and fear. Mingyi's face was pale and trembling. Junior brother Chu. You poisoned? The pollen just now, what are you going to do? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and walked directly to the 3 male disciples of Pyamyu sect. Then, he took out a sharp dagger and grabbed the hair of one of the male disciples. How dare you? Thief! We are Pyamyu. Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou had cut off his head and threw it on the ground. Then, he grabbed the head of the second male disciple. Junior brother Chu. Spare my life. I have. TSK. Luo Qingzhou threw away his head and grabbed the hair of the third male disciple. The third male disciple's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground with a thump. His whole body trembled, and he said with horror, Mercy, mercy. I ask? You answer. If the answer is good, I will spare you. If the answer is not good, go and accompany them. Luo Qingzhou grabbed his hair, put the dagger in his hand on his neck, stared at his eyes, and suddenly gathered his soul power, and issued a thunderous roar from his throat that penetrated the soul. The male disciple was shocked. His eyes were scattered, and he said with a pale face, I said everything. Why did you follow us? Kill you. Who sent you? Elder Gu. Senior Sister Lan, Uncle Sikong. Why did you kill us? Senior Sister Lan said. De Yin. As the two asked and answered, the faces of Luo Shang and others suddenly became extremely ugly. Only then did they understand. The young man in front of them did not suddenly go crazy and kill people. Nor did he kill people for money. But he was protecting himself first. A moment later, the man was already urinating and shitting. His pupils were getting more and more dilated. And he said, Mercy, mercy. Swish. Luo Qingzhou's hand flashed with a cold light. And he cut off his head. Then, he punched them one by one, killing all the souls of these people. Then, he took out the corpse powder and poured it on the bodies of several people and the blood on the ground. After all the bodies and blood turned into a pool of pus, he punched out a flame again. Boom! All traces were burned away instantly. This is called destroying corpses and erasing traces. The 5 disciples of Pyamyu Xinzong seemed to have never been here. After doing this, the valley was suddenly silent. Everyone looked at him in horror. Silent as a cicada. Luo Qingzhou changed into an outer coat and looked at them. Then, he walked towards his master. Fairy Zixa's body was weak, and she could hardly stand seeing this. She hurriedly said, Disciple, do whatever you want. I will never resist. Go to the cave. There are many people here. Luo Qingzhou supported her and let her sit on the stone behind, saying, It is estimated that there is still half an incense stick of time, and the poison will be cured by itself. Fairy Zixia leaned softly on his shoulder, her cheeks slightly red. You don't have an antidote? Luo Qingzhou said, No. Yu, who was sitting next to him, was surprised. Brother Chu, you poisoned me, but you don't have an antidote? Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed. Luo Shang suddenly said, Fei Yang, what kind of poison is this? How can even the Grandmaster and the spiritual realm be affected? Luo Qingzhou couldn't answer, so he could only say in a mysterious way, I don't know. Luo Shang sat on the ground with a limp body, looked at him anxiously, and didn't dare to ask again. At this time, he was a god who could dominate their life and death. Who dares to mess with him? Even if she wasn't poisoned, Who would dare to seek death with his brutality and terror just now? What made her feel most depressed and speechless was that when this kid poisoned just now, he not only didn't do it secretly, but also climbed up the hillside openly and sprinkled poison powder in public. As a result, everyone watched stupidly and laughed at him. We are all big fools. She felt that she had lived in vain for decades. Not only was she tricked by this kid, but she was also saved by him. Otherwise everyone's life would be in danger. The valley was quiet for a moment. Lioli suddenly tried to stand up and said, "The effect of the medicine seems to have passed." Then he sighed, "This poison is so magical. I actually held my breath just now, but I was still poisoned. It seems that the pollen not only enters the body through breathing, but as long as it touches the skin or enters the hair, it is estimated that everyone will be affected." Luo Qingzhou did not respond. At this time, Meng Yi suddenly turned pale and said, "Master, what should we do? There are so many masters from the Piaomu immortal sect here. We will definitely not be able to escape." Fairy Zixia suddenly said, "We should immediately go to find the ancestor and Senior Luo, and then find the people from Pengli Immortal Island and Jiutian Yaotai. Follow them, or go directly to the entrance, where there are people from the 3 major immortal sections. No matter how arrogant Sikung Yun is, he dare not mess around in front of him." Meng Yi said in a trembling voice, "But Senior Brother Chu killed so many disciples of Piao Miao Xian Zong. If those people knew about it, they would definitely not help us." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Who knows that I killed them? Is there any evidence?" Meng Yi said with an ugly face, "Piao Miao Xian Zong is so powerful. They must have a way to know." Then she looked away and said with a little complaint, "Junior Brother Chu, you shouldn't have killed people just now instead. You should have told us quietly, and then we went directly to the entrance, so that they would have no reason to trouble us. A behemoth like Piao Miao Xian Zong is not something we can afford to offend. You killed so many of their disciples." "Meng Yi!" Luo Shang suddenly shouted loudly, looked at her seriously and said, "Fei Yang is saving us. What are you talking about? Disciple is not wrong." Meng Yi lowered her head and said stubbornly in a trembling voice. Her wish to join the Piaomu immortal sect was suddenly dashed, and she thought that she would be killed by the people of the Piaomu immortal sect in a while. She couldn't bear this sudden blow from heaven to earth. Just now, Senior Brother sure had clearly promised her to help her join the Piaomu immortal sect. For her, this was just like a nightmare. "How dare you say that?" Luo Shang suddenly raised his palm, his face full of anger. Luo Qingzhou quickly stood up and walked over to persuade him. "Senior, forget it. In fact, Senior Sister Meng is right. When I killed someone just now, there were so many people watching. If the people of the Piaomu immortal sect find us, they will definitely ask about it." As soon as these words came out, Luo Shang was about to speak, but suddenly her heart was shocked. She reacted and looked at him vigilantly. Trembling, Fei Yang. Meng Yi suddenly shed tears and said, "Master, I don't want to die. I have come to this step with so much hardship." Luo Qizhou looked at her and said, "It's okay. Everyone has to die. There is actually not much difference between dying first and dying later." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. The golden fist light with purple lightning instantly hit the head of the woman in front of him. At this time, Luo Shang's voice came out, "Fei Yang, don't." Bang! Meng Yi's head exploded. Zizi. Lightning flashed across, destroying her soul. Luo Qingzhou slowly retracted his fist, and the golden fist light on his fist gradually extinguished, and the expression on his face remained calm. There was a dead silence in the field. This sudden and terrible change not only frightened Luo Shang and Luli next to him, Fairy Zixia and Yu, who were not far away, were also frightened and stunned on the spot. Chapter 813 Luo Qingzhou kills to silence people. A sudden message from Sister Yu. Puff. Blood gushed out. The corpse stubbornly sat on the ground for a while, and then reluctantly fell to the ground. Luo Shang, who was sitting next to him, turned pale. "Brother Chu." Liuli finally reacted, and her figure flashed, protecting her master. However, she did not fully recover. As soon as she activated her internal force, her body swayed and she almost fell. At this time, Fairy Zixia hurriedly said, "Fei Yang, don't Andy Luo and Liuli won't tell anyone." The implication was that Meng Yi, who was killed, might tell anyone. As for the girl named Bai Weier, she was even safer. She didn't talk at all, so naturally, she wouldn't say anything. Luo Shang looked at the body of her beloved disciple next to her. Her face was ugly, and she remained silent. Luo Qingzhou glanced at them and said, Master, you misunderstood. I never thought of killing anyone. I just wanted to protect myself. After that, he squatted down, reached his hand to Meng Yi's waist, fumbled around, took out a jade token from his clothes, and handed it to Liuli, saying, "It should be something from the Piamu immortal sect." The male disciple named Shirtian gave it to her. "If I'm not mistaken, this jade token can track our location." Liuli was slightly startled, took the jade token and looked at it, frowned, and handed it to Luo Shan behind him. Luo Shan looked ugly, raised his hand, and took it in his hand with trembling. The word Piamu was indeed engraved on the jade token. At the same time, the aura of several of them seemed to be absorbed silently. Crack! Luo Shan suddenly crushed the jade token and said with gritted teeth, "Good kill." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Of course. This jade token can track our location. And I guess senior sister Ming doesn't know it." Shirtian lied to her that she could find him with this jade token, and then find a way to let her enter Piamu Xinzong. And the reason why I killed her. He paused and said, "It's just to kill her to silence her." Everyone was silent again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the Xianyan Pavilion master and disciple in front of him again and said, "She talks a lot. And I know she will betray me." Yu, who was not far away, suddenly asked, "How did senior brother Chu know that she would betray you? And this jade token? How did senior brother Chu find it?" Luo Qingzhou said lightly, "I have my own way." Then he turned his head and looked at her and said, "Junior sister Yu seems to talk a lot." Yu froze for a moment, immediately covered her mouth and said, "From now on, I will never speak again." Luo Qingzhou ignored her, turned around, walked to his master and sat down. He glanced at the cold girl sitting alone not far away. Bai Wire was closing her eyes, as if trying to expel the flower poison in her body. The valley was silent again. After a while, Fairy Zixia suddenly stood up and said, "Let's go." Luo Shan tried and recovered, stood up, and said solemnly, "From what the disciple said just now, Sikongyan may also attack the ancestor and senior Zhuang. We must go over and remind them as soon as possible." Yu suddenly asked again, "Can the communication treasure be used?" Fairy Zixia shook her head and said, "It can't be spread." Luo Shan lowered her head, glanced at Meng Yi's body, and suddenly waved her palm to hit a ball of fire. Wow! The body burned. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes. "Let's go!" She didn't hesitate any longer and immediately walked out of the valley. After leaving the valley, several people immediately rushed in the direction where Zhuang Jian and Luo Ling left. This time, the pace was much faster. No one spoke along the way. After all, the person who talked too much had been punched in the head. According to the rules, after entering for 50 miles, you can change direction and go to other places. They should have enough. In fact, no one will really supervise this rule, because everyone came in to find cultivation resources and opportunities. Those with high cultivation and those with low cultivation naturally don't want to stay together. And some places where treasures are really hidden have powerful formations. So only those with high cultivation can enter. Those with low cultivation dare not go there to take risks and offend those with high cultivation. Luo Qingzhou and his group were traveling fast. They encountered two groups of people and bypassed them from a distance. The other party was in a hurry to find treasures, so they naturally ignored them. Half an hour later, several people came to a dense forest. At the entrance, there were several corpses lying. Judging from the situation at the scene, there should have been a fight. Judging from the clothes on the bodies, they were all disciples of some sects in other countries. "Master, look at their chests." At this time, Liuli suddenly pointed at the chests of the corpses. Several people looked at them and were shocked. There was a blood hole on the chests of the corpses, and the hearts inside were all missing. "I'm afraid it was done by a demon cultivator or a monster." Luo Shan took a look and said solemnly, "Everyone should be careful and slow down a little." Everyone looked alert and continued to move forward. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and found that his master was actually behind him, with a jade hand still tightly grasping his sleeve. And he was speechless. The master is too timid, even though his cultivation is higher than his. Fairy Zixia whispered, "Disciple, the master is afraid of strange big things. You have to protect the master," who knew that just after she finished speaking, a roar suddenly came from the bushes next to her. Then, a black bear that was 5 meters tall suddenly stood up, opened its mouth and spit out a wave of light and sound visible to the naked eye. Deafening, the surrounding trees all broke with a crack. Swoosh! While everyone was slightly shocked, it suddenly jumped over, and the huge bear paw slapped down towards Yu Yu's petite body with a whoosh sound. The huge storm rolled up by the bear paw almost blew Yu Yu away. "How dare you, evil beast!" Fairy Zixia suddenly shouted, and then turned into a red light, directly facing the fierce bear paw that fell. Bang! Fairy Zixia's Snow White and petite fist suddenly collided head-on with a huge and ferocious bear's paw. Crack! A sound of broken bones was heard. Then the black bear screamed awe, and before it could retract its paw, Fairy Zixia's other fist had already banged and hit its chest heavily. Swoosh! The huge body of the black bear, which was about 5 meters tall, suddenly flew out like a cannonball, and then gradually shrank in the distance until it flew out of the forest and disappeared. For a long time, no sound of it falling to the ground was heard. Luo Qingzhou. Everyone. Fairy Zixia retracted her pink fist, touched it, and said in a delicate voice, "It hurts." Yu Yu, who was protected behind her, opened her mouth with a dull expression. The forest was quiet for a few seconds. Luo Shang couldn't help but say, "Zixia, you are born with supernatural power. It seems that you have advanced again?" Fairy Zixia said modestly, "No. It is impossible to advance anymore. I have already reached the great perfection in the past 2 years." Luo Shang. "Let's go." She came to her senses and didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately walked forward again. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to leave, he suddenly found that his sleeve was grabbed by someone again. He turned around and saw that his master smiled flatteringly and said, "Disciple, protect me. I have used up all my strength just now. Now my whole body is soft and I can't muster any strength." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched and he glanced at the side. Yu Yu, Lioli, and the girl named By Wire all looked at this place with strange eyes. He couldn't help but whispered awkwardly, "Master, men and women should not touch each other. Let go." Fairy Zixia raised her eyebrows. "There is no difference between men and women between master and disciple. Is there no difference between men and women between you and your uncle?" When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he didn't dare to say anything and walked forward immediately. Master probably knew everything about his uncle's affairs. The night before leaving, Master went in and saw it with his own eyes. Master probably saw the terrible appearance of his uncle at that time. He didn't have time to clean up at that time, and his uncle was still thinking about it. Besides, there are several stone gates with formations in the cave. Who would have thought that the master could pass through unimpeded and was so shameless? Too much. Your uncle actually hid in the cave alone and secretly applied a facial mask. This was what the master muttered when he left Jianfeng on the white crane. Girls all love beauty, let alone the uncle who is only in his early 20s. Luo Qingzhou was thinking about something, and he always felt that there was a pair of eyes behind him staring at him from time to time. He turned his head and looked, and there was only the cold girl named By Wire. The girl didn't even look at him. It is estimated that in her heart, the man is just a tree next to her, and she is not interested in even looking at him. When several people were walking carefully, Luo Shang suddenly took out a piece of jade, and a light spot appeared on the jade, flickering continuously. Uncle Master is in front. She was immediately surprised and relieved. The other party should not have time to take action yet. Hurry up. Several people were refreshed and immediately quickened their pace. Who knew that just as they reached a hillside, a strong smell of blood suddenly came. There were 7 or 8 corpses lying on the ground not far away. Several people hurried over to check. They are all disciples of Piamu Xianzong. Luo Shang's face changed, and he carefully checked their wounds and the surrounding grass and trees. And his face turned pale. "It's the martial arts of my great-grandmaster." Fairy Zixia suddenly looked down the hillside again, and said solemnly, "My great-grandmaster seems to be in danger too." Everyone immediately followed her gaze. A large forest there suddenly disappeared, and a huge mud pit appeared on the ground. It's Senior Zhuang's Black Iron Treasure Mountain. Luo Shang's face changed slightly. Then, she looked at the jade in her hand again and said quickly, "Let's go. Master's uncle is very fast. It seems to be moving towards the canyon over there." After hearing this, several people immediately continued to move forward. A deep canyon appeared between the 2 mountains in front, as if a whole mountain range was suddenly split by a magic weapon from the middle. Boom! Just as several people rushed to the foot of the mountain, they suddenly heard a loud noise. The earth shook. Looking up, a huge rockery suddenly appeared at the entrance of the canyon, blocking it there. It's Senior Zhuang's Black Iron Treasure Mountain. They seem to be being chased. Luo Shan lost her voice. Then, She suddenly stopped. Fairy Xixia also stopped immediately, looked out toward the canyon, and said solemnly, "It seems that the Master Uncle has blocked the entrance to the canyon with a treasure mountain. There should be a master of the Grandmaster level behind. If we rush over, we will only die in vain." Luo Shan looked ahead, nodded and said, "The battle of the Grandmaster level is not something we can participate in. Xixia, we will just watch from a distance. Since Senior Zhuang and the Master Uncle have already discovered it, there is no need for us to go over." Boom! At this moment, the treasure mountain blocking the entrance of the canyon was suddenly split in half by a huge sword light. Everyone's face changed. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt that the communication treasure on his body vibrated. He was stunned for a moment, thinking it was his illusion. Didn't they say that there was a formation shielding here? So the message could not be sent out or transmitted in. He immediately took it out and took a look. He actually received the message. And it was sent by Sister Yu. "It thundered here just now. And I suddenly remembered that your black lightning vortex seems to be able to swallow any martial arts that erupt on the spot. Fist light, knife light, including flames, the opponent's lightning, and sword light, etc. After swallowing, it can be released within an hour with the same power. Of course, with your current cultivation, you can only swallow the martial arts of the Grandmaster level at most. Moreover, it should only be 3 times. Luo Qingzhou looked at these 2 messages and was stunned. When he was wondering, the Fairy Xixia beside him suddenly looked back. Humph! Who knew that at this moment? A cold snort suddenly came into the ears of several people. Just this sound made their hearts tremble, their souls tremble, and a sense of fear arose in their hearts. Just a few little things dare to follow my people from the Pyamyo immortal sect? An old man in a gray robe suddenly appeared behind several people like a ghost. Chapter 814, The Magical Do Zhuan Xingyi Technique. Luo Qingzhou's social death. Everyone's face changed. Luo Shang was even more shocked when he saw the old man's appearance clearly. Wu Tong, the outer sect steward of Pyamiao sect. Grandmaster's initial cultivation. Just before coming in, this old man was also checked at the door. Luo Shang hurriedly laughed dryly and said, "Senior, you misunderstood. We are just passing by here. How dare we follow the people of Xinzong?" Wu Tong sneered, and the fist in his sleeve began to accumulate power. With this cultivation, with just one punch, none of these elite practitioners of Deyan in front of him can escape. Hey, look! Isn't that the people of Jiutian Yaotai? At this moment, Fairy Xixia suddenly pointed behind him. Wu Tong's face was full of sarcasm. Wow! Fairy Xixia suddenly threw a large amount of white powder at him, then grabbed Yu and said quickly, "Go! Go!" Wu Tong sneered, raised his fist, and ignored the powder. The strong wind around him blew, and the powder separated by itself. Who knew that at this time? The white powder suddenly burned with a wow sound, and instantly turned into a huge ball of flames, like a ferocious beast, roaring and rushing towards him. Wu Tong frowned and punched. When he came out of the sea of fire, Luo Qingzhou and his friends had already fled hundreds of meters away. Humph! Want to run? His figure flashed, his robes fluttering, and he soared into the air. Like a goshawk, he instantly pounced behind several people. Then he punched. Boom! The terrible fist light exploded with a huge air wave. Luo Qingzhou and his friends had no power to resist, and were directly blown away by the exploding fist light and air wave, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Keep running. Wu Tong fell to the ground and walked over step by step, his face full of sarcasm. The cold and contemptuous look seemed to be looking at a group of dying ants. Luo Shang and the others got up from the ground, their faces pale. Even if they had more skills, the strength of the Grandmaster was not something they could contend with. The highest level of cultivation here was only the middle stage of the Grandmaster, and the middle stage of the spiritual severing realm. The strength of a small realm is very different, not to mention a big realm. What's more, the old man in front of him was from the Pyamyo immortal sect. He had skills and treasures. How could they compare? Lioli, take Wei and go first. Go directly to the exit. Luo Shang's eyes showed a hint of determination, and he whispered about the aftermath. Fairy Xixia also stuck to Luo Qingzhou and whispered, Fei Yang, do you want to live and die with me? Or do you want me and Yu to go first? Luo Qingzhou. Wow! A more terrifying fist light suddenly lit up on Wu Tong's fist, and he sneered, I have other things to do, so I won't play with you anymore. I'll send you to see the King of Hell as soon as possible. Boom! He punched out suddenly. The huge fist light instantly submerged several people in it. And the dazzling light made it almost impossible to open your eyes. The terrifying energy and storm in the fist light suffocated everyone. Go! Fairy Xixia suddenly pushed Luo Qingzhou back. And then her red skirt fluttered. And a sunset shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Although this shadow seemed so weak and tiny in the huge and dazzling fist light, it was also brilliant and splendid. She punched out. At this moment, the huge and dazzling fist light suddenly disappeared with a swish sound. Fairy Xixia, who was raising her fist, and Luo Shang, who was raising the sword in her hand, were both stunned and froze in place. Wu Tong, who was about to look at the corpse after punching out the fist light, also changed his face. This fist light contained 100% of his Grandmaster's power, and also had the storm-tearing skill. How could it suddenly disappear before it exploded? He froze for a moment. His pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at the people in front of him with a solemn and suspicious look. Fairy Xixia and Luo Shang also looked at a loss. Just now, everyone's attention was on the terrible fist light, and no one saw what happened. At this time, Wu Tong suddenly snorted coldly, staring at the few people with doubtful eyes. There are still masters hiding in there. I underestimated you. That's right. I am a master. A voice suddenly sounded from behind Fairy Xixia. When she turned her head in shock, a terrible fist light suddenly whizzed past her with a storm. The fist light instantly became huge, exactly the same as the fist light that Wu Tong had exploded before, and directly submerged him in it. Run! When Fairy Xixia was shocked, Luo Qingzhou grabbed her and Yu next to her and turned around to run. Luo Shang was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, and hurriedly pulled Liu Li and by wire to follow behind. Boom! A loud bang shook the earth. The fist light carried terrible energy and storm, as well as the full power of a grandmaster. Although Wu Tong gritted his teeth and broke it with one punch, he was still shocked and his blood surged. Swoosh 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 retreated a few steps. He actually took a punch from his full strength. What kind of martial arts is this? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you? He had heard of this kind of martial arts. But how could it be used by a mere grandmaster in the early stage? The light faded. His arm was numb, and he looked ahead in doubt. Those figures had already fled into the forest and disappeared. Let me see where you can run to. He suffered a loss, so he naturally refused to give up. The other party's cultivation was too low. Even if he could absorb his martial arts, it would probably not be used for many times. Otherwise, he would not have fled in a hurry after a single punch. He wanted to catch up with that kid, extract his soul and refine his spirit, and examine him carefully. With that kind of martial arts, his strength would be further improved. Swoosh! His figure flashed and chased after him. At the same time, after Luo Qingzhou and his companions fled into the forest, they rushed directly to the canyon over there. That was their only way to survive. The Grandmaster's full-strength pursuit was definitely not something they could escape from. As for turning around and fleeing to the exit, it was too late. They just hoped that the two ancestors could turn danger into safety and save their lives. Xixia, how about we separate? Luo Shang rushed forward quickly and urgently suggested, if we are all together. If he catches up, we will definitely die. If we separate, maybe a few of us can survive. Fairy Xixia paused, turned to look at Luo Qingzhou and asked, how many times can you use that technique just now? Luo Qingzhou said, at most twice. The power of the Grandmaster is too terrifying. I just absorbed it once, and I feel like I can't hold on. Fairy Xixia looked at Luo Shang and said, let's stay together. If we stay together, maybe we can all survive. Luo Shang was silent for a while, glanced at someone, and said, without us dragging you down, with your disciple's ability, you should be able to survive. If you stay together, Fairy Xixia said, and Luo, since we came together, we naturally have to go back together. Then she looked at her own disciple and said, Fei Yang, what do you think? Luo Qingzhou looked at the black iron treasure mountain that was split in half at the mouth of the canyon, and said, let's stay together. There is strength in numbers. Maybe we can kill him back. When these words came out, everyone's mouth twitched. Kill the Grandmaster? Fairy Xixia couldn't help but complain, Fei Yang, your arrogance makes me blush. Yu, who was standing by, said with lingering fear, just now, before that man threw a punch, I felt breathless. When he threw a punch, I seemed to be locked there by a terrible force, and I couldn't move at all. I could only watch his fist fly over. So scary. Liu Li sighed in the back. Me too, the blood of a warrior restrains his soul. Facing a grandmaster, even a soul cultivator in the transformation realm will be a little weaker. Ayuyu also sighed and said, I only know how scary it is outside after coming out once. If I can go back alive this time, I will never want to come out again, Fairy Zixia said on the side. If I can go back alive this time and bring back a lot of treasures, I guess you will cry and beg to come out next time. Yu actually laughed and stuck out her tongue and said, if I have any gains, I will naturally come out. Of course, the premise is to be with senior brother Chu. The cold girl behind her looked at her deeply. Fei Yang, what kind of skills did you just use? It's unheard of. So amazing. Luo Shan couldn't help asking. Luo Qingzhou said, I don't know either. Oh! Luo Shan responded quickly, and didn't dare to ask again. She regretted asking just now. This kid hates people who talk too much. Several people quickly came to the entrance of the canyon. Just now, watching Zhuang Jian's black iron treasure mountain being split in half from a distance was already very shocking. Now looking at it up close, it is even more frightening. This black iron treasure mountain, which was hundreds of feet tall and like a mountain, was actually split by a sword. And with the strength of the middle stage Grandmaster Zhuang Jian, he didn't have time to retract it. However, this black iron treasure mountain did not shrink immediately. It can be seen that Zhuang Jian did not leave too far. And the black iron treasure mountain can still sense him. Unless Zhuang Jian is too far away or dies, this damaged treasure mountain will shrink by itself. Maybe it's still in the canyon. Seeing this, several people immediately enter the canyon and rush forward at the fastest speed. Someone has already explored the way ahead. So there should be no ancient prohibitions or other powerful creatures here. They just want to escape. Brother Chu, what are you doing? Yu suddenly asked. Hearing this, several people turned their heads to look. Luo Qingzhou deliberately fell behind and was scattering things while running. Repel mosquitoes. Fairy Zixia answered for him very understandingly. Look ahead. At this time, Luo Shan suddenly looked ahead and said in a lost voice. The canyon ahead was blocked by many huge rocks, and the hillsides on both sides seemed to have been cut off by a thick layer of swords. And all collapsed. What a terrifying sword energy! Even at this moment, several people could feel the terrifying sword energy remaining in the air. Luo Qingzhou's eyes lit up and said, Catch up! Several people looked at him, not knowing why. If they caught up with the swordsman in front, wouldn't they be killed by a sword? Of course, there were pursuers behind them, so they didn't dare to stop. Go from the top! Several people immediately rushed up the hillside and bypassed the rocks blocking the road below. Swoosh! 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 Fairy Zixia jumped up lightly, her red skirt fluttering. She threw a few balls to the ground behind her and explained. They are explosive fog balls. Maybe they can stop him for a breath. At this moment, a breath could be fatal. Several people crossed the blocking rocks and continued to rush into the depths of the canyon. The further they went, the more frightened they were. There were traces of fighting everywhere along the way. The mountain walls on both sides looked like they had been cut many times, and the entire canyon seemed to have been deeply expanded by twice. This kind of battle is not something they can participate in. Just looking at it makes people feel scared. The front suddenly became clear. At the end of the canyon, there was a vast swamp. A stream meandered through. On both sides were dense vegetation, as well as countless silt and mud pits. A wisp of fog with a foul smell enveloped the entire swamp, which was disgusting to smell. Everyone be careful. Don't fall in, Luo Shan reminded, and suddenly stepped on the strong wind and ran lightly. Under the feet of Fairy Zixia, there appeared red clouds, like blooming lotus flowers, matching her fluttering red skirt and slender figure. Quite beautiful. Luo Qingzhou also stepped on the strong wind and turned to look at the others. Lioli and Yu also stepped on the strong wind, and the cold girl named Bai Wire. With every step, a flower of ice froze, and even the mud below was frozen into ice. Evil disciple, why are you staring at my feet? When Luo Qingzhou was observing, Fairy Zixia beside him suddenly glared at him and scolded in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, and before he could explain, she snorted again. Don't think that your master doesn't know. You have hidden several copies of Jade Foot illustrations. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, looked at her in astonishment, and said, How did the master know? Then he quickly argued, the disciple didn't. Fairy Zixia said contemptuously, When your senior sister Dao told your uncle, your master was also secretly listening beside you. Luo Qingzhou. Damn senior sister. In order to get the love of the uncle, she actually betrayed him. When the senior sister comes back, I must punish her long legs. It was your uncle who took the initiative to ask her. Fairy Zixia had a teasing expression on her face. When your uncle saw me, he said, Ling, you have to be careful. Chu Feiyong seems to like girls' feet. Then your senior sister said, yes, you do like girls' feet. And you bought a lot of books. Luo Qingzhou. Unexpectedly, Luo Shang was listening to the conversation between the master and the disciple. Upon hearing the words, she immediately asked, what kind of feet does Feiyang like? Wearing stockings or not? With nail polish or not? Big or small? Fairy Zixia subconsciously looked down at her skirt and said, it must be small. But not too small. As for stockings and toenails, Luo Shang's heart moved when she heard the words. And she gently pulled her purple skirt and said, mine? Flesh-colored silk? Fairy Zixia's mouth twitched. But it was not what she wanted. She raised her eyebrows and said, it's probably like your two disciples. White silk. Luo Shang immediately said, actually I often wear white silk in the cave. Lioli on the side hurriedly said awkwardly, Master, Senior Zixia, it's time to stop talking about these topics. That deacon we may catch up soon. As soon as these words came out, the two of them looked serious and looked back. Luo Shang whispered, it's okay. I just want to inspire our fighting spirit, so that he won't be depressed. If he gets depressed again, we'll be finished. Lioli couldn't complain. Luo Qingzhou naturally couldn't complain either. The leaders of the two major sects in Dian actually talked about such a shameful topic in front of their disciples, and even slandered and defamed him in front of him. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the front. Then, a terrible sword energy rolled up the air waves and rushed to the surroundings like a tide. Crack! The trees around them all broke and fell to the ground as if they were hit by a flood. Luo Qingzhou and his companions were also suddenly shaken by the air waves that swept over, and they were about to fall. What a terrifying sword energy! Luo Shang's face changed, and he looked forward with fear. Suddenly, he saw a purple light and said in a lost voice, Master Uncle is there. Luo Qingzhou clearly saw the terrible sword light in the distance. He had already had a bold idea in his mind. Use his sword to attack his fist. The strength of the swordsman is obviously more terrifying, and the fist of the Wu steward behind him is obviously no match for him. They can't beat the Wu steward, but the swordsman's sword move can definitely chop him. So, Master, shall we go over? At this time, Lioli looked ahead and asked. Luo Shang pondered for a moment with a solemn expression, and said, it's useless for us to go over. It will only distract the master uncle and the others. Let's go. We will go around from the side, hide in the distance, and see what happens. Yu suddenly said, the Wu steward was attracted by us. And then we will fight the ancestor and senior Luo together. What should we do? Fairy Zixia looked at the battlefield in front and said, don't worry. He is a grandmaster in the early stage of cultivation, although he is only one small realm less than the master uncle. But the gap is far. He dare not approach this kind of battle. Let's go and see the situation first. After discussing for a few words, several people immediately went around from the side. The Grandmaster's perceptions were very sharp, and the power of the battle was very terrifying, so they dared not get too close. Several people quickly went around to the back of the battlefield. When they hid in a big tree, they could see the fierce battle in front of them. At this time, Yu suddenly said, where is senior brother Chu? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and immediately turned around to look for him. Fairy Zixia's face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly shouted, Feiyang, where are you? No one responded. At this time, Lioli suddenly pointed to the front and said, senior brother Chu went to the front. Everyone hurriedly looked forward. Sure enough, they saw a figure, who was bold and sneaky approaching the battlefield in front. Evil disciple, are you looking for death? Fairy Zixia hurriedly jumped down from the tree and prepared to go over and catch him back. At this time, Bai Wire, who had never spoken along the way, suddenly said coldly, don't worry about him. Everyone was stunned and looked at her. Chapter 815 Luo Zha's terrifying finger sword. One sword kills the Grandmaster. Shua. Two dazzling sword beams slashed together. The air wave was surging. Luo Ling was holding the sword and was directly thrown away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her other arm had long been unable to lift up. A deep wound appeared on her shoulder that was so bloody that the bone could be seen. The veil on her face had fallen off. The dress on her body was stained with blood. and she looked miserable. Zhuang Ziyan was not much better. His long hair was messy, and there was a bloody mark on his chest, and his fists were even more bloody. Both of them were pale, and their eyes were listless. Suddenly encountered an ambush. The opponent not only had a master in the middle stage of the Grandmaster, but also a master in the early stage of the Grandmaster, and several disciples in the late stage of the Grandmaster. In addition, Si Kongyun, who was in the middle stage of the Grandmaster, was holding the Dragon Song sword, the treasure of the outer sect of the Piamyo Immortal sect. The Xiantai Baoshan, which Zhuang Jian relied on the most, was directly split in half. Other magic weapons were all destroyed. Some of Luo Ling's magic weapons were also destroyed during the escape. Originally, the strength of the two was not much different from that of the other party. But the other party was a member of the Piami Xinzong. Not only had powerful skills, but also had more magic weapons. They were not opponents at all. Besides, at the beginning, they were suddenly attacked and severely injured. So, they became passive all the way. Otherwise, even if they were defeated, the other party would be helpless if they wanted to escape. In the current situation, the two were at the end of their rope. Si Kongyun, you despicable and shameless thing. Even if I die, I will drag you to be buried with me. Zhuang Jian caught Luo Ling, who was blown away by the air wave, and then roared and rushed up. Si Kongyun held the Dragon Roar sword, sneered, swung the sword, and a huge sword light appeared with a piercing scream. Zhuang Jian used up his last strength and punched. The huge fist light and the sword light collided heavily. There was a loud bang. A terrifying air wave exploded. Zhuang Jian's body shook, like a leaf in a hurricane, and was blown away directly. Si Kongyun also flew backwards, with his robes fluttering. Zhuang Jian fell in front of Luo Ling. His blood and qi in his body were surging, and he spit out a mouthful of blood and stood up again. Luo Ling took the elixir. His soul power was recovering rapidly, and the sword in his hand was also accumulating power rapidly. He wanted to continue to buy time for him. Si Kongyun sneered, holding the sword, and walked over again step by step. With every step he took, the Dragon Roar sword in his hand suddenly increased in size. He was also accumulating power. Powerful energy in his body quickly poured into the sword in his hand, and a golden virtual dragon figure suddenly appeared on the sword of the Dragon Roar sword. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped Zhuang Jian and Luo Ling. Zhuang Jian clenched his fists, and a shadow of a mountain suddenly appeared behind him, his eyes full of determination. Brother Zhuang, even if you are at your peak, you can't block this sword of mine, so don't struggle to death. If you give up your cultivation, I may spare your life for the sake of our past. Si Kongyun sneered while accumulating his greatest strength. Then he said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you that when you fled into the canyon just now, your most outstanding disciples from the Yin also followed you. But you probably won't see them. My junior brother who has gone to look for them. I believe he will be back with their heads soon." Puff. Zhuang Jian spat out blood again, and the shadow of the mountain that had just condensed behind him suddenly flickered and disappeared again. Go and accompany them. Si Kongyun seized the opportunity, and the Dragon Roar sword, which had accumulated full power, suddenly rose up with a swish, and a deafening whistle sounded, and then it slashed down at the two people like a giant sword that could hold up the sky. This sword seemed to drain Si Kongyun's strength. He turned pale in an instant, and his body swayed slightly, and he could hardly stand. The terrifying sword light and sword energy, as well as the dragon roar that shook the soul, instantly submerged the two people in it. Zhuang Jian's face turned pale. He put away his fists, and smiled bitterly. "I have no regrets in dying with Fairy Luo." Luo Ling clenched the sword, his eyes still as cold as frost. The dazzling and terrifying sword light, with the breath of death, slashed down at the two people with a bang. Swish. Then, it suddenly disappeared. The two people's eyes suddenly darkened, as if they were dreaming, and the dim sky appeared again in their sight, as well as Si Kongyun, who was holding a sword and sneering on his face not far away. The sword light suddenly disappeared. The sneer on Si Kongyun's face suddenly stiffened. "Brother Zhuang," Luo Ling suddenly shouted coldly, and then his figure flashed and swept over, and the sword in his hand, which had been charged for a long time, slashed out suddenly. Zhuang Jian suddenly woke up and immediately rushed over with all his last strength. Swish. The shadow of the mountain behind him appeared again. Si Kongyun's face suddenly showed panic. He tiptoed and floated backwards. When he was about to raise the Dragon Roar sword in his hand, his face suddenly turned pale, and he hurriedly put it away. Even with his cultivation, he could not use the Dragon Roar sword many times. Every move of the Dragon Roar sword consumed a lot of his internal energy. The last sword was too much for him to bear. Bang! He had to punch with his bare hands. Luo Ling's sword light, plus Zhuang Jian's fist light, collided heavily with the fist shadow he hit. Si Kongyun spit out a mouthful of blood and was knocked out by the two people. Luo Ling and Zhuang Jian were shocked and chased him again without giving him any chance to breathe. Zhuang Jian hurriedly swallowed the elixir while running. At the same time, he held a crystal-clear yuanshi in one hand and was recovering his strength quickly. Si Kongyun had to fight and retreat, shouting loudly, "Junior brother Wu." At the same time, Wu Tong happened to be chasing after him. When he heard the shout, he was about to go over when he suddenly saw a figure standing in front of him, looking at him calmly. "It's you?" Wu Tong looked at him in doubt and said, "It was you who absorbed my fist light just now?" Luo Qingzhou said in an old voice. "It was me. I have been in seclusion for 10,000 years. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was insolence. I won't pretend anymore. I am an ancient great power, at the level of a martial god. Showdown." Wu Tong. At this time, Fairy Zixia and others who were hiding not far behind also saw the scene. "Zixia, your disciple is so bold that he dared to stop a great master alone," Luo Shan said with a change of color. Fairy Zixia jumped down from the tree in a hurry and said quickly, "Aunt Luo, go and help. Uncle Master and Senior Luo are about to turn defeat into victory. We must not let Wu Tong and Si Kongyun meet up. Let's go! We will fight and retreat and harass him." Luo Shan immediately jumped down from the tree, and when she landed, her chest suddenly jumped. "Fei Yang, be careful." Fairy Zixia immediately led everyone to rush over, who knew that at this moment, their steps suddenly froze, and they saw a terrifying scene. The young man actually raised two fingers, with an unfathomable expression on his face, and slashed at Wu Tong lightly. With a bang, a terrifying sword light suddenly appeared in the air, instantly drowning Wu Tong, who was full of fear. Boom! The huge sword light landed with a bang. A loud noise shook the earth. A huge gully suddenly appeared on the ground, and a terrible storm of air waves roared and swept around. The Deacon Wu, who had the cultivation of a grandmaster, had no power to resist. He was directly chopped to pieces, bloody, and fell into the bottom of the pit. An arm disappeared. Luo Shang and the others suddenly widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. "Master! Aunt Luo! He is not dead yet. Get him!" At this time, the young man still stood there in an unfathomable manner, but suddenly turned his head and shouted. Fairy Zixia and Luo Shang reacted immediately and rushed over with a whoosh. "Take my punch." Fairy Zixia suddenly flew into the air, her red skirt fluttering, and her pink fist suddenly became huge, like a terrible iron hammer, smashing over heavily. "Take my sword." Luo Shang flew up with the sword, slashed it out, and a dazzling sword light flew into the ravine. Wu Tong, who had just regained consciousness, immediately let out a shrill scream. Then, his chest was smashed, his brain burst, and he was cut in half by a sword. "Destroy the soul." Fairy Zixia punched out again. The red glow was brilliant, and Wu Tong's soul was instantly destroyed. Deacon Wu, who had the cultivation of a grandmaster of the Piaomu immortal sect, died miserably like this. He probably never dreamed that senior brother Sikong had just called him to help. But as soon as he came, he was chopped down by senior brother Sikong's Dragon Roar sword and Luo. "This person has a lot of treasures on him," Fairy Zixia suddenly said while looking at the corpse. Then she immediately took out a dagger, jumped into the pit, and began to loot the corpse. When Luo Shang heard this, her eyes lit up. When she was about to jump down, she suddenly looked at the young man not far away and laughed dryly. "Zixia, just take it. Aunt Luo is not interested in treasures." "Wow. There are intermediate magic weapons and top-grade magic weapons. Wow. There are a lot of yuanshi, all of which are intermediate yuanshi. TSK. There are even a few thousand-year-old spiritual medicines and elixirs." Fairy Zixia was very excited in the pit. Luo Shang endured it, but couldn't bear it anymore. She immediately jumped and pounced down, saying anxiously, "Zixia, leave a few for Aunt Luo." Aunt Luo also contributed. The deacon of Piaomu Xinzong naturally has a lot of treasures on him, and the quality must be good. They came to the ancient forbidden land for adventure this time, not for cultivation resources. After a while, The two came out of the pit with satisfaction and unsatisfied. Wow! Zixia stretched out her finger and flicked. Wu Tong's body suddenly caught fire and turned into ashes. Then she ran towards her disciple with a happy face like a little girl who got candy. When she got closer, she asked in confusion, "My beloved disciple, why are you standing here? Aren't you interested in treasures?" Luo Qingzhou suddenly softened and leaned on her, saying, "Master, my legs are weak. Help me." "Which leg?" "Sister, you said that the black lightning swallowing skill can be used 3 times. Although it was only the 2nd time just now. The sword light just now was too strong, and he almost couldn't bear it. If he released it later, he would probably be burst and died. The 3rd time is definitely impossible to use. But the power is really terrifying. Use the opponent's force to counterattack. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This technique is really useful." Fairy Zixia said with a stern face, "Evil disciple. You are taking advantage of me again. Right?" Luo Qingzhou leaned on her shoulder and said, "Master, my legs are really weak and the treasures you just robbed should all belong to me. Right?" Fairy Zixia quickly supported him. "My beloved disciple, since you are injured, please talk less. Let's go. I will help you to a safe place." The master and the disciple supported each other and walked forward affectionately. Luo Shang and others followed behind with strange expressions on their faces. The girl in white dress named by Wei unconsciously condensed a little frost on her slender jade fingertips. Boom! In the distance, the battle continued. Luo Qingzhou quickly took out the spiritual liquid and dripped a few drops on his palm. Chapter 816, A Gift for My Wife. Sister Yu is everywhere. His. It hurts. After absorbing the spiritual liquid, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a pain like the meridians in his body were torn apart. He looked inside quickly. He was shocked when he saw that the meridians in his body had doubled in size due to the power just now. Many places were torn apart violently, and blood was flowing out. It seems that the power absorbed by the black lightning vortex cannot be too strong. Otherwise the body cannot bear it at all. This is good. He used to move, but his meridians were severely damaged, and he could no longer fight. He didn't know when he could recover. However, in the situation just now, if he didn't act decisively, they would be the ones to die. "Fei Yang, are you okay? You look very bad." Fairy Zixia was concerned. As they rushed towards the direction of the battle, they were alert to their surroundings. Luo Qingzhou said with all his strength, "It's okay. Just rest for a while." Unexpectedly, Fairy Zixia looked at his face again, suddenly grabbed his waist, and directly lifted him up horizontally, saying, "Then you have a good rest. Master will hold you." Luo Qingzhou lay in her arms. "Others?" Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, "Master, can I carry you on my back?" Fairy Zixia's fingers suddenly pressed on him and said, "Does it hurt?" Luo Qingzhou trembled in pain and hissed, "It hurts." Fairy Zixia glanced at him and said, "Your meridians should be damaged. If you lie on my back, your chest will hurt, and you have to use your arms and legs to hook me, which is even more painful how comfortable it is now. What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Master is still thoughtful." At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, "Master is really amazing. He can see that my meridians are damaged at a glance." Fairy Zixia didn't say anything else, looking forward with a serious look, with clouds under her feet, holding him and running forward quickly. Her red skirt fluttered and rippled. Luo Qingzhou lay in her arms, feeling a little dizzy, and quickly closed his eyes. At this time, Luo Shang suddenly came over and said flatteringly, "Fei Yang, and Luo just took only one primary magic weapon, which happened to be useful to my Lioli. Just one. Not more. Your master can testify." Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and said, "It's okay, senior. Just take a few more. Miss Lioli also helped me before, and I'm just worried about how to repay her." Luo Shang smiled and said, "No need to repay. No need to repay. We are family. Why be polite? Family?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her in confusion. Luo Shang explained with a smile, "Outside, we the Yen people are all family." As she spoke, she suddenly took out a snow-white cloth bag, stuffed it into his arms, and whispered, "Fei Yang, these are the stockings made by my aunt herself. A total of 7 pairs. All new. There are white silk, black silk, and red silk. Take them back and wear them for your wife." Fairy Zixia glanced down. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched immediately, and he quickly declined, "Senior. No. My wife. Fei Yang." These stockings are not ordinary stockings. Without waiting for him to refuse, Luo Shang stuffed the bag into his arms again and whispered, "These stockings are magic tools, which can prevent dust and cold, keep warm in winter and cool in summer. And they are soft, silky, and very elastic. If you don't believe me, take them out and touch them." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he was immediately moved. Dustproof, cold-proof, warm in winter and cool in summer. Take it back and let the second young lady wear it. It should be very suitable. The second young lady likes to wear a white skirt with white silk. The queen likes to wear a red skirt with red silk. As for black silk, the petite Xiao Dai, the graceful Qiu, and the hot princess should all look good in them. As for Chan Chan, she probably won't wear it. As for the uncle, any color is fine. After all, when she is practicing, she will only say oh and for any request, which can be said to be obedient. He had heard that Xianyan Pavilion would make many magic tools and sell well throughout the yin. Since these stockings were made by the pavilion master of Xianyan Pavilion himself, they must be of good quality. Senior, I really... Just when he had decided to accept it in his heart, his face was full of reserve and seriousness. He was reluctant to accept it. But Luo Shang had already left tactfully. Luo Qingzhou looked at the things in his arms, raised his head and looked around, and saw that everyone was busy on the road and didn't pay attention to this place. So he immediately put it away. He suddenly raised his face and looked up. Between the twin peaks and the valley, a pair of majestic eyes were staring at him. And then the red lips suddenly opened and said, "My silk stockings are just torn. Disciple, you can do whatever you want." Luo Qingzhou, if there are 7 pairs, 1 pair for the second lady, and 1 pair for the uncle, 1 pair for Xiaodai and Qiu, and 1 pair for Zhuer, 1 pair for the princess, and 1 pair for the queen. If it is divided like this, there will be no more. Even Longwer will not have any. Master, you have such a good relationship with Senior Luo. Just ask her for a few pairs. Luo Qingzhou whispered, and then said, "Master, remember to ask for a few more pairs. The 7 pairs I have seen to be not enough." Fairy Zixua's eyebrows jumped, and she raised her arm, pretending to throw him out. "Red." Luo Qingzhou quickly changed his words and said, "Is red okay?" Fairy Zixua said coldly, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou had to raise his head again and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention here, he quickly took out the cloth bag and quickly checked it. Oops. There was only 1 pair of red in it, and the others were all white and black. Forget it. The queen should not need this thing. And if he gave this thing, if the queen asked about it, he would not be able to explain it. Could he say that a female pavilion master of Xianyan Pavilion, who was in her 30s and still charming, gave it to him in person to thank him? It is estimated that the queen would immediately order the hundreds of female guards outside the house to trample him to death. Aunt Luo, he wants more. At this time, Fairy Zixia suddenly turned around and shouted. Everyone else looked over. Yu, who was following behind, asked curiously, "What else does Senior Brother Chu want?" Fairy Zixia said calmly, "Stockings?" Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed and said hurriedly, "Master is joking. What do I need stockings for? I don't want them." Luo Shang rushed over and stuffed another bag into his arms. Smiling, Fei Yang, there is nothing to be embarrassed about this. It's a gift for your wife. You should be proud of it. The girl in white dress, who followed at the back, glanced at someone with cold eyes. Several people continued to move forward. Hey, so many graves. At this moment, Lioli, who had been looking ahead vigilantly, suddenly spoke. Everyone immediately looked over. Suddenly, a cemetery came to the front. The sky was dark, and there were graves everywhere. Gusts of cold wind whistled. The ancestor and Senior Zhuang seemed to be gone. Lioli suddenly frowned again. Several people looked into the distance, and they could no longer feel the fluctuations of the battle atmosphere, nor could they hear any sound. At this time, all around suddenly, there was a strange silence. Everyone be careful. Luo Shang clenched the sword in his hand, slowed down, and looked around vigilantly. As soon as several people entered the cemetery, they suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill, even if there was a protective wind to block it. It seemed that it could not be stopped. A whoop! At this moment, a sharp and strange cry suddenly sounded behind the grave next to them. Everyone was startled and turned around in a hurry, ready to fight. Flutter! A black bird suddenly flapped its wings and flew up from behind the grave. It glanced at them with a cold look and quickly disappeared in midair. There is a smell of blood. Luo Shan's expression froze. and she suddenly held the sword and flew behind the grave. Her face suddenly changed. Everyone saw this and hurriedly followed. A corpse was lying on the ground behind the grave, and the eyeballs and heart had disappeared. The corpse was a woman with long pink hair and unique clothes. Fairy Zixia said solemnly, "She is a disciple of Shura sect." Then she looked down at someone in her arms and said, "Fei Yang, why are you staring at her legs?" Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Aunt Luo, be careful." Puff! As soon as the words fell, the flesh on the corpse's legs suddenly broke. Then, black insects came out of the legs, revealing their white fangs, and suddenly opened their wings and flew towards Luo Shang, who was standing closest. Luo Shang immediately stepped back, swung his sword, and the sword light flashed, and the black insects were torn into pieces. However, the dead black insects suddenly exploded pop 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 and turned into a group of black mist, rushing towards everyone. "It's poisonous! Go!" Luo Shang immediately stepped back. At this time, everyone suddenly heard a strange rustling sound, which seemed to come from all directions. So many insects. Yu suddenly screamed. Everyone looked carefully and found that there were countless black poisonous insects in the tombs on all sides, rushing towards everyone like a black tide. "Run!" Everyone's face changed drastically, and they immediately stepped on the strong wind and fled in panic. When they quickly escaped from the cemetery, a wide river suddenly appeared in front of them. The river water was as black as ink. At some point, the sky above suddenly became dark. It seemed as if in an instant, day turned into night, seeing the dense swarm of poisonous insects chasing behind them. The crowd had no time to detect the river water, and they stepped on the strong wind and walked on the waves. Fly higher. Be careful of monsters in the river, but not too high. Be careful of restrictions above, Luo Shang suddenly reminded, who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, the river surface under her feet suddenly splashed and a bloody mouth appeared, swallowing her in one gulp. "Master!" Lioli was shocked and turned into a meteor in a hurry, punching the bloody mouth. Swoosh! Who knew that at this moment, a black tentacle suddenly flew out of the river and instantly wrapped around her. Wow! The bloody mouth took the opportunity to sink into the water and disappeared. Only the splashing waves and the undulating waves were left. Lioli was entangled by the tentacles and was about to be pulled into the river. The tentacles suddenly condensed into ice and froze there. Then, with a click, it broke into slag and fell into the river. The girl named by Wire stepped on the ice flowers and appeared behind Lioli. A touch of frost appeared on the tip of the slender jade finger of her right hand. Lioli had no time to thank her, and was about to dive into the water. Boom! At this moment, a huge wave suddenly rose on the water surface. Then, a familiar sword light flew out from the bottom of the water. Luo Shang was wrapped in light, holding a sword, breaking through the water, and hurriedly said, "Let's go! There are many monsters at the bottom of the river." Hua! 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 At this moment, the waves flew up. More tentacles and bloody mouths emerged from the bottom of the water. Everyone dodged, killed, and quickly flew to the other side. Fairy Zixia held Luo Qingzhou and walked in front, urging soul power to drive the flying sword, quickly opening a bloody path. Yu, Luo Shang and others followed closely behind. Finally, several people reached the shore safely, turned around and looked. The river was full of monster tentacles, bloody mouths, fangs, tails, and even claws, etc. Several people were still in fear, dared not look more, and hurriedly left. "Aunt Luo, are you okay?" Fairy Zixia turned around and asked. Luo Shang quickly tore off her outer dress and changed into another one, saying, "It's okay. I just feel a little sick. It's dark below, full of hideous monsters. What swallowed me was a big fish, and the river bottom is full of bones." "Why did the sky suddenly turn dark?" Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion. Luo Shang explained, "Many spaces are the same as the outside, with day and night. It should be just dark." Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked at the sky with a serious expression. "It doesn't seem so simple." Luo Shang was slightly startled. "Huh?" Everyone looked up immediately, and their faces changed immediately. In the dark sky, a huge black hole vortex suddenly appeared strangely. The black hole vortex was slowly rotating, getting bigger and bigger, as if the huge mouth of a ferocious beast was opening, ready to swallow everything between heaven and earth. At the same time, a terrifying breath suddenly enveloped it. ZZ. In the huge black hole vortex, a lightning suddenly lit up. It's an ancient forbidden spell. Luo Shan suddenly cried out in surprise. Someone must have accidentally triggered the forbidden spell. And it seems to be the most terrifying ancient forbidden spell. Lioli suddenly looked forward and said, Master, look ahead. There is a huge tower. It seems that the tower is right below the vortex. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked to the front. Under the dark night, a huge black tower really appeared in the distance ahead. At this time, under the illumination of thunder and lightning, the black tower seemed to be shining. And there were people fighting there. This level of fighting is probably between the peak master of Piami Xinzong and the masters of the other two major Xianzongs. There should be some extraordinary treasures found there. No wonder the ancient restriction was triggered. Luo Shan guessed with a serious look. Lioli asked, Master, shall we go? Luo Shan glanced at her and said, Looking for death? Not to mention that there are masters who can blow us to death with one breath. Even if the ancient forbidden thunder comes down, we will be reduced to ashes. Boom! At this moment, a thick purple lightning suddenly fell from the black hole vortex in the sky. Purple lightning is specifically for souls. At this moment, the souls of everyone here trembled suddenly. Luo Shan looked at the black giant tower in front of him and snorted coldly. Even masters like them probably don't dare to resist this level of thunder. Who knew that Lioli next to him suddenly trembled and said, Master, look! The lightning seems to have turned and is flying towards us. Luo Shan looked up and saw, Run! Boom! The thick purple lightning instantly fell on the place where they just stood. The ground sizzled and a big pit appeared. Everyone stood hundreds of meters away, their faces full of lingering fear. Z. At this time, a thick lightning suddenly appeared in the sky again. Luo Shan immediately said, This time, it must be run. Boom! The thick lightning once again fell on the place where they just stood. Z. More lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Run! What's going on? Why is the lightning chasing us? It's not us who activated the ban. Boom! 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 A terrible sky thunder fell down with a bang, as if it had eyes chasing them. There should be a treasure to avoid lightning on that tower. Fairy Zixia suddenly guessed. When Luo Shan heard it, she immediately reacted, Go! Go to the bottom of the tower. Everyone hurriedly fled to the giant tower. There were more and more sky thunders. If they were hit, it would be a miserable fate of death and soul scattering. Luo Qingzhou lay in the arms of Fairy Zixia and quickly took out the spiritual liquid and poured it into his palm. The torn meridians in the body were repairing rapidly. But strangely, the meridians that were violently enlarged did not shrink back to their original size. In other words, after he was repaired, he could absorb and withstand more power. As for the lightning above his head, he looked up. Could it be that the root of the thunder spirit in his body actively attracted it and prepared to devour it? Zizi. Looking inside, the root of the thunder spirit in his body was indeed jumping with arcs excitedly. Sizzling. It looked like it was eager and thirsty. At this time, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He was moved and immediately took it out and looked at it. Sure enough, it was sent by Sister Yu again. What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looked up at the steep mountain shaking above, and didn't know how to answer. Evil disciple. Just look at it. You actually took out the communication treasure to take a sneak shot? At this time, Fairy Zixia suddenly pinched his butt hard and glared at him. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 817 Sister Yu is right beside. The secret of Fairy Zixia. Zizi. The speed of lightning falling is getting faster and faster. Everyone is terrified. Fairy Zixia dared not speak anymore, and her whole body suddenly turned into a stream of red light, rushing towards the black giant tower at the fastest speed. Luo Qingzhou was a little confused. He looked at the message in his hand, and then looked at the lightning above his head. This is an ancient forbidden place. No matter how powerful Sister Yu is, it is impossible for her to pass the message in. Right? Also, how could it be such a coincidence? Before, the deacon Wu approached them quietly, and before he had time to speak, Sister Yu's message just happened to be sent. And the content of the message sent by Sister Yu to him just allowed them to escape from the hands of the Grandmaster. If Sister Yu's message had not been sent in time, then they would probably be beaten to death by the other party with one punch. The other party is a master at the Grandmaster level. Could Sister Yu have predicted the future? But the timing is too coincidental. Right? He turned his mind. Is it possible that Sister Yu was actually nearby all along? And suddenly, she was the first to notice that Deacon Wu came quietly behind them. And then she immediately sent him a message? This can also explain why he was able to receive the message from Sister Yu. After all, they were close, equivalent to a local area network or Bluetooth function, and were not affected by the shielding of the ancient space. And, although Sister Yu never said it in person, she had been silently helping him find spiritual medicines and refined pills. As long as he needed it, she would always prepare it for him in advance. Coincidentally, she also said that night that the two spiritual medicines were difficult to find, unless they were at a place where few people went, or in an ancient ruins. She also said that he should practice his soul seriously first, and she would help him find the two spiritual medicines. So, would she come too? With her ability, she should have known the news of the opening of this ancient ruins a long time ago. Right? However, this time the three major immortal sects came together. Among them, there were people from the Pyamyu immortal sect, who she should least want to see. So, she couldn't come in person. Then there is only one possibility. Thinking of this, he quietly raised his head and looked at the other people around him. Master should not be possible. Even if Sister Yu pretended, she would not take the initiative to hug him. What Senior Luo said was naturally even more impossible. How could Sister Yu take the initiative to give him stockings? It was absurd to think about it. As for Yu, she talked a lot along the way, which was also impossible. Then there were only two suspects. Luo Qingzhou's thoughts turned rapidly in his mind, and his eyes looked at the Saint of Xianyan Pavilion and the cold girl named Bai Wire, who followed behind. In theory, Bai Wire is the most likely, because she is as cold as Sister Yu and has practiced the same ruthless skills. But isn't this too obvious? And Liuli, since entering here, she has been very calm and rarely speaks. Every time she speaks, she is very serious. She is also a suspect. He suddenly thought of someone again. Could it be that Senior Luo? That Senior Luo, who has a high level of cultivation, wears a veil, and is also cold and seldom. No, it shouldn't be possible for her to be possessed by Sister Yu. Right? Moreover, if Sister Yu really possessed Senior Luo, it would be impossible for the ancestor to get so close, let alone touch his hand. It seems that the suspects are still the Saint and Bai Wire. Luo Qingzhou stared at the two again, then lowered his head and quickly sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I am running for my life. I just used the black lightning vortex to absorb a sword beam, and now the meridians and acupoints in my body are torn apart, and I feel like I am disabled. Sister Yu, how can I recover quickly? After sending the message, he immediately raised his head secretly and looked at the two. Liuli suddenly came over and asked in confusion, Senior Brother Chu, why are you looking at me all the time? Is there something wrong? Luo Qingzhou stared at her pupils for a few times and said, It's okay. I'm afraid you will be hit by lightning. Liuli smiled and said, The lightning seems to be looking for you. She actually saw it. Fairy Zixia ran with him, panting, and said angrily, Evil disciple, it must be because you swore too much that you would be struck by lightning. But you didn't keep your word, so you were chased by lightning and struck. Luo Qingzhou. Master's words did not wrong him. At this time, several people finally came to the bottom of the black giant tower. The lightning really stopped, and above their heads, the spire of the giant tower seemed to pierce the sky. In the black clouds above, there were several figures who were fighting fiercely. The terrible pressure and aura made several people almost breathless even from such a distance. No! Look at that vortex. At this moment, Luo Shang suddenly pointed to the sky and cried out in surprise. The black hole vortex suddenly rotated faster and faster, and at the same time, there were lightning and thunder inside. It seemed that more lightning was accumulating. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou seemed to see the scene when Long Air was crossing the tribulation. Why does it seem like someone is going through a tribulation? At this time, Fairy Zixia suddenly said something. Luo Shang also frowned and said, It really looks like the thunder of the tribulation, but it seems to be mixed with the thunder of the ancient forbidden sky. And this lightning seems a bit strange. Why is there 3 colors? Which 3 colors? Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked subconsciously. He quickly raised his head from the peak of Fairy Zixia and looked at the sky. Luo Shang looked at the black hole vortex and said, Purple, red, and it seems to be black. Luo Qingzhou. At this time, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. Huh? He immediately turned his head and looked at the 2 people behind him. Liuli was looking up, looking at the night sky with a solemn face. And Bai Wire, who was standing behind her, also looked up at the night sky with colorful lighting reflected in her dark and cold pupils. Luo Qingzhou had no time to guess. He immediately took out the message and looked at it. As expected, it was from Sister Yu again. The power you absorbed must be too strong. If your body didn't explode, congratulations. You should be promoted soon. Because the power you mentioned has helped you expand your meridians and acupoints in advance. In the future, you can withstand and absorb more power. Because of the Thunder Spirit root, you should have a Thunder Tribulation every time you advance. But you can absorb it by the way to nourish your Thunder Spirit root. If it is fully absorbed, it can be released instantly. The instantaneous explosion is many times more powerful than the Thunder Tribulation. Luo Qingzhou suddenly raised his head and looked at the two people and others behind him. Sister Yu actually sent so many messages at once. And it seems that she already knows that he is facing the Thunder Tribulation now. And even told her the strategy to deal with the enemy. At this moment, he is more and more sure that Sister Yu is by his side. Of course, judging from the situation, Sister Yu will definitely not admit it. It's over. At this time, Luo Shang's voice suddenly trembled. Others suddenly turned pale. Luo Qingzhou looked up. The black hole vortex in the sky has accumulated a huge ball of lightning and lightning. At the same time, more lightning and lightning condensed behind the ball of light. A terrifying breath of thunder and lightning enveloped the whole world. Several figures, who were fighting fiercely on the top of the tower, suddenly stopped and flew back to the tower at a high speed. At this moment, the world was suddenly silent. Even the sound of thunder and storm suddenly disappeared. All creatures on the ground seemed to be looking at the huge and terrifying ball of lightning in the sky. The monsters in the black river in the distance were now shrinking in the mud at the bottom of the river. Trembling. The black bugs in the tomb also panicked and drilled into the ground and disappeared. The hideous monsters in the forest also hid in the cave. Terrified. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the earth. The whole world was shocked. The huge ball of lightning suddenly flew out of the black hole vortex and fell fiercely to the ground. Then, it exploded in the air and turned into countless thick lightning, instantly covering the black tower within a radius of dozens of miles. And the center of the sea of lightning is the black tower. The thickest three-colored lightning all rushed to the black tower, like an angry beast, roaring and rushing down. Boom! There is indeed a treasure for lightning protection on the top of the black tower. The first wave of lightning was blocked. But when the second wave of lightning came, the gem on the top of the tower suddenly wailed and flashed, and shattered. The entire top of the tower was instantly shattered by lightning. Boom! 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 The dense lightning roared and rushed down. The entire dark world was illuminated by lightning, as if it were daytime. The figures hiding under the top of the tower also hurriedly took out their respective defensive magic weapons, resisting while flying down in a panic. And Luo Shang and others hiding at the bottom of the giant tower were also terrified. It's okay. There are tall people to support the sky when it falls. This giant tower is so tall, and it seems to have a lot of treasures. As long as we hide here and don't go out, the thunder can't hit us. Seeing that everyone's face was pale, Luo Shang hurriedly comforted them, as if comforting herself. Boom! Who knew that at this moment, a lightning that was almost thicker than the giant tower suddenly rushed down, and instantly penetrated the entire giant tower, just rushing towards them. Ah! Luo Shang screamed, thinking that her life was over. Others were also unable to open their eyes due to the thick and dazzling lightning. Their minds were frozen, and they closed their eyes waiting to die. At this moment, several people were all stiff. Their minds were waiting to die, and their minds were blank. Schwa! Who would have thought that at this moment, the terrifying lightning that was rushing towards everyone suddenly disappeared. Boom! The entire giant tower suddenly began to collapse. Run! Fairy Zishu immediately hugged Luo Qingzhou and rushed out with a flash of red shadow. The others hurriedly followed. However, the giant tower was too big and collapsed too quickly, and there were dense lightning falling outside. As soon as several people escaped, they were instantly crushed under the collapsed giant tower. The ground boomed and collapsed with it. At this time, there were still more lightning in the sky, roaring and rushing down. At this time, an old voice suddenly came from the ruins of the giant tower. Gong Sun Yin. You used brute force to break the formation without authorization and attracted the thunder. If something happens to my apprentice, my Penglai Fairy Island will not forgive you. Then, Gong Sun Yan's aggrieved voice sounded in the ruins. Brother Ning. The people of Jiutian Yaotai also used spiritual treasures to forcibly break the formation. The old voice sneered. I saw you take action. The ancient Nine-Dragon Emperor formation is so powerful. Even if only 30% of its power is left, How can it be broken by brute force? You idiot! At this time, another old voice sounded in panic. Oh no! We can't move! We seem to be trapped in that big formation. Without 100 years of consumption. I'm afraid we can't get out Gong Sun Yin. I'm going to kill you! Senior. It was the people of Jiotian Yaotai who came first. I'm going to kill you. While several people were arguing in the ruins, the thunder and lightning in the sky were still fiercely hitting the ground, as if to penetrate the entire earth. At the same time, a circle of dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on the ruins of the giant tower. The circle of golden light slowly rotated, and suddenly 9 huge golden dragons appeared on it, connected head to tail, with their fangs and claws bared, circling around the ruins of the entire iron tower. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise. The entire ground collapsed again, and the ground within a radius of 100 miles suddenly disappeared in an instant. The lightning in the sky struck for a while before gradually stopping, and on the ground illuminated by lightning, a huge deep pit appeared, which was bottomless. After another moment, the lightning in the sky finally disappeared. The whole world suddenly became dead silent. Luo Qingzhou was still held in the arms of Fairy Zixia. Several people were falling rapidly, and they didn't know where they were falling. At the same time, it seemed that there was a terrible force that fixed them, making them unable to move. And even the internal force and soul power in their bodies could not be activated at all. In the ears, in the mind, and in the soul, it seemed that terrible dragon roars sounded. The breath of death enveloped them. At this moment, they all felt extremely desperate, and even their hearts seemed to be fixed there, unable to beat anymore. Fei Yang, before you die, your master has a secret to tell you. Fairy Zixia suddenly spoke in despair. The eyes of the others around them all looked at the master and disciple, who had a strange relationship. Luo Qingzhou immediately closed his eyes and said, Master, don't say it. I don't want to know. Fairy Zixia sighed and said to herself, in fact, according to the sect's apprenticeship rules, you are not my disciple at all. As the sect master, I have the strictest rules when accepting disciples. But you didn't follow them. So, strictly speaking, you and I don't have a master-disciple relationship. Then what? Zixia, what do you want to say? Say it quickly. We are all dying anyway. Luo Shang suddenly urged from behind. Even though she was dying, the gossip fire in her chest was still burning. Fairy Zixia looked at her disciple in her arms very seriously and said, Fei Yang, look at me. I'm going to say it. Anyway, there is no one else here, and we can't go out anyway. So I have nothing to be shy about actually. I am Zixia. Can you stop humming and say it quickly? At this time, Zhuang Jiyan's urging voice suddenly came from the darkness, not far away. Everyone. Fairy Zixia froze for a moment, and hurriedly said, Uncle Master, why are you here too? Are you okay? Zhuang Jiyan said, It's okay. Tell me your secrets, and pretend that I'm not here. Brother Zhuang. So these are your disciples of Dian? Zhuang Jiyan? You are here too? Brother Zhuang. Were you being chased by the people of Piamu Xinzong just now? I think I saw you. Everyone. Don't talk. Listen to what secrets that woman has to say. Suddenly, other voices rang out in the darkness around. Fairy Zixia. Chapter 818 Master and Disciple died together. Sister you. I know it was you. Falling. Keep falling. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, as if everyone was waiting for someone's secret. Between master and disciple. TSK. After a short and long few dozen breaths of dying together, Fairy Zixia suddenly looked at her beloved disciple in her arms, and her face instantly regained her composure. Fei Yang. Then I really have to tell you. Luo Qingzhou suddenly had an ominous premonition. Before he could speak to stop her, Fairy Zixia suddenly shouted, Evil disciple. In fact, I have known about the illicit love between you and your uncle master for a long time. Luo Qingzhou. Every time you enter your uncle master's cave, I know it. Fairy Zixia's face showed a gloating look, but her tone was very stern. Luo Qingzhou's face was stiff. Master. Don't say it. Fairy Zixia continued. Humph. If it weren't for your good performance in other aspects, I would have chopped you off with a palm. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. And you don't even let your uncle go? Beast. At this time, other people around began to talk. So that's the secret? I thought it was boring. Although I'm a little disappointed. It's really weird. That boy actually had an affair with his uncle? His uncle wouldn't be an old man, right? Seeing that his master is so young. His uncle is probably not that old either. Although it's not uncommon for men to fall in love with each other. It's really disgusting to think about it. What's wrong with men falling in love with each other? Does men falling in love with each other hinder your ancestral graves? Love between men is the purest and cleanest love. That excuse me. I want to know. If men want to fall in love, who will be responsible for getting pregnant and having a baby? Is it this boy? Or that old man? Luo Qingzhou. Very Zixia. Zhuang Jian couldn't listen anymore, and quickly explained, the boy's uncle is a woman. A young woman. Very beautiful. At this time, Luo Shang, who was shocked, suddenly added subconsciously, and very fierce and domineering. Everyone started to discuss again. It turns out to be a girl. No wonder. Since she is a girl, isn't it human nature to love each other normally? How can I, a cultivator, be bound by those worldly rules? That's right. That's Xixia. You are the leader of a sect in vain. What does it have to do with you? Why are you complaining? Envy? Jealousy and hatred? Young man, I support you. Only those who dare to love and hate are real men. Not to mention the uncle. Even if it is the master. As long as you like, go after him. Live transparently and think freely. You can be free and easy and go further. Boy, I support you. Don't listen to your master's nonsense. She just can't get you and is deliberately bullying you. You can just accept her as your master. As long as you have the ability. You don't have to worry about anything. Old Zhuang, how come your sect has such a rigid and disgusting sect leader? The disciples in your sect must have had enough of her. They are just normal men and women in love. But she actually thought she had caught him and wanted to chop him off with a palm. Is she sick? Brother Zhuang, if I remember correctly, did you have an affair with your uncle? You can't just allow the officials to set fires and not allow the people to light lamps. Right? Brother Zhuang, are you dead? If you are not dead, why didn't you make a sound? Zhuang Jian finally couldn't pretend to be dead anymore. So he had to say, Zixia, this is your fault. Fei Yang is a rare genius in Lingxiao sect for 100 years. And Qingzhu is also the best peak master in Lingxiao sect. They really love each other. And you should bring them together instead of stopping and intimidating them. We are cultivators, not those rigid and corrupt scholars in the secular world. You can't be lonely and unloved for your whole life. And you want Qingzhu to be lonely and miserable for the rest of her life. Right? Then he said, Fei Yang, don't be afraid of your master. The ancestor also supports you. Fairy Zixia didn't dare to say anything. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looked up at his master, and seemed to understand something suddenly. What happened between him and his uncle might have never been exposed. He didn't dare to let the ancestor know. If nothing unexpected happened, he might have been sneaking around like that all his life. And now, boom! At this moment, everyone finally landed. The huge vibration and impact, as well as a terrible tearing force, made everyone's eyes go black and faint. At the moment of fainting, Luo Qingzhou was suddenly startled and secretly said, Oh no! Sister Yu seems to be here too. It was like a dream. The whole world suddenly became dark. I don't know how long it took. Luo Qingzhou slowly opened his eyes. And there was still some tearing pain in the meridians and acupoints in his body. The sky thunder absorbed by the root of the thunder spirit was full and felt swollen. He opened his eyes and looked. There was a bright night sky above his head. And there was a full moon and a few stars hanging in the night sky. All around were towering mountains. And here, it seemed to be a huge valley, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with no way out. He turned his head and saw that his master was lying in his arms, with disheveled hair and messy clothes, sleeping soundly. A jade hand was placed on his chest, and a long leg was placed on his waist. The others seemed to be gone. He was stunned for a moment, carefully recalling the scene that happened before. Buzz! At this moment, a sharp sword sound suddenly came from not far away. He looked up and was immediately surprised. Under the moonlight, a huge sword tomb suddenly appeared in the valley ahead. In the sword tomb, in addition to various styles of swords, there were also some other weapons, all of which were messily inserted diagonally on the ground, looking broken and rusty. And the sword sound just now, I don't know which sword made it. When Luo Qingzhou was stunned, a hot breath suddenly came to his ear. Evil disciple, you took advantage of the master's coma and put the master's hands and feet on you. Luo Qingzhou took her hand away, kicked her feet away, sat up and said, Master, there is a sword tomb there. There may be a peerless sword in it. Oh! Fairy Zixia also sat up and looked in the direction he looked. Where are the others? She suddenly asked. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, there was a hurricane before he fainted. We seemed to be separated, but Master held me with both arms and entangled me with both legs when he fell. So we are still together. By the way, Master, what secret did you really want to tell me when you fell? Fairy Zixia looked at him for a while and said, yes. Luo Qingzhou said, Master, you don't want to say that your real surname is Luo, and you are actually my biological sister who I have never met? Fairy Zixia rolled her eyes at him and said, you wish. Luo Qingzhou tried to stand up, still feeling pain all over his body, but the power consumed in his body seemed to have recovered. The thunder tribulation just now seemed not to hit him, but to recharge him. You can absorb the thunder, right? Fairy Zixia suddenly said with a complicated look. So many thunders hit us before, and every time I thought we were doomed. But the thunders disappeared. In order to verify my idea, I deliberately helped you receive a few thunders, and it turned out to be safe. Luo Qingzhou did not hide it. Yes, I am not afraid of thunder. Fairy Zixia looked at him deeply, and suddenly sighed softly. Fei Yang, to be honest, your uncle hides in the cave every day and does not move. He can break through and advance continuously by lying comfortably. I envy you very much. I have been stuck at this bottleneck for a long time. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze to the sword tomb, looked at her bright and expectant eyes and said, Master, if you need any elixir, just tell me. I will help you refine it when I find all the elixirs. Fairy Zixia turned her pretty face away and pouted slightly. Master does not need elixir. Then she sighed with envy, thinking back then. Your uncle ran outside all day long to break through, going wherever there was danger, just to find a chance to break through. As a result, now, he doesn't have to go anywhere, and can break through and advance comfortably. Fei Yang, she is just your uncle, and I am your master. How can you be so partial? After that, she immediately looked at him with watery eyes and said, I don't care. Help me. Now. Immediately. Right away. Anyway, there is no one else here. She lowered her head slightly again and whispered. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he looked around. Seeing that there was indeed no one else here, he had to take out 2 bottles of spiritual liquid from the storage ring, stuffed them into her hand, and whispered, 2 drops a day. Drip into the palm of your hand. Blue for body refining, black for soul refining. The effect is very good. Master will know when you take it back and try it. Fairy Zixia was stunned for a moment, looked at the jade bottle in her hand, and then looked at him, and whispered, isn't it using lightning to help the body break through? Luo Qingzhou was speechless and said, of course not. It depends on this kind of spiritual liquid. Master will know when you try a drop first. Fairy Zixia couldn't wait to open the bottle stopper and drip a drop of blue spiritual liquid into her palm. The drop of spiritual liquid just fell into the palm and suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a burning breath and a vast power suddenly appeared in her body. Her body was suddenly stretched and trembled. This is. Her heart trembled, and she suddenly put the bottle mouth in front of her nose, took a deep breath, and her face was full of disbelief. Fei Yang, this is the fairy dew of Jiao Tian Yao Tai? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and said, Jiao Tian Yao Tai? He was moved. Master has also used it? His sun and moon treasure mirror. Could it be a treasure of Jiao Tian Yao Tai? Fairy Zixia immediately looked around, then approached him and whispered, when I was stuck in the late stage of the great martial master, my great-grandmaster gave me 2 drops of this spiritual liquid, and I quickly broke through. My great-grandmaster only had half a bottle, and it was said that an elder of Jiao Tian Yao Tai gave it to him when my great-grandmaster went out to train. He accidentally saved the other party. As she spoke, she could not help but sniff the mouth of the bottle, and suddenly said, no, the 2 drops that my uncle gave me were not so concentrated. Like water. Your spiritual liquid seems to be many times more concentrated than his, and the taste is not right. Fei Yang, your spiritual liquid, forget it. I seem to ask too many questions. After that, she suddenly said, have you told your uncle? Luo Qingzhou said, I only gave her the spiritual liquid, but didn't tell her where it came from, and my uncle didn't ask. Fairy Zixia then put away the spiritual liquid with satisfaction, and said excitedly, if I survive this disaster, I will definitely be able to break through with your spiritual liquid when I go back. Then he raised his eyebrows and said, Fei Yang, your gift is too valuable. How do you want me to repay you? Just tell me. Even if I have to do something weird, I will agree to it. Luo Qingzhou said seriously, Master, can you be more serious in front of me in the future? I remember that at the beginning. Master was still very serious. Why is it getting more and more wrong? Fairy Zixia rolled her eyes at him, and said in a faint tone, anyone who sees your uncle's promotion speed and enjoyment of life will be jealous. Luo Qingzhou. Hey. Back then. She was your master. And I should be your uncle. I regret it. Fairy Zixia sighed. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but ask. Should it be Uncle Master? Uncle Master is too old. Uncle Master sounds better. Master. Don't regret it. With my spiritual fluid? You can still break through and advance like Uncle Master. Humph. I'm afraid your Uncle Master doesn't just absorb this kind of spiritual fluid. Luo Qingzhou stood up and looked at the sword tomb over there and said, Master, do you want to go and have a look? Maybe you can get a few peerless swords. Fairy Zixia adjusted her skirt, took out a wooden comb, combed her long hair, and then stood up and said, usually that kind of place is the most dangerous. It's enough for me to have you. I have already got the opportunity to break through, so there's no need to take risks. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, this time, I need some things. Zixia Fairy put away the wooden comb and looked at him. What do you need? Luo Qingzhou said, spiritual medicine. You have prepared the master of the master to the middle. And you should need to take Yuan Dan, and take one for the teacher. Yun Xiang and the blind thousands of years of white lotus fruit. The fairy of Zixia looked at him. These two medicinal materials are precious. So when Aunt Luo just took your loot, he did not stop the teacher. The two elixirs he wanted were not in it. His physique is different. And he has the root of thunder spirit. So he needs more spiritual medicines different from Huayuan Dan. Master, have you heard of the 1,000-year-old thunderwood flower and golden cicada grass? I need these too. Luo Qingzhou directly stated his request. When Fairy Zixia heard it, she was surprised and said, thunderwood flower. Golden cicada grass? Of course. I have heard of these two spiritual medicines. But these two spiritual medicines are priceless and difficult to find. Why do you? She suddenly realized, these two spiritual medicines are related to thunder and lightning. So that's it. Then she frowned and said, it is estimated that only the 3 major immortal sects can take them out. Unfortunately, that Deacon Wu doesn't have it. Luo Qingzhou said, it's okay. I will look for it slowly. Buzz. At this moment, a sharp sword sound suddenly came from the sword tomb again. At the same time, a figure suddenly flew into the sword tomb, grabbed one of the swords, and laughed loudly. You don't dare. Let me do it. Then he suddenly said with force, get up. Boom. The sword suddenly exploded into pieces, instantly piercing through his body shield, and directly blew a big hole in his chest and head. Ah, he screamed and fell to the ground. Suddenly, there were more figures outside the sword tomb, and it seemed that someone wanted to go in and save him. But with a Z sound, several lightning bolts suddenly lit up in the sword tomb, instantly killing the man's body and soul. Those people outside the sword tomb were so scared that they dared not move. Seeing this scene, Fairy Zixia hurriedly said, let's go and see where Yu and the others are. The two walked over immediately. The other side of the sword tomb was already full of people, all looking at the weapons inside with shining eyes. But they seemed to be frightened by the scene just now, and dared not act rashly. There is an ancient sword formation inside. If you pull out the wrong weapon, you may be killed on the spot. An old man who is well versed in formation said solemnly. There should be a peerless weapon inside, but it is probably difficult to know which one it is. I will study it carefully. Fairy Zixia brought Luo Qingzhou to the sword tomb and looked around. As expected, she found that Yu and Master Luo Shang were standing on the other side watching the excitement. As for the girl named Bai Wire, no one knew where she went. The two walked over immediately. Yu, are you okay? Fairy Zixia walked closer and asked with concern. This girl is the beloved disciple and niece of Master Yufeng, and the ancestor also values her very much. If something happens here, she will have a hard time explaining it when she returns. Yu saw the two of them without any surprise, and said, Master, I'm fine. Did you and senior brother Chu sleep well? Fairy Zixia was stunned. Luo Shan also turned her head and looked at the master and disciple, and said with an ambiguous face, we just fell together, and when I woke up, I saw you holding your disciple and sleeping soundly. So I didn't disturb you and came here first. Fairy Zixia froze for a moment. How many people saw it? Luo Shan looked at the people around the sword tomb and said, everyone here saw it. Your ancestor also said, let them sleep. They finally hug each other and sleep well. Don't disturb them. Fairy Zixia. Luo Qingzhou. By the way, Aunt Luo, where is your other disciple? Fairy Zixia's cheeks were hot, and she quickly changed the subject. Luo Shan glanced behind them and said, Isn't she following you? Just now you were sleeping together, and she was sleeping in the grass not far from you. Fairy Zixia and Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and hurriedly turned their heads to look. A delicate girl in a white dress, wearing a veil, stood behind them with cold eyes, looking at the weapons in the sword tomb. Very quiet and strange. Her cold eyes suddenly fell on a rusty broken sword in the sword tomb. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, then turned his head and looked at Liuli. Liuli was looking at the sword tomb and thinking, and suddenly felt his gaze, turned her head, looked at him, and smiled. Brother Chu, why are you looking at me again? It's okay. I think you're cute, Luo Qingzhou perfunctorily said, and walked directly to the girl named Bai Wei. Liuli was slightly startled when she heard the words, smiled slightly, didn't care, and looked into the sword tomb again. Miss Bai, you are so white. Can you add me as a friend? Luo Qingzhou came to Bai Wei's side and took out the communication treasure. This scene immediately made Fairy Zixia's mouth twitch. Luo Shan also froze for a moment, and couldn't help saying, Zixia, your disciple. Fairy Zixia felt very embarrassed, and hurriedly said, He is not my disciple anymore. I have expelled him from the sect. Oh! Luo Shan's eyes lit up immediately. Fairy Zixia immediately said, He has become the disciple of my senior sister Minghui, and I am his uncle. Luo Shan paused, and immediately looked like she understood. He. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said to the cold girl in front of him, Sister Yu, I know it's you. Stop pretending. Chapter 819, Harassing Sister Yu. The request of the 9 heavens Yaotai Fairy. In front of the sword tomb, everyone's eyes were all looking at the rusty weapons in front of them with passion. This is an ancient sight, since a mysterious sword tomb has appeared. Moreover, it is in the 9-dragon emperor formation. Then, there must be some ancient magic weapon hidden inside. Now, it depends on who has the luck to get it. Bai Wei, wearing a white dress, stood alone in an empty corner, looking at the sword tomb very seriously. She seemed to be unheard of Luo Qingzhou's chat. Sister Yu, I know it's you. Don't pretend. I have seen you secretly send a message with the communication treasure. Luo Qingzhou repeated. Bai Wei still looked at the sword tomb with cold eyes and ignored him. Sister Yu? Luo Qingzhou called again. She still seemed to be unheard. Sister Yu. Luo Qingzhou suddenly raised his voice again, shouting, and couldn't help but stretch out his fingers to poke her. Who knew that just as he stretched out his fingers, Bai Wei's slender fingers also stretched out. The fingertips of the two suddenly touched each other, but it was not skin-to-skin contact. A layer of frost suddenly condensed between the fingertips. Then, the frost instantly spread along Luo Qingzhou's fingers and spread to his entire palm. Ah! The sudden bone-chilling coldness made him scream and jump back a step. Looking down, the whole palm was covered with frost. He immediately shook his wrist, and a flame wrapped around his palm, instantly melting the frost on it. Looking up, the cold girl still looked at the sword tomb quietly. From beginning to end, she didn't even look at him. At this time, Luo Shan hurried over and whispered, Fei Yang, don't harass Wei. If you want to harass Aunt Luo. As she said that, she took out her communication certificate and said with expectation, Come, bump into Aunt. Luo Qingzhou paused and explained, Senior, I am not harassing her. I just want to add her as a friend and ask her some questions. Luo Shan stretched out her hand and pulled him aside, sighing in a low voice, Fei Yang, Wei's practice is a heartless practice. She never chats with people, and she doesn't have a communication certificate. Luo Qingzhou looked at the cold girl in white again and said, Senior, are you sure that she really doesn't have a communication certificate? Luo Shan said, Of course I am sure. I gave it to her before, but she didn't want it. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. Said, Okay. I know. I won't bother her anymore. Luo Shan whispered, Fei Yang, if you want to chat, you can chat with Aunt Luo and Liuli. Come. Add Aunt Luo as a friend. In the future, when Aunt Luo refines new stockings and new underwear, she will let you know in advance and send you a picture. If you like it, Aunt Luo will send it to you personally. Luo Qingzhou. Fairy Zixia came over immediately, pulled him away, and said with a smile, Aunt Luo, if there is anything in the future, you can tell me first, and I will inform Fei Yang. After all, he is a disciple of my Lin Xiao sect, And you are the pavilion master of Xianyan Pavilion. It is not good to communicate privately. I don't care. But I am afraid that other people in this sect will gossip about Fei Yang if they know. Luo Shang said in displeasure. What gossip can you have? It's just adding a friend. Zixia. It's not Aunt Luo who is saying anything bad about you. You are just too rigid. Otherwise your ancestor wouldn't have scolded you in front of so many people. Fairy Zixia had a smile on her face. And she still stopped Luo Qingzhou behind her like a protective calf. Humph. Luo Shan ignored her, twisted her slender waist, went to the sword tomb, and continued to choose the magic weapons inside. Fairy Zixia turned around, glared at her own disciple, and said, Why do you want to provoke Wei when you can provoke anyone else? Why do you think you are too charming and no one else is interesting to conquer? So you want to conquer a girl without feelings? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, Master misunderstood. Fairy Zixia rolled her eyes at him, and said, Look at your impatient look. You asked others to add you as a friend as soon as you went up. But they ignored you. And you immediately got impatient to make a move. Not to mention her. Even if it was your master, it would be impossible for you to agree. You are impatient and have no sincerity. Luo Qingzhou. Master, you go to choose a sword. And I am going to go to the valley over there to look for some spiritual medicine. Luo Qingzhou admitted his defeat and decided to retreat. Fairy Zixia glanced at the valley over there and said, Then your master will go with you. Anyway, there are ancient restrictions in this sword tomb, and your master dare not go in to choose a sword. As soon as the words fell, the old man in gray robe just now suddenly said, Okay, I can control this ancient restriction for the time being. Everyone goes in and chooses a sword one by one. There is only one chance. Even if you choose the wrong one, it will not trigger the restriction. But don't be greedy. If you choose more than one, you will be punished by the restriction and your life and death will be at your own risk. As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately excited. This person is Elder Sun from Punlai Fairy Island. It is said that he is proficient in various formations. Today, I saw that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. He actually cracked this ancient restriction so quickly, as expected of a member of the immortal sect. He is broad-minded and actually took the initiative to invite us to choose a sword. Someone else became alert. Don't you want to use us for blood sacrifice or explore the way? At this time, a young man next to Elder Sun suddenly flashed and entered the sword tomb, saying, Master, I will choose first. After that, he stretched out his hand and grasped one of the swords that he had already chosen, and pulled it hard. Crack! The broken sword suddenly shattered and turned into fragments. The young man frowned, but did not stop. His figure flashed, and he left the sword tomb. Sure enough, the restriction was not triggered. It's true. Seeing this, everyone was relieved immediately. Thank you, Senior Son. At this time, another figure jumped in and grabbed a long sword, but hesitated and did not dare to pull it out immediately. He looked at the other swords next to him hesitantly. Seeing this, Fairy Zixia immediately said excitedly, Fei Yang, let's go and choose one. Maybe we can choose a peerless weapon. After saying that, she immediately walked over and stood with Luo Shang. Everyone was excited and hesitant in choosing from the sword tomb, silently deciding which one to choose later. Luo Qingzhou also walked over and took a look. Feeling dazzled, he already had the black and white sword and the ruby black stick, both of which were ancient weapons, and he didn't need other weapons at all. At this time, everyone was gathering around the sword tomb to select treasures, and no one was picking spiritual herbs. Therefore, the ancient spiritual herbs hidden in this valley must still be there. If they finish selecting weapons later, they will probably wander around. By then, with his strength, even if he encounters the two spiritual herbs, he probably won't be able to pick them. Thinking of this, he didn't bother his master again, and left quietly immediately. Fei Yang, help me choose one. Fairy Zixia was also dazzled. The weapons inside were all broken and rusty, and it was impossible to tell which one was the magic weapon. Fei Yang? She suddenly turned her head and found that her apprentice had disappeared. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the sword tomb. Fairy Zixia looked over quickly. A middle-aged man in a black robe stood in the sword tomb, holding a long sword in his hand, his face full of excitement. The long sword had been pulled out of the ground. Not only did it not break, but suddenly a flash of light appeared, and the gaps and rust on the sword disappeared, instantly turning into a brand new sword with a cold glow. I am indeed a man of great luck. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man laughed triumphantly, and immediately held the sword and left the sword tomb. The other practitioners around him saw the scene, and their faces were full of envy. At this time, Gong Sun Yin of the Piamyu Immortal Sect also suddenly appeared. He flashed, swept into the sword tomb, pulled out a long sword, and retreated. Everyone looked at him, and saw that he moved his wrist, and the long sword suddenly made a buzzing sound, and the rust on it immediately fell off, turning into a brand new red sword. Not bad. Not bad. He was full of smiles. At this time, an old man in a gray robe suddenly rushed out from the side and punched him. Gong Sun Yin was about to raise his sword to fight back, but his face changed, and he immediately stepped aside and said hurriedly, "Brother Ning, calm down." The old man was furious. "You hacking trapped us here, and you still have the nerve to go in and choose a sword? I will kill you." Gong Sun Yin did not dare to fight back, and quickly hid behind the elder son. Elder son was breaking the formation, and seeing the old man chasing him, he quickly advised, "Brother Ning, forget it. Things have come to this point, and it's useless to be angry. Maybe this is also an opportunity for us. If it doesn't fall, who can find this ancient sword tomb? Choose a sword quickly." The gray-robed old man snorted coldly, but did not chase him anymore. He still pointed at Gong Sun Yin hatefully and said, "If we can't escape, I will definitely kill you." After that, he flicked his sleeves and turned around to choose a sword. Gong Sun Yin looked embarrassed, turned his head and looked around, and asked in a low voice, "Brother son, why don't we see anyone from Jiotin Yao Tai?" Elder son also looked up and said, "I guess they went somewhere else." Then he hummed again and said, "They may not even like the treasures here. Good sword." At this time, someone suddenly pulled out a precious sword from the sword tomb. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, with envy on their faces. While this side was busy, Luo Qingzhou had already entered the valley. After walking about 2 miles, he had picked 5 spiritual herbs, and they were all spiritual herbs of good quality and long years. But the 2 spiritual herbs have not been found yet. Hey, 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit. At this moment, he suddenly saw a low shrub growing on the hillside, and on that shrub, there were actually several golden fruits hanging. The book said that this kind of golden snake fruit only bears fruit once every 1,000 years, and is very rare. This fruit can not only be used to refine high-quality elixirs, but also beautify and prolong life if eaten directly, and even make the breasts bigger and whiter, etc. More importantly, it seems that it can be used to refine anti-aging pills. Luo Qingzhou was excited and immediately went up the hillside. Isn't this thing more precious than that sword? And there are several of them. As expected, people are easily confused by the huge benefits in front of them. Little do they know that there may be better things in the distance. Be careful of poisonous snakes and other monsters. After he went up the hillside, he immediately slowed down his pace and looked around vigilantly. Usually, around this kind of rare spiritual fruit, there are powerful poisonous insects and other monsters hiding. Like human practitioners, they also covet these spiritual fruits. Due to the special energy of the spiritual fruit, they cannot swallow it all at once, or the spiritual fruit is not fully mature, so they can only wait and guard by the side. If they find other creatures approaching, they will definitely attack fiercely, and will not be polite. Luo Qingzhou stopped more than 10 meters away from the spiritual fruit, and observed carefully. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, he held the rui stick and approached carefully. When he came close, he immediately smelled an attractive fruit fragrance. There were 5 spiritual fruits on the bush. The skin was golden, and the size was the same as the cherry tomato, which looked very tempting and made people salivate. It's ripe. It's really worthy of being a spiritual fruit left over from ancient times. This color, this fragrance tsk. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and immediately took out the disposable bamboo film gloves and the wooden box, and carefully picked the 5 spiritual fruits. This fruit tree, he thought for a moment, and immediately took out the medicine hoe. When he was about to take the fruit tree away, a cold voice suddenly came from above his head. This kind of spiritual fruit cannot be transplanted. Luo Qingzhou was shocked and immediately put away the medicine hoe, stepped back a few steps, raised his head, and looked up vigilantly. On the rock more than 10 meters above his head, a woman in a pink skirt and a veil on her face was standing tall and graceful, looking at him with fluttering sleeves. The woman's eyes were calm and deep. She did not deliberately emit any compelling aura, but gave people a feeling of being unfathomable and fairy-like. Luo Qingzhou's eyes suddenly looked at the cloud building embroidered on her collar, and his heart was shocked. People from Jiutianyao. There was silence for a moment. The woman looked at him calmly and said in a cold tone, I need 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit to make pills. Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened. He slowly clenched his fist in his sleeve, and the root of the thunder spirit in his body suddenly lit up with lightning. The heavenly thunder that he had absorbed before began to accumulate power and was ready to go. One is enough, the woman said softly. Of course. I won't take it from you for nothing. After that, she flicked her slender fingers lightly, and a jade bottle flew towards Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou's pupil shrank, and he immediately stepped back without reaching out to catch it. The jade bottle fell to the ground with a bang. The woman frowned slightly and said, This is the unique spiritual dew of my Jiutianyao. You only need to open the bottle stopper and drop a drop, and you will know the effect. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. After hesitating for a while, he used the object control technique to pick up the jade bottle from a distance and carefully pulled out the bottle stopper. After waiting for a while, seeing that there was nothing unusual, he reached out and grabbed the jade bottle. First put it under his nose and sniffed it, and then poured another drop into his palm. A drop of light blue spiritual liquid fell into the palm. Soon, it drilled into the palm and disappeared. At the same time, a heat flow quickly surged in the body, and a strange energy appeared. For other practitioners, it is indeed very good. But for him, the woman stared at the expression on his face and waited for a moment. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes, as if she did not see the expression she imagined she would see, and said, How does it feel? Luo Qingzhou suddenly became excited. Is this the fairy dew? I only used one drop, and immediately felt full of strength in my body, and the internal force in my body recovered quickly. It's amazing. The look in the woman's eyes returned to normal, and she said, For you, it is indeed the fairy dew. Give me 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit, and this bottle of fairy dew will belong to you. Who knew that Luo Qingzhou suddenly threw the fairy dew back and said, This bottle of fairy dew is too precious. I don't want it. The tranquility and indifference on the woman's face froze. Why? She took the elixir and asked, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Not to mention the practitioners of other sects. Even the practitioners of the other two major immortal sects dream of the spiritual dew of their Jiutianyao. This kid is only at the Grandmaster level. Could it be that he didn't realize the mystery of this spiritual dew just now? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Fairy, I want something else. Chapter 820 Super Big Harvest. Peeping at Sister Yu. The woman frowned slightly, but after a pause, she still asked, What do you want? Luo Qingzhou said, 1,000-year-old thunderwood flower. Golden cicada grass. Then he cupped his hands again and said, To be honest, I need these two medicines to save my life now. You need elixirs to advance, and you can't advance without elixirs. And if you can't advance, you may be beaten to death. So, he didn't lie. Hearing this, the woman pondered for a moment and said, These two spiritual medicines are very precious even for us Jiutianyao. I don't have them here, but my senior sister has a golden cicada grass. I can help you ask. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Thank you, fairy. After speaking, he immediately took out the wooden box, took out 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit from it with the object control technique, and handed it over. The woman took it in her hand, looked at him with some surprise, and said, Aren't you afraid that I will take your spiritual fruit and not give you the golden cicada grass? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, If the fairy is that kind of person, why bother to waste words with me here? When the fairy saw the spiritual fruit just now, she killed me directly, and then took all 5 spiritual fruits for herself. Wouldn't it save a lot of time? With the fairy's strength and background, killing me is like stepping on an ant. No one dares to pursue it. Right? Hearing this, the woman looked at him again, put away the spiritual fruit, and said lightly, I can't guarantee that my senior sister will give me the golden cicada grass. If I don't get it, I won't return the golden snake fruit to you. However, I can give you a bottle of spiritual dew. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, fairy. If I don't get it, I will find it myself and will never blame you. The woman didn't say anything more and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou suddenly took out the communication treasure and said, Fairy, can you add me as a friend? As soon as these words came out, the woman was stunned for a moment and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou said seriously, I admire Jiutianyao Shinzong very much. I finally met the fairy today, so I want to add the fairy as a friend. If there is a chance in the future, I hope to learn from the fairy. And when the fairy gets the golden cicada grass, You can use the communication treasure to inform me. And I never add strangers. Before he finished speaking, the woman directly refused coldly. Then the figure flashed and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while, not caring, put away the communication treasure, and immediately walked towards the depths of the valley to continue looking for spiritual medicine. The people of Jiutian Yaotai are indeed different from those of other sects. Compared with the people of Piamu Xinzong, they are much higher. They look like real people of the Xinzong. Fortunately, he met someone from Jiutian Yaotai. If he met someone from other sects, he would probably not be able to keep any of the 1,000-year-old golden snake fruits on him. Hey, ambergris. Soon, he found another spiritual medicine. He kept moving forward. Not long after, he had collected more than a dozen spiritual medicines, all of which were of sufficient age and high quality. This place is indeed full of treasures. He walked more than 10 miles into the valley, and suddenly a huge stone wall appeared in front of him, blocking the way. At the same time, a faint golden light shield appeared above the entire valley. Luo Qingzhou looked up and thought to himself, this is probably the ancient formation that trapped them. I wonder if Debao and Erbao can break it easily. But he doesn't want to go out for the time being. The valley has not been searched clean yet. He will return to the sword tomb later and search in another direction. Maybe he will be lucky enough to find the 2 spiritual medicines. He searched around again and was about to turn back when he suddenly saw a blue plant growing in the crack of the mountain wall in front of him. The stems and leaves of the plant were all blue, with a blue flower blooming in the middle. The stamens of the flower actually flashed a strange fluorescence in the moonlight, as if breathing the moonlight above. Blue spirit flower? Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked, and he immediately took a few steps closer and looked up. Under the moonlight, the appearance of the blue flower became clearer. It is indeed a blue spirit flower. The pictures and introductions in the book immediately appeared in his mind. It is exactly the same as the flower in front of me. Blue spirit flower, one of the rare spiritual medicines in ancient times, often grows in empty mountains and valleys, or uninhabited islands. It takes nearly 1,000 years from budding to blooming. Its flowers can be used to refine top-grade elixirs, which can increase the success rate of any elixir. If this flower is added to a high-quality elixir recipe, it can even refine a spiritual elixir. Its flowers are priceless, and there are very few in the world. Luo Qingzhou slowly recalled the introduction of this blue spirit flower in his mind, and his heart was secretly excited. If he had it, the other 2 spiritual medicines would definitely be exchanged, and even a lot of treasures could be exchanged. Being able to refine top-grade elixirs, this alone would make many powerful cultivators salivate. What's more, adding this flower can not only increase the success of elixir refining, but can even directly refine spiritual elixirs. This effect is simply amazing. Luo Qingzhou suddenly thought of Sister Yu again. Sister Yu's cultivation must also require a lot of elixirs. With her cultivation, she must need higher quality elixirs. Many high-quality elixirs have a very low success rate. If this flower is available, with Sister Yu's level of alchemy, the success rate may even increase to 99%. Thinking of this, he immediately suppressed his excitement and looked up at the stone wall. After a careful observation, there was nothing unusual. He immediately took out the medicine hoe, and his figure flashed and flew up. Because of the existence of the ancient prohibition, he could not fly too high. After he climbed the rock wall, he stepped on the strong wind and walked up carefully. At the same time, for safety reasons, he began to sprinkle pollen one by one. Who knew that he had just arrived in front of the blue spirit flower? And suddenly with a whoosh, a green snake flew out from under the leaves of the blue spirit flower and rushed straight to his face. Luo Qingzhou immediately swung the medicine hoe in his hand to cut it. Ding! Who knew that a faint light suddenly lit up on the green snake's body, and a layer of hard scales appeared. The medicine hoe actually split in 2. The green snake suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a long snake tongue, like a sharp arrow, piercing his eyes. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to fight in midair, so he immediately fell down and punched him. Bang! The fist burst out. The green snake was so fast that it immediately flapped the 2 transparent wings under its head, turned its body, and hid under the leaves of the blue spirit flower in an instant. Luo Qingzhou landed on the ground, looked at the broken medicine hoe in his hand, and felt a palpitation. This thing is so hard and fast. He threw down the medicine hoe and took out the Rui wooden stick directly. There is no time to delay. If other cultivators come later, it will be troublesome. Swoosh! He rushed up again, holding the black wooden stick in his hands tightly, ready to wait for the flying snake to pounce and hit it with a stick. Who knew that until he landed on the stone wall? The flying snake was still hiding under the flowers and leaves of the blue spirit flower, and did not come out. Luo Qingzhou had to hold the wooden stick tightly in his hand, and approach step by step. When he walked only 2 steps away from the blue spirit flower, the flying snake still did not show up. It hid under the flowers and leaves. Luo Qingzhou naturally did not dare to pick it, nor did he dare to use the flying sword and fist light to attack from a distance. If the blue spirit flower was injured, all the previous efforts would be wasted. He took another step forward, and seeing that the flying snake was still hiding inside, he had no choice but to reach out the wooden stick in his hand and carefully poke under the flower leaf. Swoosh! Who knew that at this moment, the green flying snake suddenly wrapped around the wooden stick in his hand and pounced on his wrist like lightning. Luo Qingzhou was startled, and did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly dropped the wooden stick and dodged to the side. The flying snake pounced into nothingness. The wooden stick fell on the stone wall with a bang and rolled to the ground. Luo Qingzhou was about to punch the flying snake, but the flying snake was faster, and with a swoosh, it drilled under the flower leaf of the blue spirit flower again. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but want to swear. He stretched out his hand and took back the wooden stick that was about to fall. He pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. He walked closer again and put the wooden stick in. If the flying snake entangled the stick again, he would immediately throw the stick down quickly. When the flying snake reacted and wanted to fly back, he would strike with thunder and make it unable to come back. As long as it stayed away from the blue spirit flower, he had plenty of ways to kill it. Who knew that this time, when the stick in his hand reached under the leaves, the flying snake actually curled up there and pretended to be dead, motionless. Even though the stick in Luo Qingzhou's hand had touched its body and started to poke it, it still stayed there. What's more hateful is that its whole body was tightly wrapped around the flower path of the blue spirit flower. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to use force, nor did he dare to use other skills. When he was anxious, he suddenly thought of something. Little Fire Fox. The little fire fox is a spiritual creature of heaven and earth, so it naturally wouldn't be afraid of this cunning poisonous snake, as long as it can be scared out. It's fine. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the little fire fox from the storage ring, pointed at the blue spirit flower and the flying snake under the leaves, and said seriously, "Don't damage the flower. Get the poisonous snake out. Is there any way?" The little fire fox had suffered too many beatings from him, and had long been submissive. Hearing this, he immediately nodded and chirped, "Go!" Luo Qingzhou did not dare to delay, and immediately put the little fire fox on the rock wall. The little fire fox immediately walked over and bared its fangs. The flying snake seemed to be suddenly afraid, and immediately raised its head, spitting out its scarlet snake tongue with a hiss to threaten. The little fire fox was not afraid at all, and directly lowered its head and bit its head. The flying snake was startled, and its head shrank in a hurry. It immediately let go of the stem of the blue spirit flower, and with a whoosh sound, it fled to the stone wall on the other side. The little fire fox suddenly jumped up and chased after it, spitting out a stream of fire from its mouth. Unfortunately, the flying snake was too fast, and it flew directly into the air and disappeared in the valley in the distance. Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, praised the little fire fox a few words, and put it into the storage ring. Then, he took out a medicine hoe, squatted in front of the blue spirit flower, and carefully dug up the whole flower. Several roots of the flower were broken, but it should have no effect. He put the whole blue spirit flower into the storage ring and planted it in the medicine garden, close to the mysterious little tree. At the same time, he took out the spiritual liquid and watered it with a drop. After doing this, he jumped down from the stone wall. Who knew that just after landing, a voice suddenly came from the side, "Little brother, thank you very much." As soon as the words fell, a man and a woman walked out from behind the rocks next to them. Both of them were wearing black robes, holding bone swords, and 3 skulls were embroidered on their robes on their chests. The aura around them looked gloomy. The young man smiled and said, "This blue spirit flower, my junior sister and I have been guarding it for a long time, just waiting for the flying snake to come out. And then we went to pick it." Who knew that the little brother was so skilled and bold that he actually went up directly? Then he sighed again. The fire fox of the little brother is not an ordinary thing. It's amazing. Luo Qingzhou looked at the two of them expressionlessly, and did not speak. The black-robed young man smiled and said, "Little brother, take out the blue spirit flower. To express my gratitude, I will give you a bottle of elixir." As he said, He threw the elixir in his hand directly to him. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, and stepped back a few steps. The bottle of elixir fell on the grass with a bang. The black-robed youth smiled and said, "Why? Don't you give me face?" The black-robed woman beside him suddenly flashed and appeared behind Luo Qingzhou, blocking his way. The two of them exuded the aura of warriors, and they were both mid-level grandmasters. Luo Qingzhou's clenched fist slowly loosened. The black-robed youth's mouth slightly raised, still smiling, saying, "Little brother, we found the blue spirit flower first, and you got a bottle of pill for nothing. It's worth it. This pill is the fasting pill I personally refined in Baigushan. Eat one, and you don't need to eat for 7 days. It's a good deal for you." Bang! At this moment, the black-robed woman standing behind Luo Qingzhou seemed a little impatient and directly pulled out the white bone sword in her hand. The black-robed man was still waiting with a smile on his face. Luo Qingzhou stood there quietly for a few breaths, and then took out the blue spirit flower with soil from the storage ring and placed it on the ground. The black-robed man stared at the blue spirit flower on the ground and took a closer look. Then he smiled and said, "Thank you, little brother." After that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the blue spirit flower on the ground, which flew over and landed in the wooden box he had just opened. Then he smiled again and said, "This kind of ancient spirit object cannot be planted alive. It needs to be placed in a wooden box to be preserved." Luo Qingzhou looked at the black-robed woman behind him. "Junior sister, let the little brother go. We still have to go to the sword tomb. We won't disturb this little brother to continue collecting herbs." The black-robed youth spoke softly. The black-robed woman then put away the bone sword in her hand and made way. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and retreated cautiously. When he was about to leave, the black-robed youth suddenly said, "Little brother, don't you want the pills on the ground?" Luo Qingzhou stopped and looked at him. The black-robed youth smiled, picked up the bottle of pills from the ground, and pulled out the bottle stopper with a pop. A colorful centipede suddenly crawled out of it. The woman who walked next to him burst into laughter. "Senior brother, you are so bad. Be careful not to scare people." Ha ha ha. The black-robed youth also smiled, and suddenly opened his mouth and ate the centipede. Luo Qingzhou stood there without moving. The black-robed youth swallowed the centipede in one gulp. When he was about to grin, he suddenly shook his body, and his face changed. The black-robed woman beside him immediately laughed and said, "Brother, what's wrong? Poisoned by the poisonous creature you raised?" "Ha ha, no." The laughter in her mouth stopped abruptly, and the smile on her face suddenly froze. She felt dizzy for a moment, and suddenly her face changed. "We seem to be poisoned." The black-robed young man hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, with a clang, he pulled out his bone sword and said gloomily, "Boy, with your cultivation, even if we are poisoned, you can't." Zizi. A ball of lightning suddenly lit up on Luo Qingzhou's fist. Red, purple, black. 3-color lightning. The color of this ball of lightning was exactly the same as the color of the thunder they had seen on the giant tower before. At the same time, a terrifying breath of thunder instantly spread. The black-robed young man and the black-robed woman suddenly changed their faces. "Little brother, you are still young. Don't do stupid things. We are the White Bone Mountain." Boom! A huge 3-color lightning suddenly struck the two people. Because the distance was too close and the lightning was too fast, the two people had no time to react, and they were instantly submerged in the huge lightning. This lightning was burst out by Luo Qingzhou after absorbing the sky thunder. Even if a great master encountered it, he would be skinned alive. Not to mention 2 masters who were poisoned by flowers. Ah! The two screamed immediately, and their bodies and souls instantly disappeared, turning into the appearance of lightning. Wait for the lightning to disappear. Only 2 glittering storage rings were left on the spot. The storage ring is made of special materials. Most skills, even sky thunder, cannot destroy it. But if it is mixed in blood, corpse powder and some venom, it can just corrode it. Luo Qingzhou saw the blue spirit flower being put into the storage ring by the black-robed young man, and saw the two standing together, and both were poisoned. So he dared to use lightning. After all, they were 2 masters in the middle stage of the Grandmaster level, and they were from the demon sect. So he could not be careless. If he was not careful, he would be reduced to ashes. He did not dare to delay, and immediately went over to pick up the 2 storage rings from the ground. Both of them were dead. The restrictions in the storage rings were automatically opened. Luo Qingzhou searched inside and found the blue spirit flower, and immediately took it out and replanted it in his own storage ring medicine garden. There are still many things in their storage rings. Most of them are poisons. Of course, there are also a few treasures. There are even more than 20 crystal clear yuanshi. Yuanshi is a good thing. Luo Qingzhou took out several treasures, and more than 20 yuanshi. Checked them carefully, and found that there was no mark. Then put them into his storage ring. Sister Yu told him that there were Dabao and Erbao in his storage ring. So even if there were other marks on the treasure, others could not detect them. As for those poisons and other things, he naturally did not dare to take them, and directly burned the storage ring with corpse powder, flames, and his own blood to ashes. After doing this, he returned and walked towards the direction of the ancient sword tomb. This time the harvest was not small. In addition to 4 rare spiritual fruits, there was also a more rare and priceless blue spiritual flower. There were also more than 20 other spiritual medicines with a long age. At the same time, more than 20 precious yuanshi were obtained. As for those treasures, Luo Qingzhou took another look in the storage ring. The black small banner, with a skull embroidered on it, looked very unusual. It was probably a treasure like a magic weapon. When I get back, I'll let Sister Yu take a look. No! He had an idea and immediately took out the communication treasure. Take a photo now and send it to Sister Yu. Then, hide in the dark and secretly observe Lily and the girl named by wire so that she can't deny it. Thinking of this, he immediately took a photo. Then, he quickened his pace. When he was about to reach the sword tomb, he immediately sent the photo and asked, Sister Yu, I got a few things. Can you help me see what treasures they are? After sending it, he immediately went out from the corner, hid behind a stone, and looked at the sword tomb. This look scared him immediately. The sword tomb, which was extremely lively just now, suddenly became dead silent. A golden light shield that looked like an inverted bowl suddenly appeared around the sword tomb, covering the entire sword tomb and the area dozens of meters outside the sword tomb. The masters who were excitedly surrounding the sword tomb just now were all covered inside. At this moment, they were lying on the light shield pitifully, with their eyes wide open, like animals locked in an iron cage, looking outside with fear and despair. Fairy Zixia, Yu, and Master Luo Shang were all inside. No wonder it's so quiet. Luo Qingzhou was shocked and secretly felt lucky. He did not go out immediately, but took out the communication treasure and quietly observed the 2 people in the light shield. Chapter 821, Insulting Sister Yu. The peerless sword in the sword tomb. Strange silence. Luo Qingzhou could not hear any sound from the light shield, but everyone's movements and expressions were seen very clearly. Who is Sister Yu? It will be revealed soon. He held his breath and stared at the 2 suspects in the light shield. After a moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Lioli, who was standing behind Luo Shang, suddenly took out the communication certificate. Is it her? Luo Qingzhou clenched the communication certificate in his hand. But at this moment, suddenly, a scene that made him dumbfounded appeared. All the people in the light shield actually took out the communication certificate. Then, they all began to write words quickly with their fingers, asking for help from outside. Luo Qingzhou, however, the girl named by Wei still stood there quietly. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the message in Luo Qingzhou's hand suddenly vibrated. His mouth twitched, and he had to retract his head and look at the message in his hand. Master, my beloved disciple, where are you? Come back soon. The sword tomb is giving out peerless swords, and everyone has won. Come on. Come on. Luo Qingzhou. Lioli, Brother Chu. Where are you? We are all trapped in the sword tomb. Go find Senior Shuang and my ancestor. When Luo Qingzhou was thinking about how to reply, the message suddenly came again. It was sent by Sister Yu. He immediately raised his head and looked into the light shield. Lioli held the message, frowned slightly, and looked thoughtful. And the girl named by Wei still stood there coldly, with nothing in her hand. Luo Qingzhou had to look at the message in his hand. Sister Yu, Thousand Ghost Banner, Soul Guiding Flute, Soul Snatching Rope, all belong to the demon sect. Destroy them. Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, Sister Yu, I think that treasures are not divided into good and evil. As long as the user's mind is upright, even treasures from the demon sect can save people. After sending, he immediately raised his head and looked into the light shield again. At this time, the message came back, whatever you want. This time, he saw it very clearly. Lioli did not send a message, and the one named by wire still had nothing in her hand. Did I guess wrong? He was secretly puzzled. At this time, in the bushes not far behind him, a little rabbit with snow-white fur was squatting there motionlessly, looking at him through the gaps in the grass. Suddenly, a shadow came out of the little rabbit's body. The little rabbit's eyes suddenly became confused. A moment later, the shadow re-entered the little rabbit's body. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly received another message from Sister Yu. Where have you been? At this time, Luo Qingzhou was sticking his butt out, hiding behind a rock, looking at the sword tomb in front of him furtively. After seeing the message, he replied, collecting herbs. Sister Yu, where are you? Sister Yu, home. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, if you lie to me, you are a puppy. Dare you? The other party ignored him again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the sword tomb in front of him and put away the communication treasure. Forget it. Since Sister Yu didn't want him to know, there was no need for him to waste time. Saving people, no. Collecting herbs is more important. This is a good opportunity for him to go to the other side of the valley to collect herbs. However, to go to the other side of the valley, he must walk out from here and pass by the sword tomb. At this moment, he suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. Turned his head to look. In the bushes not far behind him, there was a huge black poisonous bee buzzing around something in the bushes. Is there something hidden inside? Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he turned around and walked over quietly. Swoosh! At this moment, a little white rabbit suddenly jumped out of the bushes. Then, it jumped and ran away quickly. Rabbit? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately his figure flashed, and he rushed up, grabbed the little white rabbit's ear, and lifted it up. At the same time, the black poisonous bee also followed, as if it wanted to attack him. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the flying sword passed. The poisonous bee was directly chopped in half. Luo Qingzhou looked at the little white rabbit in his hand, a little confused. This little rabbit looked ordinary, with clean and white fur, not like a spiritual creature in this ancient valley. Otherwise, how could it be bullied by a poisonous bee and dare not fight back? After the little white rabbit was grabbed by the ears and lifted up, its body softened, its limbs drooped. Not only did it not resist, but also closed its eyes. It seemed to be pretending to be dead, or it seemed to be directly frightened and fainted. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his other hand, flicked its forehead with his fingers, and flicked its little nose and mouth. Seeing that it still had no reaction, he secretly said in his heart, Chan and Bailing both like little rabbits. Just right to take it back for them to play. Just as he was about to put it into the storage ring, he suddenly muttered to himself, let's see if it is male or female first. If it is male, it must not be given to Chan and Bailing. It would be bad to take advantage of them. If it is male, let the little fire fox eat it. As he said, he pulled apart the two big white legs of the little white rabbit. At this time, the little white rabbit with its eyes closed suddenly opened its eyes and began to struggle violently, even biting his hand. Paw! Luo Qingzhou slapped it directly and said, little thing, be quiet, or I'll make you red. After a careful inspection, fortunately, it was a little female rabbit. After he forcibly checked the gender of the little female rabbit, it immediately closed its eyes again. Its body softened, and pretended to be dead or fainted. It's quite good at pretending. Luo Qingzhou complained and put it together with Debao and Erbao. At the same time, he told Debao, Erbao and the little fire fox inside not to eat this little white rabbit. He still wanted to give it away. Last time, a little gray rabbit was put in, and it disappeared. It was probably eaten by the little fire fox. No wonder Debao and Erbao often chased the little fire fox during that period. It's time to go collect herbs. Luo Qingzhou looked at the sword tomb over there, and did not dare to delay any longer, and walked directly over. At this time, Fairy Zixiao and the others were trapped in the light shield of the sword tomb, looking dejected and hopeless, when suddenly they saw a figure coming out from the corner and walking towards them. Hey! Someone is coming! Could it be that the disciples of my sect received the news and came to find a way to save us? The people inside immediately became excited. At this time, Fairy Zixiao immediately said happily, it's my beloved disciple. He came to save me. At this time, everyone saw clearly. It's the boy who had an affair with his uncle. It seems that he is a disciple of the Lao Zhuang sect. This boy not only has an affair with his uncle, but also seems to have an unclear relationship with his master. Look! The woman in the red skirt over there is the boy's master. The two of them were sleeping together just now. TSK. The woman is so young and beautiful. No wonder the boy would betray his master and ancestors. Listening to the gossip of the crowd, Fairy Zixia didn't care and waved inside. Fei Yang. Here. Fei Yang. Luo Shan sighed on the side, even senior son, who is the best at breaking formations in Penglai Fairy Island, is trapped here. Even if Fei Yang comes, it is estimated that it will be useless. Fairy Zixia still waved and shouted, Fei Yang. Here. Fei Yang. This beloved disciple. Where are you going? Evil disciple. Come back. Luo Shan saw that her tone was getting wrong, and hurriedly looked up, and found that the boy walked directly outside the light shield without even looking at this place, and soon walked away. Everyone. Fairy Zixia raised her hand, and then froze for a few seconds, then slowly dropped down, with a dull expression on her face. Luo Shan could only whisper to comfort her, Zixia. Could it be that Fei Yang is nearsighted and didn't see us? Fairy Zixia. At this time, the communication treasure on her body suddenly vibrated. She quickly took it out and looked at the message on it. Master. Where are you? Your disciple has searched the entire valley, but didn't see you. Fairy Zixia was stunned and looked at the light shield in front of her. Luo Shan also came over to take a look at the message, and immediately reacted, Zixia. Could this light shield allow people inside to see outside, but outsiders not to see inside? Fairy Zixia nodded immediately. It should be like this. She quickly replied, My beloved disciple, your master is here at the sword tomb, and your master has just seen you. Please come back soon. There is a formation here to block us, so you may not be able to see us. But the sword tomb is very lively. Everyone is fighting for the peerless sword, and there are still a few. If you come here in time to break the formation, you will definitely be able to grab it. Yang, master. Wait a moment. I will go to collect spiritual herbs and then go over. Fairy Zixia's mouth twitched. Evil disciple. Did you see me just now? Yang, no. When I passed by the sword tomb, there was nothing there. Not even the broken sword. And I didn't hear any sound. Luo Shan, who was standing by, took a look at the news and said, What Fei Yang said should be true. We are here and can't hear any sound from outside. Fairy Zixia calmed down. My beloved disciple. Come here early. Everyone is fighting for the peerless sword, and I am embarrassed to help you fight for it if you are not here. Yang, didn't master say before that everyone can get one? Why are they fighting again? Fairy Zixia, the last ones are all the best and most precious swords. Everyone is unwilling to share them, and wants to grab them all. Yang, okay. The disciple will be there soon. Fairy Zixia, okay. Luo Shan on the side asked in confusion, What is okay? Fairy Zixia said, I don't know either. Luo Shan frowned slightly and said, Zixia, you might as well let Fei Yang find a way to find Senior Zhuang and the others. Maybe they can come and break the formation. Fairy Zixia sighed and said, From the previous situation, the master uncle and Senior Luo should have been seriously injured. They are probably hiding somewhere to recover. Even if they come, they may not be able to do anything, but it will be very dangerous. Swish. At this moment, many sword chi of different colors suddenly appeared in the sword tomb in front of everyone. Strands of sword chi, crisscrossing, suddenly shot towards everyone. Everyone be careful. Everyone hurriedly dodged or took out weapons to resist. Someone accidentally got hit by a sword chi, and a deep sword mark appeared on his arm. What a powerful sword formation. Elder Sun from Penglai Fairy Island continued to ponder the method of breaking the formation while dodging the flying sword chi. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had returned. There was no harvest in the valley here. After walking a few miles, he encountered 2 poisonous snakes and 3 monsters, all of which were powerful and extremely cunning. And he was worried about his master, who was trapped in the sword tomb formation. If Sister Yu was also in there, he would have to go back quickly. Shiji. Shiji. At this moment, the panicked scream of the little fire fox suddenly came from the storage ring, because they were connected by spirit and soul. Naturally only he could hear this sound. What's going on? The little fire fox was bullied by Debao and Erbao again? Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and immediately looked into the storage ring. There should be no one except Debao and Erbao who could make the fierce little fire fox make such a sound. Or maybe Huagu called him after waking up. Shiji. Shiji. On the grassland, the little fire fox was limping on one leg, running away and shouting in panic. Behind it, Debao and Erbao were also running. It turned out that Debao and Erbao bullied it again. Considering its meritorious service today, Luo Qingzhou threw a few more fruits in and said, Dabao and Erbao. Stop making trouble. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the sword tomb in front. Then, the whole valley was shaken. Luo Qingzhou was startled and didn't have time to care about the storage ring. He immediately flashed and rushed over there. At this time, in the storage ring, Dabao and Erbao were also running away in a hurry, turning their heads to look behind. Just now, the two sisters saw a new little white rabbit. So they called the little fire fox to show off in front of the new little white rabbit and give it a warning. But, a moment later, the new little female rabbit, bathed in the blue sky and white clouds, stood quietly and arrogantly on the hillside. Dabao and Erbao, as well as the little fire fox, crawled behind her, lowered their once proud heads, and trembled. When Luo Qingzhou quickly came to the sword tomb. In the sword tomb, a storm of sword energy was rolling up, and countless terrifying sword energy shuttled through it, forming a large sword energy net, as if it wanted to strangle all the people trapped inside. At this time, the masters of various factions trapped inside were all in a miserable state. In this ancient sword formation, no matter how powerful they were, they could not exert half of their strength at this moment. They could only dodge everywhere quickly, or constantly take out their magic weapons for defense. However, the power of the ancient sword formation is getting stronger and stronger, and the sword energy is getting more and more. Among them, a man and a woman should not dodge in time, and the magic weapon in front of them is suddenly damaged, and they are directly pierced through the chest by two green sword energies. After a pause, hundreds of sword energies passed through their bodies. The two were instantly minced into pieces by the sword formation and scattered all over the ground. Luo Qingzhou was secretly shocked, and hurriedly rushed to the front of the sword formation, reaching out to grab the Zixia fairy near the light shield. Puff, who knew that his hand touched the light shield and was suddenly bounced back. At the same time, with a swish, the sword energy inside suddenly passed through the light shield and shot towards him. Luo Qingzhou saw that the masters inside were all in a mess, so he didn't dare to take it hard, and hurriedly flashed and dodged. Swish! The purple sword energy shot past where he just stood, and then flew up the hillside in the distance. Boom! A huge rock was split in half and rolled down the hillside. Luo Qingzhou was shocked by the power. He looked into the sword tomb in a hurry. Lioli was unable to dodge, and was hit by a sword energy on her arm, leaving a deep blood mark on her arm. If Luo Shang hadn't blocked it with a magic weapon in time, her whole arm would have been cut off. Thinking that sister you might be injured, Luo Qingzhou was anxious. Shwa! A fist light suddenly appeared on his fist, and he slammed it hard towards the light shield. Chapter 822 Breaking the Formation with Life. A kiss with Sister Yu. My life is over. In the light shield of the sword tomb, the old man from Penglai Island suddenly wailed. He gave up on breaking the formation and was ready to wait for death. The others around him heard this and said hurriedly, "Senior son, you can't give up. You are the one with the highest attainments in formation among the three major immortal sections. If you give up, we will all die here today." Several people from Penglai Island also hurriedly persuaded. "Uncle Master, we will protect you. Please continue to break the formation. You can do it. Brother, continue. You must have a way." Others also hurriedly persuaded. The sword energy is getting more and more, faster and faster, and it is extremely powerful. They are almost unable to hold on. Two more practitioners were cut into pieces by the sword energy net. Elder Sun sighed and said with despair, "You don't know. This formation is one of the 10 ancient sword formations. Although it only retains 50% of its power, it is not something that I can solve. The sword energy will become more and more dense. And in the end, it will produce a sword energy storm and sword thunder. We will all be reduced to ashes, and no one will be spared." As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart sank and their faces turned pale. At this moment, among the sword energy flying around, a lot of sword energy vortexes suddenly appeared, spinning rapidly. At the same time, huge suction and tearing forces began to come out from those vortexes. Swish! 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 Suddenly, more and bigger sword energy flew up from the sword tomb. Everyone secretly cried out that it was not good. A young man from Penglai Fairy Island was suddenly sucked by the sword energy vortex and staggered, and was directly strangled to pieces. More terrifying sword beams flew out from the center of the sword tomb. My life is over. My life is over. Elder Sun stood there without moving, as if he had accepted his fate. Others were also in despair. At this moment, the entire light shield suddenly shook with a bang. At the same time, The sword light that was originally shooting towards them suddenly turned, passed through the light shield, and shot out. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. Outside the light shield, a young man was waving his fists and punching the light wall. Bang! 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 Each punch was more fierce than the other. At the same time, the sword energy and sword light in the light shield all shot towards him. However, the strange thing was that those extremely powerful sword energy and sword light suddenly disappeared a second before they shot into his body, as if they were swallowed by something. Bang! Golden light burst out from the young man's fist and hit the light shield heavily. The whole light shield shook suddenly. At the same time, the dense sword energy in the light shield was suddenly attracted to the young man, and all shot at him angrily. Countless sword energy and sword light of different colors instantly submerged the young man, and the people in the light shield who were just in a mess and hiding in panic now stood in place, and were no longer attacked by sword energy. The entire light shield was suddenly silent, and everyone looked at the blurred figure outside that was submerged by the dazzling sword energy and sword light. Fei Yang. Fairy Zixia suddenly cried out, "Don't worry about me. Just go. Boom! The golden fist broke through the sword energy again, and hit the light shield heavily. The boy was still alive, and those dense sword energy and sword auras suddenly disappeared strangely. Zheng. At this moment, a deafening sword sound suddenly broke out in the middle of the sword tomb. Then, 10 thicker and more terrifying sword auras suddenly flew up, carrying a terrifying aura, and flew out of the light shield. Everyone felt this terrible aura and was terrified. The elder son from Ponglai Fairy Island suddenly cried out in shock, 10 sword souls are out. That boy is in danger. Boom! The 10 terrifying sword auras just flew to the light shield, and the boy outside the light shield did not avoid or give way, and suddenly punched out a bigger sword aura. The sword aura was colorful, and it was condensed by countless dense sword energy and sword auras. There were many rapidly rotating vortexes of sword energy around the sword beam. I'm in. Elder Son suddenly widened his eyes and cursed when he saw this scene, as if he had seen something incredible. He jumped up on the spot. Boom! The 10 sword beams collided with the huge colorful sword beam. The huge sound and air waves were mixed with Elder Son's unbelievable and trembling voice. The young man actually absorbed all the sword energy and sword beams released by the sword formation just now, and then merged them together and burst out instantly. Boom! The huge force exploded on the light shield instantly. The powerful light shield condensed by this sword formation suddenly wailed and shattered. Everyone was stunned. The air waves like waves swept around, and many rocks not far away were all blown away. Even if the people in the sword formation had shields and treasures to protect their bodies, they were blown all over the place and could not stand steadily. After a long time, the blast gradually disappeared. The entire sword tomb finally returned to calm. Everyone was still stunned, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. The sword formation was broken. They all survived. At this time, everyone's eyes were all on the boy. The boy was covered in blood, and his skin was all broken, and streams of blood flowed out, as if his whole body had been torn apart. Fei Yang. Fairy Zixia rushed out with tears on her face and hugged the body that was about to fall. Luo Shang and Liuli also ran over immediately. Everyone gathered around with complicated expressions, and when they saw the miserable appearance of the boy in front of them, they all fell silent. Not only did the boy's skin and flesh crack, but his meridians seemed to be torn apart, and even his internal organs were severely damaged. Fei Yang. Fairy Zixia's face was full of tears, and she trembled and said, Master, I'm sorry, why did you come to save Master? Sister you. Luo Qingzhou muttered. His eyelids became heavier, and then he fainted. Fairy Zixia's crying suddenly stopped for a while, and then she cried again. Aunt Luo. He actually called me Sister Xiaowu. Luo Shang. The girl in white standing behind Luo Shang had a ripple in her cold eyes. Quick! Put him down. There is still hope. At this time, the old man from Ponglai Fairy Island suddenly squeezed over and took out a red jade pendant from his arms. Then he said, Who has Tianji Linggao? Take it out. At this time, another old man in green robe immediately took out a porcelain bottle from his arms and said, Brother son, I just happened to have it here. At this time, another woman took out a bottle of elixir and said, This is the Dawandan I got from Jiotian Yao Tai. Give it to him to try. I also have ointment bought from Jiotian Yao Tai. Everyone around took out their own private medicines. If it weren't for this young man, who attracted the attack of the sword formation and broke the formation. They would probably have died in it by now. This young man saved them, and pulled them back from the gates of H.L. If they could save this young man, they would naturally be generous. Elder son of Penglai Fairy Island immediately activated the red jade pendant in his hand, and a warm red light immediately enveloped Luo Qingzhou's body. The blood that was flowing out of the wounds immediately stopped slowly. Luo Qingzhou had a dream. In the dream, the sky was blue, and the sun was shining. He was bathing in the warm sunshine, lying on the green lawn with Sister Yu, talking softly, looking at the clouds in the sky. So comfortable. Sister Yu. He suddenly couldn't help it. Turned sideways, and kissed Sister Yu. Sister Yu froze there, staring at him blankly with wide eyes. The two looked at each other, and their eyes reflected each other's reflections. It was quiet for a long time. Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned over and pressed her down. Sister Yu. I want. Sister Yu suddenly said, how many wives do you have at home? He suddenly hesitated and didn't dare to answer. Scumbag. Sister Yu suddenly stabbed him, pushed him away, got up and ran away. Sister Yu. He suddenly woke up from his dream in a hurry. The sky was dark. A silver moon hung in the night sky, and a few stars were dim. A hand gently stroked his forehead. Then, the master's surprised voice sounded, Fei Yang. You finally woke up. Is your body still hurting? Luo Qingzhou was in a trance for a while, and was about to sit down. Who knew that as soon as he moved, he suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. Hiss. Don't move. Fairy Zixia hurriedly held him down, and said anxiously, the wound hasn't healed yet. Luo Qingzhou lay down again, and looked at her, seeing her red eyes and tears on her face. His heart warmed and he whispered, Master, are you crying? Fairy Zixia's eyes were red again, and she said, Fei Yang, in order to save the master, you actually made yourself look like this. How can the master not be moved? Blame the master. The master shouldn't let you come. Luo Qingzhou said, in fact, the disciple is not just to save the master. Fairy Zixia wiped her tears and said, Fei Yang, your heart. The master understands. But we are master and disciple. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. Master, did you misunderstand something? Fairy Zixia looked at him with complicated eyes, and shook her head. Master, I have no misunderstandings. Master knows. You are too embarrassed to say it then. She looked around again, approached him, bit her red lips gently, and whispered, Fei Yang, do you know what you called master before you fainted? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and said, what did you call you? Fairy Zixia showed a little shyness on her cheeks, blinked her eyelashes, and whispered, Sister Xiao Luo Qingzhou? Fairy Zixia covered her face with both hands and said shyly, when you were dreaming just now, you kept calling master, and you kept holding master's hand, saying Sister Xia. Your mouth is so soft and sweet. Luo Qingzhou's face was full of stiff expression. At this time, Luo Shan's voice suddenly came from the bushes next to him. Zixia, did you hear it wrong? Why did I hear that Fei Yang called Sister Luo? As she said, she stood up from the bushes, patted the grass debris on her chest, flicked it, and then walked over. Fairy Zixia immediately said, how is it possible? Aunt Luo, don't get involved. This is a family affair between Fei Yang and me. Luo Shan sat down, rolled her eyes at her and said, it's a family affair. Fairy Zixia said, then wait for Liuli to come back and ask Liuli. Your disciple is not lying. Aunt Luo raised her eyebrows and said, okay. After a while, Liuli brought by wire back from the valley not far away inside. It seems there is no exit. She suddenly saw Luo Qingzhou open his eyes, and hurried over and said, Brother Chu, you are awake. How do you feel? Luo Qingzhou only dared to move his eyes and mouth, and said, not bad. Fairy Zixia on the side hurriedly said, Liuli, Fei Yang called sister when he fainted just now. You also heard it. It was Sister Xia, right? Luo Shan said. Definitely not. Liuli smiled slightly and said, Junior didn't hear it clearly. But? Fairy Zixia immediately said, but what? Liuli looked at Luo Qingzhou and smiled. Brother Chu should know. Luo Qingzhou looked at his master again, afraid that she would misunderstand too deeply. So he had to tell her the truth, saying, Master, I didn't call Sister Xia, nor Sister Luo, nor Sister Liuli, but Sister Yu. As soon as these words came out, Fairy Zixia was stunned. Sister Yu? Who is it? Luo Qingzhou looked at Liuli and the cold girl behind her, but did not answer. At this time, Luo Shang suddenly said, "It is indeed Sister Yu." Fei Yong said that. I remembered. He also called Sister Yu in his dream just now. Fairy Zixia immediately lowered her head and stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou changed the subject and said, "Where are those people?" Liu Li sighed and said with a sad face, "They are all looking for an exit everywhere. This valley seems to be blocked by the ancient Nine-Dragon Emperor formation. I heard from Senior Sun from Pomlai Fairy Island that we may not be able to get out. We need to wait 100 years for the formation to weaken on its own before we can get out." Luo Qingzhou said, "Have you found Senior Luo and the others?" Liu Li shook her head and said, "The valley is very large. And there are many caves over there. The two of them may be hiding in a cave to heal their wounds. They did not reply to the message we sent." Luo Shang said with a smile on her face, "Fei Yong, you are incredible now. You saved the people of Pomlai Fairy Island and Piamu Fairy Sect, and also saved the masters of other sections. After you fell into a coma, they all took out their own medicines to save you, saying that after you wake up, they will give you a treasure as a reward." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and said, "No need for treasures. I want 2 spiritual herbs." Fairy Zixia suddenly said, "Master has told Elder Son of Pomlai Fairy Island about your request. He said that their sect has it, but it does not belong to their sect disciples. Even if it is him, it is not easy to take it out." The Peak Master Gong Son of Piamu Fairy Sect said the same thing. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Where is Sikong Yun of Piamu Fairy Sect?" Fairy Zixia shook her head and said, "I didn't see it. But don't worry. Gong Sun Yin is the Peak Master of Piamu Fairy Sect, and his status is many times higher than that of Sikong Yun. With him around, even if Sikong Yun comes, he dare not mess around. Let's discuss this matter, and see if we should tell that Senior Gong Sun. It seems that only the people of Lucian Peak of Piamu Xinzong are coveting our Diyin. Other peaks should not participate." Luo Shang frowned and said, "But they are from the same sect after all. And Fei Yong killed so many of their elite disciples. If he has told the truth, there may be changes." Fairy Zixia nodded and said, "I am also worried about this." Liu Li suddenly interrupted and said, "Can we go to Pomlai Xiandao and Jiotian Yaotai to complain? After all, they once had a contract. People from the 3 major immortal sects cannot enter other countries casually, let alone interfere in the affairs of other countries." Luo Shang sighed and said, "I am afraid there is no evidence, and it is not safe to complain here although Fei Yong saved them. It is related to the relationship and interests of the 3 major immortal sects. They are unlikely to turn against each other for this matter." Several people discussed in a low voice. "Let's go over there to talk and let Fei Yong rest for a while." The 3 got up and walked to a distance to talk. Luo Qingzhou's eyes turned to the storage ring. The blue spirit flower was planted in the herb garden, and did not seem to be abnormal for the time being. In the spirit beast space on the other side, the little fox was sleeping under the big tree. Debao and Erbao were chasing each other in the bushes. As for the little white rabbit he caught before, he squatted alone on the hillside, staring at the sky in a daze. He had just cracked the ancient sword formation with his spear and shield. It turned out that those formations could be easily entered and exited as long as Debao and Erbao were brought with him. This formation today was obviously a bit difficult. There was no reaction at all with Debao and Erbao. I don't know if taking Debao and Erbao out would have any effect. As for the Nine-Dragon Emperor formation outside the valley, when he gets better, he will take Debao and Erbao to try it. There should be other passages and spaces in the valley. I don't know where those people from Jiotian Yaotai went. I hope that woman can help him bring back a golden cicada grass. If it really doesn't work, he can only shamelessly collect some of those people's yuanshi or magic weapons, and then spend a lot of money to buy the 2 spiritual herbs." While he was thinking about things, a slender finger suddenly stretched out from the side and poked his shoulder. He turned his head away with difficulty. The girl named Bai Wire was squatting beside him, looking at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and said, "Miss Bai, is there something wrong?" Bai Wire said expressionlessly, "Give it back to me." The rabbit. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard that. Then, he immediately reacted. It turned out that the little white rabbit belonged to this little girl. No wonder the little white rabbit was clean. Stupid and stupid. Not like a monster in the ancient times. Fortunately, his mind could move. "Come out!" He looked at the little white rabbit in the storage ring that was still squatting on the hillside in a daze. Took her out directly, and threw her on the ground. The little white rabbit fell to the ground, stunned, and a little confused. Bai Wire immediately picked it up and put it in her sleeve. When she was about to get up and leave, she suddenly looked at him again, paused, and said coldly, "Did you bully it?" Luo Qingzhou confessed, "I did." After Bai Wire asked. She was about to get up and leave. When she heard it, she was stunned for a moment, and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou said, "It wanted to bite me. So I bit her too." Bai Wire's eyes gradually widened. Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes, and suddenly asked, "Miss Bai, how did your little white rabbit suddenly run out of the storage ring?" Bai Wire did not answer, and got up and left. Luo Qingzhou looked at her back. His eyes moved, and he didn't think about it anymore. Heal your wounds first. Other dangers may appear here at any time. Only by healing your body first can you get out alive. If Sister Yu really came in, it should be just a spirit, or even just a wisp of soul. So the strength should be very weak. And it may be because of the people from Piami Xianzong that Sister Yu did not dare to expose her skills. Therefore, the reactions of Liuli and Bai Wire in the sword formation just now were very normal. They still could not clear their suspicion. Of course, he did not mean to ask any more questions. He just wanted to get better quickly, recover his strength, and protect Sister Yu. Of course, protect the master. There are still people waiting for him at home. He must go back alive. By the way, the dream just now. How could I suddenly have that kind of dream? Lying with Sister Yu and looking at the blue sky and white clouds, and then kissing her. He suddenly felt a little confused. Why did the feeling of lips touching in the dream just now seem so real? Thinking about it now, my lips still feel a little cold? Could it be that the master secretly took advantage of his dream? It should be impossible. Just as he was sorting out his random thoughts, Fairy Zixia suddenly came over with a contradictory look on her face. She was silent for a moment, then slowly squatted down beside him, with a hint of sadness in her eyes, and said softly, "Fei Yang, your teacher wants to tell you something, but you must hold back, and don't get excited." Luo Shang also came over, sighed inaudibly, and turned away, as if she couldn't bear to watch. Liuli stood not far away, with a complicated expression, and did not come over. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly sank, and his voice couldn't help but tremble, saying, "Master, you said that the disciple can bear it." Fairy Zixia lowered her head slightly, not daring to meet his gaze, her lips trembling slightly. Chapter 823 The Bad News from the Master, and the Soul Reunion with Sister Yu. The atmosphere froze. The dark valley fell into a brief silence. Fairy Zixia seemed unable to speak. Luo Shang turned around, sighed, and whispered, "Zixia, tell him. He will know sooner or later." Luo Qingzhou said in a deep voice, "Master, tell him. It's okay." Fairy Zixia raised her head, her face pale. Luo Qingzhou suddenly trembled and said, "The ancestor fell? Or something happened in my family?" Fairy Zixia was slightly startled and shook her head. Her eyes trembled for a moment, and then she said in a sad voice, "Fei Yang, Aunt Luo just told me that elder son from Penglai Fairy Island said, after examining your body." "What did you say?" Luo Qingzhou vaguely guessed something. "He said that your meridians are all broken. Your Danhai is also broken. Your internal organs are severely injured. And your soul is also severely damaged even if you can survive. You will not be able to practice in the future." Fairy Zixia said these words in a trembling voice, and then walked to the side, with her back to him, not daring to face his eyes again. The scene fell into silence. Liuli, who was standing not far away, moved her lips, as if she wanted to persuade him, but she couldn't say anything. Luo Shang sighed secretly. The girl named Bai Wire was still standing not far away, with a cold expression. It seemed that everything here had nothing to do with her. After a while, Fairy Zixia slowly turned around. The expression on her face returned to calm. Her eyes were gentle, and she said softly, "Fei Yang, it's okay. Anyway, we may not be able to get out this time. Master will take good care of you here. If you can get out, don't be afraid. Master will take care of you for the rest of your life." Luo Qingzhou was silent. He knew the situation in his body very well. Whether it was the meridians, acupuncture points, Danhai, or even the root of the thunder spirit, they were all severely damaged. The power of that sword formation was too terrifying. Originally, his meridians had not yet fully recovered. But at that moment, he had to use the black lighting vortex again to absorb all the terrifying sword energy and sword light. So much terrifying power suddenly burst out in an instant. With his current cultivation and body, he naturally couldn't bear it. It was the greatest luck that he didn't explode and die immediately. But at that moment, he had no other way. The master was inside, and Sister Yu might also be inside. seeing that the power of the sword formation was getting stronger and stronger, and more people were killed and injured. He had no time to think at that time. But he really didn't expect that he would be disabled. Can't practice in the future? He thought of the Qin family. Sister Yu, long hair, his uncle and the sect, and the queen. He was useless. Who would help them in the future? If there were bad guys who wanted to bully them and make them suffer grievances, could he only watch helplessly? He turned out to be a useless waste. Thinking about the fact that the second Mrs. Illness had not been cured. Thinking about the fact that Sister Yu might continue to suffer injustice. Thinking about the pain and sadness that Chan felt when she saw him like this. Thinking about the difficulties that the queen would face in the future. He felt a pang in his heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Just now, Master said that his soul seemed to have been severely injured. In theory, if the body is so seriously injured, the soul will naturally not be able to avoid it. After all, it is the power of the 10 ancient sword formations. But why does he feel that his soul seems to be safe and sound? Schwa. Thinking of this, he immediately tried to let his soul leave his body. It was easy. The soul left his body smoothly and floated out. No pain. No obstacles. It seemed to be no different from the previous feeling. He lowered his head and carefully checked his soul. It was indeed not injured. This was strange. Just when he was puzzled, his head suddenly hurt, and he hurriedly returned his soul to his body. Now that the body is seriously injured, the soul cannot leave the body for too long. Otherwise, without the nourishment and control of the soul, the body will die completely. What's going on? He looked inside again. The meridians, acupoints and other places in the body were all severely torn, and the wounds were shocking. He carefully recalled the scene outside the sword formation. When he used brute force to break the formation, he activated the black lightning vortex in his body and hid it under his clothes. When the sword energy and sword light in the sword formation slashed at him, they were all absorbed into his body. Then, they were merged by the black lightning vortex. Finally, it burst out suddenly. Among them, not only internal force is consumed, but also a large amount of soul power. Both the body and the soul must withstand that terrifying power. Therefore, if the body is severely damaged, the soul will definitely not be able to avoid it. Wait! He immediately carefully recalled the whole process from absorbing the power of the sword formation to the final explosion. When the power he absorbed exploded instantly, he seemed to be dizzy suddenly, and completely forgot what happened next, until he was severely injured and about to faint. His mind was clear. At that moment, was it because the power of the explosion was too strong, so his soul could not bear it, and suddenly fell into a coma for a few seconds? But even so, his soul could not be safe and sound. Could it be that the root of the thunder spirit protected him? Or is it that he has other treasures on him that saved his soul? Thinking of this, his eyes turned back to the storage ring. Suddenly, he looked at the mysterious little tree. The spiritual medicines planted near the little tree are growing very luxuriantly. Sister Yu said at the beginning that Huagu's soul is getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that this little tree from the ancient space has the effect of nourishing all things in the world and protecting the soul? Luo Qinzhou thought about it for a while, and suddenly his head hurt. He couldn't think about it anymore. The body was severely injured and was constantly drawing strength from the soul to replenish and repair. He needed to rest now and couldn't consume the energy of the soul. What's the matter with disability? Survival is the most important thing. He immediately closed his eyes, waved away the complicated and messy thoughts in his mind, and forced himself to fall asleep. Fairy Zixia and Luo Shang saw him fall asleep, and they all walked to a nearby place silently. Sighing, Lioli stood beside him, looking at the starry sky in the night, wondering what he was thinking. Yu was injured in the sword formation and was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. The girl named Bai Wire walked alone to a tree not far away and sat there. She glanced at the boy lying on the ground not far away and slowly closed her eyes. The little white rabbit was gently held in her arms. Suddenly, a shadow came out of the little white rabbit and entered her body. Her tightly closed eyelashes trembled. At this time, there was a chaotic space somewhere in her body. Her soul sat there. Suddenly, a moon-white figure flew in. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, looked at the moon-white figure opposite, and whispered, "Sister, you are injured." The moon-white figure closed his eyes and did not speak. Bai Wire stared at her flawless face in a daze. After a moment of silence, she whispered, "Sister, Wire seems to understand something. Why did you give up your skills for him? Just now when the sword array backfired. It was Sister who controlled his body and helped him bear the damage. Right? He fought so hard for Sister. Sister, you just entered his dream. Right? He kept calling Sister. A long time passed. She whispered. He said he bit Sister. At this time, the eyelashes of Yuebai's figure trembled, and her flawless face turned slightly red. She said in a cold tone, he didn't. After a pause, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a trance in her eyes. He just in a dream. With his soul. She didn't say anything more, closed her eyes again, and moved her lips slightly. By Wire's immature and tender face showed a hint of doubt. But he didn't disturb her again. The night was silent. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, it was already daybreak. His body was still in pain, but his hands and neck seemed to be able to move slowly. He raised his head with difficulty and looked around. His master, dressed in a red dress, was lying next to him, sleeping soundly. One of her slender jade fingers was placed on his palm, as if she was being held by him, and one of her feet was gently touching his calf. Luo Shang and Lioli were nowhere to be found. Yu Yu was still lying next to him sleeping. The girl named by Wire was sitting under a big tree not far away, with her eyes closed, as if she was practicing. Luo Qingzhou looked at the blue sky above his head. For a moment, he didn't know where he was now, let alone what had happened before. He was stunned for a while, took out the spiritual liquid with his mind, and dripped 2 drops on his palm. He hoped that the spiritual liquid produced by the sun and moon treasure mirror would be of some help to his body. Fei Yang. No. Don't we are master and disciple. At this time, the master lying beside him suddenly talked in his sleep, and the jade finger on his palm moved while inserting between his 2 fingers. Luo Qingzhou endured the pain, took his hand away, looked at her beautiful face and long eyelashes in her sleep, and said, Master? Once a master. Always a master. I will always respect you as a master. Fairy Zixia's eyelashes trembled. She opened her eyes, stared at him blankly for a while, and said, Fei Yang? Were you talking to your master just now? Luo Qingzhou said, yes. Fairy Zixia looked at him, was quiet for a while, and said softly, Fei Yang, we are all trapped here, and maybe we will never get out again. I think at this time, what master and apprentice, what seniority, what courtesy and shame, are not important. Master will take good care of you. No matter what you want to do, Master will agree to it. Luo Qingzhou said, Master, I don't have any requirements. I just want to go home. He was silent for a while, and said, my wife is waiting for me at home. I told him that I want to go back. Not far away. By Wire, who was closing her eyes, trembled her eyelashes, and slowly opened her eyes. Fairy Zixia sighed softly and said, but we can't go back. I know that you just got married to the princess, and you can't bear to leave her, but now that things have come to this, I feel Master. Luo Qingzhou interrupted her. His face was particularly calm and calm. I have many wives in my family, and the princess is just one of them. Fairy Zixia was silent for a while and said, I know, but the princess is your legal wife, and you just married her. Luo Qingzhou said, the princess is not your legal wife. Fairy Zixia was stunned when she said this, opened her mouth and said, Fei Yang, you let the princess, you let the Queen of Dian be your concubine? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, I don't want to. Fairy Zixia showed an incredible expression on her face. Your wife didn't take the initiative to give in? Luo Qingzhou said, I don't allow it. Fairy Zixia twitched her mouth and said, then the princess, is she willing? Luo Qingzhou did not answer. Fairy Zixia fell silent, muttering in a low voice, even the queen can only be a concubine. Then she suddenly cheered up again, looked at him and said, Fei Yang, don't mention the past. Now, we can't get out. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Master, when I can move, I will try to break the formation. Maybe I can get out? Fairy Zixia, Master doesn't believe it. Elder son of Penglai Fairy Island is so powerful, and there are other masters here. They all said they can't get out. What can you do? Luo Qingzhou said, you were trapped in the sword formation, and it was not my disciple who saved you. Fairy Zixia didn't say anything else. After a while, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she said, Fei Yang, I will never forget how good you are to me. You made yourself look like this to save me. Don't worry. I will always take good care of you. Luo Qingzhou wanted to say, Master, you think too much. But he was afraid that it would be too cruel. So he could only say, Master, You are welcome. It is my duty to save you. Whether I can get out in the future or not, I will always respect and honor you. Fairy Zixiao looked at him with a faint gaze. At this time, Luo Shang suddenly came back from the valley in front with Liuli. Luo Shang sighed and said, "Everyone is scrambling for the wild fruits in the valley, and they are getting more and more anxious. Zixiao, we have to find a safe place to hide. Otherwise, in a few days, we may become someone else's prey." Elder Sun said that it will take at least 100 years for this formation to weaken. So everyone is anxiously hoarding food if we are hungry by then. Yu suddenly opened her eyes and trembled. Will they eat us? Luo Shang nodded and said, as long as we can survive, any creature here will become food. Fairy Zixiu immediately got up and carefully picked up Luo Qingzhou from the ground, saying, Aunt Luo, there seem to be many caves over there. Let's find one to hide in. Luo Shang said, that's what I mean. Then he sighed again. It's a pity that we didn't find our uncle and Senior Zhuang. If they were here, we would at least be safer. Let's go! Fairy Zixiao didn't dare to stay any longer. Her face was solemn, as if she was afraid that her beloved disciple, who couldn't move, would be fought over and eaten by those bad guys. Fei Yang, don't be afraid. Your master will protect you. Whoever wants to eat you, your master will eat him first. Luo Qingzhou. Several people quickly found a hidden cave and hid in it. Luo Shang set up a formation at the door. Liuli took out various tools and cleaned up the cave. Soon, a clean cave with a chair, a cushion, and a bed appeared in front of several people. Fairy Zixiao also took out her own bedding, spread it in the corner, and carefully put Luo Qingzhou on it, saying softly, Fei Yang, your master will always be by your side to protect you. As she said, she laid down with him. Luo Shang couldn't help but say, Zixiao, why are you sleeping in the broad daylight? Fairy Zixiao yawned and said, I haven't slept for a few days. I'm sleepy. I'll stand guard at night when I get enough sleep. Luo Shang said again, Fei Yang's body is full of wounds. Be careful not to touch him. Come and sleep with Aunt Luo. Snoring. Fairy Zixiao had closed her eyes and fell asleep. Luo Shang immediately rolled her eyes at her and muttered, as a master, you are not serious. As she said, she reached into her collar and pulled the ribbon of her belly band, and said in annoyance, it's wrapped so tightly. And it's still growing. It's really annoying. As she spoke, she glanced over there. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes quickly. Soon, the cave became quiet. Some people were sleeping, and some were practicing. In such a place, it is safer during the day, and you can sleep. But it is very dangerous at night, and you must be vigilant at all times. After Luo Qingzhou took the spiritual liquid, the energy in his body circulated, and he fell asleep again soon. The sky outside quickly turned dark. I don't know how long it took. Luo Qingzhou suddenly began to dream again. In the dream, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white, and the grass was green. There was a clear stream flowing at the bottom of the hillside. He walked to the stream, squatted down, scooped up a handful of cold stream water, washed his face, and when he opened his eyes, he suddenly found a familiar white figure reflected in the stream. He turned his head quickly to look. Sister Yu was wearing a white dress, standing behind him with a fairy-like aura and a cold expression. Without waiting for him to speak, Sister Yu suddenly said coldly, Who is your wife? Chapter 824 Forced to kiss Sister Yu. The master is missing. Another dream? Luo Qingzhou looked at the snow-white figure behind him, with a strange expression on his face. He felt very strange at the moment. He knew clearly that he was dreaming now, but everything in front of him was very real. Even the breath of Sister Yu and the coldness in her eyes were so real and kind. Just like the previous dream, Sister Yu was no longer wrapped in the halo. This made her more real. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, stood up, and said calmly, Haven't you seen Sister Yu? In the Qin mansion. Sister Yu looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou suddenly added another sentence, Anyway, it's not the queen. He suddenly had an idea. Why did Sister Yu suddenly ask this question? Well, it was a dream. If it wasn't a dream, in the previous dream, he had the courage to kiss Sister Yu, and was stabbed by Sister Yu in the end. I guess he would be dead now. Sister Yu, is this what you think about during the day and dream about at night? Luo Qingzhou looked at the snow-white figure in front of him and boldly expressed his inner feelings. I must miss you very much. So I keep dreaming about you. It's just a dream anyway. What's there to be afraid of? Sister Yu looked at him again, turned around, and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou immediately chased after her. Then, he stretched out his hand and held her hand. He clearly felt that at the moment, when their hands touched each other, Sister Yu's hand suddenly trembled. This dream is too real. Luo Qingzhou held her soft and smooth little hand. And his heart was also swaying. He said, Sister Yu, don't go. Talk to me. Sister Yu struggled slightly, but did not break free. Humph. In my dream, I am the master, Luo Qingzhou said secretly in his heart, and then directly pulled her up the hillside. Then he forced her to sit on the grass and said, Sister Yu, sing a song for me? Sing the little donkey. I will teach you. Sister Yu looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou sat down beside her, still holding her soft little hand tightly, and threatened, if you don't sing, I will bite you. And it will hurt. Sister Yu's eyes were cold. And suddenly, there was a dagger with a cold glow in her other hand. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and quickly admitted his fear. Sister Yu, don't poke. If you poke, the dream will end. Sister Yu suddenly said coldly, sing yourself. What to sing? Little donkey. After a while, Luo Qingzhou's brisk singing sounded on the hillside. The breeze blew, and the sun was just right. A girl in a white dress sat on the green lawn, looking at the sky in the distance, with a peaceful expression. Her snow-white jade hand was still tightly held in his palm. After Luo Qingzhou finished singing, he turned his face and looked at her quietly, and she still looked into the distance. Silence for a moment. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, you sit beside me and watch the scenery. And the person watching the scenery sits beside you and watches you. The blue sky in the distance is reflected in your eyes, and you are reflected in the lake of my heart. Sister Yu Chansheng is in the distance, and I am beside you. Can you look at me? If it were in reality, he would definitely not dare to say this, because he thought that he was so insignificant that he could not be compared with Chansheng. He could not let Sister Yu make such a choice. But now, it was in a dream. In the dream, he could bravely say everything. The girl beside him was stunned, slowly turned her head and looked at him. There seemed to be a ripple in her cold and deep eyes. After a pause, she said, what if I look at you? Luo Qingzhou held her hand tightly and said, Sister Yu's heart is far away. I dare not stop her, and I have no right to stop her. But, you are qualified. The girl in front of him suddenly interrupted him. But there was still no other emotion on her face. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, thinking that he might have heard it wrong. Of course, this is a dream. The stories in the dream are all developing in the direction he wants in his heart. Yes, I am qualified, he suddenly said, and then stretched out his arms and hugged her, looking at her with a firm and domineering look and said, Sister Yu, of course I am qualified, because you are mine. After that, he suddenly kissed her cheek, and said, I want to kiss you. I kiss you. I want to bite you. I bite you. After that, he opened his mouth and was about to bite her little mouth again. Who knew that at this time? The girl in his arms suddenly asked coldly, how many wives do you have at home? Luo Qingzhou, puff! The girl stabbed him in the chest with a knife, and then pushed him away and said, scumbag. After that, she got up and ran away. Luo Qingzhou lay on the lawn, opened his eyes wide, and stared blankly at the blue sky and white clouds. Sister Yu, he suddenly woke up from his dream. The cave was dark. In the corner not far away, Luo Shang and Liu Li were already asleep. Bai Wire also lay there quietly. Since Yu Yu was bitten by the poisonous bee, he has been particularly weak and sleepy, and he is still sleeping. As for the master, he was nowhere to be seen. He should be standing guard outside. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a while, and then tried to move his body. The meridians in his body were still very painful, but the whole body seemed to be able to move slightly. He endured the pain and sat up slowly. Then he took out the spiritual liquid and dripped 2 drops into the palm of his hand again. It seems that his body is recovering quickly. If an ordinary person suffered such a serious injury, it would probably not be able to sit up for a year or 2, or he would die directly from the serious injury. But he recovered quickly. In addition to his physical condition, it was also due to the spiritual liquid. The spiritual dew of Jiutian Yaotai is much lighter than his spiritual liquid, but it is regarded as a treasure by all practitioners. This shows the preciousness of his spiritual liquid. However, the torn meridians, acupuncture points, and Dehai in his body seem to have no signs of repair. Is he really going to be useless? His eyes suddenly looked at Liu Li, and Bai Wire lying in the corner. He hesitated for a moment, took out the communication treasure, and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I am injured. My meridians, acupuncture points, danhai and internal organs are all torn. Maybe I will not be able to practice in the future. After sending the message, he sat in the dark, looking at the two people in the corner calmly. He actually gave up the temptation. He just felt that he should tell Sister Yu about this matter. After all, Sister Yu has silently paid so much for his cultivation. Now that he is suddenly disabled, she is the one who feels the most sorry. Soon, the message came back. Oh. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Will Sister Yu dislike me in the future?" Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou. After a while, the message came again. Continue to take the spiritual liquid. It will slowly recover. The repaired meridians and acupuncture points, danhai and organs are all stronger than before, and may be able to accommodate the power of the late Grandmaster. In other words, you may be able to break through 2 levels in a row. Luo Qingzhou was shocked. Really? Sister Yu is not comforting me. Right? Sister Yu, you still need to take the elixir. Luo Qingzhou suppressed the excitement in his heart. The 1,000-year-old thunderwood flower and the golden cicada grass. I will definitely find it. If you need any more elixirs or spiritual medicines, Sister Yu can tell me first. Sister Yu, let's find those 2 first. Luo Qingzhou had mixed emotions. Sister Yu, no matter what difficulties I encounter, I feel that as long as I tell you, you can always help me solve them. Sister Yu, you are lucky. The lightning vortex cannot swallow too much power that exceeds your strength. If there is a next time, you will definitely explode and die. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, how did you know that I was injured like this? The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Yu, I dreamed of you. Twice in a row. The other party still did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou stared at the communication treasure in his hand for a while before putting it away. The spiritual liquid entered the body and generated a powerful force in the body. That force flowed in the meridians. The torn meridians began to hurt. And as the force flowed rapidly, it hurt more and more. He immediately closed his eyes and silently recited the Qingqing Ju. The pain of the twitching meridians. The danhai also began to ache, and the whole body felt pain. But this pain gradually became hot. He knew that the energy transformed from the spiritual fluid was nourishing those shocking wounds. He endured it, and sweat soon oozed out of his forehead. The whole body was soon soaked. Gradually, the pain disappeared, and a comfortable coolness flowed out of the danhai. He fell asleep again. This time, he slept soundly and did not dream. But he hoped that he could still dream, and see Sister Yu in his dream, and then kiss her. Even if he was stabbed, it would be worth it. When he woke up, it was already dawn. Luo Shang sat beside him, frowning, with a serious expression on her face. Seeing him wake up, she was silent for a while and said, Fei Yang, Zixia has not come back since she went out last night. I went out to look for her this morning, but couldn't find her. I sent her a message, but she didn't reply. Luo Qingzhou's heart sank. He endured the pain and sat up, saying, Have you looked for her at the sword tomb? Luo Shang nodded and frowned, saying, I have looked for her. Then he said worriedly, The formation outside seems to have launched an attack. The valley is in chaos. Those people fought to grab some spiritual fruits. When I went out, I saw 2 corpses, both of whom were masters in the late Grandmaster stage when I returned. The 2 corpses, only the heads were left, and the flesh on the body was gone. Luo Qingzhou's eyes twitched, and he quickly took out the communication treasure and sent a message to his master. Luo Shang comforted her softly. Zixia may have gone to see Senior Zhuang, so you don't have to worry too much. If she hasn't come back yet at night, I'll go out and look for her. Luo Qingzhou held the message and said in a deep voice, Sorry to bother you, Senior. Luo Shang didn't say anything else, got up and left, and walked out of the cave. Liuli came in from outside, gave him a fruit, and said, Brother Chu, this is the spiritual fruit grown by our Xianyan pavilion. You try it. Thank you. Luo Qingzhou took the fruit, frowned and thought about something. Liuli glanced at him, didn't disturb him, and turned away. It was dark soon. Fairy Zixia still didn't come back. Luo Shang walked in and said solemnly, You stay here. Don't go out. I'll go out and look for her. Liuli worriedly said, Master, you have to be careful. Luo Shang nodded and left quickly. Several people were waiting anxiously in the cave. An hour later, Luo Shang came back with a wound on her right arm. She sighed and said, I still haven't found Zixia. On the way, I encountered a cultivator from the demon sect who blocked my way. The other party was a late-stage grandmaster. I lost a magic weapon and escaped back. Lioli hurried over to bandage her wound. Although Luo Qingzhou was anxious, he had to persuade her. Senior, don't go out again. If Master is fine, he will come back naturally. If something happens, even if you go, it will be useless, and you will give away another life in vain. Luo Shang sat down and frowned, saying, now the valley is full of dangers. In addition to the formations that sometimes attack, there are also monsters that run out from nowhere. The most dangerous ones are those cultivators who snatch food. Hey, I hope Zixiao will not be in trouble. Luo Qingzhou fell silent. He decided to go out of his body tonight to have a look. Now that his body has recovered a little, as long as his soul doesn't go out for too long, there should be no problem. At this time, Yu, who had just woken up, said, Senior Luo, you guys take a rest tonight, and I'll go guard the door. Luo Shang nodded and warned, be careful. Call us immediately if anything happens. Yu agreed and left the cave. When it was late at night, Luo Shang, his master and his apprentice all lay down. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and sat for a while before his soul left his body. There was a formation in the sky above the valley. He didn't dare to fly too high, and after leaving the cave, he flew forward slowly. At the same time, after flying for a distance, he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to his master. If the distance is very close, the master should be able to receive it. When he came to the ancient sword tomb, he suddenly found two figures standing outside the sword tomb. Both of them were wearing black robes. One middle-aged man and one young man. Master, the formation of this sword tomb has been destroyed. Why hasn't the sword inside appeared yet? Humph. How do you know it hasn't appeared? Maybe it has been taken away by someone. Then can we still go in and choose? You can go in and try. The sword formation has been destroyed, but there may be other formations. Hey, we didn't get anything when we came in, and we lost a few people. Now we are trapped in this valley by the formation. Is it really like what the man from Punlai Fairy Island said? That it will take 100 years to get out? What the old man said may not be true. When we were trapped in this sword tomb before, didn't the old man say that we would die? Didn't we get out in the end? That's right. Master, the boy who broke the formation seems to have some skills. He can absorb the power of the sword formation for his own use. I wonder what kind of magical skill it is. Don't be envious. That's a skill that will lead to death. Can't you see that he is already useless? So much powerful power entering his body, let alone his cultivation level of the early stage of the Grandmaster. Even the cultivation level of the Grandmaster can't bear it. Let's go and see if there are other prey. Since we can't go out for the time being, let's find a way to store some food first. Well, Master, hasn't that woman told the truth yet? Humph. I'll go back and interrogate her later to see if she is stubborn or my whip is hard. The master and the apprentice left while talking. Luo Qingzhou's heart sank, and he immediately performed the breath-holding technique taught by Sister Yu and followed behind silently. Since he had walked through this valley before and was familiar with it, and because even at night, the soul could see very far, so for safety reasons, he didn't follow too closely. He thought secretly in his heart, if the woman these two people are talking about is the master, how should he rescue her later? These two people just exuded the aura of warriors. The middle-aged man is at the early stage of the Grandmaster, and the young man is at the early stage of the Grandmaster. He is only a spirit now, and he is definitely unable to deal with it. And maybe the other party has other helpers. After thinking for a while, he did not immediately send a message to Senior Luo and the others, and continued to follow quietly behind. The two wandered around in the valley for a while, but did not find prey. Then, the two walked towards the valley on the left. Soon, they came to the bottom of a mountain wall. There was a cave hidden in the bushes below. The two walked to the entrance of the cave, turned their heads, looked around vigilantly, and then quickly crouched and got in. Who knew that just as they got in, there was a scream of awe from inside. Swoosh! The middle-aged man in black robes rushed out again in an instant, holding a red broadsword in his hand, and the light on the sword was shining. At this time, the bushes at the entrance of the cave shook, and the young man in black robes staggered out from inside, then fell to the ground with a thump, blood gushing from his neck. He widened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and said in a panic, Master, Master, save me. However, the middle-aged man in black robe, holding the knife, did not look at him more. His eyes were still vigilantly looking at the cave. his whole body tense, and said in a sinister voice, "Little bitch. What's the point of sneak attack? If you have the ability, come out." As he spoke, he secretly took out a porcelain bottle, opened the bottle stopper, and began to gently sprinkle powder at the entrance of the cave. In the cave, there was silence. After the middle-aged man in black robe sprinkled a whole bottle of powder, a black shadow flashed in his sleeve, and he took out a poisonous snake and put it on the ground. The poisonous snake immediately twisted its body and crawled towards the cave. After a while, suddenly, a low cry came from inside. It was a woman's voice, but the voice was too small, and Luo Qingzhou did not hear whether it was the master. He was anxious, but he didn't dare to act rashly. At this time, the red sword in the hand of the middle-aged man in black robe was ready to go. If he made a slight move and was discovered by the other party, he would be slashed with the sword. With the strength of the other party's grandmaster, he would definitely not be spared. When the soul is scattered, the body in the cave will naturally die. Bitch, since you don't dare to come out, well, I will stay here and wait for you to see how long you can hold on, the middle-aged man in black robe said coldly. But suddenly his feet were in the air, holding a long knife in both hands, and slowly approached the cave entrance. When he walked to the cave entrance silently, he suddenly slashed a red knife light into it. Then, his figure flashed and rushed in. Bang! 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 There were bursts of explosions, and the sound of weapons colliding. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not the master. The master is only a mid-level master, and it is impossible for him to be the opponent of this great master. Just as he was about to leave, with a bang, the cave suddenly collapsed. Then, two figures flew out from the rolling rocks. A pink-haired woman holding a sword suddenly fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. Judging from her clothes and hair color, she was actually from Shura sect. The middle-aged man in black robes, holding a red sword, fell not far away, and there was a sword mark on his thigh. Bleeding, the pink-haired woman stood up, with a knife scar deep enough to see the bone on her shoulder. She gritted her teeth and said, "My Shura sect and your White Bone Mountain have nothing to do with each other. Why are you plotting against me?" The middle-aged man in black robes sneered. "Don't pretend. My female disciple went out to find food and suddenly disappeared. Don't say it wasn't your Shura sect that took her away. You will take away any woman in the valley as long as you meet her. Do you think I didn't see it?" A pious and sacred color suddenly appeared in the blue pupils of the pink-haired woman. She said coldly, "As long as there is a beautiful woman in this world, she should join my Shura sect and dedicate everything to the Shura field." What a joke! The middle-aged man in black robes sneered, and the red broadsword in his hand suddenly chopped towards her. Bang! The two fought fiercely for a long time. The pink-haired woman was finally defeated because of the heavy blows she suffered before. She was chopped on the thigh by the middle-aged man in black robe and fell to the ground. However, just as the middle-aged man in black robe raised his knife again, the pink-haired woman suddenly showed a grim smile. Swoosh! At this moment, a small red snake suddenly jumped up from the bottom of the middle-aged man in black robe and instantly got into his robe. The middle-aged man in black robe was shocked and hurriedly grabbed his crotch. Who knew that before his claws fell, his whole body suddenly shook, and he screamed "Ah!" and the red big knife in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. He grabbed it with both hands with a horrified face, and with a swish, he pulled the small red snake out of his pants, then roared in despair, grabbed the head of the small snake with one hand and the tail of the small snake with the other hand, and suddenly exerted force with both arms, and with a snap, the small red snake was torn into two pieces. However, at this moment, the pink-haired woman suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, and the sword in her hand pierced his body shield and pierced directly into his heart. Wow! The sword light burst out. The black-robed middle-aged man's heart and other organs were all crushed to pieces. Before the black-robed middle-aged man could scream again, the pink-haired woman suddenly used up her last bit of strength and swung the sword in her hand upwards. The chest, neck, face, and head of the middle-aged man in black robe were all chopped in half. Blood spurted. The body of the middle-aged man in black robe fell to the ground. The pink-haired woman seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and her body softened and fell to the ground. In addition to the serious injury on her thigh, her whole body was also covered with scars, but it seemed that she had not suffered fatal injuries. With her strength, it is estimated that she will be able to crawl away after half an hour of recovery. In front of the cave, calm returned. The pink-haired woman lay for a while, and suddenly took out the communication treasure from her arms with difficulty. Just as she was gritting her teeth, enduring the pain, and preparing to write on the communication treasure with trembling fingers, a flying sword suddenly flew out of the darkness with a swoosh, and instantly cut the communication treasure in her hand into two halves. Her face suddenly changed and looked into the darkness. Swish! The flying sword suddenly flew back, and with a swish, it cut the tendons on her two arms. The pink-haired woman trembled all over, but she gritted her teeth and didn't scream. Puff! At this moment, a large clump of pollen suddenly fell on her face. Even so, Luo Qingzhou was still worried. He drove the flying sword over again, directly cutting the woman's clothes into pieces, and then punched out with a cold wind, blowing away the cloth and storage ring, until the woman was clean and didn't hide anything. He was relieved and floated over. He didn't want to be ambushed like the black-robed man just now. I ask? You answer. If you answer well, I'll let you go. If you don't answer well, your white and tender body is very suitable to be cut into strips and dried to eat. Luo Qingzhou took out a rope from the storage ring again and tied her up tightly. After all, he was a grandmaster, so he didn't dare to be careless. Bang! At this time, the soul of the middle-aged man in black robe just came out, and was directly killed by him with a punch. The pink-haired woman trembled again when she saw the scene. Luo Qingzhou used the object control technique to help her drag her to another cave not far away, preparing to torture her severely. Chapter 825 Luo Qingzhou's Torture. Moon Fairy in the Valley. The cave was dark. In Luo Qingzhou's spiritual vision, everything was clear. The pink-haired woman sneered. Pa! Luo Qingzhou slapped her directly and said, Speak. The pink-haired woman closed her mouth tightly. Pa! 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 Speak or not. Pa! 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 Speak or not. Luo Qingzhou asked sternly while beating her. He slapped her about 100 times. The pink-haired woman could not help but speak angrily. Are you sick? Little beast? You didn't ask anything, but kept asking me whether I should say it or not. What do you want me to say? Luo Qingzhou put away his palm and asked, Did you capture a woman in a red skirt? The woman was about 20 years old, young and beautiful, with a good figure. She mainly practiced fists. When she used the skills, there was a glow on her body. Did you? The pink-haired woman sneered and said, I have eaten it. Luo Qingzhou took out the whip from the storage ring, thought about it, and took out the stick again. When the pink-haired woman saw the whip, she still sneered, but when she saw the black wooden stick, her face changed immediately. Change. Luo Qingzhou held the wooden stick and suddenly input internal force. The wooden stick in his hand suddenly became thick and long. Change again. The wooden stick continued to change, like a golden stick. In a blink of an eye, the wooden stick has turned into a thick and long iron pillar. The pink-haired woman was silent for a moment, and said, We have never caught such a woman. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Luo Qingzhou suddenly hit her legs with a stick, breaking her snow-white and slender legs directly, staring into her eyes and said, I'll give you another chance. Speak. The pink-haired woman twitched in pain, her face pale, and said, Little beast, you distinguish the soul of the spirit realm. Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou banged and hit her legs with another stick, breaking them directly. Then he said, It is precisely because my cultivation is low that I have to cripple you first. He knew the horror of the Grandmaster, let alone the Grandmaster. Even if he was a mid-stage Grandmaster, his current soul was no match. His current soul was in the mid-stage of the spirit realm. Grandmaster versus spirit realm. But at the same realm, the body cultivator is stronger than the soul cultivator. If it weren't for the fact that the woman and the middle-aged man in black robes were both injured and had no power to resist, he would not dare to come out and seek death. How many people do you have in Shura sect? Where are they hiding? Where did you take the woman? What is the cultivation level of your disciples? Do you have any powerful methods? Seeing that her body was severely injured and her soul was unstable, Luo Qingzhou immediately stared at her eyes and interrogated her. Speak. This time, he used the soul-shaking and soul-capturing technique, concentrating his soul power. He looked into her eyes and suddenly let out a roar from his throat, which instantly sounded like thunder in her mind and soul. The pink-haired woman's pupils suddenly stagnated for a moment. Luo Qingzhou continued to interrogate. After an instant's stick of time, he nodded contentedly and said, Very good. Your mouth is very tight. The pink-haired woman seemed to sense his murderous intent, and suddenly twisted her body, saying coquettishly, Sir, do you want to enter our Shura gate? There are all kinds of beauties inside. And as long as you enter, they are all yours. Luo Qingzhou sneered. You want to create a Shura field for this young master, right? The pink-haired woman said delicately. What's wrong with the Shura field? The Shura field means that the young master is popular, and the young master should be proud. As the pink-haired woman spoke, she continued to twist her bound body, and a strange light flashed in her blue pupils. Sorry, I already have a lot of Shura fields at home. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he helped her untie the rope on her body and said, Don't be twisted. It looks disgusting. My little maid twists better than you. The pink-haired woman paused. She suddenly bit her pink lips again, blinked her eyes, and continued to twist her snow-white body. A hint of viciousness appeared in the depths of her eyes. She said in a delicate voice, Sir, aren't you going to find that woman? Let me lead the way for you. Okay? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched her buttocks and said angrily, Bitch! You dare to twist! The pink-haired woman screamed, Aw! Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched her mouth again. You dare to scream! Zizi! A purple lightning suddenly appeared on his fist. And then with a boom, it hit her head directly. The pink-haired woman's brain burst immediately. Her body twitched, and she died completely. As for her soul, it also disappeared in the purple lightning. Luo Qingzhou took out the corpse powder and poured it on her body, and then punched out a flame, burning all the traces on the ground. With just this little temptation and conspiracy, you still dare to think of a trick to plot against him? He has seen all kinds of beauties. What kind of looks are there? What good figures are there? There are even all kinds of huge contrasts in front of people and behind people. How are they not 100 times better than her? He has long been immune to beauties. Out of the cave, he walked to the body of the black-robed man and looked at it, and then looked at the storage ring of the pink-haired woman on the grass. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the corpse powder and turned everything clean without leaving any trace. Don't be too greedy. He has gained a lot from entering this ancient ruins this time, and he must stop when he sees the good. After all, they are two great masters. Everyone knows what is hidden in their storage rings. He still has to save his master now, and his physical body is severely injured now, and his soul has only this little strength. If he exposes himself or is plotted against because of greed, it will be too late to regret. In this world, most people die in greed. He must always be alert to himself. According to the information revealed in the eyes of the pink-haired woman, there are 5 people in the Shura sect in this valley. 1 elder is a mid-level grandmaster. The other 4. 2 are in the early stage of the spiritual realm, and 2 are in the early stage of the grandmaster. It can be seen that the overall strength of the Shura sect is not weak, at least stronger than the Lingxiao sect. His current soul is in the middle stage of the spiritual realm. If he defeats them one by one, he can only deal with the 2 disciples in the early stage of the spiritual realm and an elder in the early stage of the grandmaster. He is definitely not capable of dealing with the remaining elders in the early stage and the middle stage of the grandmaster. After all, body cultivators are naturally restrained by soul cultivators. It was already very good that he could deal with a grandmaster level warrior. Of course, if his physical body was there, he would not have to be afraid. Now that his physical body was seriously injured, he still needed to nourish his soul. So his soul must not be injured. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. He thought for a while. He suddenly felt a headache. His physical body had not recovered yet, and his soul could not leave for too long. He immediately turned around and went back. Fortunately, from the eyes of the pink-haired woman, he knew that the 5 people from Shura Gate were all women, and they only wanted to make them join Shura Gate by capturing the women in the valley. So they would not use torture for the time being. So the master should be safe there for the time being. It just so happened that he could go back to find helpers. As soon as he returned to the cave, Yu, who was standing at the door, suddenly found him, waved the mace in his hand, and shouted, Who? The people in the cave sat up immediately. Luo Qingzhou quickly showed up and said, I. Luo Shang was stunned for a moment, with a look of astonishment and surprise on her face. Fei Yang? Your soul has recovered? This shouldn't be the case. With such severe injuries to the body, shouldn't the soul also be severely damaged? How come it's only been a day? And you? Luo Qingzhou immediately returned to his soul, and while nourishing his body, he said, Senior, let's talk about this later. I just went out with my soul and met a disciple of the Shura sect. From her, I learned that my master should have been captured by the people of the Shura sect. The Shura sect hid in a cave in the northern valley, with a total of 5 people in it. Now, I hope you can accompany me to save my master. Are you willing? When Luo Shang heard this, he immediately stood up and said, "Let's go without delay." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Senior, among the 5 people from Shura sect, 1 is a mid-level grandmaster, 2 are early-level grandmasters, and 2 are early-level spiritual realm. You only need to deal with the mid-level grandmaster, and I and here." He paused, looked at the cold girl sitting in the corner, and said, "Miss Bai, are you willing to go with us? This little girl is in the mid-level spiritual realm. If she goes, the chances of winning will be even greater. As for Liuli and Yu, their cultivation is slightly lower, so they can't go. After all, the other party is 1 level higher than them, and may have other useful skills, and they may die if they are not careful." Bai Wire stood up from the ground without saying a word. Luo Qingzhou said quickly, "Thank you." Then he said, "Senior, it should be no problem for me and Miss Bai to deal with the remaining few." Luo Shang nodded and solemnly warned, "Fei Yang, you must be careful. Now your body has not recovered yet, and it will drag down your soul. If your soul is seriously injured again, then let Wei Er go in front." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl in the white dress again and nodded. Yu suddenly said, "Brother Chu, what about me and Sister Liuli?" Liuli said softly, "Junior sister Yu, let's wait here. It's dangerous outside. Just don't cause trouble for them." Yu reacted and pouted. "You look down on others for their low cultivation." Luo Shang said gently, "Now is not the time to show off. If you feel that your cultivation is low, you should work hard to cultivate in the future. Next time you come out, you will naturally have a chance to show off." Yu didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou nourished his body for a while. Then his spirit left his body and said, "Senior, Miss Bai, let's go." Luo Shang nodded and walked in front. Bai Wire followed her quietly. Luo Qingzhou followed the 2 of them and floated out, saying, "Miss Bai, if there is any danger later, you just step back. You only need to help me to deal with a martial artist in the early stage of the Grandmaster, and I will deal with the others myself." Bai Wire nodded slightly. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment, looked at her and said, "My master still has a few treasures. When she is rescued, I will ask her to take them out, and you can choose them yourself." Then he said to Luo Shang, "Senior, you can choose a few." Luo Shang couldn't help laughing and said, "Fei Yang, don't be so polite. You saved us before. If you hadn't risked your life to break the sword formation, Where and I would have died in it." Luo Qingzhou said, "One thing is one thing. Besides, I didn't risk my life for you at that time. I just saved you by the way." Bai Ware's eyes moved. Luo Shang looked at him and said, "Fei Yang, although you can't speak, Aunt Lu admires your honesty." Then he thought for a moment and said, "Okay, if Zixia is rescued later, Where and I will choose 2 treasures from her. If Aunt Luo doesn't agree, I guess you are worried now. Worried that our master and disciple will not work hard later, right?" Luo Qingzhou smiled embarrassedly and said, "No, I just think Senior and Miss Bai should take it." Of course he was worried. They are not close relatives, and no one knows what the outcome of the fight will be. After all, the other party is a master-level master, and they are from the Shura sect. I don't know what methods they have. Injury or even death is possible. So, of course, he has to give the 2 some rewards. No matter how close the relatives are, you can't just ask them to be selfless to you. Over time, there will always be estrangement. It's more reassuring to settle accounts. The 3 took advantage of the night and quickly came to the valley in the north. There are many caves here. No one else was met on the road at this time, let alone at night. It is also dangerous to wander around during the day. After all, everyone is trying every possible way to keep themselves alive. As for what kind of courtesy, integrity, morality and justice, in this cruel environment of slowly waiting to die, they will soon be worn out until they are replaced by the most primitive desires. There are 2 rocks in front of the cave, and there is a shrub with small yellow flowers at the entrance of the cave. Luo Qingzhou whispered to the 2. The 3 slowed down their pace, walked forward carefully, and searched carefully. Soon, they saw the entrance to the cave. At this time, there was a vague figure sitting there motionless at the entrance. At the same time, there was an invisible breath flowing at the entrance of the cave. Luo Qingzhou's soul saw it most clearly. There was a formation at the entrance of the cave. At the same time, A small red snake was coiled in the bushes outside the cave. It was exactly the same as the small snake released by the pink-haired woman before. Luo Qingzhou whispered the situation to Luo Shang. Luo Shang pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Are there really only the 5 people you said? I remember that they also had a grandmaster from the Shura sect." Luo Qingzhou had to tell her what had just happened again. "That grandmaster is dead?" Luo Shang showed a hint of surprise on her face, and then said, "In this case, we should have a chance of winning." Luo Qingzhou took out the jade rat for drilling, and tried to drill into the ground. As expected, he couldn't get in. Luo Shang explained in a low voice, "The ancient 9-dragon emperor formation is not only in the sky, but also underground. You can't use earth magic." Luo Qingzhou put away the jade rat, and looked at the cave hidden behind the bushes in front. Luo Shang whispered, "Fei Yang, you and Wei stay here. I'll go over and take a look. If we can kill the person at the entrance of the cave with one blow, it will be easy." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Aunt Luo, this is not safe. The red speed is very fast. Even the Grandmaster of the White Bone Mountain was hit before, and the formation at the entrance of the cave may be a bit strange. If you go there rashly, you may not be able to touch her at all." Luo Shang frowned slightly, and fell into thinking again. Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered what the pink-haired woman said before, and hurriedly said, "Senior, I have an idea." Luo Shang immediately said, "Speak quickly." Luo Qingzhou whispered, "The Shura sect has been catching beautiful women who are alone in the valley these days." Before she finished speaking, Luo Shang's eyes immediately lit up and said, "I understand." Then, she suddenly took off her coat, revealing her snow-white shoulders and jade back, and said, "Fei Yang, where? You wait here. I will go there and lure the people at the door out." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Senior, wait a moment. You are the leader of Xiandian Pavilion. You should have shown up before. And it was me and my master who showed up together. Now my master has been arrested, and you suddenly walked over there in the middle of the night alone. They will definitely be suspicious." When Luo Shang heard this, she immediately retreated and said, "What should we do?" Luo Qingzhou did not speak, and looked at the girl in the white dress next to him. Luo Shang was stunned and looked over. The scene was quiet for a while. Luo Shang said with embarrassment, "Fei Yang, how about calling Liu Li over? Or calling your junior sister Yu over?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Miss Bai has been wearing a veil in front of everyone before, and no one has seen her appearance. If she takes off the veil now and walks over there, those people should not be suspicious. There is no need to do anything. Just pretend to look for spiritual medicine and spiritual fruit, and they will naturally follow." After a pause, he looked at the cold girl in front of him and said, "Of course, if Miss Bai doesn't want to." Bai Wei suddenly looked at him with cold eyes and cold tone and said, "You can wear my clothes and dress up as a woman." Luo Qingzhou. Luo Shang couldn't help laughing. Luo Qingzhou said, "If my physical body is here, it's natural. But now I am a spirit, and others may not be fooled." Bai Wei was silent for a while, and then raised her hand to take off the veil on her face. Luo Shang hurriedly said, "Fei Yang, turn around. You can't look." Since Wei practiced that kind of martial arts, she has never shown her face to other men. If you look at her, you must marry her. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he turned around quickly. Bai Wei looked at him again, and then slowly took off her veil. Under the moonlight, her face was beautiful, but cold as snow. Luo Shang looked at her tender and beautiful face, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. Such a beautiful face, but unfortunately can only practice the kind of ruthless and desireless skills. Bai Wei put away her veil, lowered her head slightly, and slowly walked out from behind the rock. As soon as she went out, the figure guarding the cave entrance not far away suddenly moved, raised his head, and looked at her. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help turning his head and looking at her cold and frail back. The moonlight fell on the girl's body, pure white, as if she had spread a holy moonlight gauze dress for her. That cold and frail temperament was particularly suffocating at this moment. The figure sitting at the entrance of the cave was suddenly stunned. She continued to walk forward slowly. She would not make other false expressions and movements, just quietly strolling in the valley under the moonlight, like a fairy under the moon. Chapter 826 Fighting side by side with Sister Yu. The foot was bitten by a poisonous snake, and the 1,000-year-old thunderwood flower appeared. The night was silent. In the valley, the night wind whimpered, as if there was some creepy crying sound. Bai Wei did not stop. She kept moving forward, and soon walked to the bottom of the hillside in front. Then, She continued to move forward until she walked far away. The figure in the cave entrance still did not respond. Luo Qingzhou and the others hid behind the rocks and continued to wait patiently. After another moment, two figures came out of the cave silently. Is there really only one person? It should be. Did you recognize which sect he is from? Anyway, he is not from the three major immortal sections. As for his cultivation level, I don't know. Let's go and take a look first, and then talk about it. Sister, I don't know how long we will be trapped here. I am afraid that the food supply is not enough. If we catch more people, stupid. We are just storing food. Keep him first. Eat people? Humph. In another 2 months, let alone eat people, you will be willing to eat poisonous insects when the time comes. The two women talked and looked around alertly, then left the cave entrance and walked in the direction where Bai Wei left. When the two walked away, Luo Qingzhou and Luo Shan looked at each other and followed quietly. A few miles away, Bai Wei stopped there, slightly raised her head, and looked at the bright moon in the night sky. After the two women from Shura sect followed, they hid in the dark for a while, and after confirming that she was the only one here, they immediately walked out. One of the older women smiled and said, "Young lady, which sect are you from? Why are you standing here in a daze in the middle of the night?" Bai Wei stood there, motionless, as if she didn't hear her words. "Young lady?" The two pink-haired women looked at each other. One stopped behind her, and the other walked in front of her. The older woman who walked in front of Bai Wei smiled. After seeing her face clearly, she was startled at first, and then a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Young lady, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? What a pretty little person. If we catch her and train her a little, we may be able to catch all the men in the valley at that time." Of course, before she was sure of the girl's cultivation, she didn't dare to act rashly. Bai Wei looked at her with cold eyes, but didn't speak. The older woman smiled kindly, approached her again, reached out to grab her wrist, and said with a smile, "Little sister, are you lost? Come on. Sister will take you home." As she spoke, she grabbed the girl's snow-white wrist. Then, she slightly urged the power in her body to explore her cultivation. But at this moment, with a light hiss, a layer of frost instantly condensed on her hand. Before she could react, the frost suddenly covered her arm again. Middle stage of the distraction realm. "Junior sister, take her down." The older woman immediately stepped back, shouted, and then suddenly flicked her wrist, and a flash of light melted the frost on her arm and hand. Who will take who down? It's still uncertain. Behind Bai Wei, the young woman was about to take action, and a figure suddenly appeared behind her, with a flash of red light in her hand, suddenly covering her. It was actually a red handkerchief. Luo Shan's handkerchief. The older woman's face changed, and she flashed in an instant, trying to escape. At this moment, a fist with red lightning suddenly appeared behind her, and with a bang, it smashed the protective wind and light shield on her body. The older woman was shocked and no longer wanted to fight. She immediately flashed to the side and was about to escape. Who knew that her feet suddenly stopped in place and could not move? Looking down, she saw that a layer of frost had condensed on her feet at some point. Boom! Luo Qingzhou took the opportunity to punch her in the chest. Although this punch was a punch from the soul, it was also very powerful, and it also carried armor-breaking lightning. This older woman was a master in the early stage of cultivation. Her body was strong, and she could fight against the soul cultivator in the middle stage of the distraction realm. So Luo Qingzhou used all his strength directly. The young woman, who mainly cultivated the soul, was in the early stage of the distraction realm, and was not Luo Shan's opponent. After Luo Shan's handkerchief trapped her, she chopped several more times and killed her directly. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's flying sword was dispatched. Bai Wei had put on her veil again without knowing when. Under her icy control, the older woman wanted to escape, but it was too late. Soon, Luo Qingzhou cut off her head with a sword. The two Shura Gate women were killed in the blink of an eye. Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked at the cold girl in front of him. Just now, there seemed to be two flashes of moonlight in her eyes. "Let's go! Go to the cave." Luo Shan didn't care about the two corpses anymore, nor did she covet the things on them. She turned around and left immediately. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to think too much. He immediately took out the spiritual liquid, poured 2 drops of black spiritual liquid in his palm, and followed immediately. "Senior, there should be a mid-stage grandmaster, an early-stage grandmaster, and an early-stage spiritual realm cultivator in the cave. Luo Qingzhou reminded. Luo Shan said with murderous intent, I know. Just rush in directly. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment. Then immediately returned, took the bodies of the two women, and said, let them be frightened and panicked later, so that they can be dealt with more easily. Luo Shan glanced at him and said, you are quite good at psychological warfare. The three of them soon came to the cave. Luo Shan grabbed the two bodies directly, walked over, and shouted, people from Shura Gate, come out. Luo Qingzhou immediately flew above the cave and began to sprinkle pollen. Pollen is very useful, but there is not much. After returning, let Xiao Beiling refine more. The more the better. It is best to let Xiao Beiling be like a hard-working little bee, collecting honey every day, and no time to be naughty. Luo Shan finished shouting. In the cave, there was silence. Luo Shan threw the two bodies directly to the door and said coldly, hand over the people, and I will spare your life. Boom! At this moment, a sword light suddenly shot out from the cave. Then, a huge blue smoke rolled out from the cave entrance. Luo Shan's face changed, and he retreated quickly. Shwa! 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 Three figures suddenly flew out of the cave, and then they fled far away in an instant, spraying blue, red and green smoke behind them while running. The smoke floated on the flowers and plants on the hillside, and those flowers and plants withered and turned yellow in an instant. Luo Shan was about to chase, but when she saw the scene, she was startled and stopped, avoiding the poisonous fog. Luo Qingzhou saw that only 3 people came out, and his heart sank, and he looked towards the cave. After the smoke dissipated, Luo Shan immediately said, Fei Yang, you and Wei wait outside first. I'll go in and take a look. After that, the Reepaw suddenly flew to the top of her head, slowly rotating, and a red light shield fell, protecting her inside. She held the sword and walked carefully to the cave entrance, and the little snake in the bushes in front of the cave entrance also disappeared, and it was unknown whether it escaped or was taken away together. Senior, be careful of the poisonous things inside, Luo Qingzhou said solemnly. I know. Luo Shan responded, paused at the entrance of the cave, and then suddenly rushed in like lightning. Luo Qingzhou took out his black and white sword with a swish. After a moment, suddenly, Luo Shan's voice came from inside, Fei Yang. It's safe inside. Come in quickly. Luo Qingzhou heard her tone was wrong, and his heart skipped a beat, and he flew in immediately. In the corner of the cave, an oil lamp was lit. In the dim light, 3 women were tied with iron chains and tied to the corner of the wall, looking at them in horror. Luo Shan frowned and said, Zixia doesn't seem to be here. Swoosh! Luo Qingzhou immediately drove the flying sword and cut off the iron chains on the 3 women. Luo Shan took out all the things stuffed in their mouths, and said softly, Don't be afraid. Everyone, the people from Shura Gate have escaped. Let me ask you, have you seen a beautiful woman in a red dress? At this time, the woman with whip marks on her face suddenly pointed to the innermost corner of the cave and said in a trembling voice, she was disobedient and was killed by those people. They were just dismembering her. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked. Luo Shan's face turned pale, and he immediately flashed to the corner over there, and lifted a piece of cotton cloth on the ground. Under the cotton cloth, a woman in a red dress was lying there, bleeding. Luo Qingzhou's face was ugly, and when he was about to fly over trembling, Luo Shan hurriedly said, Fei Yang, it's not your master. Swoosh! Luo Qingzhou immediately flew over. The woman in the red dress on the ground had scars all over her body, but her appearance was still clear. It was indeed not the master. He exhaled deeply, and the soul heart in his body was beating rapidly. Since the master is not here, where would he go? At this moment, one of the tall women looked at Luo Shan and said, You are from Dian, right? Is the red-dressed woman you are looking for called Fairy Zixia? As soon as these words came out, Luo Shan immediately rushed over and said quickly, Yes, it's her. Did you see her? The tall woman nodded and said, In the morning, I saw her in the valley in the south and talked to her. There is a hot spring there, and she stood there in a daze. Dazed? Luo Shan was stunned when she heard this, and her face was full of confusion. Luo Qingzhou immediately flew out of the cave. You guys should leave here quickly, Luo Shan said quickly, and followed by Wei out. The 3 of them rushed all the way, and soon came to the valley in the south. After walking for a while, sure enough, They saw a pool of hot springs near the mountain wall, and the mountain wall facing the hot spring was as smooth as a mirror. The three of them walked to the hot spring. On that mountain wall, the figures of Luo Shang and Bai Wire were clearly reflected. Luo Qingzhou was a spirit, and was not projected there. Luo Shang carefully searched around, but did not find any traces. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Senior, you and Miss Bai wait here for a while. There may be something wrong with this stone wall. I'll go and take a look." After that, the spirit flew over the hot spring and flew to the stone wall. But when his hand was placed on the smooth stone wall, there was no reaction. At this time, he suddenly heard a familiar voice in his ears, "Fei Yang. Fei Yang. Don't get close to the stone wall." His heart was shocked. The master was trapped inside. He touched the stone wall again, and suddenly his heart moved. He suddenly urged his soul power and punched the stone wall. Puff! The fist landed heavily on the stone wall, but there was no impact force as imagined, as if a punch hit cotton. Soft. Then, a circle of ripples suddenly appeared on the stone wall. It was like a calm lake, into which a stone was thrown, sparkling in the moonlight. Swish! At this moment, his entire soul was suddenly sucked in. Fei Yang. Luo Shang's face changed, and he was about to go over, but he held back. Bai Wei, who was standing aside, had cold eyes, reflecting the light spots on the stone wall, flickering slightly. Luo Qingzhou's eyes blurred, and he suddenly appeared in another space. This is also a valley. The difference is that the valley here is deeper, and the light is darker. But the vitality of heaven and earth here is surprisingly rich. At the same time, the flowers, plants and trees in the surrounding valleys are all growing very lushly. However, a terrible huge crack appeared in the night sky, as if it was torn apart by something. Just when he was stunned, a red shadow suddenly ran from the front and said excitedly, "Fei Yang." Luo Qingzhou looked carefully and found that it was his master. Fairy Zixiao limped over and threw herself into his arms, sobbing, "Master, I thought I would never see you again." Luo Qingzhou had no place to put his hands, so he could only ask, "Master, why did you come here suddenly?" Fairy Zixiao stayed in his arms for a while, then wiped her tears and said, "Master was guarding outside the cave. In the morning, I suddenly saw a fat little deer passing by. Master thought that everyone was storing food, and your body needed to replenish energy. So I wanted to follow the little deer to see if there were any wild fruits in the valley. After all, the little deer has lived here for so long, and must know where to eat. So, the master followed here, and suddenly saw the deer jump in here and disappear. The master just approached, and was suddenly sucked in." Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked down at her feet and said, "Master, why are you lame?" Fairy Zishu immediately said excitedly, "Fei Yang, guess what the master found when he was peeing on the hillside over there? 1,000-year-old thunderwood flower." As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou was shocked. "Really? Are you sure?" Fairy Zixia immediately pulled him and said, "Of course it's true. Master has seen the pictures and introductions in the books. It must be the thunderwood flower, and it may be more than 1,000 years old." Luo Qingzhou was excited and immediately followed her forward. The reason why he ventured to this ancient site was to find the 1,000-year-old thunderwood flower and the golden cicada grass. The fairy from Jiutianyao said that she would help him get the golden cicada grass. Whether he could get it or not, there was hope. Now if he could pick the 1,000-year-old thunderwood flower again, then this time would not be in vain. And the harvest was very rich. "Master, I will carry you." Luo Qingzhou saw that she was walking with difficulty, and said hurriedly. Fairy Zixia stopped, thought for a while, and said, "You should hold me. The master seems to be poisoned and has no strength to lie on your back." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but still bent down and held her horizontally in his arms. Between master and disciple, it is natural to hold each other. No, it is to help. When he was injured before, it was the master who held him. Now that the master is injured, he naturally has to hold the master. As long as the heart is pure, the behavior will naturally be pure. By the way, master, how did you get hurt? Luo Qingzhou glanced into her arms and saw her master lying there softly, his eyes looking at her with watery eyes, his chest heaving, and she quickly looked forward. Fairy Zixia sighed and said, "When master saw the thunderwood flower, he wanted to pick it, but he was ambushed and bitten by a poisonous snake." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "Where was it bitten?" Fairy Zixia raised her right foot and said, "On my ankle." The poisonous snake's teeth are so sharp, and it's so fast. It bit through my shoes and socks. It hurt so much. Luo Qingzhou took a look and asked with concern. Did the venom come out? Fairy Zixia said with a sad face. After Master was bitten, he had no strength. It took a lot of effort to get back to where he just came in. As he said that, he glanced at her and whispered, I heard that if you are bitten by a poisonous snake, you need to suck it out with your mouth. Luo Qingzhou said, Master, can you use the internal force in your body? Fairy Zixia sighed. Well, the venom of that venomous snake is so strong. If it weren't for my strong physique, I would be unable to move now. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her feet under her red skirt. When he was about to put her down for treatment, Fairy Zixia hugged his neck and said, Fei Yang, don't worry. I can still hold on. Go pick that thunderwood flower. People from Jiotian Yaotai seem to have come in. If they find out? When Luo Qingzhou heard this, his expression froze and he said, Master, are you sure you can hold on? Fairy Zixia looked at him deeply and said, Fei Yang, I'm sure. Then she lowered her thick eyelashes and whispered shyly, Fei Yang is going to delay picking thunderwood flowers for me. I'm so touched. So happy. So, Master, stop talking. I'm going to speed up. After that, Luo Qingzhou rushed out with a whoosh. Ah! Slow down. Don't go. Fairy Zixia immediately pointed to the hillside ahead and said, It's right there. There is a broken tree in the grass. It must have been broken by lightning and has grown branches and leaves again. The thunderwood flower grows on the broken surface of the tree and has bloomed. It is very hidden. Luo Qingzhou hugged her, and his figure flashed up the hillside. Fairy Zixia immediately reminded, Fei Yang, be careful. That poisonous snake is very cunning. Then he whispered, If you get bitten on the foot, I won't help you suck it. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything. Under the guidance of Fairy Zixia, he quickly found the broken tree hidden in the dense grass. It's really a thunderstruck wood. A lot of fresh branches and leaves have grown on the broken surface of the broken tree. At the same time, next to those branches and leaves, on the edge of the broken surface, a strange flower has grown twistedly. The leaves are purple, and the petals are purple and red. The filaments on the stamens are actually in the shape of lightning, as if arcs are covering them. It's really a thunderstruck wood flower. Luo Qingzhou was excited and quickly put his master on the grass. Then he took out the black wooden stick and walked over carefully. Fei Yang, be careful in the grass. There is also the root of the broken tree. Fairy Zixia was worried and struggled to stand up again, limping behind him. Huh? When Luo Qingzhou got closer, he was stunned. Under the new buds on the cross-section of the lightning wood, there was a small green snake coiled, which looked particularly familiar. It looked like the one at the blue spirit flower before. Could it be the same one? He quickly turned around and asked, Master, is this the little green snake that bit you just now? Fairy Zixia came behind him, looked at it. Her face suddenly changed, and she immediately said with lingering fear, That's it. This little snake is very fast, hard to guard against, and very fierce. You have to be careful. Luo Qingzhou took out the little fire fox directly from the storage ring, threw it over, and said, Go! Get it! Who knew that the little fire fox had not landed yet? The little green snake suddenly jumped back with a whoosh, then flapped its wings, flew into the air, and disappeared in an instant. Fairy Zixia opened her mouth slightly. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to delay, and looked around carefully again, and then ordered the little fire fox to stay by the side. Then took out the medicine hoe, went over and carefully dug up the thunderwood flower from the cross-section of the tree trunk. The 1,000-year-old thunderwood flower is in hand. He immediately took out the wooden box and carefully put it away. The thunderwood flower cannot be planted. It can only be preserved. After putting away the wooden box, he looked at the big tree in front of him again. Unfortunately, the big tree has been revived, and the bark is green, which is not the thunderstruck wood used for refining. As for the other half of the broken part, it has disappeared. Maybe it has already turned into powder nutrients. Or maybe it has been taken away by someone. Fairy Zixia was happy for him when she saw that he had harvested the thunderwood flower. She quickly said, Fei Yang, the heaven and earth energy in this valley is very rich. There are probably many rare spiritual medicines. Maybe the golden cicada grass unique can also be found here. Let's go inside and look for it again. Luo Qingzhou said decisively. Master, let's go back quickly. I feel very lucky and satisfied to get this thunderwood flower this time. I can't be greedy anymore. Now you are injured. And I am only in the state of spirit. In addition to the people of Jiutianyao, there may be other people and powerful monsters in the valley. Let's not take risks again. Besides, my spirit now can't leave the body for too long. Fairy Zixia said. Well, Master will listen to you. Luo Qingzhou put away the little fire fox, picked her up, and flew to the place where he just came in. Fairy Zixia lay gently in his arms, looking at him calmly, and said softly, Fei Yang, although you were seriously injured, I don't know why. As long as I see you, I feel at ease. Then, she suddenly came to her senses and said, Fei Yang, how is your soul? Elder son from Pomlai Fairy Island said in person that your body and soul were severely injured, and it is estimated that you are useless, but your soul now looks fine? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, I don't know. When I woke up, I found that my soul had no scars, and I was also very surprised at that time. Fairy Zixia guessed, do you have a treasure to protect your soul? Luo Qingzhou said, maybe. Fairy Zixia looked at him with complicated eyes and said, Fei Yang, your uncle is right. You are full of treasures. No wonder she. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he looked down at her and said, Uncle said so? Fairy Zixia said faintly, Master guessed that she thought so. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to talk about this topic anymore. The two quickly came to the place where Luo Qingzhou had just come in, and there was actually a stone wall as smooth as a mirror there. Master, hold tight. Well, go. Fairy Zixia hugged his neck tightly and closed her eyes. Luo Qingzhou took a deep breath, moved his soul power, and rushed towards the stone wall in front with a whoosh. Bang! The two of them suddenly hit the hard stone wall, and then with a crunch, they slid down from it and fell awkwardly on the grass below. Ah! It hurts. Although Luo Qingzhou turned his back when he rushed over, Fairy Zixia's head hit the stone wall heavily because he was too strong. Luo Qingzhou lay on the ground with pain in his back. Even in the state of spirit, the stone wall actually stopped him. Fairy Zixia covered her head and lay under him, almost crying in pain. Luo Qingzhou got up from her, turned around, and looked at the stone wall in front of him again. He walked closer, moved his soul power, and reached out to touch it. There was no reaction. His heart sank immediately. The spirit cannot leave the body for too long. If it is too late, I am afraid that the body will gradually wither, and even the gods will be difficult to save. At this time, he suddenly thought of Dabao and Erbao. Just as he was about to take out the two little white rabbits, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the valley not far away. Someone is coming. He did not dare to hesitate, and immediately picked up the master on the ground, and his figure flashed and flew to the valley on the right. Soon, he found a narrow cave and immediately rushed in. No matter who the other party is, he must not let him find it. He is now in a state of spirit, and the master has been bitten by a poisonous snake again. If the other party has the intention of killing and robbing, then the two of them will have no way to escape. Entered the cave. He immediately put down the master, then pushed aside the dense grass at the entrance of the cave and looked outside. Two men in white clothes walked towards the rock wall while talking. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he immediately stared at the two people closely. At this time, the Fairy Zixia, who was sitting next to him, suddenly trembled, and said awe in her mouth, and immediately covered her mouth to hold it back. Luo Qingzhou turned his head hurriedly and found that the little green snake that had just escaped had hidden here again. And, what was even more hateful was that the master's other foot was bitten by it again. At this time, it retreated to the corner, spitting out the scarlet snake tongue viciously, hissing in its mouth, and looked extremely arrogant. Its green pupils seemed to be able to see the soul, and it seemed to see it. The man and soul in front of him did not dare to move, nor did they dare to make any noise, let alone emit any slight fluctuations in breath. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists, endured it for a while, and continued to look outside. Fortunately, it was far away. The two men in white did not hear the movement here. Wow! The two men walked to the stone wall, and a white light suddenly came out of their hands. Then, the two men walked into the stone wall easily and disappeared. Swoosh! At this moment, the green snake in the corner suddenly shot towards his neck like a sharp arrow. Fairy Zixia hurriedly stretched out her hand to help him block it, but she was already poisoned, and her hand was weak and slow. The scarlet snake tongue spit out by the green snake was about to pierce into Luo Qingzhou's soul and throat, even if it was just the soul. Since this poisonous snake could see, its fangs and venom would definitely pose a huge threat. Swish. At this critical moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly opened his mouth. Swish. A flying sword as black as ink suddenly shot out from his mouth, instantly cutting the scarlet snake tongue spit out by the green snake, and then pierced into its open mouth. The entire green snake body was directly pierced by the flying sword and cut into two halves. Chapter 827, Helping Master to Absorb Snake Venom. Chan-chan's twin ponytails. Pa! The flying snake, which was split into two, fell to the ground. But the strange thing was, no blood flowed from the two halves of the green body. Suddenly, the two halves of the flying snake's body actually slowly crawled on the ground and closed together again. The wound healed quickly. This scene was like the soul of a soul cultivator, which quickly condensed and healed after being injured. Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia were both stunned. In a blink of an eye, the long wound was completely healed. At this moment, the flying snake looked very weak, and immediately twisted its body and crawled on the ground, trying to escape from the cave. At the same time, the two transparent wings under its head began to flap slowly. When Luo Qingzhou was about to drive the flying sword to cut it in half again, he suddenly looked at the wound on his master's foot, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly used the object control technique to catch it and threw it directly into the spirit beast space of the storage ring. At this time, the flying snake had no power to resist. After it fell into the spirit beast space, Dabao and Erbao, who were playing and chasing not far away, immediately found it, and then panicked and fled without a trace. At this time, the little fire fox ran over and opened its mouth to eat the flying snake. The flying snake immediately shrank into a ball in fear. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly stopped it, and warned the little fire fox to just keep an eye on it, and not eat it. The food chain here is quite interesting. The little fire fox is afraid of Dabao and Erbao, and Dabao and Erbao are afraid of this flying snake, and this flying snake is afraid of the little fire fox. It seems that this flying snake is not an ordinary creature. Fairy Zixia said worriedly, Fei Yong, why did you put this poisonous snake away? Luo Qingzhou withdrew his gaze from the storage ring, looked at the wound on her foot again, and said, Master was bitten by it. I don't know if it can be cured. Put it away first. If it doesn't work, you can check its origin, so that you can detoxify it accordingly. Fairy Zixia said and frowned. It hurts, I feel weak all over, and I have no strength. Luo Qingzhou glanced outside and said, Master, let me help you get the venom out first. I'm afraid that if it takes too long, there will be trouble. Fairy Zixia glanced at him, lowered her eyelashes slightly, and whispered, how to do it. Luo Qingzhou picked up one of her feet, helped her take off her shoes and stockings gently, and said, didn't you just say it? You can only suck it out. If you squeeze it, it will hurt, and it may not be squeezed out clean. Fairy Zixia raised her eyelashes and looked at him, her cheeks slightly red, and lowered her head slightly and said, oh, then thank you. It should be. Luo Qingzhou looked calm and helped her take off the shoes and socks on the other foot. Two snow-white and delicate jade feet were immediately exposed. One wound was on the ankle, and the other wound was on the instep, both of which looked very deep. Fairy Zixia raised her eyelashes again, secretly glanced at him, gently bit her red lips, and said shyly, Fei Yong gently. Luo Qingzhou agreed, spread a towel on the ground, gently placed her two jade feet on it, and said, Master, bear with it. The disciple is going to start. Fairy Zixia immediately turned away her blushing face and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her body tensed, and her two snow-white and slender jade feet were unconsciously tense. Hiss. She suddenly trembled. Her two jade feet immediately touched a trace of warm breath and lips. Then, too warm? Why are there two mouths? She suddenly opened her eyes and looked, and suddenly froze, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Luo Qingzhou was holding a furry little white rabbit with one hand, forcing the two little white rabbits to help her suck the wound on her feet. Master, don't be afraid. These two little rabbits are very powerful. They can understand what I say. Luo Qingzhou explained immediately when she opened her eyes. Then he loosened his hands and ordered, spit it out. The two little white rabbits really sucked a mouthful of blood and venom, and spit it all out with a sizzle. Look, they suck very well. Luo Qingzhou smiled at his master. Fairy Zixia closed her eyes and ignored him. Soon, the blood sucked out by Dabao and Erbao became fresh. Luo Qingzhou asked the two sisters to rinse their mouths, put them into the storage ring, and rewarded them with a banana and a piece of beef. Master, apply some medicine. Bear with it. Luo Qingzhou took out the wound ointment and gently applied it on the wound with his hands. Then, he took out the gauze and bandaged it. Fairy Zixia kept her eyes closed, did not speak, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Master, do you still have silk socks? Disciple will help you put them on. Otherwise it will be cold." The silk socks that had just been taken off not only had blood, but also poison, so they naturally could not be worn again. The wound was bandaged with very thin gauze, so it was completely possible to wear socks. And the socks could also fix the gauze and the ointment inside very well. Fairy Zixia closed her eyes for a while, then opened them and said, "No more." Luo Qingzhou said, "Don't you have a few pairs in your storage ring?" Fairy Zixia said expressionlessly, "My master's internal strength and soul power are no longer usable. Even if I have them, I can't take them out." Then she suddenly looked at him and said, "Do you have any? Lend them to me first." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, "I'm a man. Why do I need to wear silk stockings? Of course I don't have any." He did have some. Xiaoyes, the second young ladies, Chan-Chans, Xiaodes, he had them all. After all, he often helped with moving. As for Xiaoyes, it was a magic weapon that helped him practice. But he certainly couldn't take them out. Originally, his image in the master's heart had collapsed a little. If he casually took out a few pairs of girls' silk stockings from his body, it would be even worse. "You obviously have it." Fairy Zixia suddenly looked at him with a gloomy look, and said, "Didn't Aunt Luo just give you a dozen pairs?" Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, "Those are stockings." Fairy Zixia turned her pretty face away and whispered, "They are just stockings anyway. I don't care." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched again, and he finally understood. Okay. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, "Then master, what color do you like?" Fairy Zixia glanced at him and said, "Whatever color you like me to wear anyway. I don't have the strength now. You can do whatever you want." Luo Qingzhou. Anyway, he is a spirit now. What is there to be afraid of? He suddenly thought of the body outside. The spirit cannot leave the body for too long. He can't delay any longer. Thinking of this, he immediately took out a pair of black stockings and carefully helped her put them on. "Master, let's go!" After helping her put on her shoes, Luo Qingzhou picked her up and left the cave. Fairy Zixia lay in his arms, blinking her eyes and said, "Fei Yang, my teacher is wearing a red skirt. If it matches black, won't it look bad?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the stone wall in front and said, "Master looks good in any color." Fairy Zixia raised her eyebrows and said, "Why?" Luo Qingzhou did not answer. Fairy Zixia had to say again, "Oh, it's because my teacher's legs are beautiful." Luo Qingzhou held her and came to the stone wall. He urged his soul power again, stretched out his palm, and pressed it against the stone wall. But there was still no response. Fairy Zixia frowned slightly. "How about you put your master down and try again?" "No need." Luo Qingzhou took out Dabao and Erbao directly, put them in her arms, and said, "Master, hold them." Fairy Zixia immediately hugged the two little white rabbits tightly. Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly and walked towards the stone wall again. Puff! At this moment, the stone wall suddenly softened, and then a suction force came from inside. The two people and two rabbits were instantly sucked in. "Ah! Fei Yang, come in." The two moved forward like soft cotton in a flash. A circle of ripples spread on the stone wall. Soon, the two people's eyes lit up, and finally got out of the stone wall. Under the stone wall, there was a pool of misty hot springs. Luo Qingzhou immediately flew over with Fairy Zixia in his arms, and landed on the ground. It was as if he saw the light of day again. Fairy Zixia had a happy expression on her face. And then she hugged the two little white rabbits in her arms and said, "Fei Yang, these two little rabbits are so powerful." Luo Qingzhou looked around with a suspicious look. Master Luo Shang and his apprentice were nowhere to be found. Is it because someone came out from here before and hid? Or went back first? Boom! At this moment, a fight suddenly came from the valley in front. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled, and he immediately put away Dabao and Erbao, and rushed over with his master. Soon he came to the nearby area. Luo Shang and Bai Wire were being besieged by 4 pink-haired women from Shura's sect. Looking at their cultivation, 3 of them were the 3 women who escaped before, and Luo Shang's foot seemed to be injured. A closer look showed that she was bitten by a poisonous snake, and black blood was flowing out of the wound. She no longer had the strength to fight. Bai Wire was fighting 4 people alone. protecting her, and she was in danger. Luo Qingzhou immediately put the master down from his arms and whispered, "Master, stand still and pretend you are not injured." Fairy Zixia stood up straight immediately. Swish! Luo Qingzhou's flying sword shot out and instantly stabbed a woman with a master's cultivation in the face. The woman was holding a sword in her hand and was about to stab Bai Wei. But suddenly her face changed, and she hurriedly rushed back. The sword in her hand swooshed and a sword light was drawn, blocking the flying sword. Ding! Sparks flew. After the flying sword hit the sword light, it suddenly disappeared. The four pink-haired women immediately flashed and retreated a distance, turned their heads, and looked to the side with vigilance. Fairy Zixia, wearing a red dress, stood there with a calm face, and snorted. It turns out that they are from Shira's sect. It seems that today, Master, we have meat to eat. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind the four pink-haired women. Then, a fist of lightning suddenly burst out. At the same time, the elusive flying sword also swished and fell from the sky. The four pink-haired women's faces suddenly changed, and they immediately said, "Go!" Bang! A ball of colorful smoke suddenly exploded from the four people's bodies. And then the figures flashed and fled to the valley on the right, and soon disappeared. Luo Shang breathed a sigh of relief. Her body softened, and she almost fell to the ground. Bai Wei supported her. Without waiting for her to speak, Luo Qingzhou immediately flew to Fairy Zixia and hugged her, saying solemnly, "Senior, Miss Bai, let's go back first. Those people may come back again." "Yes." Luo Shan agreed immediately. She saw at a glance that Zixia was injured. They were no match for the four women. Sure enough, not long after Luo Qingzhou and his friends left, the four pink-haired women from Shira Gate suddenly turned back. "Damn! We were deceived. That woman looks wrong. She must be injured, judging from the aura of the spirit behind her. She is only in the middle stage of the spiritual realm, but the lightning. Let's go and look for them again. We must avenge junior sister Liao and the others. Kill them all and store them." The four pink-haired women immediately became murderous and began to follow the smell. Luo Qingzhou and his four friends quickly returned to the cave. Luo Shang hurriedly said, "Liuli, go outside and spread some deodorizing incense to drive away the bloody smell outside. And then see if there are any traces left outside. Remove them all. There may be enemies chasing us." Liuli's expression froze, and he immediately left the cave. Yu also took out a mace and said, "I'll go outside to guard." Luo Shang took off her shoes and socks, looked at the wound on her ankle, took out a dagger, cut the rotten flesh on it, endured the pain, and told the previous events again. "Where and I were waiting for you outside. When we saw the fluctuations on the stone wall, we could see that it wasn't you who came out. So we hid immediately after the two men in white left. We were about to go out, and suddenly we were attacked. A small red snake approached me quietly and bit my foot. I felt something was wrong at the time, and my internal strength and soul power became chaotic. The three people from the Shira sect had an extra helper, who was also a master in the early stage. Fortunately, Ware helped me resist, and I still have some magic weapons to protect myself." Luo Qingzou's soul returned to his body. While nourishing his body, he listened to her words, and worried secretly in his heart. Now the two masters here are poisoned and have no fighting power, and his body is unable to move. If the enemy comes, I am afraid. Wait for Luo Shan to finish. Fairy Zixia sighed and said, "Aunt Luo, what a coincidence. I was also bitten by a poisonous snake, and both feet. I have no strength now, and I just barely stood up and scared them." Luo Shang asked, "Zixia, how did you get in there?" Fairy Zixia told the story again, but she didn't mention the 1,000-year-old thunderwood flower. Both of them looked worried. Luo Shang endured the pain, cut off the rotten flesh, and immediately used her soul power with difficulty to force out the poison inside. Luckily, Bai Wei's ice helped her seal the meridians and acupuncture points at her ankle, so that the poison didn't go up too much, so she could continue to use her soul power. That little red snake is so poisonous. Even if I took the detoxification pill in time, it didn't help. Now my whole foot and half of my calf are numb." Luo Shan sighed and said, "Zixia, how are you?" Fairy Zixia tried to move her feet and said, "I'm fine. I feel much better, but I still have no strength." Luo Shan asked, "Has the venom inside been discharged?" Fairy Zixia glanced at someone and said, "Well, the Yang helped me suck it out. The venom on both feet was sucked out." Luo Qingzhou was stagnant. Luo Shang froze, looked at him deeply, sighed, and said, Zixia, you are so lucky to have such a filial disciple by wire. Who was sitting in the corner, narrowed her eyes slightly. Fairy Zixia whispered, if it weren't for Fei Yang, I might have died in there. Fei Yang carried me all the way back. Luo Shang's face was full of envy. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes, ignored everything else, and focused on repairing his internal injuries. The soul force stimulated the internal force, carrying the energy of the spiritual liquid, slowly starting from the broken dantian, flowing to the torn meridians, nourishing them. Although it was painful, a stream of warm current soon rose from those torn wounds. The painful danhai, meridians, and acupoint soon became warm and comfortable. It worked. He was delighted and immediately continued to follow the internal strength mental method taught by Sister Yu, and began to stimulate the power of the spiritual liquid to flow throughout the body. In the state of cultivation, I don't know how long it took. After an unknown period of time, he finally digested the energy brought by the spiritual liquid in his body, and the pain of those torn wounds was also reduced a lot. He was a little sleepy. Soon, he emptied his mind and fell asleep. In the corner, Bai Wire glanced at him, waited for a while, and suddenly a vague shadow flew out from between his eyebrows, and the figure flashed and drilled into his eyebrows. At this time, everyone else in the cave had fallen asleep. Liuli and Youyu were guarding outside. Luo Qingzhou was dreaming again. In his dream, he came to a beautiful paradise. There were green mountains and green waters, and flowers were in full bloom. There were butterflies chasing each other, dragonflies flying, birds singing, and mandarin ducks lingering. There was a simple wooden house by the clear stream. There was a fence outside, and flowers and plants were planted in front of the house. The colorful flowers were filled with fragrance. The air was sweet. Luo Qingzhou walked into the yard and opened the wooden door of the house. There was no one in the house. He walked to the window again and opened it. There was no one outside either. He stood in front of the window, looking at the beautiful scenery outside, and suddenly felt a little lonely. This is my dream. So, as long as I want, I can make anyone appear. He suddenly became excited. Who should show up first? He said to himself. It can't be Sister Yu. As long as she stabs me with a knife, the dream will end. Let Wei Mo show up first. I miss Wei Mo. He immediately pointed outside the window and said, Wei Mo, show up. Wei Mo, come out. He shouted again. But still no one showed up. He asked in confusion, is it not possible? At this time, in the small house behind him, a vague figure suddenly appeared. Silently, Wei Mo, I'll give you another chance. If you don't show up again, your husband will ask Chan Chan to ride a horse. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, there was still no figure outside the window. Okay, Chan Chan. Come out. Come out and let your son-in-law ride a horse. He shouted again immediately. Just as he was about to shout a second time, he suddenly had an idea and turned around to look. A delicate girl in a light green dress was holding a sword, standing silently behind him, with a pair of clear and pure eyes, looking at him coldly. Chan Chan. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then he was delighted. He went over and hugged her tightly in his arms. So soft, so cold, and so real. Chan Chan, do you miss your uncle? He rubbed his cheek against her smooth cheek, and said with his mouth close to her ear. The girl closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling gently, and leaned quietly and gently in his arms without speaking. My uncle misses you. Luo Qingzhou suddenly held her little face and kissed her little mouth. The girl trembled, suddenly opened her eyes, and there was a dagger in her other hand. But under his affectionate kiss, the dagger gradually disappeared. She slowly closed her eyes again, her eyelashes trembling, and her body softly pressed against his arms, letting him flirt. Luo Qingzhou kissed for a while, let her go, and suddenly stroked her soft hair and said, Chan Chan, where is the hair band? Tie it up. Double ponytails. My uncle likes double ponytails. Chapter 828 The Terrifying Flame Fan. A surprise for Sister Yu. The girl looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou was not afraid at all. He rubbed her little face with both hands and said, It's been so many times. Are you still shy? As he said that, he suddenly took out 2 pink hair bands. Come on. Chan Chan. Let me help you tie them. He turned the girl's body in a direction so that her back was facing him. Then he took out a wooden comb and gently combed her hair, and then tied her cute twin ponytails. Perfect. Luo Qingzhou praised. Then, he gently hugged her slender waist from behind, bit her ear and said, Chan Chan, I want to sing Little Donkey while riding Little Donkey. Come! Kneel down, aw! He suddenly exclaimed, was thrown over his shoulder, and fell heavily to the ground. Then, the girl who was gentle and quiet just now suddenly rode on him, pressed his head, messed up his long hair, and then forced him to tie a double ponytail, and said coldly, Sing, Little Donkey. While speaking, two small hands grabbed his double ponytails. Luo Qingzhou, not long after. Luo Qingzhou's singing sounded in this small house in the paradise. He sang while crawling on the floor of the small house. I am a little donkey. She never rides me. One day she rode to the market on a whim. The girl on his back did not let him crawl. He took the initiative to carry her, as long as he could make her happy, let alone crawling in this small house. Even crawling outside. What's the problem? After all, she is his wife. It's not shameful. Besides, it's not like she hasn't kneeled on the ground to carry him before. After crawling a few times, he stopped, turned his head and looked at her and said, Chan Chan, if you smile, I will continue to be your donkey. If you don't smile, I will let you be a donkey. The kind that crawls and calls at the same time. The girl rode on his back, still with a cold face, without smiling or speaking. Luo Qingzhou looked at her still tied twin ponytails, and his tone suddenly became gentle. Chan Chan, why does my son-in-law feel this dream is so real? It seems that my son-in-law really misses you. After saying that, he suddenly turned over and wanted to hold her in his arms and roll around. The girl suddenly ran away like a little deer, then shook her playful twin ponytails, ran out of the door, and soon disappeared in the bright sunshine outside. Luo Qingzhou stayed on the ground for a while, then got up and walked out of the hut. By the stream in front, the girl in a moon-white dress was standing quietly under the big tree, staring at the green mountains in the distance in a daze. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and hurried over. Sister Yu. He walked behind the girl and slowed down his pace, as if he was afraid of disturbing her. Then, he suddenly woke up. This is my dream. What am I afraid of? Luo Qingzhou said it directly. And then, he was about to go up and hold her hand. The girl suddenly turned around, looked at him coldly, and asked again, How many wives do you have at home? Luo Qingzhou paused, and immediately answered, One wife. Concubines puff. Before he could finish, the girl stabbed him in the chest with a knife and said coldly, Scumbag. After that, he ran away along the stream. Luo Qingzhou fell to the ground, with blue sky and white clouds reflected in his pupils, a confused face, and muttered, Why does Sister Yu in the dream like to poke me so much? He closed his eyes. The dream was awakened. The cave was dark and silent. He opened his eyes and looked at the girl named by wire in the corner, who suddenly sat up. He sat up all of a sudden. Is the body okay? He immediately looked inside. Those torn meridians, internal organs, danhai, etc., actually began to heal. Although there are still scars, it is much better than before. He tried to urge the internal force out of danhai and flow in the meridians. This time, the pain was even lighter. For him, it was almost completely negligible. Moreover, those healing meridians and acupuncture points, even danhai, are more solid, wider and deeper than before. Sister Yu really didn't lie to him. Not only was he not disabled this time, but he might also get a bigger opportunity. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the body-judging stone, held it in his palm, and input a trace of internal force. The surface of the body-judging stone immediately lit up. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 100. Divine separation stage mid-stage, progress 100. Seeing this data, Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly jumped. The data of body refining and soul cultivation actually soared to 100? Was it the effect of the previous thunder tribulation? Or was it because he risked his body to explode? Used the black lightning vortex, absorbed two powerful forces, and forcibly tempered and expanded the organs in his body? It should be all. Of course, the effect of the sun and moon treasure mirror spiritual liquid is absolutely indispensable. However, this kind of perverted practice of self-destruction can only be used once. The next time, it is estimated that he will really explode and die. Just once. And he is lucky. Without the root of the thunder spirit, the spiritual liquid, and the powerful soul that Sister Yu helped him cultivate, he would probably have died long ago. If both data reached 100, it means that he can start preparing for the breakthrough. Of course, It is not the right time for the physical body to break through. The physical body must be completely repaired to withstand the fast-flowing energy during the breakthrough, and to accumulate power with the greatest endurance, and then burst out instantly. Otherwise, let alone the breakthrough, even whether the physical body can be preserved is a problem. Moreover, in order to have a higher chance of successful breakthrough, he must also refine pills and take them. As for the breakthrough of the soul, it should be much simpler. When he reaches a safe place, he can prepare for the breakthrough immediately. Not yet. This place is relatively simple, and when the breakthrough begins, it will absorb a large amount of heaven and earth vitality, and will also produce a large breath fluctuation. If it attracts enemies, it will be troublesome. Let's accumulate energy slowly first. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the black spiritual liquid and poured 2 drops on his palm. The 2 bottles of spiritual liquid are almost gone. The sun and moon treasure mirror is on his body, and he dare not take it out here. So he must recover his body as soon as possible and then find a way out. The spiritual liquid enters the body, and a burning energy is generated in the body. It began to moisten the torn danhai and meridians. Luo Qingzhou did not digest it immediately, and decided to wait a little longer to let the 2 drops of spiritual liquid flow through his body. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. He told her the good news as soon as possible. Sister Yu, I am fine, and I am about to break through. I just used the body judging stone to check that the progress of my physical and spiritual cultivation has reached 100. But it is not convenient for me to break through now. Next, should I continue to practice? After a while, the message came. To break through the physical body, you need to take elixirs. With your spiritual fluid, if the accumulated power is enough, you may be able to break through 2 levels in a row. After all, the elixir C, meridians, acupoints and other organs in your body have been tempered and transformed in advance. As for the soul, you can break through at any time. You can continue to practice now. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl in white skirt lying in the corner, and replied, Sister Yu, if I break through, can I repeat this practice process in the future? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, it turns out that there is only this one chance. If I had known earlier, I would have saved it to break through the great realm. However, there is no way. I have to save people, and have to do it. Sister Yu, do you want to know who I am saving? Sister Yu, I don't want to. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, I've been dreaming about you recently, and I dreamed that you stabbed me with a knife. The other party didn't reply. Luo Qingzhou said again, when I get back, I'll give you a surprise. Sister Yu? Luo Qingzhou, since it's a surprise, I can't tell you in advance. However, if Sister Yu wants to know in advance, it's not impossible. Just send me a beautiful photo of you. The other party ignored him. Luo Qingzhou felt the energy in his body, and felt that it was time. He immediately put away the communication treasure, then closed his eyes, and began to slowly activate the internal force in the danhai, and merged it with the energy transformed from the spiritual liquid. Then, it began to flow slowly throughout the body. When the whole body was warm and comfortable during the practice, a delicate shout suddenly came from outside. Who? Boom! Then, a loud bang sounded. Luo Qingzhou immediately opened his eyes. Fairy Zixia, who was sleeping beside him, also trembled and sat up. Luo Shang and his disciple also woke up. At this time, Yu Yu and Liu Li ran in. There was a crack on the mace in Yu Yu's hand, and he said anxiously, Master, Senior Luo, the enemy is coming. There are 4 people, and their cultivation is very high. Liu Li said solemnly, they are 4 women, all with pink hair. They should be the 4 people from Shura's sect you mentioned. The lowest of them seems to be a master. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the cave suddenly solidified. Luo Shan looked grim. They found me after all. What should I do? Although I can use my inner strength and soul power now, I can't even use half of my strength. Fairy Zixia sighed, me too. At this time, a woman's cold voice suddenly came from outside. Come out. Those inside, if you come out by yourself, we can spare your life. If you come out too late, don't blame us for being ruthless. Another woman sneered. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why? Are you acting like a coward now? Are all the practitioners of Dian so cowardly? In the cave, everyone was nervous and looked grim. Be careful. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted, and his soul power moved, and the flying sword shot towards the cave entrance. A small red snake slipped in silently. who knew that before his flying sword passed, the little snake was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture and fixed there. Swish. At this time, the flying sword passed and directly cut the little snake in half. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the cold girl in the corner. When Luo Shang saw the little red snake, he was still frightened and cursed in a low voice, despicable and shameless. The voice of the woman before suddenly came from outside. It seems that you are really not going to come out. Well, then stay in forever. Puff. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside the cave. When everyone was worried and confused, they suddenly saw colorful smoke floating into the cave. It's poisonous gas. Be careful, Luo Shang hurriedly reminded, and then held his breath. This poisonous gas is not only poisonous if you breathe it in, but it may be very serious if it touches the skin. After all, when the poisonous gas came out before, the flowers and plants in the valley died immediately after they touched it. Fortunately, a simple dam was set up at the entrance of the cave. When the colorful poisonous gas floated to the entrance of the cave, it was suddenly blocked by a thin wall of light. Then, the poisonous gas suddenly began to twist and crawl on the light shield. A closer look showed that the poisonous gas was actually composed of colorful small poisonous insects that were difficult for ordinary people to see with their naked eyes. The poisonous gas was increasing. Those colorful insects began to bite the light wall of the cave entrance frantically. My formation can't hold up for too long, Luo Shang said with an ugly face. And inside, now we can only break out. But they will definitely ambush at the entrance of the cave. And there may be poisonous snakes and other insidious means. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Fairy Zixia suddenly looked at Luo Qingzhou beside her and said calmly, Fei Yang, I will hold him back for a while. You take you away first, and go find your uncle master. Maybe you can get out? Luo Shang also looked at Liuli and Bai Wire, and said softly, Liuli, Wire, don't worry about me for a while. It's most important to save your life and return to Dian. We can't lose young practitioners like you anymore in Dian. As she said that, she took out the handkerchief and the sword, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. She stood up and said, Zixia, follow me. Just as Fairy Zixia was about to stand up, Luo Qingzhou held her down and said, Master, Senior, don't worry. I suddenly remembered that I have another magic weapon here. Maybe I can deal with him. In fact, it should be a spiritual treasure. As soon as he said this, everyone in the cave looked at him immediately. Luo Qingzhou took out a fiery red feather fan from his storage ring and said, I'll try it. I don't know how effective it is. After that, he held the feather fan, walked to the cave entrance, and hid beside it. Then, the soul power in his body began to quickly flow to the fiery red feather fan in his hand. Luo Shang looked at his figure and suddenly said in surprise, Zixia, Fei Yang's body can actually stand up? How did you recover? Didn't you say that it was already crippled? How come it's so fast? Fairy Zixia was also stunned and didn't know how to answer. At this time, the woman from the Shira gate outside spoke again. Let's see how long you can hold on. 3 figures began to release poisonous fog continuously into the cave. The remaining person drove the flying sword and began to attack the light wall at the entrance of the cave. Wow! The fiery red feather fan in Luo Qingzhou's hand suddenly lit up with red light and began to gradually grow larger. At the same time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly trembled all over, and the soul power in his soul was sucked out by the feather fan in his hand like a giant whale sucking water. A scorching breath instantly filled the entire cave. The temperature rose suddenly. It's so hot! Several people felt that the air in the cave had become boiling hot. But at this time, Luo Qingzhou's face turned pale. Because at this time, the feather fan in his hand was still madly absorbing the power in his soul. The soul power of the middle stage of the distraction realm was almost sucked out. However, even so, it has not stopped. He began to be afraid. If the soul power of the entire soul is completely sucked out at this moment, then his body, which has not yet fully recovered, will be in a worse situation and all previous efforts will be wasted. Stop! Stop quickly! However, he couldn't stop it, and his entire palm seemed to be stuck to the feather fan. Didn't Sister Yu say that with his current cultivation, he could use it 3 times in a row? Could this Feng Yuling Luo fan be an enhanced version? Swish! Finally, when the soul power in his body was about to be sucked out, the huge and terrible suction finally stopped. He was sweating profusely, and looked down. The fiery red feather fan in his hand had become 3 times larger than before. At the same time, the flames on it flowed, and some strange runes were twisted and swimming. A terrible force came from the feather fan. At this time, the attack of the 4 people from Shura Gate outside was still continuing. The formation light wall at the entrance of the cave has begun to make a wailing sound, and it seems to be about to break. Luo Qingzhou gritted his teeth, clenched the feather fan with both hands, and immediately said to Bai Wire in the corner, "Miss Bai, it will be hot in a while. Please." Bai Wire's eyes were cold, and she nodded slightly. Swish. Luo Qingzhou suddenly used all his strength, waved the feather fan in his hand, and fanned it fiercely outside the cave. Boom! There was a loud bang. Then, a terrible flame turned into a giant beast, roaring and rushing out of the cave. The formation light wall at the entrance of the cave, as well as the poisonous insect smoke and the flying sword, were instantly swallowed up by the huge fire beast without a trace. Amid the roaring flames, a loud phoenix cry suddenly came faintly. Outside the cave, the pink-haired woman who was standing in the front driving the flying sword, before she even had time to retreat, her hair and clothes were suddenly melted by the terrifying high temperature. When she reacted and wanted to retreat quickly, the skin and flesh of her whole body melted instantly, and the bones just exposed, and instantly turned into ashes. Boom! The huge flames rushed towards the other 3 pink-haired women. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The shields and light shields in front of the 2 pink-haired women were instantly swallowed by the flames, and their entire bodies disappeared instantly. Only the woman with the highest cultivation level, who was in the middle stage of the Grandmaster, stood the farthest away and reacted first. When the first woman suddenly melted all over, she was already extremely shocked and hurriedly retreated at the fastest speed in her life. However, her protective light shield, hair on her head, and clothes on her body were instantly turned into nothing. Fortunately, there was a blue jade pendant on her chest, which turned into a light shield at the last moment to protect her. However, at this moment, she was so scared that her heart and liver were broken, and her soul flew away. Almost without stopping, she disappeared in the dark night with a whoosh sound. After the terrible fire beast rushed out another 4 or 5 meters away, it suddenly ran out of power and disappeared quickly. In the cave, Luo Qingzhou's body softened and sat on the ground. The Fengyu Ling Luo fan in his hand had returned to its original palm size, and the color on it had also returned to its original state. Bai Wire did not cast a spell just now, because the fire beast that burst out of this feather fan was based on Luo Qingzhou's divine thoughts to hurt people, and did not hurt them. Not to mention this spiritual treasure. Even an ordinary magic weapon can lock the target according to the owner's mind. The few people in the cave were all shocked by the power of this feather fan. After a while, Luo Shangfang was shocked and said, "This feather fan is probably a spiritual treasure. Fei Yang, you can activate it. Your soul power is simply unfathomable." Yu opened her eyes and said, "Brother Chu is so powerful. Those people seem to be burned to death in an instant. And the poisonous insects are gone." Others looked at the boy at the door with complicated eyes. Luo Qingzhou's soul power was almost drained out. At this time, he sat on the ground with a pale face, dizzy and unable to speak. Seeing that his face was not right, Fairy Zixia hurriedly asked, "Fei Yang, are you okay?" Luo Qingzhou took a short rest, barely stood up, and said, "Let's go inside and find another cave. There are traces of fighting here, and it's not safe anymore." Several people stood up immediately, taking advantage of the night. They found another hidden cave to live in. After this disaster, Fairy Zixia and Luo Shan hurriedly recovered their cultivation. Luo Qingzhou also quickly repaired the wounds on his body. 2 days later, when several people were practicing, Lioli suddenly came back from outside and said, "Master, Senior Zixia, many people have gathered in the valley to the north. I heard that the fairy from Jiotian Yaotai is trying to break the formation." "Oh!" When Luo Shan heard this, she immediately stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look, so that we don't miss the time to go out." Several people stood up immediately. Luo Shan and Fairy Zixia's cultivation has recovered, and their wounds are healing. Luo Qingzhou's body has also been almost repaired. He is going to find an opportunity to break through his soul to the late stage of the spiritual realm and enhance his strength. In that case, the body can also fly with a sword. Several people talked all the way and soon came to the valley to the north. Many people gathered at the bottom of the hillside in front. At this time, on the hillside, there was a woman in a pink skirt and a veil, holding a glowing jade stone, and calculating something seriously at the formation light shield in the air. Everyone under the hillside was talking in a low voice. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the air. Then, a huge golden font suddenly appeared on the array shield, shining like a blazing sun. At the same time, a phantom of a golden dragon slowly swam on the font. Hang! Everyone saw it clearly and became excited. What is Can? Has the formation been broken? The fairy from Jiotian Yaltai is really amazing. A strange phenomenon appeared just after we arrived. We finally don't have to be trapped here anymore. The elder son from Ponglai Fairy Island was also standing at the bottom of the hillside. When he saw the golden characters, he frowned. He has studied formations for a lifetime, and was a little confused at this moment. But he knew in his heart that the formation was far from being broken. At this moment, a woman standing on the hillside suddenly pointed to the north and said, "Senior sister?" Another word appeared on the light shield in the north. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. In the air in the north, another golden character appeared on the light shield. Jun! The woman who was standing on the hillside to break the formation frowned slightly. After seeing these two golden characters, Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. Can, Shen, Xian, Kun. Could it be the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation? Chapter 829. The brutal youth helped the fairy of Jiotian Yaltai break the array. On the hillside, the jade in the pink-skirted woman's hand flickered slightly. She frowned slightly. In the air, the 2 large characters with the shadow of a golden dragon suddenly appeared, making the other people trapped in the valley cheer and think that the array could be broken. But she knew it in her heart. She just used the array-finding jade in her hand to detect the location of the array. Moreover, it seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. She remembered that these 2 golden characters appeared in a book in ancient times. But the introduction in the book was only a few words. The arrays she was familiar with, such as heaven and earth, gold, wood, water, fire, sun, moon, and stars, did not appear. Can, Jin. What array is this? She frowned. Her heart sank slightly. No clue. Could it be that they really couldn't get out this time? She raised her head and looked at the 2 golden characters in the air again, thinking to herself, there are golden characters in the north and south directions. Since it is the 9 Dragon Emperor formation, which is known as one of the 10 ancient formations, there should be golden characters in other directions. However, even if it is detected, what can it do? She doesn't know it at all. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked down at the old man from Ponglai Fairy Island at the bottom of the hill. The other party is quite knowledgeable about formations, and I wonder if he knows it. She paused and asked, Elder son, do you have any idea about these 2 characters? Sun Baoyu was staring at the golden characters in the sky in a daze. Hearing this, he came back to his senses and hurriedly arched his hands, saying with a face full of shame, I have been immersed in formations for many years, but I have never seen this kind. I am ashamed. I can only rely on Fairy Finyo. Fairy Finyo? The other practitioners at the bottom of the hill were all secretly shocked when they heard it. I heard that Fairy Qingyao of Jiotian Yaltai has 5 disciples, all named after colors: purple, red, pink, green, and blue, all of whom are rare geniuses in a century. It turns out that these 5 fairies are the disciples of Fairy Qingyao. No wonder they are so ethereal, just like gods. The practitioners all whispered inside. The pink-skirted woman looked at the sky and other directions again. At this time, Luo Qingzhou and his companions were suddenly stared at by several practitioners in white robes. It's those few people. All of them are practitioners of Dian. The highest cultivation is the red-skirted woman and the purple-skirted woman. One is in the middle stage of the Grandmaster, and the other is in the middle stage of the spiritual severing realm. They may have spiritual treasures on them, and they may also have a lot of yuanshi. A woman wearing a black robe, a hat, and a scar on her face stood beside the white-robed practitioners, whispering, her eyes full of resentment and hatred. She was the only woman left in Shira's sect who was nearly burned to death by Luo Qingzhou 2 days ago. And the 6 white-robed men were cultivators from the same country as Shira's sect. Elder Qi, if you want the White Lotus sect to help you get revenge, you should at least show some sincerity. It's not okay to just say that they have spiritual treasures and yuanshi. The leader of the White Lotus sect was a thin man named Beishir. Although he was not good-looking, he was a master in the late Grandmaster stage. The woman surnamed Qi gritted her teeth and had to take out her storage ring and handed it over, saying, Brother Bei, there are 2 primary magic weapons, 10 yuan stones, and the jade pendant of my Shira sect. I originally had an intermediate magic weapon, but it has been destroyed by them. When I return to Shira's sect, I will report to the sect and ask for credit for Brother Bei and his men. When the time comes, No matter what you want, you can discuss it. Moreover, if you like, you can let the 3,000 female disciples of my Shura sect, whether they are outer or inner sects, or even direct disciples, serve for 3 days. The 6 white-robed men listened to the conditions she said, looked at each other, and nodded secretly. The female disciples of Shura's sect are all first class in appearance and figure. Of course, what is more intoxicating is their charm and ability to serve people. Beishir smiled, but did not agree immediately. His eyes flashed, and he said, Elder Qi, are you sure that the highest level of those people is only the middle-level Grandmaster and the middle-level spiritual severing realm? If that's the case, how come all of you Shura were wiped out? The woman surnamed Qi couldn't help but tremble when she thought of the terrible fire that day. She gritted her teeth and said, they have a magical treasure in their hands, which is very scary. They attacked us suddenly when we were not prepared. My sisters didn't have time to escape. Then he said, if you don't believe me, you can go outside the cave over there. Look, there is a large area of scorched land there. Even the rocks at the entrance of the cave have been melted, but rest assured, brothers, with their cultivation, the magic treasure can probably only be used once. A magic treasure? Beishir looked at the big yin man not far away, with a greedy look in his eyes. If it is really a magic treasure, with their current cultivation, it can only be used once. Even if it can be used again, how can we give them a chance? Then he said coldly, let's go and take a look. 5 white-robed people immediately followed him and walked towards the big yin people. The woman surnamed Qi also hurriedly put on a veil and followed. When Luo Qingzhou and others were looking at the fairies on the hillside seriously, they suddenly felt a strange breath coming. The few people were startled and turned their heads to look. 6 men in white robes suddenly came behind them. One of the thin men said with a smile on his face, are you all friends of Dian? We are from the White Lotus sect of Nanshan country. We would like to invite you to go over there to talk. Is it convenient? Luo Shan looked at the few people with vigilance and said coldly, it's not convenient. The thin man sneered. The other 5 men in white robes suddenly surrounded the few people. At the same time, their white robes fluttered, emitting a powerful aura. The 6 people were all masters of the Grandmaster level, and the thin man in front of them was actually a master of the late Grandmaster level. Luo Shang and the others' faces changed suddenly. The practitioners of other sects not far away saw this scene, but they were all indifferent and continued to watch the fairy on the hillside break the formation. Luo Shang suddenly stared at the figure behind the thin man, with a cold light flashing in her eyes, and sneered. It turns out to be someone from the Shura sect. She had seen this woman when she went to the cave over there to look for Zixia. Although she no longer had pink hair, her clothes had changed, and her face was covered. Her blue eyes were particularly eye-catching. The woman surnamed Qi saw that she had been recognized by her, and immediately gritted her teeth with hatred and said, so what? My Shura sect and the White Lotus sect are brother sections. Today, you guys can't escape even if you have wings. If you know what's good for you, just follow us over there, and don't disturb the immortal sect from breaking the formation here. Who knew that at this moment? Fairy Zixu immediately shouted loudly, everyone come quickly. The people from the Shura sect and the White Lotus sect said they know this formation. And they also said that the people from the 9 heavens Yaot I can't break the formation at all. As soon as these words came out, the cultivators in the valley and the 5 fairies from the 9 heavens Yaot I on the hillside all looked over. The woman surnamed Qi and the 6 white-robed people from the White Lotus sect suddenly changed their faces. The woman surnamed Qi hurriedly explained, don't listen to her nonsense. We never said these words. Then she hurriedly said to the 5 people on the hillside, fairies, we can swear to heaven that we never said these words. This woman is slandering us. There was a moment of silence in the field. On the hillside, the pink-skirted woman holding the jade suddenly walked towards them under the gaze of everyone. The woman surnamed Qi and the 6 people from the White Lotus sect all trembled and turned pale. The pink-skirted woman walked down the hillside, flew in the air, and came in front of them, but did not look at them, but looked at the young man surrounded by them. Her eyes and tone were calm. I asked my senior sister. She didn't want to. After that, she threw him a jade bottle and said, then take this bottle of spiritual dew. After that, she was ready to leave. Luo Qingzhou took the spiritual dew and suddenly said, fairy, please stay. I may be able to provide you with some information about this ancient formation. After saying this, the pink-skirted woman was slightly stunned and said, oh! Luo Qingzhou immediately said, the 2 golden characters that the fairy just found are located in the south and the north, respectively. Canon Jin. If I am not mistaken. There are also several Dragon Shadow Golden characters in other directions. Namely Qian, Kun, Dui, Li, Jian, Sun. A total of 8 characters. Commonly known as the 8 diagrams. The pink-skirted woman's eyes moved, and a look of surprise appeared on her cheek covered by the veil. She remembered that the book seemed to have these words. But because it was a broken book, there were only 6 words recorded on it. And there was no more content behind it. She looked at the young man in front of her, was quiet for a while, and said, "Come up with me." Luo Qingzhou stood there without moving. The pink-skirted woman glanced at him again, and then her eyes turned to the Qi woman and the 6 people from the White Lotus sect. Shua. The 6 people from the White Lotus sect hurriedly retreated, retreating to a place dozens of meters away. The thin man named Beishir hurriedly bowed and apologized from a distance. "Fairy, calm down. We just came here to talk to these friends from Dian. We have no intention of offending you." The Qi woman's face turned pale. When she was about to retreat, there was a loud bang, and a fist with red lightning suddenly lit up. Luo Qingzhou's fist, which had been quietly accumulating power, suddenly hit her chest. This sudden sneak attack and explosion scared Luo Shang and others. Even the pink-dressed woman on the 9 heavens Yao Thai suddenly had a layer of pink light shield on her body. Bang! The Qi woman was already injured, and was caught off guard, so she was directly smashed out. Before she landed, Luo Qingzhou had already left his soul and punched her chest again. Bang! 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 In an instant, hundreds of fists hit her like a storm. Then, with a flash of cold light, a black flying sword shot out, taking advantage of her severe physical injury, confused soul, and no shield, and instantly cut off her head. Z. At this time, another purple lightning lit up. As soon as the Qi woman's head fell to the ground, her soul also turned into ashes. Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched another fist of fire, which directly burned her body clean. After doing this, he turned around and flew back, his soul returning to his body. This scene shocked everyone else. Even the few disciples of the demon sect not far away were shocked by his thunderous attack and ruthlessness. The 6 people from the White Lotus sect turned pale. Who could have thought that he would suddenly attack in front of so many people? Even in front of the fairy of Jiutian Yao Tai. And his attack was like a violent storm, instantly destroying the body and soul. Too cruel. Too bold. Other practitioners not far away couldn't help but talk about it. What a fast speed. What a fierce punch. It almost didn't give the woman any time to react. First, the armor was broken. Then the body and soul were severely damaged. And then tsk. What kind of powerful technique was this boy's lightning just now? It can break the armor and destroy the soul? Hey! This boy, elder son. Look! Isn't this boy the one who helped us break the sword tomb formation before? It's really him. How is it possible? Wasn't he crippled by the backlash of the sword formation? Everyone was amazed at first, and then suddenly recognized this face. And they were all shocked and unbelievable. Sun Baoyi from Penglai Fairy Island was even more surprised. He hurriedly flashed and rushed over. He looked at the boy in front of him with astonishment and disbelief, and said, Are you that boy? Or his brother? He couldn't believe that the boy in front of him was the boy before, because he had personally examined the boy's body before. The boy's body had been completely destroyed, let alone recovering. It would be difficult for him to live a few more years. So he couldn't believe that in just a few days, the boy suddenly jumped up and down again, and even recovered his cultivation, looking even more powerful. How is this possible? Luo Qingzhou coughed and immediately said, Senior is really amazing. You can see at a glance that I am his twin brother. I have been hiding in the cave to practice and have not come out. Fairy Zixia and Luo Shang on the side. After this, the others woke up and breathed a sigh of relief. So he's the twin brother of that boy. I thought so. I said it was impossible. Even if it was the body of a great demon, it couldn't recover so quickly. Sun Bao opened his mouth, seeming a little skeptical. They look the same, have the same aura. Their cultivation level and height are exactly the same. But impossible. They can't be the same person. He was sure that the boy was really disabled. Even if a great man came to rescue him, it would be impossible for him to recover in such a short time. Then your brother. Just as he was about to ask where the boy was, the pink-dressed woman from Jiutian Yao Tai couldn't help but ask, Elder son, can I take him up to see the formation first? Sun Baoyi woke up immediately and said quickly, Yes. Yes. Breaking the formation is important. Breaking the formation is important. Very pink. Please. The pink-dressed woman glanced at the boy in front of her, and turned to go up the hillside. Luo Qingzhou gave his master, and by Wei, a reassuring look and followed behind. Fairy Zixia was stunned for a moment, and looked at the cold girl beside her. Luo Shan also frowned and whispered, Zixia. Was Fei Yong looking at my Wei just now? Fairy Zixia didn't speak, but muttered in her heart, does that boy like white silk? Bai Wei was indeed wearing white stockings under her pure white dress. Under the envious and suspicious eyes of the crowd, Luo Qingzhou followed the fairy of Jiutianyao Tai, and walked up the hillside to the place where the formation had just been broken. Then you took out the jade stone, pointed at the light shield in the air, and pointed at it with her fairy finger. Shwa! A layer of light shield suddenly appeared in the air. At the same time, the golden font that had just disappeared appeared again on the light shield. She suddenly turned pale, and turned her head and said, Senior sister, come and help me. A woman in a red skirt came over immediately, with a flash of light in her hand, and pointed at the jade stone. Then her face changed slightly. This is too energy consuming. No wonder you can't hold on. Shwa. At this time, on the light shield in the north, the word Shin with a golden dragon shadow flashing appeared again. At the same time, as the two continued to input their energy, a large golden word slowly appeared on the light shield in the east in the distance. Dui? Seeing this word appear, the woman named Fengyu was shocked and turned her head to look at the boy beside her. Suddenly, another word appeared on the light shield in the southwest direction. Li. The woman in the red skirt hurriedly said, two more people. The woman in the purple skirt and the woman in the green skirt immediately came over, stretched out their jade fingers at the same time, and tapped the jade stone. And then their faces changed. Shwa! 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 At this time, under the light shields in other directions, several golden characters suddenly began to appear one after another. Kun! Qian! Jin! After a while, 8 golden characters appeared. There are golden characters in the 8 directions of east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. Then you looked at the 8 characters flashing with the phantom of the golden dragon, and they were exactly the same as the words that the young man next to him had just said. As soon as these 8 characters appeared, a terrible breath and pressure suddenly rose in the whole valley. At the same time, in the air, the light shield covering the entire ancient world began to slowly rotate and flicker, and countless dense and strange runes, like tadpoles, slowly swam on it. The entire valley was covered by a layer of dazzling golden light. The practitioners of various sects on the hillside were all shocked when they saw this scene. It really deserves to be one of the 10 great formations in the ancient times. This scene, this pressure, this breath, so domineering, so powerful. If it weren't for the people from Jiutianyao Tai, they probably wouldn't even see a single golden font. Sun Baoi, who was quite knowledgeable about formations, also looked up at the formation that appeared in front of him, shocked and stunned. At this time, Fengyu turned his head and looked at the young man behind him, and asked directly how to break the formation. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze from looking at the golden fonts in various directions, and said respectfully, I dare not say that I can break the formation. I can only tell the fairy some information. These 8 characters, Li, Kun, Dui, Qian, Kan, Jian, Shen, and Sun, actually represent 8 things: fire, earth, marsh, sky, water, mountain, thunder, and wind. They constitute a formation, and they are not just randomly arranged to form a formation, but have their own corresponding directions. Having said that, he paused and looked at the 8 golden characters on the light shield again. After a pause, he said, I think if we swap their positions and move them to their corresponding positions, we will probably be able to break the formation. The woman in a red dress beside him asked hurriedly, Do you know the correct positions of each of them? At this time, the woman named Fengyu suddenly said, This is my senior sister Hong Yuan. She has the golden cicada grass you need. As soon as these words came out, the woman in a red dress paused and rolled her eyes at her. Why are you talking about golden cicada grass at this time? Fengyu didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and didn't say anything else. Chapter 830 Qingzhou breaks the formation under everyone's attention. And the fairy from Jiutianyao Tai takes the initiative to add a friend. On the hillside, suddenly it became quiet. The woman in a red dress named Hong Yuan frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, she flicked her red sleeves and shot out a stream of light. blocking the sound below. Then she said, help to break the formation first. Then she laughed again. When you help break the formation? Give me another golden snake fruit. And my golden cicada grass will be yours. How about it? As soon as these words came out, the other three women's eyes flashed. And they were all a little tempted. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, I don't have any golden snake fruit. The 1,000-year-old golden snake fruit is a great temptation for any woman, including these fairies in front of him. If he took out another one, the other three women would definitely want it. Naturally, he couldn't give it anymore. He only had 4 here, and there were not enough for his own wife. So how could he give it to them? Hong Yuan was a little unhappy when she heard this. You gave it all to Fairy Fenyo. And you don't even want her spiritual due. What? Do you think my sister is not as beautiful as her? Luo Qingzhou hurriedly bowed his head and said respectfully, it's not that I'm stingy. It's just that the golden snake fruit has been given away. Who did you give it to? Hong Yuan raised her eyebrows and looked at the women at the bottom of the hill. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said nothing. Hong Yuan wanted to say something, but Fairy Fenyo said, Sister, if you need it, I'll give it to you. Hong Yuan glanced at her and reluctantly said, forget it. Sister is naturally beautiful anyway. It doesn't matter whether you want it or not. Then she looked at the young man in front of her and said, break the formation. If you can help us get out, I'll give you the golden cicada grass. Luo Qingzhou got her promise. And then said, now the 8 golden characters have come out. But their respective positions are not correct. According to the correct position corresponding to the 8 diagrams, we are due south here. And the corresponding golden character on the top of the head should not be Can, but Li. As for Can, it should correspond to due north. Then he said, all fairies should know the 5 elements and corresponding positions in general formations. Right? Except for Fairy Fenyo. The other 4 women were a little confused. They really didn't know. Except for those who specialize in formations. How could they know these things? When Fairy Fenyo saw him talking about the 5 elements, her expression changed, and she said gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Fire is facing due south. Water is facing due north. Wood is facing due east. Gold is facing due west. And earth is in the center. Luo Qingzhou immediately flattered her. Fairy Fenyo is beautiful and has high cultivation. And she is also very smart. Great. Great. Fairy Fenyo's face suddenly showed an unnatural look. And she said, go on. Luo Qingzhou continued, Can, Li, Zhen, Dui and the 8 diagrams correspond to water, fire, wood, and gold in the 5 elements. That is, the corresponding directions are due north, due south, due east, and due west. Fairy just saw the golden characters on these 4 directions. They are all wrong. So what we have to do now is to first swap these 4 correct characters to the correct directions. Can and Li. On the hillside, the 5 women from Jiotian Yaotai all held their breath and listened to his explanation seriously. And down the hillside, when the practitioners of various sects saw this scene, they were all silent. And they didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear of disturbing them. At the same time, their eyes looking at the young man were particularly complicated. There was envy, jealousy, curiosity, and other thoughts. Just talking to the fairies of Jiotian Yaotai so close made them feel envious. Not to mention that now the 5 fairies of Jiotian Yaotai were surrounding him and listening to him very seriously. Fairy Zixua's face was full of pride. However, there were still some small worries and vigilance. My Feiyang is too good. Will he be captured by these little demons? Cough cough. Fairies of Jiotian Yaotai? Behind Luo Shang. Bai Wire looked at the hillside quietly, and no other emotions could be seen in her cold and deep eyes. But there seemed to be moonlight flickering in the depths of her pupils. After another moment, Luo Qingzhou finally finished speaking. At this time, the purple-skirted woman next to him suddenly said, how do you know what you said is right? If we suddenly make a mistake in switching, this ancient formation will suddenly start, and we will all die here. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, fairies can switch 2 first to see the effect. Of course, if you don't believe me, then just pretend that I didn't say anything today. The purple-skirted woman was about to speak, but Fairy Pink said suddenly, I believe what he said. Then she said, what about the positions of the other golden characters? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Fairy, switch the golden characters above these 4 positions first. After you've done this, see the effect? And then I'll continue to talk about the remaining golden characters. As far as I know, it's not easy to switch these golden characters under each position. There should be formation flags and things that maintain the formation. You must find them first, switch them with each other, and rearrange them. If there is a slight mistake, it's estimated that all the previous efforts will be wasted. Of course, he couldn't finish all at once. This kind of ancient formation can't be cracked in a short time. It will take at least several days. If he tells everything at once, he will be useless. Then no one can guarantee the safety of him and his master in the valley these days. Fairy Pink-You seemed to understand what he meant. She pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay, let's break these 4 directions first." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, cupped his hands, and prepared to leave. He still had to go back to practice. With his cultivation level, he couldn't help with the next thing, so there was no need to attract attention here. When he turned around and was about to leave, Fairy Pink-You suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Luo Qingzhou stopped and turned to look at her. At this time, all the practitioners under the hillside suddenly held their breath and opened their eyes wide. Fairy Pink-You of Jiutian Yaotai suddenly took out the communication treasure and took the initiative to extend it in front of the young man. "If you have other questions, I can ask you in time," Fairy Pink-You said in a light tone. She suddenly thought of the day when the young man took out the communication certificate and took the initiative to add her, but was rejected by her. Her face suddenly became a little unnatural. Fortunately, Luo Qingzhou did not mention what happened that day, nor did he rely on his talent to be arrogant. He took out the communication certificate very happily and touched it lightly with the one in her hand. He also showed an overwhelmed look and said, "Thank you, Fairy." Fairy Pink-You said him softly, put away the communication certificate, and looked at the light shield. Luo Qingzhou walked down the hillside with great insight, facing the fiery and complicated eyes of the practitioners down the hillside. He directly opened the communication certificate and read it. With this scene, no one should dare to provoke them in the valley in the future. Right? Isn't it said that the fox borrows the power of the tiger is a derogatory term? But now it seems that the feeling of the fox borrowing the power of the tiger is surprisingly good, and it can really save lives. A message appeared on the communication certificate. Yu is adding you as a friend. Do you agree to the other party's friend request? Tip: the other party has passed the identity authentication. After adding a friend, you can video call with the other party and invite the other party to send you a video. Luo Qingzhou? Such an advanced certificate? He clicked it immediately. You have agreed to add the other party as a friend. Tip: you can now add notes for the other party. Recommended notes: Yu Fairy, Yu Sister, Fenfen, and Yu Baby. Luo Qingzhou. God damn Yu Baby. Are you complaining that he has lived too long? I am a fairy on the 9 heavens Yaotai. Luo Qingzhou did not modify the note. After walking down the hillside, he immediately put away the communication treasure. Facing the master's fiery and dim eyes, he immediately said, "Master, let's go back to practice. They are going to break the formation. I guess they don't want others to see it. I will come when they need me." Fairy Zixia first praised and flattered a few words. "Fei Yong, you are really amazing. You even know this kind of ancient formation. You are simply a genius. The person I admired most before was my uncle, but now the person I admire most has become you." Then she whispered a reminder, "But you have to be careful and don't fall into their trap. Most of the people in Jiutian Yaotai are women, and they are all geniuses. The competition is very fierce. If they call you to go, you must be careful. They may just be attracted by your talent for formations and want to use you. As for helping you sincerely, cultivation is probably unlikely. Who else would be sincere to you except for your master?" Luo Shan on the side couldn't help but said, "Zixia, you can't be too selfish. If Fei Yong can really go to Jiutian Yaotai, he should be allowed to go. After all, it is the most powerful immortal sect in Jiuzhou continent, with rich cultivation resources, which is definitely not comparable to Ardahian. With Fei Yong's talent and ability, even if he goes there, people will treat him as a treasure. So you don't have to worry about them treating him badly." Fairy Zixia glanced at her and muttered, "Aunt Luo can't get a genius like Fei Yong, so she wants others to lose it. Right? Don't think I don't know?" Luo Shang's mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes at her and said, "Aunt Luo is that kind of person." As the few people talked, they passed by the 6 white-robed people from the White Lotus sect. Luo Shang's eyes suddenly turned cold. The thin man in the lead immediately apologized with a smile on his face and bowed his hands, saying, "Everyone, we were deceived by that bitch from Shura sect just now, so we were rude to you. I hope you don't take it to heart. My White Lotus sect and Shura sect have been irreconcilable for a long time. This is well known. Luo Shang interrupted him with a fake smile. What happens between you and Shura's sect has nothing to do with us. Just don't bother us anymore. We have to go back and rest now. And the fairy from Jiutian Yaotai will call our Fei Yang to help. The thin man assured him immediately. Don't worry. We won't bother you again. This little brother is helping to break the formation and saving our lives. How dare we be so confused again? Luo Shang snorted coldly and ignored him. Under the attention of all the practitioners, the few people left with a relaxed look while talking. With today's scene, I believe that no one will dare to trouble them in the next few days. If you dare to trouble them, you will not only risk offending Jiutian Yaotai, but also become the target of all the practitioners in this valley who want to escape. Fei Yang, you have worked hard. When you go back later, Andy will help you massage your back. On the way back, Luo Shang said with a smile on her face. Luo Qingzhou ignored him directly. Master will deal with her. Fairy Zishu immediately said. Hey, I have been staying in the cave for the past few days, and my waist and back are sore. Since Andy Luo can massage my back, please help me feel comfortable later. Luo Shang rolled her eyes and ignored him directly. Several people returned to the cave. Luo Qingzhou dripped 2 drops of spiritual liquid directly and sat down in the corner to practice. Although Luo Shang and Fairy Xiaxia wanted to talk to him and asked him about the content of his communication with the 5 fairies on the hillside just now, they saw that he was ready to practice, so they did not dare to disturb him. The two sat together and talked in a low voice. Xixia, the fairy of Jiutian Yaotai, took the initiative to take out the communication treasure to add Fei Yang as a friend. This is something that others can't envy. You must seize this opportunity to get close to Jiutian Yaotai. With Fei Yang's talent and ability, he is really wronged in Diyin. It is better to let him seize this opportunity and enter Jiutian Yaotai in the case. Who will dare to bully your Lingxiao sect in the future? Xixia, I believe that the princess will agree to this matter when she knows about it. Fairy Xixia frowned, her face full of sorrow. I know this is for Fei Yang's good, but I, his uncle and great-uncle, will be reluctant. While the two were talking, in a corner not far away, Bai Weier was sitting there listening quietly, with a figure of someone practicing not far away reflected in her cold pupils. She moved her jade hand slightly in her sleeve and took out the communication treasure. Another page appeared on the treasure, like an address book. There was an extra name on it, Yu. Outside the cave, it got dark quickly. When the 5 women of Jiutian Yaotai broke the formation, the others left consciously. As for the result, it is not known for the time being. After nightfall, Luo Qingzhou and his friends had a simple dinner, practiced for a while, and then fell asleep. Luo Qingzhou's body had not recovered yet, and he needed enough sleep. Who knew that he had just fallen asleep for a while, and suddenly started dreaming again? It was that paradise again. He appeared by the stream, was stunned for a while, and walked towards the cabin in front. Then, he stopped at the door and said to the inside, this time, I want my uncle. The fierce uncle. To be honest, I miss my uncle. Uncle! He shouted again and pushed the wooden door open. Squeak! The wooden door opened. A slender figure in green clothes appeared in the room. At this time, he was facing away from him. His back was cold and arrogant, motionless, as if waiting for him. I saw her long black hair, white hands, slim waist and hips, graceful figure, and particularly charming. Luo Qingzhou was very excited, but he immediately held back, closed the door, and said, Uncle Master is not wearing a bellyband today, and her beautiful legs are wearing soft and smooth flesh-colored stockings. She has the scent of lavender on her body, and her mouth and face are painted with red rouge, and her face is full of shyness of wanting to refuse, but also welcoming. Anyway, it's his dream. What he says is what it is. After saying that, he walked over, opened his arms, hugged her tightly from behind, and said, Uncle Master, where is your jade flute? Didn't you bring it today? It doesn't matter. As he said that, he pressed her shoulders with both hands and said, Turn around and kneel. The words in his mouth stopped abruptly. The figure in his arms slowly turned around, looking at him coldly with cold eyes, his face full of coldness. Sister, he suddenly stuttered and trembled. Then his legs went limp, and he knelt down.